Rebirth and the Fire Within. 1984 Sloane Square, York Manor, Chelseashire, England. By Shien, now Peter York, woke up to find himself in the body of a 5 or 6-year-old child, the heir to the York earldom. His parents, renowned biologists, had spent most of their lives deep in the rainforest, studying rare creatures. However, tragedy struck not long ago. News arrived that the Earl of York and his wife had perished during one of their expeditions, leaving behind a single enigmatic relic, a massive golden egg, the size of an ostrich's. Holding the mysterious egg in his small hands, Peter could not help but feel a sense of déjà vu. He had been an orphan in his past life, and fate had cruelly repeated itself. Once again, he was alone. With his father's title now passed down to him, his aunt, Kristen York, was appointed as his guardian. However, Kristen was a dedicated celibate, rarely present at the manor. Thus, the responsibility of raising Peter fell upon the ever-loyal housekeeper Wales. A glimpse of magic. 1988, the Reptile Hall visit. At 10 years old, Peter York had already gained the reputation of a prodigy among the noble circles. He excelled in academics, etiquette and sports, earning the admiration of aristocratic families. Today, however, was different. It was a simple school trip to the reptile house, a day meant for leisure and learning. Accompanied by classmates, Peter wandered through the exhibits, admiring the exotic creatures housed behind glass enclosures. Then, he saw something peculiar. A frail boy in oversized, ragged clothes stood pressed against the glass of a python's habitat, staring with an almost unnatural fascination. Before Peter could dwell on it, a pudgy child shoved the boy aside. What happened next sent chills down his spine. The glass in front of the python vanished, simply ceased to exist. The massive snake slithered free, hissing softly as it raised its head toward the thin boy. And, even more bizarrely, the boy hissed back. Peter's mind reeled. This scene was familiar. A memory from his past life stirred, recalling a movie he had once watched. His gaze snapped toward the overweight man who stormed toward the scene, his face red with rage.
Harry Potter.
What have you done this time?
Peter's breath caught.
He had transmigrated into the world of Harry Potter. Desire for magic. Back at York Manor, Peter sat in his grand study, his fingers gripping the armrests of his chair as excitement coursed through him. Magic. Real magic existed in this world. The possibility of wielding it made his heart race. But that enthusiasm quickly waned. Reality hit him like a cold slap. Throughout his 10 years of life, he had never exhibited a single sign of magical ability. Unlike Harry Potter and other young wizards, who displayed accidental magic from a young age, Peter had never experienced anything extraordinary. The truth was crushing. He was a muggle. If fate had brought him to a world of magic yet denied him its wonders, then what was the point? Frustration boiled inside him as his gaze fell upon the golden egg his parents had left behind. For years, the egg had shown no signs of life. He had assumed it was a failed specimen. But now, with his knowledge of the wizarding world, a thought occurred to him. Could it be? Could this egg be a dragon's egg? Hope flared within him, irrational yet unshakable. Without hesitation, Peter carried the egg to the fireplace, placing it within the roaring flames.
At first, nothing happened.
Then, the flames surged unnaturally, drawn into the egg like a vortex. The smooth golden shell turned red-hot, glowing with an intensity that made Peter's breath hitch. He quickly used fire tongs to pull it out, placing it onto a gold plate on the table. The egg trembled violently. A series of cracks formed across its surface.
And then,
a small golden-red bird emerged, chirping melodically. Peter's eyes widened in awe.
A phoenix.
This wasn't just any magical creature. This was a phoenix, just like the one Dumbledore possessed. The young phoenix nuzzled against his fingers, bonding with him instantly. It was breathtakingly beautiful, its golden-red feathers shimmering in the dim candlelight. Over the following days, the phoenix grew rapidly, reaching the size of a rooster in mere weeks. Peter named it Field, after a hero in his past life. But despite this miracle, an undeniable sadness gnawed at him. Even with such a magnificent creature at his side, he was still a muggle.
Still powerless. A desperate gamble.
One evening, Peter sat in his study, staring at a glass vial filled with fresh phoenix blood. He had spent days researching magical creatures, their properties, their connection to magic. He knew that phoenix blood was said to contain immense magical energy. A reckless, desperate idea took root in his mind.
He clenched his fists.
If wizards were born, not made, then he would defy that fate. Turning toward Field, he spoke with quiet determination.
Field, I'm just an ordinary person.
But if I want to become a magician, I need your help. The phoenix tilted its head, gazing at him with intelligent eyes. After a brief hesitation, it gave a solemn nod. Peter's heart pounded as he took a syringe and carefully extracted a vial of Field's blood. His hands trembled as he positioned the needle at his arm. This was insanity. Even the most daring wizards would never dare inject the blood of a magical creature into themselves. The consequences could be catastrophic.
But Peter had no choice.
With a deep breath, he pressed the plunger. The moment the phoenix's blood entered his veins, his body erupted in agony. It was as if molten lava had replaced his blood, scorching through every fiber of his being. He collapsed onto the floor, convulsing violently. His screams echoed through the manor, sheer torment tearing through his soul.
This was it.
He was going to die.
Then, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding.
Super gene fusion activated. Phoenix gene detected.
Begin fusion.
Peter barely had the strength to respond, but his survival instincts kicked in. He forced the words from his throat. F-fusion, start the fusion. Rebirth from ashes. The transformation was excruciating. His body burned, consumed by flames beyond anything natural. His vision blurred, and darkness swallowed him whole.
But then, a miracle. Field, the faithful phoenix, burst into flames.
The dazzling golden fire consumed its small body, and in its final moments, it soared toward Peter, merging with his collapsing form. York Manor fell silent. Only the crackling of the fireplace remained.
And then,
amidst the ashes, a figure stirred. A small newly hatched phoenix chick blinked its golden eyes, letting out a soft, bewildered chirp. Peter York had been reborn.
Rebirth in fire.
The sharp, melodic cry of the phoenix chick resonated through the grand halls of York Manor, stirring something unseen. From the ashes atop the golden plate, another flame flickered to life. Field, the reborn phoenix, hopped down from the table, his golden red feathers shimmering like molten sunlight. Without hesitation, he nuzzled against the smaller, dazed chick that had emerged from the soot. There was an unmistakable warmth, an innate connection between them. Peter York, no, the newborn phoenix, stared at the scene in shock. His mind whirled as fragmented memories of pain, fire, and a voice speaking in the depths of his consciousness flooded back.
Had he truly died?
The last thing he remembered was the unbearable torment of phoenix blood coursing through his veins, setting every fiber of his being aflame. The pain had been too much to bear. Then, in his final moments, he recalled Field bursting into golden flames and that same fire consuming him entirely. Yet here he was, reborn, not as a human, but as a phoenix.
System. Peter hesitantly called out. Are you still there?
A familiar, mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Super gene fusion is at your service.
Host, what is your request?
A surge of relief washed over him.
He hadn't imagined it.
The system was real. What exactly are you? He asked, his thoughts racing. Super gene fusion, an advanced genetic editor designed to integrate biological traits from various species across the multiverse. This system allows the host to merge genetic sequences, gaining abilities beyond human limitations. The host acquires genetic fusion opportunities by accumulating 100 points through daily learning and experiences.
Peter's beady golden eyes widened. A gene editor?
This wasn't just magic, it was something beyond that. But there was a more pressing concern. He flapped his tiny wings in frustration. Did you do this to me? How do I turn back into a human? The system responded in its monotone voice. This system merely facilitates fusion. The transformation was an unforeseen consequence of your phoenix's actions. At the moment of your death, Field sacrificed a portion of his Nirvana fire to save you, initiating an unprecedented mutation.
Peter froze.
Field did this? He turned to look at his faithful phoenix companion, who chirped happily in response, nudging against him with childlike affection. Phoenixes were known for their immortality, their ability to be reborn from their own flames. But their Nirvana fire was sacred, never to be shared. No phoenix in history had willingly sacrificed it for another. Yet, Field had done so. If his mind had been any more developed in this form, Peter would have cried. Instead, he let out a small, harmonious chirp. He had been given a second chance.
A new form, a new fate. Peter. Peter.
A sweet, childish voice called his name. Peter blinked in surprise as Field flapped his still-growing wings excitedly.
Field is so happy.
Peter has become like Field. For the first time, Peter truly understood him. His phoenix form came with something unexpected, a telepathic link to Field. But reality soon settled in. I didn't want to become a phoenix. I wanted magic, but not like this. Determined, Peter willed himself to shift back. The moment the thought crossed his mind, something ignited deep within his core. A surge of raw, untamed magic flared to life, rushing through his veins with newfound intensity. His tiny avian body trembled, then. A radiant golden glow engulfed him. Bones shifted. Muscles reformed. Cells reshaped. When the light faded, Peter York stood on 2 feet once more. But something was different. His once platinum blonde hair now gleamed with an almost ethereal gold. His sapphire blue eyes had deepened into a striking molten amber. His face, though still youthful, carried an unearthly beauty, as if sculpted by divine hands. His entire presence had changed. He radiated power, a presence akin to something beyond human. He was no longer just Peter York, the noble heir. He was something else entirely. A being caught between man and myth. Magic awakens. Peter flexed his fingers, feeling the surging energy beneath his skin. Magic. Not borrowed. Not stolen. His own. His phoenix blood had done more than mutate him, it had awakened something dormant. He could feel it thrumming inside him, pulsing like a heartbeat. Even the house staff noticed. Though well-trained in etiquette, the servants at York Manor couldn't help but stare. Their young earl, who had always been a refined and charming boy, now seemed otherworldly. His golden locks and radiant presence made him look less like a child and more like a descended angel. Wales, the ever-loyal butler, remained composed despite his visible surprise. He did not ask questions. That was the dignity of a true butler. Peter, however, was painfully aware of his growing strength. Over the next few months, his magic began manifesting uncontrollably, floating objects, unnatural heat radiating from his body, spontaneous bursts of energy. It was wild, untamed. He needed to control it. And so, he trained in secret, refining his abilities, testing the limits of his newfound powers. His phoenix form was no longer just a byproduct of his rebirth. It was his second self. Like the rare wizards who mastered animagus transformations, Peter could shift between his human and phoenix forms at will. Except, unlike an animagus, his transformation was not a spell. It was a part of him. The letter from Hogwarts. 1989, York Manor. Peter York's 11th birthday arrived quietly. No grand ball. No noble gatherings. Just a small dinner with his Aunt Kristen, his butler Wales, and a handful of staff. Kristen, ever the practical guardian, smiled at him over dinner. Peter, now that you're of age, have you decided on your schooling? Eton High School would be a fine choice, or would you prefer private tutoring? Peter opened his mouth to respond. But at that exact moment, a blur of feathers swooped into the room. An owl. The bird landed gracefully on the table, dropping an envelope into Peter's hands before ruffling its wings and flying off into the night. Peter's breath caught in his throat as he stared at the wax-sealed letter, his fingers tracing over the crest of Hogwarts. A lion, serpent, eagle, and badger entwined in a regal emblem. His heartbeat quickened. This was it. He carefully opened the envelope, reading the familiar words. Dear Mr. York, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Relief flooded through him. He had worried. Even after fusing with Phoenix blood, he had no guarantee that Hogwarts would recognize him as a wizard. But here it was, proof that he belonged. Across the table, Kristen raised an eyebrow at the letter's contents. Peter, is this some kind of elaborate prank? Peter chuckled. If only she knew. He looked back down at the letter, fingers tightening around it. A new journey awaited. And for the first time since arriving in this world, Peter York felt truly alive.
Hello everyone, and welcome to another video of Fanfic Canon. Before we dive in, I want to remind you to subscribe to the channel if you enjoy our content. It really helps a lot. Also, don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments section below. Let's get started.
Peter York excitedly opened the envelope and looked at the familiar contents. Headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Albus Dumbledore, President of the International Federation of Magic, President of the Wizarding Society, and First-Class Magician of the Order of Merlin. Dear Mr. York, we are pleased to inform you that you have been admitted to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclose here with a list of required books and equipment. The school is scheduled to open on September 1st and we will be waiting for your owl to bring you a reply before July 31st. Vice Principal, female, Minerva McGonagall on the table. Peter York then picked up the pen and, in Kristen's puzzled eyes, handed the envelope of the reply to the owl who was still eating the cake. The owl looked very clever, nodded humanely, grabbed the envelope and rushed into the dark night. Ding, the host successfully obtained the Hogwarts admission letter and awarded 10 points. Suddenly a mechanical voice sounded in Peter's head. System, how did you suddenly fake the corpse? I thought you'd disappeared? Peter was somewhat surprised that the system, which had been immersed in for 3 years, had reappeared. The system didn't answer Peter's words, just mechanically showed in his mind that he had 10 points at this point. After waiting for half a day and not hearing a response from the system, Peter gave up and exited the panel. Peter, don't you believe there will be any magic school? This is typically a prank. How did you reply? Christine was amazed at his nephew's performance, because he usually looked like an adult, and it was difficult to see childish behavior that matched his age. At this point, Peter York did not want to hide his only relative, and although Christine had a very flying personality, he was very kind to his nephew, and he never coveted the dukedom and property of the York family like other aristocratic families. "Aunt, do you remember my pet Field? That's a phoenix. Field, that turkey. Are you kidding?" Kristen had a joking look on his face. Hearing Kristen call Field a turkey, Peter York rolled his eyes. Every time he was said to be a turkey, Field was eager to spray the woman with a fire, but fortunately he was able to appease him in time. This also caused Phoenix Field and Christine not to deal with it, and not even let Christine touch it. Peter York didn't expect her to believe it right away. "Shout out, Field!" A fire popped out of the living room, and then a noble and gorgeous golden red bird appeared in the fire, dragging its long tail feathers and constantly circling, making a pleasant sound. Field stopped on Peter York's shoulder and rubbed his head against him. Immediately to the woman who said that she was a turkey, she schemed her head in disgust and looked disdainful. Peter York watched with a funny look at Field and comforted the mentally devastated phoenix, saying to Kristen, "Field is a phoenix, and I am a wizard." Christine, who had suffered another wave of shocks, was blinded by the information that her nephew was a wizard, which was a bigger blow to her than Field's transformation into a phoenix. The wizard in her mind was an evil image, and her thoughts could not be turned for a moment. "Wait, let me rearrange my thoughts. My nephew has become a wizard, and he has a phoenix like a firebird. God, am I dreaming?" Christine grabbed her head frantically and muttered to herself. On July 31st, Peter York and Christine sat in the living room early waiting for the arrival of the professor of the School of Magic. Kristen is not interested in magic, but Peter York is her dear nephew, so she wants to reconfirm Hogwarts' safety. Then the butler Welsh walked in and said, "Miss, sir, there is a man outside who claims to be Hogwarts School who wants to see the Earl." Peter York got up to greet him, not wanting to give the professor at Hogwarts a bad impression on the first meeting. Walking through the garden, looking at a serious woman in a grey robe and a pointed hat, Peter guessed that she should be Professor McGonagall, the Dean of Gryffindor. Seeing the characters in the story, Peter York was a little excited. "Hello Professor, I'm Peter York, and I've received a letter from Hogwarts, and I thought it was a prank." Professor McGonagall looked at the pretty boy in front of him and smiled a little. "I'm Mileva McGonagall, the Dean of Gryffindor and your Professor of Transfiguration. Mr. York, if you're ready, it's time for us to go." "Wait, Professor? My aunt was a little worried about my safety in the wizarding world, so," Peter York said apologetically, and introduced it into the manner. Professor McGonagall, obviously understanding, nodded and said, "Of course, Mr. York. After all, many parents in the Muggle world don't always know Hogwarts, and I'll explain it to your aunt." In the time of a cup of tea, Professor McGonagall had a crush on what she called the safest school in the world. Peter on the side rolled his eyes darkly in his heart. He knew that in 2 years, after the savior Harry Potter enrolled, Hogwarts would have disasters every year. Refusing Professor McGonagall's request to take the bus, Peter asks Wales to take him and Professor McGonagall to the Cauldron Bar. Sandwiched between a large bookstore and a record store, but out of sight of ordinary people, Peter and Professor McGonagall walked in. Perhaps because of the beginning of the school season, the bar seemed to be a little lively, and some people who took the initiative to greet Professor McGonagall were shocked to see Peter York. "Oh, Professor McGonagall, here comes the new students again." Tom, the bar owner, smiled and greeted him, then looked at Peter York again. "What a beautiful boy. I hope you go to Hatchpuff, where I graduated from college." "Thank you, sir, and have fun," Peter York said sincerely and elegantly. Across the bar, I followed Professor McGonagall to the backyard, a small, walled patio with nothing but a trash can and some weeds. Professor McGonagall drew his wand and tapped a few times on the wall tiles. "Remember, Mr. York, use your wand to point here, count 3 pieces up, and count 2 pieces further across the line. Also, welcome to Diagon Alley." Diagon Alley is bustling with people, and a crucible hangs outside the door of the nearest shop, and a sign hangs on the side that reads, "Copper, tin, silver crucible, complete in model, automatic mixing, foldable." The next shop was crowded with children lying in front of the window, and a glass cabinet displayed a state-of-the-art broomstick. Peter York followed Professor McGonagall into Gringotts, and by the nature of the phoenix, instinctively did not like these ugly goblins. But the goblin's respectful attitude made Peter York a little embarrassed, and it also surprised Professor McGonagall. After all, the goblins could not hold anyone but gold coins in their eyes. Just took out £50,000 and wanted to exchange it for 10,000 gold gallons to deposit in Gringotts, but Peter York was told that there was a limit to the exchange limit, and the maximum exchange could only be exchanged for 200 gold gallons. The moment was extremely embarrassing. After all, he remembered that those crossing big guys always took out 100 million checks to exchange, and then they were greeted by the hot eyes and warm service of the goblins. Instantly back to reality, Peter York knew that there were fewer than tens of thousands of wizards in the whole of Britain. If there is a huge amount of money entering the wizarding world, it will definitely paralyze the wizards' financial markets. So, obviously, wizards and goblins in Gringotts aren't fools. Exchange 200 gold gallons for me, Peter said helplessly to the goblin on the counter, and then gave him more than £1,000. All right, Mr. York, the goblin said in a very friendly manner, not at all as annoying as the legend. Peter looked curiously at the surrounding environment as the goblin slowly calculated the golden gallon, and when he saw that there were goblins weighing rubies, he casually asked, Mr. Goblin, do you collect such things as gem gold here? The goblin heard Peter's meaning, and directly looked up at Peter, a smile on his face, and said, Of course, Mr. York. Gold gemstones and the like have always been precious, and we are happy to accept it. As soon as Peter listened, his eyes lit up, and 200 gold gallons alone was not enough for him to spend. He then took out a ruby the size of a pigeon's egg from his bag, handed it to the goblin, and said, How much is this worth? All redeemed for golden gallon? When the goblin saw the ruby in Peter's hand, his eyes became greedy, but when he saw Peter, he retracted. He took out a magnifying glass from the small drawer under the table, carefully observed the ruby, and said with satisfaction, The purity of the gem is good. Mr. York, we are willing to buy this jewel of yours for 100,000 gold gallons. I wonder what you think? Peter schemed his lips and said disapprovingly, My ruby is worth millions of pounds in the Muggle world. As a result, it is only 100,000 gold gallons, which is more than 500,000 pounds. That's a pit. The goblin smiled and said, Mr. York, this is the highest price I have specially given you, and it would be nice if we could have 50,000 gold gallons for others. If it weren't for the enforcement of the secrecy law, wizards would have easily gotten things like gold jewelry from the Muggle world. So although these things are rare, they are still not as precious as magical materials. When Peter heard the goblin's words, he asked even more strangely, Mr. Goblin, the first time I came to the wizarding world, I was just a Muggle-born wizard. Why did you give me the highest price? Professor McGonagall on the side also pricked up her ears. She had never seen the goblins treat any wizard as kindly as they would to Peter York. The goblin looked deeply at Peter and said meaningfully, Mr. York, we goblins are born to see through the essence of things. So good at crafting magic items? So even if you drink the compound decoction and become another person, you can't escape our eyes. But as soon as you come in, we see the eternal flame in your body. What an enviable talent. So, Mr. York, does your golden gallon need to be deposited in our underground vault? We provide you with the lowest vault for free. There's a dragon guarding it, keeping your property safe. After the goblin said a few words that made Professor McGonagall in the clouds, he directly changed the subject and sold the vault to Peter. Peter looked deeply at the goblin. He didn't expect the goblin to have such an ability, actually saw through his essence. When he speaks of the eternal and immortal flame, he is afraid that he is talking about the fire of his own Nirvana. However, seeing that the goblin did not say anything in front of the others, he smiled and said, Then store my golden gallon in the underground vault. As for what the goblin said about the dragon guardian, the safest thing, he just listened. In the future, this place will be repeatedly visited by Voldemort and Harry Potter, and there is no safety at all. However, at present, it is better for these golden gallons to exist in Gringotts, and the 100,000 golden gallons are piled up as big as a hill, and he is inconvenient. As soon as the goblin heard Peter's words, the ugly face smiled even more viciously, and quickly took out a piece of parchment, handed it to Peter, and said, This is a magic agreement. Just sign it and Vault 13 Underground belongs to you. It's already the deepest location, even many pure-blood families can't get this position. Peter looked at the above content, found that there was nothing wrong with it, and signed his name directly. After putting away the parchment, the goblin smiled and said, Now Vault 13 belongs to you. Your money will be deposited inside. Only the goblin can open the vault with a special method, and everyone else will be tightly attached to the door and can't move. The goblin showed a sinister look and said, We usually check the vault once every 10 years to see if any thieves are adsorbed on the vault gate. But even if there is no need to send it to Azkaban. Peter was speechless for an instant, as if the goblin was still eager for someone to steal something. Peter then followed Professor McGonagall out of Gringotts under the watchful eye of the goblin. Professor McGonagall looked at the boy in front of her, although she didn't know what kind of puzzle the goblin and Peter were playing just now, but with her half a lifetime of experience, she knew that this very beautiful boy must be hiding an unusual secret. She wondered if she should talk to Dumbledore when she returned to school. Professor, what do we buy first? Peter's words interrupted Professor McGonagall's thoughts. Professor McGonagall said, Next, we need to do things separately. I will help you buy other materials, and you will first go to the Lady Mokenrobe shop to measure the school uniform. Then go to Ollivander to buy a wand. Stepping into Madame Morkan's shop, Peter York first saw a brown-haired boy with a magic ruler and a red face, with a handsome face that looked simple and gentle. Hello, are you a freshman too? Peter York spoke first. I'm Peter York. Nice to see you. The brown-haired teenager looked at Peter York in a daze, then looked back. His face became redder, and said, Hello, my name is Cedric Diggory, and I am also a first-year student. It is a pleasure to meet you. Oh, Peter York remembers him, the cannon fodder man in the Triwizard tournament. having a savior's favorite girlfriend, competing with Harry Potter for the Warriors, and finally being a Hufflepuff Prince of Avada by Pettigrew, sympathizes with him for a moment? Still Peter York has a crush on him. Cedric Diggory is a real Hufflepuff, loyal and kind. Harry Potter was able to comfort him when he was snubbed by the whole school in the Goblet of Fire. Even in the end, Harry wanted to give up the trophy in his hand because he saved him in the maze. This kind of character is very rare, and Peter himself can't do it anyway. It's just hard to imagine the future of the spirited Prince Hatchpatch, who is so shy now. Peter York looked at him amusedly. Cedric, can I call you that? I think you should be a Hufflepuff student. How do you know I'm Hufflepuff? My dad said he didn't know, Mr. York. Cedric Diggory said in amazement with wide, lovely eyes. Call me Peter. He stressed it again. Okay Peter. Cedric blinked in response. The two talked from Hogwarts to the wizarding world, and it was not until the elder Diggory came to pick him up that they reluctantly separated. Peter York was amazed by Hufflepuff's innocence, and in a moment's effort, Mr. Diggory Jr. took him as a friend. Leaving Mrs. Morgan's shop and coming to Ollivander's wand shop, Peter York could not understand that this broken and collapsing shop was actually the best wand shop in Britain, and certainly the only wand shop. Pushing open the door, the white-haired Ollivander stood in front of the counter, carefully put the wands on the counter into the box, and it was obvious that the new students had just bought the wand. Hello, I want to buy a magic wand. Is it a new birth, a destined wand? Yes, it's the wand that chooses the magician, and even if many wizards don't think so, it would be bad if you used a wand that didn't belong to you, and it's hard to understand, but it's true. Ollivander was nagging, measuring every inch of Peter York with a soft ruler, even the distance between the tip of his nose. I remember every wand I sold, so let me see which wand you fit. Ollivander trembled and took out one and handed it to Peter York. No, not this route. Ollivander drew back his wand. It's okay, try this one again. For a moment, a quagmire appeared in the wand shop, a clear spring appeared for a moment, and flames spewed out for a while. The counter was piled high with wands, but Ollivander became more and more excited, and finally drew a dark purple wand. It should be almost. By the way, I haven't asked your name yet. Heck, the memory is getting worse. Ollivander looked up and asked. My name is Peter York, sir. Peter York rolled his eyes darkly, just saying that he remembered every wand, and now he forgot. After all, he was not a savior. Ollivander handed him his wand, 13 1/4 of an inch, a purple-shirted wooden staff body, symbolizing immortality and immortality. The feathers of the phoenix symbolize great power. Taking the purple-shirted wooden wand, Peter York clearly felt the magic in his body shoot out along the wand, forming a vague phoenix shadow in midair. Aha! I'll just say that the wand made by Ollivander will always have one for you. Ollivander was very excited, took a deep look at Peter York, pointed to the wand in his hand, and said, Mr. York, there are very few combinations of wands. So far I have only sold 2 of the same wands, one of which you have in your hand, and the owner of the other one is the unspeakable man. I think you will definitely do something. After all, that person has also done something big, although it is terrible, but it is a big thing. Listening to Ollivander apply what he had said to Harry Potter to himself, Peter York schemed his lips without a trace. Then he raised his hand to interrupt Ollivander, who wanted to talk at length, and said weakly, Mr. Ollivander, I feel that this wand is not suitable for me. Can I change it? Ollivander shook his head in disbelief. It is impossible, Mr. York, the wand just chose you. But the phoenix feather in the wand doesn't listen to me. Peter York could clearly feel the wand's resistance to him. It was the phoenix tail feather staff hard inside, detecting the phoenix blood in his body, unwilling to surrender, and even confronted. Ollivander took the wand and looked at it carefully, listened to it again, and looked at Peter York with a confused but puzzled look. It has no resistance to your magic, but it is very resistant to you. What's going on? Peter York was helpless, and he didn't want to have his wand if he didn't make it clear. In an instant, it turned into a golden phoenix in front of Ollivander, flew around in a circle and then changed back into a human body, looking at the stunned Ollivander with interest. Ollivander felt that his heart was about to stop, and his whole body trembled as he pointed at Peter York, and finally grabbed his hand like a mad demon. Bloodline return, complete return to the ancestor. Merlin, this legendary miracle was actually met by me. The source of the first generation of wizards was actually that humans transplanted the blood of magical creatures into humans in a unique way, thus possessing incredible abilities. Later, the wizards found that the offspring born in combination with each other also possessed magic powers at birth, and then slowly formed the current wizards. And the bloodline return is the wizard's body, and the inherited magic creature blood becomes thick, making its magic become powerful. But this phenomenon has only happened in legends, and that is Merlin. It is said that he can turn into a nightmare. The reason is that Merlin is said to have been born of a combination of nightmare and a human woman. And Peter York's ability to transform into a phoenix is a complete return to his ancestors in Ollivander's eyes, which is something he has never seen before. Since it was regarded as a blood return, Peter York did not deny it. After being reborn after Nirvana, he is completely a phoenix except that he can transform into a human form, but this way is not suitable for telling others. Bloodline return is the only reason for his existence. Mr. Ollivander, you wouldn't tell anyone else, would you? Peter York looked at Ollivander with a pair of clear eyes and a pleading attitude. For the first time, Ollivander looked at this little wizard, who was obviously from the Muggle world. Then he smiled and nodded like an old fox. Of course, son of the Phoenix, you don't have to worry that I will say it. The wizards spare no effort to protect the little wizards, and I also want to know how your little Phoenix will grow up. Well, this is the title of Peter York, but the title Son of the Phoenix sounds good, at least he thinks it sounds much better than the Savior's Golden Boy. Mr. York, I think I know how to make the best wand for you. Ollivander's words made Peter York happy. But I need the phoenix feathers on your body to make the wand heart, and I don't think there's a better fit for you than this. Peter York knew that it was not a good thing, helplessly turned into a phoenix, and endured the pain to let Ollivander, an old treacherous giant, fiercely pull a few tail feathers from him. Peter York looked at his beautiful tail feathers that had been plucked out in sorrow, and wanted to cry without tears. The phoenix's beauty-loving nature made him have a boundless grudge against Ollivander, the culprit, and he was eager to pluck out a few silver hairs left on the old fox's head. Ollivander smiled and squinted, and Peter York, who was in pain and almost in tears, said, "Come back and get your wand in 3 days, you don't have to pay for this production." Peter York had a smile on his face, but in his heart he cursed the shrewd old man to death. Obviously, a phoenix feather can be made into a wand, but he chose the most painful tail feather, and pulled out a few at a time. Is it to bully him into not understanding the principle of wand making? Also, don't think that he didn't see the old man's face expecting him to cry. The tears of the phoenix can solve all kinds of poisons, and he himself is reluctant to shed it. Without a suitable wand, Peter York had to come to the Lycan bookstore to meet Professor McGonagall, but he did not wait for the professor. Looking at the room full of books, Peter York's bookworm attributes completely exploded, and after finding a few books designated for teaching, began to immerse himself in the world of books, until he was awakened by Professor McGonagall, who did not know when to come. Professor McGonagall. Peter York stood up embarrassed. Minerva McGonagall looked at the thick book Peter and York in his arms, smiled and nodded. It seems that Ravenclaw is about to usher in a studious little eagle. Have you bought everything? Everything but the wand is in place, and Ollivander says to come back in 3 days to get the wand. Peter York answered truthfully. Minerva McGonagall, though curious, did not ask much, gave him a ticket for the 9 3/4 platform, and told him not to lose it and left. Ding! Initially complete the exploration of Diagon Alley, reward 1 point. The system suddenly prompts. Only 1 point. It's too little. Peter complained. He's tried a lot so far, but none of them have been rewarded with points, and there are only 11 points on the system. He felt like he had a long way to go before he could get 100 points. 3 days later, Peter got his purple shirtwood wand, which came from his own phoenix tail feather. The phoenix bloodline gave him the ability to cast spells without a wand, but after all, it was not as effective as casting spells with a wand. Otherwise Voldemort would not have tried his best to find the Elder Wand. It used to be easy to try a few wandless magic at home, but for the black magic that directly hit the soul, it was impossible to use it directly with your hands, otherwise you would die before you killed someone else. The wand is easy to use, and it's easier to cast spells. The phoenix's sensitive properties made it easy for him to detect traces. The trail usually accompanies the young wizard until he is 17 years old and grows up to disappear. The Ministry of Magic is to track down underage wizards by tracking them. Has there been any indiscriminate use of magic? However, the tracking effect of this trace is relatively vague, such as an adult wizard casting magic in front of a juvenile wizard, and the Ministry of Magic cannot tell who cast this magic. Therefore, ordinary wizarding families rely on adult wizards to consciously supervise underage wizards. The little wizards born in Muggle families are more miserable. They return home from vacation and can't use any magic. Once used, the Ministry of Magic will give a warning for the first time. But the second time, he directly expelled the student and broke the wand. Just like Harry Potter before the start of the 2nd grade, Dobby used a spell in front of him to prevent him from entering the school, only to be judged by the Ministry of Magic to be a spell cast by him, sending a warning letter. Then, during the holiday after the Goblet of Fire, the Patronus charm used to expel the Dementors received an expulsion letter from the Ministry of Magic and broke his wand. And he is also the savior of the magical world, and he has been defended by many parties before he has been tried. But other ordinary Muggle students, there is no such luck, there is no appeal process, directly break the wand to drive out of the magic world. This trail appears nakedly against Muggle-born students. So Peter hated this, with obvious discriminatory implications. At this time, the role of the Phoenix Flame was reflected, and the trace was burned by a direct fire, and the wand was still intact. One of the obvious loopholes in the Ministry of Magic is that freshmen who have not yet entered the school can experiment with spells without being warned for more than a month after receiving their wands. So Peter unscrupulously experimented with all kinds of magic a month before the start of school. Basic spells such as clear springs like water and floating spells are successfully cast in a few times. There is also armor protection, but it was successful after half a day of trying, which is a frightening talent. At the same time, his system points have also risen to 25 points. These are the points that the system rewards after successfully casting the spells on the textbook. There weren't many spells in the 1st grade textbooks, and even the armor shield spell was one that Peter had seen in a senior student's notebook when he was rummaging through old books in the second-hand bookstore in Diagon Alley. This is also due to the fact that when Peter read fan novels in his previous life, he often saw the protagonist find good things in the second-hand bookstore, so he took the opportunity to go to Ollivander to get his wand and rummaged through the second-hand bookstore for a while. It's just that Peter obviously thinks too much. Although there are good things in the second-hand bookstore, it will be taken away by the owner at the first time, so the old books on the bookstall are all old textbooks used by some students, and some textbooks are either missing a few pages, or they are covered with ink stains, and even he turns to the old textbooks that are stuck by chewing gum. This made Peter give up completely. Even the note on the armor was a diary of trivial things. The only thing that was useful was this spell. If Peter York had not stumbled upon the one that recorded the incantation, he would have thrown it aside as a waste like the shopkeeper. The spell of armor protection sounds very simple, but many staff of the Ministry of Magic can't even use a decent armor shield, so they know that this spell probably won't appear in student textbooks. Peter York bought the notebook for only 2 copper nats, and with the spell of armor protection, this notebook was worth a lot to Peter. On September 1st, at London Railway Station, Peter York stood between platforms 9 and 10. He looked at a wall in front of him. His face was a little foggy. He always felt that it would hit the real wall, and he really didn't understand the bad taste of wizards. Rushing to the wall, he walked unhindered through a dark tunnel to a brand new tin steam train with the words Hogwarts Express. Ding! Sign into the 9 3/4 platform. Reward 1 point. The system prompts. Peter York was a little stunned to hear the sound of the system, and then he was a little happy, and took a small step closer to the full 100 points. He successfully cast a spell and only 1 point. There were many people on the platform, and Peter York was carrying only a school bag with an extended extension spell, which he had bought for 10 golden gallons in Diagon Alley. The owl who delivered the letter did not buy it, and it was good that he had Field, a phoenix that could only teleport, but Field did not like to stay in the cage, so he had to wait until Hogwarts to summon it. On the train, the first few carriages were full. Peter York followed the aisle to the last carriage and opened the door, only to find that there was already someone inside, thinking the same thing as him. Can I sit here? Turning his head toward the brown-haired boy outside the window, he looked at Peter York with a look of surprise. Peter, it's a pleasure to see you. Cedric, meet again. Peter York was also surprised. The two had a good conversation, and Peter took Muggle snacks from his backpack and distributed them to Cedric, and the simple Hufflepuff looked curiously at the Muggle food with his eyes wide open. The more the two talked, the happier they became, and slowly talked about magic. Then Peter's simple magic gained Hufflepuff's adoring little eyes. Hi Ced, how did you get to the back? Meet new people? Coming in were a pair of red-haired twins, their rolling eyes showing their restless personalities, apparently acquainted with Cedric. Hi, George, Fred. Cedric greeted him and turned to Peter York. These are the twins of the Weasleys, freshmen like us, and they are very lively. George, Fred, this is Peter York from the Muggle world. He's so good, he's already read all the first-grade books, and he can do a lot of magic. Oh, George. Oh, Fred. The twins' funny properties were exposed in an instant. This is the legendary Peter York. It's an honor to meet you. The twins playfully performed a noble salute and sat down across from Peter York and Cedric. We lovely said, but we've been talking about you all holiday. Say you're handsome and elegant. Say you're gentle and kind. Oh, our lovely Cedric is in love with Peter York. What to do? The two sang in unison. George, Fred. Cedric was ashamed and angry. Peter York amusedly watched the twins funny, two of his favorite people in Harry Potter, always bringing joy to others, excelling in their grades, and constantly peddling joke props they made. The four of them laughed and laughed along the way. As night fell, the train stopped on Hogsmeade's humble platform. Peter separated from Cedric without noticing, and the group followed the giant Hagrid stumbling down the path. Over the hill, looking at the huge castle on the lakeshore in the distance, all the new students can't help but have a sense of worship. Peter York swore it was the largest castle he had ever seen, like a hill standing on the shores of the Black Lake. Peter York sat in a small boat with the twins and a pretty girl with an absolute Gryffindor personality, while Cedric got on another boat. The boat advanced on its own in amazement, through the green cliff bottom, to the bottom of the castle, and up the stone steps. Cedric chased between Peter and the twins and gasped, "Finally found you guys. Just now, I was separated from you?" The twins grinned and pulled him along, and the four of them followed Hagrid together. Hagrid led a group of young wizards to a huge oak door and knocked on it with his large hand. "Professor McGonagall, the new students have arrived." Seeing McGonagall in a pointed hat and square glasses appear behind the door, Hagrid said respectfully, "Thank you, Hagrid. Well, the freshmen come with me." Professor McGonagall had a serious look. Peter York and the other freshmen followed her to the other end of the inner hall, in a small empty room. "The opening party is about to begin, but before you enter, first make sure that you will enter the institution, which is Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw and Slytherin, and you will study and live together for the next 7 years, and the good performance of the students will give the college extra points." After recounting the college situation and some of the requirements of the new semester, as well as the Academy Cup, Professor McGonagall led the freshmen into the hall in a row. Peter is pulled to the forefront by the mischievous twins, and his outstanding appearance attracts the attention of a large number of people, especially the aristocratic temperament that is involuntarily revealed on the body, which attracts the attention of the Slytherin table. Peter York curiously looked at the floating candles and the ceiling that had been magically turned into the night sky, and lamented the wonder of magic. The freshmen stood uneasily together, and Professor McGonagall, holding a worn-out hat in one hand, conjured a four-legged bench with a wand in the other, and pulled out a roll of parchment. Now the classmate who shouts the name comes forward, puts on the sorting hat, and he will assign you to the corresponding college. First, Alice Vick. Out of the freshman group came a dark-haired girl who was a little agitated and sat down on a stool. Ravenclaw. The sorting hat screamed out loud. In an instant, the girl took off her hat to Ravenclaw cheers and ran to the academy to which she belonged. The twins watched as freshmen were sorted into different colleges, nervous but still not forgetting the funny attributes. Oh, George, if we are assigned to different colleges, you are still the person I love the most. Oh, dear Fred, if you are sorted into Slytherin, I will let Merlin bless you, because Mother will send you a roaring letter. May Merlin bless. The two comically drew a Christian cross on their chests and immediately made a generous death appearance. These two treasures kept Peter's mood happy, patted them on the shoulder, and comforted. There is no doubt that you look like you are definitely Gryffindor students. And your family has been Gryffindor for generations, so you don't have to worry about being assigned to another college. The twins relaxed a little and asked, Peter, which college will you go to? Wouldn't come to Gryffindor so we could stay together. Peter York shook his head. My personality is not suitable for Gryffindor and could be sorted into Ravenclaw or Slytherin. Of course we're still friends, right? The twins nodded. They never liked to follow the rules. Even if Peter York was assigned to Slytherin, he was still their friend, and the thought of having a Slytherin friend made it instantly cool. Cedric, too, looked nervous and said, Peter said I would go into Hufflepuff. If only I could be in the same academy as you guys. Peter patted him on the shoulder and said, we are still good friends in different colleges. Even later we can invite each other to visit our own college? Cedric let out a slight sigh of relief when he heard Professor McGonagall shouting, Cedric Diggory, please come up. Momentarily nervous, he could not speak. Peter pushed Cedric, who was stunned, and asked him to go up and put on the sorting hat. Cedric Diggory walked forward hand in hand and foot, then sat down on a stool and was put on a worn-out sorting hat. Hufflepuff. The sorting hat thought for a moment and then announced directly. The academy on the far right applauded enthusiastically and welcomed the little handsome man to join. Cedric glanced at Peter and the twins, then ran to the Hufflepuff table. It was George and Fred's turn, and sure enough, they both entered Gryffindor, and the twins hugged each other excitedly. Charlie Weasley, who was also red-haired, and Percy Weasley, who was also red-haired, both applauded their brother's entry into Gryffindor. Peter York. Calling his name, Peter York stepped forward without hurrying and sat down gracefully on a stool. Hello, Mr. Sorting Hat. Oh, very polite freshman, not bad in heart and eye, full of thirst for knowledge, very suitable for Ravenclaw. He also has a pure magical biological bloodline and is very ambitious. I know where to put you. Well, that's it. The Sorting Hat shook his head and said. Curious and wary, Peter asked the Sorting Hat, are you performing a Dementor? My memories are all seen by you? Ha, vigilant little one. Don't worry, I'm a Gryffindor hat, and I've been injected into my own mind by the four giants, so I can only feel your thoughts at the moment, and I won't be interested in the secrets in your little brain melons, nor will it tell anyone. The Sorting Hat said somewhat unhappily at Peter's distrust. Peter apologized, sorry, Mr. Sorting Hat, I just don't like my memories being probed. I forgive you, little fellow. The Sorting Hat said, but looking at you like this, I feel that my judgment is not wrong. I know where to assign you, and when you get there, you will definitely make a great achievement. Slytherin. The Sorting Hat announced loudly. Before taking off his hat, Peter whispered, Mr. Sorting Hat, can you help me keep it a secret? Don't tell anyone? Rest assured, little fellow, I am a collection of the four giants' thoughts, and no one can make me open my mouth, not even the headmaster. The Sorting Hat said proudly. Peter breathed a sigh of relief, then smiled and took off his sorting hat, bowed to it, and walked over to the Slytherin table. The students of Slytherin House gave a few symbolic rounds of applause, showing little affection for the suspected Muggle wizard. The other academies were only Cedric Diggory of Hatchpuff, and Gryffindor twins who enthusiastically applauded him. Peter York showed an aristocratic side, gracefully and calmly walked to the front first-grade position, ignoring the exploration of others, smiled and nodded to Cedric and the twin brothers, and then sat down. The Sorting Hat was right to say that he had ambitions, that he could risk his life to transplant the Phoenix bloodline in order to become a wizard, but that didn't mean he wanted to participate in Dumbledore's struggle with Voldemort, nor did he want to be a savior. As long as he didn't provoke him, he would stay quietly in the Slytherin Academy and silently improve his strength until he was not afraid of anyone's threat. Ding! Host joined Slytherin House and awards 1 point. Currently 27 points. The system prompted in his mind. Chin Yu smiled. He was very happy to be able to increase his points. Now that I have only arrived at school, I have accumulated a quarter of the points. In this semester, there is a high probability that you will be able to reach 100 points. At that time, you can fuse the bloodline of another magical animal to enhance your own strength. Among the magical beasts in the magical world, thunderbirds can manipulate weather lightning, invisible beasts can stealth and predict short-term futures, birds and snakes are as big as they want, etc., all of which are Peter's very eye-hungry abilities. When the sorting was over, Dumbledore stood up, and the students were quiet. The banquet begins. Suddenly, a sumptuous meal appeared on the polished gold vessel, and everyone began to enjoy dinner happily. Under the eyes of Slytherin, Peter York ate food bite by bite, and the etiquette engraved in his bones made him eat with great elegance. After dinner, the plate became bright again. After the principal ordered a few prohibitions and sang the magic school song, the new students of each house returned to their dormitories under the leadership of the prefect. Slytherin's prefect was Chris Jones, a fifth-year student, who led the first-year students to the door of the cellar and said glory to the coiled snake statue on the door. Then he looked at the new student and said, if you don't want to be locked out of the door, remember the password. The Slytherin common room is dressed up in a palatial setting, with silver and green pairing perfectly, and snake markings everywhere. Everyone gathered together and waited for the dean's instructions. The door opened, and a black-robed Snape with a gloomy face was like a vampire, and his hollow eyes scanned everyone coldly, slowly making a magnetic sound. Since you have entered Slytherin, it means that you have a certain Slytherin essence in you, and I don't want you to be like the brainless Gryffindor. Slytherin values honor, worships the strong, and as long as you are not a troll, you can get what you want. Now, it's the chief battle within the academy, and the first place in each grade is the grade chief, and everyone has to obey the chief's orders. As soon as the words fell, Dean Snape's wand emitted a white light, turning the center of the lounge into a platform. First-year students start first. There were only 12 Slytherin freshmen at this level, including Peter York, all of whom stood on the stage, and no one wanted to abstain. There were no pure-blood aristocratic students like Malfoy in this class, but only Peter York was suspected of being Muggle-born, so everyone pointed their wands at him, and the senior students also looked at him coldly. Peter York drew out his purple-shirted wooden wand and looked at everyone with a cold look, really being bullied. A freshman first couldn't help it, and a leg-locking curse, leg stiffness and death was thrown at Peter York, which immediately caused a chain effect. Tarantella. Hot and spicy. Front tooth race stick. There are also more complex spells, which are obviously well educated in preschool magic. Fainted. Countless spells were directed at Peter York, and he did not hesitate to give himself an armor to protect himself, and threw several spells in succession. Obstacles. Obstacles. Except for your weapons. After all, Peter York was a man with the magic of an adult wizard, and he knocked down the group of new students in a few clicks, and several of them were hit by their own spell bounce, leaving only Peter York and a strong Alan White on the stage. Just as White was tensely confronted, Peter York took a few steps off the stage and sat leisurely on the couch under the many surprised eyes and White's angry stares. Snape, who had been silent all along, raised an eyebrow, and a spell calmed the chaotic scene. First-year chief, Alan White. As the senior students dueled, the scene became more and more exciting. All kinds of high-level spells flew around, and Peter York also watched with great interest. He mastered too few spells, and had no actual combat experience, which was what he urgently needed. The talent and ability he showed in this battle attracted the attention of Slytherin students and received corresponding respect, and some new students of the same grade also took the initiative to greet him. After the chief finished the competition, he returned to his bedroom and looked at the door number with the names of Peter York and Alan White written on it, and Peter York sighed that it was fate. Entering the house, looking at White, who was sorting clothes on the other bed, he took the initiative to go over and say hello, I am Peter York, and I will be a roommate from now on, and I hope to get along happily. White turned his head, ignored him, and then said quietly, I don't dare to be friends with the powerful Mr. York. You obviously beat me, but you gave up the game. Are you looking down on me? Are you humiliating me? Peter York looked at the arrogant White in front of him amusedly. The Gryffindor people always called the Slytherin students evil dark wizards, but now they were only 11-year-old children. Where is the difference between good and evil? Peter walked up to him and said, I'm sorry, I just don't want to be chief. That's very tiring. You'll understand me, right? After saying that, he stared at White and made an expectant expression. White blushed a little and said awkwardly, you can call me Alan, but don't expect me to forgive you for the premier race. I'll beat you next year. As a person of psychological age, Peter York certainly does not bother with children, nodding his head in encouragement. With a pleasant sound, Field suddenly appeared in the bedroom and sat down on Peter York's shoulder. Phoenix? You actually have a phoenix? White looked at the affectionate appearance of one person and one phoenix in amazement, and cried out incoherently. Peter York raised an eyebrow. This is my phoenix. His name is Field. Peter York, are you sure you're a Muggle wizard? The phoenix is very rare, less than any unicorn, and it is very proud, and only Dumbledore has one in the magical world, which is really a fascinating magical creature. White stared curiously at Field, his mouth sighing. White had spent the whole night studying the phoenix, and the hot eyes looked at Peter York and Field with a chill on their backs, and Field even wanted to disappear immediately and hide away. After a tiring day, Peter York packed up and went to sleep, and in the confusion he could still hear White's murmuring. In the morning, Peter York woke up as soon as the biological clock arrived, and came out of the dormitory to the public lounge, where only a few senior students sat quietly with books. It was still early. Peter York came out of the cellar to the shore of the Black Lake. The forbidden forest in the distance was mysterious and deep. The humidity of Hogwarts in the early morning was very large, and he walked a few times on the shore of the lake in his cloak, and he could see ugly mermaids emerging from the water. Back in the cellar, the common room was already full of first-year students. Peter York, you got up so early, I woke up and didn't see you. White came over to say hello. He was the first-year chief. He was busy handing out the route map for the new students. The path of Hogwarts was tortuous, the stairs were constantly changing. There was no road map to find a classroom. Fortunately there was a senior leader to lead the previous month. The first lesson was Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class, where the Slytherin students arrived at the classroom after breakfast, and the classroom was empty except for a flower cat sitting on the lectern, to which Peter York nodded and sat down. As the class approached, Gryffindor arrived slowly, and the whole room was in a state of chaos. Hi Peter York, the twins sat down beside Peter York, ignoring the strange glances of Slytherin and Gryffindor. Are you all right? Did those Slytherins bully you? Peter York looked at the two brothers with a smile. George Fred, no one can bully me. You forgot that I am also a Slytherin, and I will never let myself suffer. Oh, sinister Slytherin. The twins joked funny, looking at the active twins, and then at the cat on the podium. Peter York's evil eyes deliberately did not remind the two until the cat on the table jumped down and became Professor McGonagall, and all the freshmen were stunned. Professor McGonagall stared at the most active twins just now, and the wand nodded at the lectern, which instantly turned into a living lion and let out a deafening roar toward the twins. Transfiguration is a rigorous and dangerous lesson, and anyone who doesn't listen to the lectures in class is going to give me a go out. Classes are now officially starting. After the theoretical knowledge, Professor McGonagall gave each new student a match, asked the new students to try to turn it into a needle, and everyone immersed themselves in hard practice, but there was no sign. Peter York took out his wand and tried to transform the match, and with the magic of an adult, he easily transformed successfully. The first time he turned into a silver needle, and when he tried again, the phoenix pattern appeared on the needle. Not wanting to be a bird, he was just about to hide the silver needle when he was spotted by the sharp-eyed Professor McGonagall and took a closer look. Very good, this is the most perfect needle I have ever seen of first-year students, Slytherin plus 10. Let's take a look at Mr. York's deformed needle. Professor McGonagall was pleased with a student with an outstanding transfiguration talent. Can Mr. York give it to me? I'm ready to make it my collection. Peter York respected the impartial and rigorous Gryffindor professor, stood up and nodded slightly. My pleasure, Professor McGonagall. Ding, get the professor's praise and reward 1 point. Currently 28 points. The system prompt sounded again. Stimulated by Peter York, everyone practiced more seriously. Transfiguration is not a spell after all, and if you read it correctly, you can succeed. The rest of the students in one class had not succeeded in turning matches into needles, and the Gryffindor twins had only turned matches into semi-finished needles, but this had already shown good talent. After class, Slytherin students became more intimate with Peter York. Slytherin worshipped the strong. Peter York's super talent in spells and transfiguration was enough for them to win them over, and the Weasley twins pulled him to figure out how to transform successfully. The second session is Defense Against the Dark Arts, where the professor is a retired Oro named Sololin, who will only read the script, but compared to the future, Quirrell and the Peacock Lockhart, who are possessed by Voldemort, will at least teach some small skills. Students, put away the textbook, we don't need it. Today I'm going to teach you how to meet and understand how to fend off the Oak Elves. Professor Green held a potted plant covered with dozens of humanoid creatures that looked like green dragonflies, grinning and hissing. Now who tells me what an Oak Elf is? Alan White was the first to raise his hand, glanced triumphantly at Peter York, and said slowly, the Oak Elves are magical creatures that live on oak trees, and they are the guardians of oak trees. Anyone who wants to destroy trees, especially those who want to collect oak branches to make a wand, is often attacked. Their teeth are sharp and poisonous, not fatal, but can pain the person who is bitten for days. There are often cases of people mixing the oak spirit with the tree guardian pot and feeding it with earth cockroaches and being attacked. The only weakness of tree elves is their fear of smoke, especially from the burning of oak trees. Very well, White was right. Slytherin plus 5 points. Professor Green was very happy about this, and despite the tree elves standing on the branches to his angry face, he said loudly, Oak elves are most afraid of smoke, because smoke can make them sleep. So today we learn the first spell to resist the Oak elves. Smoke is heavy. Follow me. Smoke is heavy. Smoke is thick. Everyone kept practicing with their wands. The spell was easy, so most people had a small cloud of smoke at the tip of their wands, and Peter York turned the smoke into various shapes, one for unicorns and one moment for phoenixes. The Gryffindor twins were clearly not the masters of the piece, and the two of them cast their wands from the same willow tree and the same unicorn at the same time, and the superposition of spells was extraordinary, and a large cloud of smoke appeared in front of the twins' wands and immediately filled the entire classroom. Cough cough, the smoke is not only the tree elves, the thick smoke choked everyone out of the classroom, and the tears were not stopped. Peter York amusedly watched the twins secretly high-five in celebration, apparently succeeding in their prank. For the rest of the day, Professor Green was almost battling choking smoke and the stunned tree elves, and Defense Against the Dark Arts class ended prematurely. However, to the sadness of the twins, they were punished by Professor McGonagall on the first day of school to do the labor movement. In the afternoon, as soon as Peter York returned to his dormitory, he was pestered by White to continue observing Field, who apparently liked the phoenix as a magical creature. Slytherin's habit of respecting privacy pleased Peter York, and Alan White has not yet revealed to anyone that he has a phoenix. Empty with adult magic that could not be used, Peter York decided to go to the library to read more books. Although he could not enter the forbidden area, the knowledge outside was enough for him to learn for a long time. Voldemort, who had no background at that time, relied on Hogwarts' knowledge to gradually become a great wizard comparable to Dumbledore. Let his name still no one dare to mention. It is enough to explain the richness of Hogwarts' knowledge reserves. Most of the people in the library were Ravenclaw students, the rest of the small Slytherins and Hatchpuffs, and Gryffindor had only a few upperclassmen. Peter York walked over to the rows of books, looked carefully at the books on the shelves, and drew out several spell books to borrow. "Peter, you're here too." A familiar voice sounded behind Peter York, and he turned to look at Cedric Diggory of Hufflepuff. He seemed very happy to see Peter York, and then looked at the thick incantation book in his hand, and said in amazement, "Peter, you should go to Ravenclaw, and it is really stressful to read such a thick book." Peter York was also very happy to see the Shy Prince Hatchpatch, and after checking in the books he had borrowed, he went for a walk with Cedric by the Black Lake. At this time, Cedric did not have the confidence of the next Triwizard Tournament, always showing a shy smile, a simple little badger. "Peter, didn't Slytherin bully you? I heard that they don't like hemp wizards." Cedric asked worriedly, looking around at Peter as if to see the marks of injury on him, and it was clear that Slytherin's bad name was not just in Gryffindor. "Don't worry, the Slytherins respect the strong, so as long as they win they won't have anyone to bother me." Peter York was warm to Badger's concern and reassured him about the chief scramble of the night. "I didn't expect you to be so good, Peter." Cedric Diggory looked at him with adoration, much to Peter York's use. After a pleasant sound, the big golden red bird suddenly appeared on the surface of the lake and flew to Peter's shoulder. Sooner or later, his pet phoenix will appear in front of everyone and has been seen by his roommate Alan White, so Peter York does not mind letting Cedric see him first, and directly summons Field to come over. Listening to Field complain about his roommate White, staring at it like a hungry wolf, trying to get something from it at any time to make it shudder, Peter wanted to laugh. This proud phoenix actually had people to be afraid of. It is said that this Alan White's fascination with the phoenix is even more than the Malfoy family's Decora's fascination with dragons, and Field's life will not be peaceful in the future. "Wow, Peter, you actually have a phoenix," Cedric Diggory exclaimed, his face full of disbelief. "I think you are the only person in the wizarding world besides Professor Dumbledore who has a phoenix, so how did you get him?" "My parents were biologists in the Muggle world, and they found the phoenix egg on an expedition to South America, and then I hatched it." Peter York shrugged and replied, "Oh my god, George, did I read that wrong?" "Yes, Fred, I hallucinate too." The Weasley twins emerged from that place, identical faces with the same exaggerated expressions. "Peter actually has a phoenix." The two brothers let out exclamations in unison, their eyes staring straight at Phoenix Field. Field was frightened by the hot eyes of the Weasley twins, who wanted to pluck feathers from them at any time, and rubbed Peter, and he could not wait to disappear into the eyes of everyone as a flame. Peter Yorkton felt helpless, the phoenix was too rare. From Ollivander in Diagon Alley, to roommate Alan White, to the twins in front of him, one by one the explicit eyes made him want to hide Field. Watching the phoenix disappear in front of their eyes, Cedric and the twins sighed in unison, showing a reluctant expression. The four of them walked slowly by the Black Lake, and occasionally one or two mermaids appeared on the surface of the lake. A huge octopus lay on the shallow beach, and the active twins tried to pick up the octopus like death, but fortunately they were stopped by Peter and Cedric. The twins were adventurous, dragging Peter and Cedric to explore Hogwarts, climbing from the moving staircase to the 8th floor and finding some abandoned classrooms, and the twins had always been interested. Peter also received a reward of 3 points. The system indicates that he has accumulated 31 points. This made Peter very happy. The shy Hatchpuff obviously did not know how to refuse others, and even contributed to the position of Hogwarts kitchen, until his feet trembled and could not move the road, only to be discovered by Peter, and forcefully ended the expedition. Peter York sent Cedric to the Hatchpuff door, watched him enter the common room before turning to leave. Walking down the corridor leading to the cellar, the moving portraits and the constantly moving staircase made him feel magical. But as he walked, Peter York found himself lost and wanted to go back along the same path, only to become more and more remote, like a headless fly running around, and finally had to stop and sigh in frustration. Peter, who has a somewhat poor sense of direction, completely explodes his Lucaster attribute in the labyrinth-like castle. Apparently there were a few students in Slytherin who found themselves of stupid lion pedigree and did not go back to their dormitories to sleep during curfew hours. Am I right? Curious Mr. York? A cold voice sounded in the background. Peter York turned his head stiffly straight, looking at the Dean of Slytherin who had come out like a ghost, a black robe, plus long black and greasy hair, with a face full of displeasure, making him look a little sinister. Professor Snape, I'm lost. Peter York replied weakly. Well, then you're dumber than a stupid lion. Snape's expression became more somber. You can go, Mr. York, whose head is stuffed with mustard grass, if you don't want Slytherin House to be deducted points for you. Snape turned and walked, rolling his black robe up and down, like a vampire bat in the pitch-black night. Glory. Coming to the door of the Slytherin dormitory, Peter gave the order and bowed to Snape, who was obviously not in a clear mood. Thank you for sending me back, Professor Snape. But while Peter was basking in Snape's failure to deduct his points and Snape's good man, Snape said, "Tomorrow night in my office confinement, and tomorrow morning's potions class hopes you won't embarrass Slytherin." Hit back to reality. Opening the door, Peter went into the common room, where there were still many people staying. Hearing the movement, he looked up at Peter, and then he lowered his head and did his own thing. The Slytherins were complicated with this muggle-blooded student, on the one hand feeling that he was so gifted that he could cast spells that were not necessarily spelled in the upper grades, but on the other hand, he cared about his bloodline. Therefore, the students in the upper grades basically ignored him, and the lower grades admired his strength. "Peter, where did you go so late? I'm afraid you've been taken away by Filch." Alan White rushed over and dragged him into the bedroom, trying to summon the phoenix that had disappeared for an afternoon. Peter said somewhat weakly, "I'm lost. Didn't touch Filch and his cat." Before Alan could breathe a sigh of relief, Peter York groaned and covered his face, "But unfortunately, I was caught by our dean, Professor Snape." Sizzle. Alan White looked at him sympathetically, Professor Snape's horror known to the whole house. "Professor Snape asked me to go to his office tomorrow and shut down, and said he was looking forward to my potions class tomorrow morning." Peter York was helplessly paralyzed on the bed. Boo. A cloud of flame appeared in midair, revealing a phoenix, ignoring White's eager gaze, and flying straight to Peter's chest, looking at him half-dead with curiosity, and then emitting a pleasant sound, with a light purification and hopeful magic. Feeling his negative emotions dissipate, Peter gently stroked Field's gorgeous feathers. "Thank you, Field, I feel much better." Alan White, who felt the power of the phoenix up close, was also stunned by this magical magic. The phoenix's chirp is very beautiful. Unlike the delight potion that makes the body feel excited and happy, the phoenix's voice carries a purifying magic that drives away negative emotions, does not affect the quickness of thinking, and has the ability to bring good luck like a spirit elixir. Alan White was very excited, and wanted to get close to Field, but when he saw Phoenix's arrogant turn of his head and aim his ass at him, he could only climb into bed with his head down. Peter York watched the scene amusedly. In fact, before Harry Potter came to Hogwarts, it seemed very calm, and Slytherin and Gryffindor did not have a big conflict, but they did not look at each other well, and occasionally quarreled. As the first person in Slytherin to accept him, although it is based on the identity of the Phoenix, Peter still has some good feelings for Alan White and does not mind becoming friends in the future. As for tomorrow morning's potions class, he had already memorized all the knowledge of the first grade, and with the lucky blessing of the Phoenix, he should be able to cope with the potions class. Good night, White. Good night, Peter. Good night, Field. The wood in the fireplace was gradually burning out, and the dormitory was quiet, only the sound of purring was undulating. Waking up in the morning, shadowed by the previous night's lost, Peter quickly washed up, then took the potions textbook and went to the common room to carefully review the first grade potions knowledge. When most of the people arrived, in order to avoid getting lost on the way to the restaurant, he decided to go to the restaurant with the other senior troops to eat. Successfully arriving at the restaurant, looking at the table full of chicken legs, sausages, mashed potatoes, and mince, Peter York tried to knock on the gold plate in front of him with his wand and shouted softly, "Steak, omelette, and a glass of milk." As soon as the words fell out, a fully cooked steak and omelette appeared on Peter York's plate, as well as a cup of hot milk. The Slytherin students around them looked at Peter's results in amazement. They didn't think there was such an operation, and they all learned to report the menu. Peter silently mourned for the house elves in the kitchen, and felt guilty for himself for increasing their burden. However, thinking of the strange-thinking house elves, perhaps still grateful to him, they ate breakfast with peace of mind. Just as Peter York was eating the steak comfortably, Alan White rushed from the gate and sat down next to him, picked up a chicken leg and nibbled it, and asked while eating, "Why didn't you wait for me, or are you not a roommate? Just eat for yourself?" Peter York gave him a blank look. "You got up earlier than I did, and as a result you rubbed in the washroom for half a day. I don't want to be late, after all, this is the first potions class." Alan White smiled. After all, he didn't have the same good looks as Peter, this guy, and he must have to take good care of it to come out. It should be known that the Slytherin students did not care much about Peter's muggle blood, except for his strength and talent. The appearance of the angel who laughed like an angel was part of it. So whether in the muggle world or the wizarding world, there is a theorem that looks is justice. After breakfast, Peter York was preparing to rush to the potions classroom with Alan White when he saw the Weasley twins rush into the dining room in a panic, picking up a few slices of bread and grilled sausages and nibbling on them. "Well, good morning, Peter." The twins swallowed the food in their mouths and greeted them with excitement. "Good morning, Fred, George." Peter York looked at the two of them almost gobbling up, smiled and asked, "Your first class was also a potions class?" The twins nodded, saying that the school did not know what was going on. Most of the Slytherin courses were taken with the sworn enemy Gryffindor. Was it hoped that these two opposing houses since the founding of the school would be able to turn into a jade? Alan White next to him looked at the two Gryffindors and frowned, but didn't say anything. "This is my roommate, Alan White." Peter York introduced the twins first. He also introduced the Weasley brothers to Alan White. They were too known by Fred and George on the Hogwarts Express. "Hello." The twins were the first to say hello. "Hello guys." Alan White nodded, looking reserved. Several people chatted as they rushed to the basement where the potions classroom was located, and the twins, who were not afraid of the day, also began to quiet down as they approached the classroom. Apparently, Professor Snape's horrible reputation was also passed on in Gryffindor. Entering the classroom, there are many glass bottles around the classroom. The bottles are filled with blue-green liquid, and you can faintly see some unknown animal organs soaked in the liquid, and some glass bottles are filled with moving eyeballs. Coupled with the fact that the potions classroom was built in the basement, the whole room was humid and the light was dark, and it looked eerie. If you didn't know that this was Hogwarts, you would feel that you had encountered the secret laboratory of the Dark Wizard. For a while, the originally lively voice gradually lowered, and they all found a place to sit down and quietly waited for the class. Peter York sat in the first row, knowing that Professor Snape would find himself in trouble later, and Alan White and the twins shamefully abandoned him and ran to the back position looking at him sympathetically. Boom! When the students of the two colleges in the classroom were full of seats, the gloomy door was suddenly pushed open, and the door panel creaked and groaned. A slender figure came in from behind the door, all wrapped in black robes and sallow skin, with a pair of indifferent eyes sweeping around the students. Under the big hook-like nose, the thin lips are tight, and the long greasy hair is no different from the evil wizard in the Muggle story. Snape waved his wand as he walked to the podium, and the curtains around him closed, covering the already sparse sunlight and darkening the classroom. Only the glimmer of the alcohol lamp made the figures shake constantly. Snape picked up the roll call on the podium, slowly looked at the little wizards below who were calmed by his aura, and said in a low voice, "Next I will follow the roll call on the roll call, and the people who read it shout to make sure that no one dares to play disappear in my class. Angelina Johnson. 2. Fred Weasley. 2. Peter York. 2. Peter York quickly shouted that he did not want to be caught in the wrong place again. When Peter's name was read, Snapton paused and continued. After reading the list, Snape looked at everyone and said in a low voice, "You are here to learn the exquisite techniques of pharmaceuticals. Since there are no silly wand-waving here, many of you don't quite believe it's magic. I don't expect you to really understand the beauty of this pharmaceutical technology." At this point, Snape's originally indifferent face appeared a hint of intoxication, and the flat tone fluctuated slightly. Think about it, when you simmer medicinal herbs with a crucible, the potion slowly boils and white smoke rises, and the liquid with incredible power. I can teach you how to confuse people's senses, brew honor, and even prevent death. As long as you're not stupid. After saying this large paragraph, Snape looked at Peter York, who was sitting upright, and suddenly showed a hint of ill will. That said, before the formal lecture, I want to take some students, have you prepared in advance, to see if you are hopelessly stupid. Hearing Snape's words, all the students began to stir, especially those who had not reviewed, praying uneasily not to be drawn, and the students who had reviewed kept memorizing knowledge points in their minds. Quiet. Snape, with a black face and an air pressure, shouted at the people he was with, and then looked at Peter. "Peter York? I would like to ask what material is needed for a dose of scabies potion?" Peter was relieved that it was in the first grade textbook, and he replied seriously, "Scabies potions require tentacled slugs, porcupine spines, and snake teeth, Professor." "Then what kind of potion can I make with fleur caterpillar mucus, lavender, and valerian?" "That's a sleep potion, Professor." "If I need beef yolk, where can I find it?" "In the stomach of the cow, the yolk has a detoxifying effect." After asking Peter 3 questions, Snape did not continue to ask, but turned to the podium, bowed his head and wrote a few words, and his look returned to his original indifferent appearance. Slytherin plus 5 points. For Mr. York to be able to prepare in advance. Ding, get the extra points for the professor, reward 1 point. Currently 32 points. The system prompt sounded in the head. Snape didn't ask any other questions, much to the relief of the other students, but the lesson that followed cast a shadow over everyone's hearts. In the process of making the potion, Snape wandered around all the students like a ghost, his hollow eyes carefully staring at every step of the students, and if there was a slight mistake, he taunted the students who had made the wrong steps. The potion produced in this lesson was the content of Peter's first answer to Snape's question, namely a scabies potion. Peter remembers the production process clearly, so methodically handles the material. 6 parts of the snake's teeth are first placed in a mortar and ground into a powder. Then pour the powder into the crucible. Wave your wand and stir for 10 seconds. Then chop up 4 slugs and 2 porcupine spines and put them into the crucible. Stir 5 more times clockwise. Wave your wand and you're done. Looking at the green liquid in the crucible, Peter nodded satisfactorily and poured the liquid into the prepared glass bottle. As soon as he looked up, Snape's hollow eyes startled him, and the potion in his hand almost shook off, and he didn't know when he was standing behind him. "Did your hand become a mollusk?" "Peter York, I can't even hold the potion bottle," Snape said sarcastically. Then he picked up the finished scabies potion and showed it to everyone. "Mr. York, the first production is done, and it's done better, Slytherin plus 5 points. Ding, get the professor's praise and reward 1 point. Currently 33 points, the system prompted. Snape put the potion that Peter had made in a special place and continued to wander and stare at everyone. In addition to Peter, even the Slytherin students were almost scolded. In addition to being scolded, Gryffindor students were also given a wave of points. After class, the Gryffindor people walked out of the classroom in despair, except for the Weasley twins who quickly returned to their eccentric appearance, and the two of them had good potions talents, and they were one of the few Gryffindor who had not been deducted points. After this potions lesson, Snape's reputation for horror was once again spread, and his class became a nightmare for his students. Hatchpuff and Ravenclaw, who had not yet taken potions classes, took potions textbooks and memorized them over and over again. There was only one potions class in the morning, so after class, Peter was just about to go back to his dorm room with Alan White to take a break, only to be dragged by the Weasley twins to the Quidditch stadium. "George Fred, what are you bringing me to the stadium for?" Peter York looked at the twins driving him and asked helplessly. The twins pretend to be mysterious. It was a surprise. It's not fun to say it in advance. Since we didn't finish exploring Hogwarts last night, let's start with the pitch today. Peter heard the twins mention the exploration game again, and said with a headache, "Please, we have a full 7 years to go. Why should we finish exploring now?" The twins heard the words, smiled at each other, and then put themselves on either side of Peter and said triumphantly, "I'll talk about it later. Today we're taking you to see the most fun sport in the wizarding world. I remember our flight lesson was on Friday, not today." Peter York speculated that the Quidditch pitch had nothing to see but a grassy field, and that all that was associated with it was flying lessons. "It's not that you stole the school broom and wanted to fly ahead of time." Peter looked at the twins in amazement, and with what he knew about them, they could definitely do it? How can that be? The twins looked at Peter with an expression of a good man you had wronged. "We have just arrived at Hogwarts, and we will never do such a dangerous thing. Otherwise Mom would have sent us a yelling letter." But, the twins rolled their eyes. "Thanks for the reminder, Peter. I want to take you with me the next time we get a broom." Peter rolled his eyes, did not expect his own speculation, but instead proposed a new idea to the two living treasures, and quickly changed the topic. "Then what are you going to do when you bring me to the stadium?" The twins did not pretend to be mysterious anymore, dragging him into the Quidditch stadium, explaining, "Today is the day when the houses select Quidditch players. Many students come to test, but there are many points to see. Test." Peter York's mind remembered the only national sport in the wizarding world, Quidditch, a magical version of soccer riding a broomstick in the sky. Quidditch makes people look very passionate, Pangbo, but what is the ghost of the Seeker and the Golden Snitch? The outcome of a team sport is decided by the Seeker, who catches the Golden Snitch and scores 150 points, and then the game ends. If you don't catch the Golden Snitch, the game continues, no matter how long. Like in the Harry Potter story, he was the fastest to catch the Golden Snitch in the opening 5 minutes to end the game. So what else are the others doing? It is also said that the longest game is that the two teams have not seen the Golden Snitch for more than 3 months, and finally had no choice but to end the game. This kind of competition rules are completely unwatchable. So Peter had little interest in Quidditch except for flying with a broom. He prefers to watch football games, and he used to be there when he had time, unlike football clubs such as Arsenal, Chelsea, and West Ham United, which are supported by the aristocracy. Peter didn't have a specific favorite team, just like the crowd in his previous life, which team played well and supported which one. This made Wales, the butler of Arsenal fans, and the aunt of Manchester United fans, Christine, very blind, saying that he was not a real fan. The Quidditch course is large and surrounded by stands, with 3 50-foot-tall gold poles at each end of the course with rings on top. At this time, many people were flying around in the sky on broomsticks. Many more were busy registering for the test on the ground. There were students of different grades, and even 1 or 2 first-year students who wanted to mix in the registration line were pulled out. The Quidditch teams of the 4 houses invariably chose to test new teammates today, and the test method was also very direct. That is, the Quidditch captains of each house formed a team of 7 people and competed against the students of other colleges. There is a goalkeeper, 3 chasers, 2 batters, and a seeker, and the players rotate positions in the game and hire those who perform well. In the house testers pair up, Ravenclaw and Hatchpuff were in a group, and Gryffindor and Slytherin were the team's voluntarily chosen opponents. Peter York watched the students of the 2 houses representing the red and green chasing the game on the field, and wondered what kind of complicated feelings Slytherin and Gryffindor really were. According to the performance of the 2 looks at each other, when choosing the competition object, it should be selected from other colleges, but the people of the 2 colleges invariably choose each other. In the course of the game, they played very fiercely, and they all wanted to knock each other down, forgetting that this was just a selection match. Peter was taken by the twins to the registration venue in Gryffindor, and a red-haired, stocky man saw them, walked over, sat down next to the twins, looked at the court from time to time, smiled, and asked, "How have you been at school these 2 days? Are you still used to it?" The twins waved their hands and smiled and said, "Not bad, at least there is no mother's roar." Charlie smiled helplessly, and his eyes turned to Peter wearing the Slytherin house logo, which was very conspicuous among the red Gryffindors, and his eyes were surprised. "Looks like you've made new friends." The twins pulled Peter closer and introduced, "Charlie, this is Peter York. We met on the train." Turning to Peter, he introduced, "Peter, this is Charlie, the second eldest in our family. He is the seeker of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. He is also the captain, and he is responsible for the selection of new players this time. Hello, can I call you Charlie?" Peter held out his hand first. "Of course, don't you mind calling you Peter too?" Charlie Weasley smiled, held out his hand to hold Peter and said cheerfully. Seeing that Charlie glanced at Peter's Slytherin school uniform, the twins triumphantly said to Charlie, "Peter is the first Slytherin friend we made. By the way, Charlie, how about today's test?" The twins followed Charlie's gaze to the Slytherin and Gryffindor selectors who were competing fiercely, and asked curiously. Charlie shook his head and wiped the sweat from his face. "There are few good ones, some of them can't even ride the broom steadily, and we have to watch from the sidelines, for fear of falling off the broom and breaking my neck, almost exhausting me. Then there must be a shortage of people in your team. Can we join the Quidditch team, George, and I can be batsman? You know our level. Don't even think about it, you're only in the first grade." Charlie had a serious look on his face. "When you are in the second grade, if you can pass the test, I will allow you to join the team. There's always a special case, isn't there?" The twins winked at Charlie and continued, "You're our brother, and that's an easy problem, isn't it?" Peter watched the twins playing with treasure and laughing happily. Charlie was annoyed and angry, and put one hand against a brother who was rubbing hard on him, and said without anger, "It is because you are my brother, so it is more severe. My mother told me and Percy to look after you two before the school started, and the province is in trouble. Oh, nasty mom, take care of us when you get to school." The twins schemed their lips in disgust. "That's the two of you restless," Charlie said sternly, and then glared at the two younger brothers. "Yesterday my mother wrote to me, saying that before you left home, you actually stuffed Ron's bed with spiders turned into goblins, and Ron was too scared to go back to bed these days." The twins heard the words and sang happily, "Oh, our poor baby Ron, the poor ghost who is afraid of spiders." Charlie was even more angry when he heard the twins' words, and pointed at the two brothers and said, "It's not you two who are ghosts. When Ron was so young, you turned his teddy bear into a big spider to scare him, and he wouldn't be so afraid of spiders." Peter York looked at the innocent eyes of the twin brothers, very speechless, and very sympathetic to Ron, and it was also very unfortunate to have two brothers who liked to tease themselves. Charlie watched his two younger brothers stare at him wetly, still obsessively trying to join the Quidditch team through the back door. Although he knew that the two were pretending, he still couldn't stand the slight compromise and said, "Well, you can join the team as a substitute, but don't expect to play this year, just allow you to participate in our usual training. In fact, the batsman on the team will graduate next year, so it is possible to train the twins in advance as the reserve of the batsman, which is the power that Charlie has as the captain, and he also knows that the twins are good, not to use power for personal gain. Hooray!" The twins hugged Charlie and slapped him on the shoulder excitedly. Charlie was a little overwhelmed by the enthusiasm of his two younger brothers, coughed a few times, and then got up and said, "I'm going to stare at the boys on the pitch. Tomorrow I'm going to start training and remember to come on time." Then he smiled and said to Peter, "Peter, I went first. It's a pleasure to meet you today." "Me too." Peter York smiled and nodded to Charlie. After Charlie left, Peter also greeted the twins and left Gryffindor's premises. After all, he was a Slytherin student and it was not the same thing to stay there all the time. He walked slowly around the pitch and decided to go to the Slytherin venue to see, listening to the twins say that the Quidditch Cup had been occupied by Gryffindor in recent years due to Charlie's presence. As a member of the Slytherin, although most of the people did not show him any welcome, at least he grew up with an aristocratic education, and knew that if he wanted to be truly accepted by this Slytherin group, he needed to show a certain sincerity. For example, the people of Slytherin wouldn't mind too much about getting along with Gryffindor's twins. But it was unacceptable that he had been interacting with people from other houses and had not shown the look of wanting to try to integrate into Slytherin. Peter York had always been strange about the crossers who had been assigned to other colleges, and without exception, they had chosen to befriend the Gryffindor trio and then fight monsters with them, completely forgetting the value of the existence of the academy to which they belonged. Otherwise, they chose Gryffindor from the beginning. Why go around so many twists and turns? After all, the Sorting Hat still respects the wishes of students. And Peter York, in his own words, is that he is lazy and afraid of trouble. In the 2 years before Harry Potter came to school, he worked hard to accumulate strength. As for the third-grade Philosopher's Stone incident, basically this messianic tempering game that Dumbledore had formulated, he chose to watch from the sidelines. In the 4th grade of the Chamber of Secrets incident, he could provide some information to the professors of the school, and he did not believe that a basilisk that could be destroyed by a 12-year-old child would not be able to deal with it. And he also has Field, the Phoenix, a blind basilisk, and the threat is not too great. As for Tom Riddle's diary, Voldemort's Horcrux, if there was a chance, after Harry Potter got it, he could also give it to the school professors, who would surely recognize it as a black magic item with their insight. In short, his aim is to leave everything to the adults. Looking at the events of the early days of Harry Potter, the professors could have been explained clearly in one sentence. These bear children would always erupt in personal heroism, and then mindlessly face the enemy who was countless times stronger than themselves, and finally defeated the enemy under the aura of the protagonist. But Peter York is not sure that he also has the aura of the protagonist, so when he does not have enough strength in the early stage, he will choose to stay temporarily. As for the final showdown, if he can't escape, he will also choose to shoot. After all, since the appearance of his variable as a crosser, he can no longer expect that Voldemort will be rebounded by his own death curse like in the original book, and then luckily win. Thinking about this, Peter couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency in his heart. The magic he now possessed was almost comparable to that of an adult wizard, but it had not been exercised, and the use of magic was very shallow. Like in the Transfiguration class, he first turned matches into silver needles, relying on the large output of magic rather than skill, which would be a great loss in the wizarding duel. Peter! Peter! Several cries awakened Peter from his contemplation. Here! Look up! Peter! Cedric Diggory rode a broom and beckoned overhead. Peter followed the sound and saw Cedric above, waving excitedly in the sky with a flushed and sweaty face, as if he still had something in his hand, and when he saw him, he turned around and flew towards him. Cedric flew to Peter's side in the blink of an eye, low in the air at level with the stands, and excitedly said to him, "Peter, I have joined the Quidditch reserve team, and I will be the seeker of the Hufflepuff team from now on." Seeing the golden snitch in Cedric's hand, Peter York was very happy for him and said, "Congratulations, Cedric, it seems that Hufflepuff has found a great seeker." The students at Hufflepuff College below also cheered, as if cheering for Cedric. Peter looked at Cedric, who was full of energy at the moment, and already had some of the style of Prince Hufflepuff who could represent Hogwarts in the battle for the Goblet of Fire. "Thank you, Peter." Looking at Peter York's sincere eyes, Cedric instantly changed back to a shy look. After agreeing to go together when the Quidditch game was played, the two separated, and Peter York continued to the Slytherin area. The Slytherin grounds were dominated by seniors, with the first-year students only Peter, who had just arrived. After glancing at him a few times, everyone continued to stare at the testers who were fighting with Gryffindor fiercely above. Although they did not roar as hard as Gryffindor on the other side, they also clenched their fists, secretly cursing that the upper Gryffindor would be knocked off the broom by the grumpy wandering ball. Judging from the fact that this is just a selection match for the team to select new members, Slytherin and Gryffindor are already so fierce, it is difficult for Peter to imagine how much they will fight in a formal game. The competition became more and more intense, and all the participants showed their abilities and desperately performed themselves. But one of the Slytherin batters, after intentionally or unintentionally using a bat, directly hit a Gryffindor player. The scene was in chaos, and an enraged Gryffindor rushed into the Slytherin team, kicking, and the two sides were suddenly caught in a scuffle. Peter watched stunned, and Charlie, who had been smiling heavily, suddenly fell into rage and rushed into the sky on his broomstick. On their side, the captain of Slytherin, Trans Wallington, also flew into the chaotic air. Then the two sides immediately fell into the group fight. "You kicked me, I kicked you," sinisterly using the bat as a weapon, or tugging at the tail of the other broom, trying to make him fall. Looking at this scene in front of him, Peter York felt a little speechless. How to select a good new person, how to evolve into a group of martial arts. Almost all the Slytherin and Gryffindor students on the ground who could ride brooms flew into the sky to fight, and Peter even saw twins, riding brooms, holding bats to the back of people's heads. Peter watched the two sides in the air despite the danger, and was very worried that someone would fall, but both sides were red-eyed, and there was no scruples for each other. As Peter had feared, a Slytherin student, hit on the shoulder by a grumpy wandering ball, was clutching the handle of a broom in one hand and was faltering in the air, and the other melee did not notice his condition. Peter was startled, and he tried to save people with the floating spell, but it was too far away to reach. Seeing this critical situation, he did not think about it, and directly picked up a broom on the ground and rushed into the sky. When he changed into the form of a phoenix, he felt the joy of flying, and felt that the whole sky was his own place, and he could fly as much as he wanted. Now riding a broomstick is another feeling. It was just that Peter couldn't think of anything else now, and the phoenix's instinct to fly made him easily steer the broom, approaching the person who was about to fall as fast as he could, and grabbing his collar in the last lesson. Loud sound. Peter grabbed the Slytherin student who had just fallen in one hand, held his wand in the other hand against his throat, and chanted the spell. "Stop, the professor is coming." Peter's voice, under the influence of the spell, vibrated like a super double sound in the ears of many people, making everyone stop in an instant. Peter really wasn't lying, because the Hufflepuff students had just gone to call the professor, and now a gloomy Snape and a disappointed Professor McGonagall were standing by the sidelines. When all the people involved in the fight obediently came to the professor, Professor McGonagall trembled with anger. "I have never encountered such a thing. It was actually a fight between the students of the two colleges. Such rudeness, completely ashamed of the college. Quidditch is a sacred and fair sport, but it turns out to be the reason for your fight, and I think schools may no longer be suitable for events like Quidditch." Snape, who had never had a crush on Quidditch, also nodded his head in agreement. "No, please, Professor McGonagall." Hearing that Quidditch was to be cancelled, Charlie Weasley and the captain of the Slytherin team, Terence Wallington, pleaded, and other lovers of Quidditch also begged not to cancel. "Mr. Weasley and Mr. Warrington, I am very disappointed in both of you." Professor McGonagall looked at the two with no expression on their faces. "As the captains of Gryffindor and Slytherin, you not only did not restrain your team members, but also participated in the fight, which is very serious. In view of this, all students involved in the fight must be confined, and you will be deducted 500 points for this." Wow! There was an uproar on the venue. Hogwarts had never deducted so many points at once in nearly 100 years, and the scores of the two houses were deducted into negative numbers, and it was still a large number of negative points. All the students panicked, their heads were depressed, even the eccentric twins were like eggplant, lying dead in minutes. After all, no first-year student should be deducted from the college points within a few days of the beginning of the school year, and confinement. As for Mr. York, Professor McGonagall looked at the uneasy Peter York, smiled slightly, and said, I am proud that you were able to rescue your classmates in time when they were in danger and stop the fighting, and reward you with 50 points. Thank you, Professor McGonagall. Peter breathed a sigh of relief. Snape, who was beside him, also softened Peter's face slightly, and turned to look at the Slytherin students gloomily. I suppose you have clearly forgotten the Slytherin Code of Conduct, 100 times, next Monday, have you remembered it? The Slytherin students nodded, remember clearly. Professor Snape. Slytherin and Gryffindor students, fighting at the Quidditch stadium, were deducted 500 points, and the news was boiling at noon. Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff in particular are thrilled, as the Academy Cup of the school year has eliminated 2 of its strongest contenders ahead of schedule. Peter York followed the Slytherin army back to the dormitory, and the black gem representing the negative number in the scorer in the common room was unusually conspicuous, and in previous years the final score of the Academy Cup was not as good as this time. Prefect Chris Jones sat on the couch by the fireplace and looked sternly at the Slytherins with their heads bowed. Look at you guys, self-proclaimed noble, shrewd, huh? It's just a bunch of reckless and impulsive Gryffindor? I won't say anything more, and since it's caused by Quidditch, I hope this semester's Quidditch Cup won't appear in other colleges' cupboards. Can't get me the Quidditch Cup if I can't get the Academy Cup, can I do it? You can do it. Captain Terence Warrington led the team in a low roar in unison. Chris Jones turned his head to look at Peter York, who had not squeaked from the side since he came in, with a look of satisfaction. As the only Muggle wizard in Slytherin, Peter showed strength beyond his peers from the moment he entered the academy, allowing them to secretly pay attention to the seniors. Watch him quietly blend into the group, neither flattering nor careful, so that others can't find a reason to hate, even if he is of Muggle blood. This shows that Peter York not only has magical talent and strength, but also is very smart, and such a person must achieve extraordinary achievements in the future. Mr. York Prefect Chris Jones named Peter, and everyone else looked at him. You did a good job this time, not only saved Daniel Miller, but also prevented him from breaking his neck. And before things got worse, I managed to stop the accident and I'm glad Slytherin had a student like you. Peter York smiled and waved his hand, knowing that after this incident, he had successfully integrated into the Slytherin group, no longer a sense of distance. The student named Daniel Miller, who had been rescued by him, also stepped forward with a grateful face and reached out and shook his hand, saying, Thank you, Peter York, if it weren't for you, I would have been thrown very badly. You're welcome. Peter replied with a smile. Ding, get the recognition of professors and classmates, reward 2 points. Currently 35 points, the system prompted. As Peter and Daniel Miller were talking, Prefect Chris Jones left the couch and said expressionlessly to the dozen or so students involved in the fight, Professor Snape considered that there were too many people in this confinement, so he decided to change to a semester of labor service, and go to Filch in the evening to receive the task. Moreover, in view of the conflict between the 2 colleges this time, in the future, the Quidditch selection method of each academy has been changed, and it is no longer selected through the confrontation between the 2 houses, and the team members can only be selected internally. Everyone sighed, and Filch, the old squib, was basically blind to the Slytherin students. After all, most of these students have complex backgrounds, but as long as he catches students who make mistakes, he will happily arrange dirty work to toss these students. Peter's face was also instantly bitter when he heard the words of confinement, for he also had confinement tonight, and it was still confinement to the potions office. He thought that in view of today's performance, Snape should also cancel his confinement punishment, and he didn't know what difficult things would be done for him. The first class of the afternoon, Professor Flitwick's spells, was with Ravenclaw students. Peter and Alan White sat together, watching Professor Flitwick standing on the table, with a few thick books at his feet to look at the students, and he couldn't help but be a little amused. Everyone suspected that he had goblin blood, but they would not ask without courtesy. Professor Flitwick is very passionate in his lectures, his sharp voice can always spit out a few golden sentences, and he is also very good at interacting with students. However, when it comes to teaching students to cast spells, they are always too cautious, and most of the time is spent teaching theoretical knowledge, and only let students cast fluorescent spells until they are about to end of class. Even Ravenclaw students, known as studious, showed a bored expression. The second lesson was a class on the history of magic, which claimed to have hypnotic powers, and Professor Binns's tone of his lectures was quite in line with his ghostly identity, lifeless, with a bland tone of voice word by word. Peter York insisted for half an hour and then gave up. Professor Binns's tone so flat that even if he concentrated on the lecture, he would unconsciously wander away and then start dozing off. After the bell rang at the end of class and Professor Binns drifted away, Peter was relieved that he finally did not have to listen to lullabies anymore. Alan, wake up, it's time for class. Peter pushed Alan White, who was sleeping dead on the table, and looked at him with disgust as he drooled from his sleep. Alan White looked up sleepily and wiped his saliva, obviously not fully awake from his dream. Peter's confinement began at 6 o'clock, so after he asked Alan to return to the dormitory with his textbook, he went to the cellar alone and knocked on the office door. Professor Snape, I'm Peter York, can I come in? Boom, the potions professor's office door suddenly opened from the inside, revealing Snape's impatient face. Come in, boy. Pulling Peter in through the door, Snape pointed to the barrel on the floor filled with slugs and said, take it care of, this is your task tonight, when you're done and when you're leaving. Peter looked at the slugs in the barrel, the sticky green was very disgusting, and he was glad that he had not eaten lunch at the moment, otherwise he would have to spit it out. There are many slugs, and his task is to clean up the mucus and impurities on the appearance of these slugs and put them in another wooden basin to use as raw materials for the potion. Peter picked up the dragon skin gloves on the chair next to him in disgust, put them on his hands, and crouched down to start cleaning up the slugs. Snape, who was frowning and grading his homework, looked up at Peter, who was seriously dealing with the slugs, after scoring a T representing the bad meaning on the student's parchment assignment, and showed a look of satisfaction. In the past, those students who came to confinement were always frightened by his gloomy expression, and they didn't find the dragon skin gloves prepared next to them, and they directly grabbed them with their bare hands. The result was a stinging scream of corrosive mucus from the slugs, followed by Snape's face-splitting taunts. Both men bowed their heads and did their own thing, quietly, little by little, as time passed. After dealing with the slug, Peter was tired and had back pain, looked up at the clock pointing to 8 o'clock, he found that his efficiency was quite good, got up and moved his somewhat stiff body, and said to Snape, Professor, I have finished. Snape glanced up at the treated slug and said expressionlessly, you can go when you're done. Wait. When Peter opened the office door, Snape's voice rang out behind him, and indifferent eyes stared at him, given your performance tonight, there is no need to come back and confine. Peter smiled happily and leaned forward in thanks, thank you, Professor Snape. Snape didn't respond to Peter's thanks, just snorted, bowed his head, and continued to do his own thing. Out of Snape's office, Peter walked down the road to the dormitory. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening, and now the auditorium dining room had not yet finished dinner. But after dealing with the slugs of the night, he had a disgusting smell on him and had to hurry back to the dormitory to freshen up. After tossing and turning in the bathroom for half a day, and finally not smelling strange smell, Peter slowly came out, picked up a bottle of lavender-smelling perfume and sprayed it again, changed into a new school uniform, and walked out of the dormitory. Some people had gathered in the common room, and after Peter came out, the people who saw him had their eyes lit up with a look of amazement and admiration. At this time, Peter, who had just finished bathing, combed his blonde hair in unison, revealing a smooth forehead, and his body after being transformed by the phoenix blood vein tended to be perfect. The skin is delicate and snow-white, the handsome face does not have a single mole or freckle, and the pale golden eyelashes are like scallops, covering the blue eyes under the curtain. The bridge of the nose is straight with a trace of eagle hook, the warm and full red lips are curled into a crescent moon, showing a faint smile, so that a room of people instantly seems to see Cupid, the god of love. Wow. Alan White squeezed through the crowd and said with a stunned expression, Peter, you're beautiful now. Peter glanced at him whitely, he always revealed a strange and elegant temperament, so that others usually do not pay too much attention to their appearance, so although the people who intersect Peter know that he is handsome in appearance, they will not have a stunning feeling. Tonight, Peter, exhausted, took a comfortable bath in the bathroom and then removed an armed shell in vain to cause a sensation in the common room. Alan White pulled Peter up the stairs and headed straight for the fireplace, where girls kept greeting Peter. Hello, Peter. I'm Alice Sharp. Peter, you look great. Hello. Through the crowd, Peter York sat down a little confused and sighed, I never thought so many people would greet me, it's unbelievable. Who made you grow a popular face? If you weren't too young now, there would definitely be a lot of beautiful schoolgirls who want to be your girlfriend. Alan White said jealously. Peter ignored this precocious roommate, and shouldn't 11-year-olds all focus on playing? Knowing so many things, let him live in his past life for more than 20 years, plus the current age is more than 30, and how can a middle-aged uncle who has not talked about love once live? Peter didn't sit much, his stomach was still empty, and the school dinner was over again, so he was going to look for something to eat. Exiting the Slytherin lounge, Peter moved down the corridor toward the Hufflepuff dormitory, and thanks to his previous explorations with the twins and Cedric, he remembered the route to the kitchen. Hogwarts kitchen, near the Hufflepuff dormitory, is on the second floor and doesn't need to take the stairs that change at any time. Soon he followed the marble staircase, turned left, and came to the end of a wide stone corridor to find a painting of a silver bowl full of fruit. Scratching the pear in the painting, the pear let out a laugh of eating, and then transformed into a large green handle. Peter grabbed the doorknob and pulled it, and then walked into the door that appeared. Hey, Peter, how did you end up here? A figure was sitting on the long kitchen table, looking in amazement at Peter who suddenly appeared. Peter was surprised to see Cedric in the kitchen, and there was a pile of snack cakes on the table. Hey, sighed, haven't you had dinner too? Cedric Diggory heard this, and instantly became fragmented, and his eyes dodged not to look at Peter. No, our college is going to hold a celebratory dinner in the public lounge, so I came over and got some food. Oh, is there anything pleasing about it? Tell me about it. Peter York looked at Cedric's hidden expression, instantly curious, but wanted to tease him more, deliberately said, aren't we friends? There is good news to share with me, but I was locked up with Professor Snape all night, and I didn't catch dinner. I was unlucky. The simple Hufflepuff prince couldn't help but tease, blushing, and said with some embarrassment, "Isn't it more than 500 points today that Slytherin and Gryffindor fought, so only Ravenclaw can compete with us for the House Cup, and at present our house score is in the first place, so the seniors want to celebrate." Peter looked embarrassed. He did not expect that this group of badgers would actually have a black side, and actually openly celebrated the deduction of points from other colleges within themselves, saying that the friendship between the colleges was good. After a few moments of wordless interaction between the two, the appearance of a house elf shattered the awkward atmosphere. The elf controlled a ball of floating muffins in the air and placed them in a box prepared in front of Cedric, and the scent of the muffins reminded Peter of his purpose for coming here. The house elves of Hogwarts did not have as miserable as Dobby in the Malfoys. They all wore a clean square scarf embroidered with the Hogwarts logo. In addition to the bat-like ears, slender nose, and dead wood-like limbs, they have been serving Hogwarts for generations, and the wizard's 3 meals a day, laundry, and cleaning are all responsible for these industrious elves. According to the history of magic, these house elves were a race of slaves conquered by wizards in ancient times, and by the brainwashing of the slavery idea of serving wizards and obeying the orders of wizards from generation to generation, they became slaves of ancient and wealthy wizarding families, undertaking all household chores, bound by their masters, and being whipped and tortured by their masters at any time, and their status was humble. In a school history of Hogwarts, it is recorded that when these house elves were persecuted by wizards, they were accepted by the kind Helga Hufflepuff, the first headmaster of Hogwarts, and blessed by them, and opened up the kitchen as the exclusive place for the elves, giving the elves a home. So the house elves in the kitchen have lived here for generations, exchanging their labor for Hogwarts blessings, and loyal to the magic school of Hogwarts, so that the castle still stands on the shores of the Black Lake after 1,000 years. "Mr. Diggory, the supper you want us to make has been completed. What else do we need to do?" The house elf asked expectantly in a sharp voice, hoping that the little wizard would need more services. No, that's enough." Cedric replied somewhat confusedly that he was still ashamed of his academy's celebration of the demerit points of others, especially in front of Peter, who was regarded as a friend, and feared that Peter would stay away from him. The house elf instantly became lost, and the thin body smaller than the goblin turned to Peter and looked at him expectantly. "Mr. Wizard, do you need Kiki to do for you? Please give me a plate of muffins, a steak, and 2 glasses of milk. Thank you." Peter simply picked a few things and said politely. The elf named Kiki was instantly excited. "Mr. Wizard called me please. I actually said thank you. Oh, Kiki must make the best supper for this wizard." Looking at the nervous elf, Peter was afraid of trouble, quickly waved his hand, and said, "Please don't bother too much, just make a copy, and I am already very hungry." "Oh, Mr. Strange Wizard is hungry, and Strange must punish himself." Kiki, the house elf, screamed, snapped his fingers, and quickly started Peter's supper, bumping his head against the stone pillar under the kitchen counter from time to time. Peter York does not understand the strange idea of a house elf, who has been enslaved for thousands of years, and will punish himself with self-harm at every turn, and can also use magic to make delicious food at the same time. Peter wanted to learn the magic of the elves, which was pure staffless magic, and it was hard to imagine how such powerful elves could be conquered by wizards. In the blink of an eye, delicious food appeared in front of him, and Peter could only sigh at the wonder of magic. Pushing one of the glasses of milk over to Cedric and quickly cutting his own steak and muffins with a dining knife, Peter pointed to the milk as he ate it and smiled and said, "Drink more milk, and you'll grow taller later." The kitchen lights are dim, and the orange-yellow candlelight on the table shines on Peter's jade-like face, reflecting the glimmer, and the fluffy, slightly curly blonde hair is at this time like an angel in the fresco. In Peter's bright smile, Cedric drank the milk he usually hated most. Peter is very satisfied with his appearance. People are visual animals. A good appearance is very convenient in interpersonal communication, will have a good first impression. So he let go of himself this evening and tried to exude charm like a peacock opening the screen, and the result was obvious that everyone was fascinated. He wondered if Voldemort had also relied on his handsome face to attract many people to join his Death Eater camp in the early days. After Narcissism, Peter and Cedric leave the kitchen under the farewell of the elf Strange, and after casting a rapid shrinking spell on the pile of snacks that Cedric is holding, Peter and Cedric separately and return to the cellar along the same path. It is almost curfew time. He does not want to be caught again. The school's curfew is set at 10 o'clock in the evening, but the active students generally do not sleep at this time, so after Peter's return, many students still stay in the public lounge, either chatting or playing wizarding chess. There were also a few senior couples who unscrupulously sprinkled the breath of love, holding Peter, a single dog who had just eaten a full meal, to the point of vomiting. Everyone in the public lounge showed kindness to Peter, and when they saw him, they would nod their heads, and then they were pulled by Alan to sit on the sofa in front of the fireplace, comfortably roasting the fire, and for the first time he felt that coming to Slytherin was also a good choice. In the days that followed, Peter York wandered between the classroom, the dormitory, and the hall at 3 o'clock. Professor Sprout's herbology, Sinister's astronomy, and Mrs. Hodges' flight lessons all went smoothly. In these 3 lessons, he performed well, and was rewarded with 3 points by the system, and the points were saved to 38 points. The basic lessons taught by the professor were very simple for him, so he borrowed the spell book from the library, and he could quickly master the spells he wanted to learn in the lower grades, but some of the spells in the latter parts could only be mastered by the seniors, so he could only write down the spells first and then find time to practice. As for the place to practice, he had chosen the place where Lupin had previously taken refuge when he transformed into a werewolf in the dark room under the willow tree, which led to Hogsmeade's haunted house, where no one would go. Of course, the best option is the room of needs on the 8th floor, but it is close to the headmaster's office and will be discovered by Dumbledore at any time. Since he was a student of Slytherin, if he showed extraordinary talent, he didn't have to think about what kind of attitude Dumbledore would have, and he didn't want to have eyes on him at all times. In order to quietly reach the willow tree without being discovered, the first thing Peter had to learn was the Phantom Charm, which was a spell of the Oro-level wizard, which had the same effect as the Cloak of Invisibility and was easy to hide. The Phantom Charm was a high-level spell, and it took Peter York a week to successfully hide an apple with the Phantom Charm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for mastering the new spell, reward 2 points. Currently 40 points? The system rang. When Peter heard this, he was a little surprised that the spells he had previously mastered were only rewarded with 1 point. I didn't expect that the Phantom Charm could actually reward 2 points. It seems that the difficulty of the spell is also within the reference range of the system integration. Gradually, the things he could hide became bigger, and finally he tried to hide field, and it worked. Looking at the invisible field, Peter suddenly realized, and patted his head in chagrin. After nearly a month of practicing the illusion charm, he remembered that he had a phoenix that could ignore the prohibition and teleport at any time. And he can also become a phoenix. If you learn to teleport from field, he may not have to practice shapeshifting in the future, and he can teleport anywhere directly into a phoenix. Field, will you take me under the old willow tree by the Black Lake? Peter York asked curiously. Field nodded, grabbed Peter, and a red flame lit up on his body, flashing, taking him to teleport to the side of the hit willow. According to Harry Potter's memories in the 3rd grade, Peter York successfully found the tree scar and hit the old willow tree with a stone, and immediately burrowed into the small hole under the root of the tree while the willow tree did not move. Following a long narrow path, Peter York came to a dilapidated wooden house. It looks like no one has been here for a long time, and there are still scratches on the old planks, which I think were left behind when Lupin turned into a werewolf. Looking around, next time he could let Field take him straight here without the hassle of going through hitting willow. Clean up. Peter frowned, sweeping away the thick stains and dust. After finally getting it clean, looking at the old sofa with the broken chairs left, Peter thought of the transfiguration spell that Professor McGonagall had taught earlier. Although the class only let the match be turned into a needle, but the one law was universal, and the spell cast was the same, but the object of the distortion was different. Stretching out his wand, Peter York tried to imagine a new armchair against the broken chair, chanting a mantra, apparently having too much confidence in himself. No wonder transfiguration was distinguished exclusively from magic spells, and was called the hardest and most dangerous of all classes by Professor McGonagall. It took an afternoon to barely turn the broken chair into an armchair that could sit, which had already cost him most of his magic. Students of the same grade did not have so much magic to make, and the blood of the phoenix gave him a magnificent magic, but it was not easy to control it. During this time, Peter also specifically checked the books on the phoenix, but because of the scarcity of the phoenix, most of them were plausible, either praising its powerful beauty throughout, saying how powerful it was comparable to that of the dragon, or telling the legend of the phoenix like a mythical story, most of which was not very valuable. Alan White, the twins, and Cedric, who had seen Peter's phoenix, were all active in helping after hearing that he had consulted books on the phoenix. Finally, Cedric provided a book, from the Master of Magical Zoology, Newt Scamander's Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, to have a more accurate understanding of the phoenix. In his book, Newt Scamander describes his understanding of the phoenix in more detail. It was Dumbledore who generously lent him his phoenix fox for observation for a while before finally writing this powerful and gorgeous magical creature into his book. The book introduces that the phoenix has immortal vitality, will spontaneously combust when aging, cross the process of death, and then be reborn in the ashes, forming a cycle. It can also move things that are countless times heavier than yourself, and you can fight with magical creatures such as the dragon Basilisk with a dangerous level of XXXXX, even defy the phantom shapeshifting ban and be able to teleport anywhere at any time. It was only because of the phoenix's inability to attack people easily and its ability to be tamed that it was rated XXXX by the Ministry of Magic, a rating criterion that dangerous, knowledgeable, and skilled wizards could deal with. Receiving this news, Peter had unspeakable mixed emotions in his heart. Since its birth, although the phoenix has experienced the process of growth, it seems to have been favored by God, endowed with the ability to not die, like a cycle of reincarnation, experiencing the process from birth to aging, and finally reborn in the ashes, once again with a young and strong body. Wizards in the wizarding world have been arguing for thousands of years about whether it is a phoenix or an egg first. This clarifies that the phoenix race, the enviable immortal ability, even the most feared death curse of the wizards, is not much of a threat to them, unless the phoenix itself chooses to give up immortality. No one can kill it. The topic of eternal life, both in the East and the West, is the most coveted ability of human beings. Peter didn't know if he had inherited the Phoenix's ability to not die when he was in human form. After all, he couldn't find someone to come to Avada and try it. His form is somewhere between a phoenix and a human, ready to transform, much like the transfiguration animagus. But everyone in the wizarding world knows that the wizard's animagus is a non-magical creature. People who have tried to transform magical creatures in the past have undergone irreversible changes, turning into half-human, half-beasts, or irrational monsters. In examples like Peter's, the only thing that is similar is Ollivander's bloodline return. That is, the wizards have stimulated the ability of ancient magical creatures hidden in the bloodline, so that the phenomenon of return to the ancestors occurs. For example, the snake cavity of the Slytherin family inherits the bloodline of the ancient magic snake, so that it can command the snake, but this kind of bloodline will basically not change its appearance. The only example of the successful transformation of magical creatures at present is Voldemort, who terrified the entire magical world, from a personable and beautiful man to a bald snake face. And in just a few decades, it has the huge magic of Dumbledore's hundreds of years. The only possibility is that in the process of constantly creating Horcruxes and splitting the soul, the bloodline of the magical creatures inherited from his body was stimulated, resulting in the phenomenon of bloodline return. After all, the magic of wizards grows with age, and there is no other way to speak. The origin of the birth of wizards is not known, but it is said that ancient humans combined with humanoid magical creatures to give birth to descendants with magic powers, which is the earliest source of wizards. Although many wizards scoffed at this, Peter also found this statement more reliable. Because strictly speaking, he now belongs to the category of humanoid magical creatures. His original human body had been burned to ashes the first time he was carried to Nirvana by Field. Now he is reborn from the ashes and reshaped by the fire of Nirvana. And the wonderful combination of human soul and phoenix blood, coupled with the role of the super gene fusion device, shaped his existence as a magical creature that is both human and magical. Wizard's magic grew the most between the ages of 11 and 12. Peter's magic is now comparable to that of an adult wizard, but his magic is in a stage of rapid growth, and every day Peter can clearly feel that the magic in his body is growing little by little. That's why he needs to practice magic in the dark room known as the haunted house through the dark passage under the willow, and vent the swollen magic in his body. Peter would then return to his bedroom whenever he had time, and let Field teleport him to the dark room under the beaten willow. His transfiguration had improved a lot after continuous practice, and he could turn static objects into what he wanted to change at once. At the same time, with the help of the magic spell book found in the library, he has successfully cast more than a dozen spells, and the system points have accumulated to 60 points. It's a big step closer to 100 points. And he found himself in Hogsmeade, not under the beating willow he thought. Because terrifying sounds used to be heard on the night of the full moon, nearby residents stayed away from the haunted house known as the Screaming Shack. After practicing his magic, Peter sat on his own brown-skinned couch, listening to the lively noise coming from Hogsmeade Village in the distance, stood up curiously, pushed open the dilapidated door, and walked out. Hogsmeade Village, near Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry and the only one in England to be inhabited by Muggles, is also the headquarters of the 1612 Goblin Rebellion in the Hogwarts Library's book Monument to Magical History. Peter walks down the street, lined with shops on both sides, passing by a series of strange shops such as the most representative Three Broom Bar, Zork Joke Shop, Honeyduke Candy Shop, etc. Peter observes these fairytale attractions with novelty. Passing by a room that was about to be painted with the Pig's Head bar written on it, Peter quickened his pace. There was another Dumbledore living there. When the ghost knew that this Dumbledore had found him, would he report to another Dumbledore who lived in Hogwarts? You must know that his current appearance is not like the age of the 3rd grade, and today is not a day off, and students above the 3rd grade will not come. Ding, check into Hogsmeade Town and get 1 point. Currently 61 points. The system prompt sounded again. After walking down the street, Peter walked back to the Honeyduke's candy shop, where he wanted to bring some snacks back to his friends. Jingle bells. The sound of the bell ringing with the movement of the door opens. Welcome to the Honeyduke candy shop. What do you need? The large, balding shopkeeper, Ambrose Froom, was sorting out the goods on the shelves and asked without looking up. I'll take a look, sir. Peter, without bothering the busy shopkeeper, looked around, thinking about what to buy. The shopkeeper, Ambrose Froom, heard the childish voice of the customer, stopped, and looked up at Peter. Looking at Peter's Slytherin school uniform and 11 and 12-year-old appearance, he smiled unexpectedly and clearly. It seems that you have found a secret passage. Is it really good? Is it 1st grade or 2nd grade? Students at Hogwarts are getting smarter? Then he reassured, don't worry, I'll keep it a secret for you. In the past, some students have found the secret passage to Hogsmeade Village, but not at your young age. Peter was well funded, and after a warm recommendation from the owner, he bought Bibido flavor beans, chocolate balls, honey candy, toffee and other ordinary magic snacks. Then I bought a bubble-blown super bubble gum that can blow into large bubbles, an ice rat that freezes the tongue, a pepper boy who can breathe fire, and a dense pile of cockroaches for the twins who like to be funny. Since Peter had consumed a lot of gold gallons in the shop, the owner was kind enough to wrap him in a large piece of oily paper and cast a spell to make the package smaller to the size of a fist and put it in his pocket. Mr. From, the shopkeeper who already knew Peter's name, smiled and touched his bald head, and said to Peter with a mysterious face, "Mr. York, do you want to know another secret passage that can connect here and Hogwarts? And it's a very secret passage that few people know?" Peter looked puzzled, not knowing what medicine the shopkeeper was selling in his gourd. Looking at Peter's puzzled expression, Ambrose From gave a direct answer. "I have a secret passage in this shop that leads directly to the 3rd floor of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and some students come here to buy things through this secret passage, which is very convenient. You don't have to wait until the weekend to come, you can come at any time, and you don't have to worry about being caught by the professor. How's it going? Interested? Why are you telling me this, Mr. Ferrum? Isn't it better that the fewer people know about it, the better?" Peter asked puzzled. "Aren't you old enough to come to Hogsmeade Village, and through this secret passage, you can buy any candy you want to buy directly in my shop, without worrying about hitting the professor?" The shopkeeper, Ambrose From, winked at Peter. Peter suddenly realized that the owner of the candy house was worthy of being a businessman, and after seeing Peter's spending power, he knew that he was a Slytherin student, so he wanted to expand his business to him. After all, most of the Slytherin students' families are well off, and the secret road is a very good sales route, which can make the restless students in the 1st and 2nd grades feel stimulated and buy things that cannot be bought in school. Since the owner of the Duke of Honey had generously given a secret message, Peter followed the owner's guidance to the cellar, which had a grey trapdoor under the cellar, which looked so integrated with the floor that it was difficult to find. Open the trapdoor door, under which is a long narrow staircase, go down, and after a short and narrow dirt passage, in front of you is a slide. The slide is not too steep to climb up, and at the end of the slide is the exit, and Peter knocks on the back of the statue that blocks the exit with his wand, pronouncing left and right separation. The exit opened and Peter stepped out, watching as the huge statue of the hunchbacked one-eyed witch covered the exit again, showing no trace. The hunchback one-eyed witch statue was on the 3rd floor of the castle, and Peter Lulu's attribute broke out again, going around for half a day as if he had been spinning around. Fortunately it was still daytime, and there were no classes in the afternoon, and he had enough time to find the right way. The stairs on the 3rd floor were a nightmare, constantly moving, and Peter went down the stairs, but at the end it was either a fake door that couldn't be opened, either it opens up in an abandoned classroom, or a dark gallery that seems to harbor terrifying monsters that will rush out at any moment. Peter grumpily tugged at his scalp, and if he couldn't get out of the 3rd floor he would go crazy. His usual cultivation collapsed in front of this labyrinth-like castle, and he didn't find that he had the attributes of a road fool in his previous life. How to live again in a lifetime? There were so many problems. It was hard to get back to the moving staircase, and Peter didn't want to go any further, just sat on the stairs with his ass, and kept moving with the stairs. Gryffindor lived on the 8th floor, Ravenclaw lived on the top of the tower, they all had to pass through here, and he wasn't afraid of not meeting anyone. Peter looked at the mechanical watch on his wrist. It was already past 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and all the grades with classes should be out of class. The hour hand is walking little by little. Peter's patience is also disappearing little by little, and he vows to get the marauder map left by the robbery foursome as soon as possible, otherwise this road fool who will erupt from time to time will kill him. Then a footstep came from upstairs, and Peter stood up and looked up to see that a group of students were coming down from above, Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff students, who looked like they had just finished class. The students of both houses also noticed Peter and looked curiously at the Slytherin student. Peter smiled and waited quietly for the students to go down, intending to follow them, but he did not do such an idiotic thing as asking for directions. The girls were fascinated by the smile on this handsome face, blushing and pushing each other, and did not take the initiative to ask. "Hey, European and American girls are so precocious," Peter York sighed. "Peter, is it you? How are you here?" Cedric emerged from behind the crowd, put his arm around Peter's shoulder, and asked with some excitement that he hadn't been seen much in this time. Rare to meet a familiar person, the smile on Peter's face became real, turned around and half leaned on Cedric's body, and poured out in his ear with grievance. "I got lost. I didn't go around the 3rd floor for half a day, and this damn staircase has been changing, down to the 2nd floor. The girls who had been paying attention to Peter next to them, seeing this scene, let out a suppressed exclamation, as if they had instantly aroused a strange attribute, and their eyes lit up and kept looking between Peter and Cedric. Cedric was a little stiffened by Peter's movements, but listened to Peter's aggrieved voice and showed a crying and laughing expression. "Lost again? So you've been waiting for someone here?" Peter continued to walk down with Cedric, and said with some chagrin, "I have never found myself in a road fool's situation before. How to come to Hogwarts has been lost twice, and who designed this staircase in the first place? Is it interesting to change back and forth?" Fortunately, Slytherin was in the basement and didn't have to take the moving stairs, and it's hard to imagine if I had been assigned to Gryffindor or Ravenclaw, it would have been an absolute disaster. Peter said happily, "I think you should learn a spell that can show you the way, or choose to walk with other people so that you don't have to worry about getting lost." Cedric carefully analyzed Peter's situation and advised, "Is there such a spell? I was still thinking about finding a map of Hogwarts." Peter asked doubtfully. He had not seen such a spell in the Great Book of Spells. "I remember that there was a guiding spell called the Directional Charm, but it was rarely used, so it did not belong to the scope of the basic spell, and I probably remembered it after watching my father cast it once." You can ask Professor Flitwick, he is a master of spells, there are almost no spells he does not know. Okay, there's a spell class tomorrow, and I'll ask Professor Flitwick. Peter nodded. The two whispered as they walked with the large troops. The Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw girls, looking at the two handsome boys leaning together in front of them, whispered excitedly together, exuding a pink scent. Cedric didn't know that there was a strange race called rotten women in this world. He could only feel a few pairs of hot eyes staring at him uncomfortably behind him. What's wrong? Sighed. Peter sensed Cedric's awkward look and looked up and asked. It's all right. Cedric shook his head, trying his best to ignore the feeling in his back. Smoothly arriving in the hall, Peter had just prepared to separate from Cedric and return to the long Slytherin table, remembering the shrunken candy in his bag, and followed Cedric to the end of the Hufflepuff long table. In Cedric's puzzled look, he took out of his bag the oil-lined paper wrapped in Honeydukes candy and placed it on the table, with a wand a little. Quick zoom. The package becomes a large packet, the oil paper is unwrapped, and the sweet smell of candy emanates from the inside. Cedric looked in amazement at the various candies in the package, which included almost all the candies classified in the magical world, and unconsciously swallowed his saliva. Peter, did you empty the honeyduke? How could it be? Peter shook his head, with a joking expression on his face, and said, I just asked Mr. Ambrose Froom to take a few pieces of each of the candies in his shop. Cedric and the Hufflepuff students next to them looked at Peter with a look of indifference and a wordless whisper of the rich man who had killed him. Among them, students with better families have a maximum of 1 or 2 gold gallons a month of pocket money, and according to the currency conversion of the magical world, 1 gold gallon equals 17 silver zyke, 1 silver zyke equals 26 copper nath. Most of the time they spend a silver west to buy a few bags of candy to try. Look at this large bag of candy, roughly calculated to have 20 or 30 gold gallons. You must know that the price of a magic wand is only 7 gold gallons. Peter liked sweetness, so he took a packet of nourishing honey candy from it, opened it, took out a golden candy and put it in his mouth, squinted contentedly, and then took out another one and stuffed it into Cedric's mouth, asking, how's it going, is it? Then he looked at the crowd again, generously pointed to a pile of candy in front of him, and said, these are all things I bought for you, you want to eat what you want to choose, don't be polite with me. Cedric only picked up a packet of nourishing honey candy and refused to take more. Peter directly and forcefully stuffed him with a bunch of candy, let him share it with other classmates and then slipped away. He came to Gryffinder's long table and distributed some normal candy and the odd pile of candy that had been bought specifically for him to the Weasley twins who were fighting with their classmates. The brothers were very happy to accept, especially when they saw the prank candy products such as ice rats, pepper children, and cockroach piles, and they were even more touched, thinking that Peter understood them both very well. Oh, Peter, you're such a dude, what could we do without you? The twins, possessed, embraced Peter excitedly, wiped non-existent tears with their hands, and sang in the tone of Shakespeare's plays. Peter wordlessly rolled his eyes, struggled to break free of the twins' body clamps, and returned to the Slytherin table with the remaining pile of candy and sat down in his place. He hadn't finished eating the honey candy he had just opened, but he felt that this candy was very suitable for his own taste, so after leaving all the honey candy, he distributed the other candies to the classmates at the next table. Alan White unceremoniously took half of the candy, in his words as a roommate perk. Peter said he didn't want to pay attention to his increasingly thick-skinned roommate. The Duke of Honey's candy was not cheap, and Slytherin students did not often eat it, so they gladly accepted Peter's candy, and there was a hint of intimacy in his expression. It's not dinner time yet, and there are only a few pieces of fruit and dessert on the table. Most students write their homework on their desks, and classes at Hogwarts are easy, with a maximum of 3 or 4 lessons a day. But the professors assigned a lot of homework, like Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class. They had to hand in a whole piece of parchment, and some lazy students tried to write as big as possible, preferably with parchment. Peter had very little homework, his magic progress far exceeded that of his classmates, and he was the first to successfully perform the magic taught in each class, and strive to be perfect. So even the most strict Professor McGonagall smiled and squinted at his homework, so that he could come to her office at any time if he didn't understand. This made Peter's position in the first year of Slytherin more and more consolidated, and no one said anything about his bloodline, and some even secretly speculated that Peter's ancestors may be wizards. But there were always a few extreme pure-blood advocates who didn't like Peter, especially seeing that he was popular among Slytherin girls, decided to teach him a lesson. Derek, 5th grader, took a hard bite of the pork chops and said to his companions, this damn mud breed not only defiled our Slytherin, but also deceived many people with his face, so that first-year students were close to this mud species. I don't know how Chris Jones became the prefect, actually taking the lead in accepting this mud seed, it is really depraved. Thomas, a classmate next to him, asked, so what are you going to do? Do you want to teach this mud seed a good lesson? Derek nodded fiercely, I've been paying attention to this mud for a while, almost always running between the library, the dormitory, and the classroom, and tonight I'm going to teach him a lesson tonight on his way back from the library to the dorm, and let him stay away from the purebloods of our academy. It's better to throw him out of the Slytherin lounge, where the smell of the dirty mud of the province smokes to the point. Thomas asked with some uneasiness, but I heard that the mud breed has now mastered a lot of spells, and he also used the armor protection when the chief battle began. We haven't mastered this spell yet. Are you sure you can beat him? He's a grade by grade mud breed, and he's great enough to have mastered an armor protector. Can't a 5th grader of mine still deal with him? Derek was a little angry when he heard this, and then he leaked an evil smile and said, I just learned a curse from home and am going to use it on this mud seed tonight. See how it works? Looking at Derek's smile, Thomas couldn't help but fight a cold war, but he knew that Derek's father was still imprisoned in Azkaban, and the reason was to follow the mysterious man. And the person Derek usually admires most is his father. Thomas said hesitantly, Derek, aren't you trying to cast black magic on that mud species? If they were discovered, they would be fired. Derek looked at his roommate, who had been playing well with him, glared at him and asked, Thomas, what the hell is going on with you today? How did the guts get so small? It's just dealing with a mud species, just be careful and you'll be fine. Besides, it wasn't for his life, it was just for him to suffer one night, and the next day nothing happened. Even if he tried to find a professor, he couldn't find a problem. Thomas was eventually persuaded by Derek to ambush Peter York in the hallway tonight. Peter did not know that someone was going to do himself badly, and he was now carefully walking down the stairs towards Ravenclaw Tower. He was ready to ask the magic professor for a directional spell, and since he knew what the spell could do to guide the way, he ran non-stop to inquire. Ravenclaw students, unlike those of other colleges, lived in the main building of the castle, but lived alone in a spire tower, coming down from Ravenclaw Tower every day and then going to the main building to eat and take classes. Peter, a student in a Slytherin uniform, appeared in the Ravenclaw Tower and immediately attracted the attention of the Ravenclaw students passing by on the corridor. Some of the freshmen knew Peter's name, and one of them, a girl named Alicevik, asked, Mr. York, have you come to our academy for anything? Need my help? When Peter saw the girl, he was stunned for a moment, then remembered her name, smiled and said, You can call me Peter. Alice, can I call you that? Alicevik blushed a little and said, Of course, Peter. Peter glanced at the little girl with a red face, could only sigh at the precociousness of the English girl, and then explained, I wanted to find Professor Flitwick, and I wanted to ask him for a spell. I wonder if the professor is still in the office? Alicevik looked back and nodded. Professor Flitwick is in the office at the top of the tower. Do you need me to take you over? Peter looked at Alice's expectant gaze, then looked at the gossipy female companion behind her, shook his head and refused. Thank you, Alice, but no, I know how to go. You still go with your companions. Then, in her disappointed eyes, she quickly ascended the stairs and walked to a high place. It wasn't until he couldn't see the gaze behind him that Peter was relieved, and it wasn't his fault for being handsome. While he doesn't mind having a relationship, it's definitely not these teenage girls. He is a mature person in his heart, and he is not a pervert who likes little girls, and he does not want to play the game of cultivation. Climbing several flights of stairs, Peter finally came to the highest level of the Ravenclaw Tower, with a distinct dormitory gate to the left, with a bronze door knocker attached to the wooden door panel. The method of entering the Ravenclaw common room is different from the Slytherin and Gryffindor answering the secret language, but the bronze door knocker asks the question and answers correctly to enter the lounge. And other college students, if answered correctly, could also enter the Ravenclaw common room. Peter didn't want to enter the Ravenclaw lounge at this point, so he turned right to a nearby wooden door and knocked lightly on the ring. Please come in. A shrill sound came from inside the wooden door. Peter pushed the door in and greeted the professor. Professor Flitwick, good afternoon. Professor Flitwick sat in a specially made high chair, looked up at Peter, and asked with some surprise, Good afternoon, Mr. York. Are you looking for me for anything? Professor Flitwick was very impressed with Peter York, and in each of his lessons, this student was able to cast a spell at the first time, although it was deliberately clumsy, but it was noticed by Flitwick who had been teaching for many years. Peter looked at the diminutive professor behind his desk, and there was not a single thought of contempt in his mind. This Ravenclaw dean is not only proficient in magic spells, but also the winner of duels. With the sensitivity given to him by the Phoenix bloodline, he could feel the majestic magic in Professor Flitwick's short body. In addition to Dumbledore, he and Professor McGonagall belong to him in the academy, and their magic is powerful. Even Professor Snape was a little bit worse. Peter said shyly, Professor Flitwick, I know from my friend that there is a directional spell that can show the way. Do you know this spell? I wanted to learn this spell, but I searched through the library's collection and couldn't find it. Professor Flitwick heard this and nodded. Directional spell? I know that this is a somewhat remote spell, so it is generally not recorded in the standard spell. Then he said somewhat disapprovingly, Mr. York, this directional spell, which is somewhat complex, requires a higher grade to be able to touch. I think you should first learn the standard mantras in the book, not be ambitious. Muggle-born students, the best place to go after graduation is to become the Ministry of Magic Oro, the equivalent of the Muggle Police. But to become Oro, you need to pass at least 5 N.E.W.T exams, and each of them must not be lower than E, beyond expectations. Hogwarts grades are divided into 6 levels: O, excellent; E, exceeding expectations; A, passing; P, failing; D, terrible; and T, troll. There are only 6 N.E.W.T exams, and at least 5 of them need to be above E to enter the Oro department and become an intern Oro, which is very difficult. Students at Hogwarts hold O.W.L exams in the 5th grade, which are proctored by the Ministry of Magic, and N.E.W.T exams in the 7th grade. These two exams are very important and have a bearing on the future of the students. But although Hogwarts is a closed school, the curriculum is very relaxed, similar to Peter's previous university. No one will supervise, all rely on the students' self-awareness. Therefore, many students play for 7 years as soon as they play, and when they graduate, they find that their future is uncertain. Many Muggle students are used to life in the wizarding world and do not have a Muggle certificate. So in the end, those with better luck became employees working in Diagon Alley. If you are unlucky, you will be penniless, and finally you will be arrested in Azkaban for theft or crime. After coming out again, he directly fell into the overturned alley, danced with the Dark Wizard, and lost his life one day. These are the conclusions that Peter has come out of these days by collecting all kinds of information. Even the most basic spells of wizards, in the Lycan bookstore that claims to be the richest in Britain, are standard spells, or some life magic. Some of the more powerful spells won't appear in the books in the bookstore. Like the advanced spells he was familiar with, such as the Phantom Charm, the Guardian Spirit Charm, the Brain Occlusion spell, and the Dementor Recitation, except for the Hogwarts library, only pure-blood wizards had such spell books. Muggle wizards had only been exposed to these spells during their 7 years at Hogwarts. But how could a group of teenage children, once they arrived at an unsupervised school, calm down and go to the library to look up these materials? So many Muggle wizards are left with nowhere to go as soon as they graduate? I didn't even master a few spells. But such a fact has not been noticed, or deliberately ignored. Many Muggle students happily came to the magical world, and after getting used to the magical life, they did not even have the opportunity to step into the door of the real magical world, and could only gradually fall. Peter was not worried about his future. He could return to Muggles to be his count, and the family's possessions could make him squander for a few lifetimes. And from the time he came to Hogwarts, Peter almost used the library as his base, and basically everyone who knew Peter knew that the most likely place to find him was the library. The Hogwarts Library is arguably the most complete collection of magical books in Britain. Thousands of years of magical knowledge have been accumulated here. Arguably the most precious place in Hogwarts. It's just ignored by a lot of people. Even Voldemort, a wizard from an orphanage, in addition to his talent, can quickly become powerful. I am afraid that the library is the main reason. There are even books for making Horcruxes in the forbidden area of the library, so you know that there are many books here? Even Peter speculated that Voldemort had tried to apply for the position of Professor of the Dark Arts in part because of the huge amount of magical knowledge here. It was only when Dumbledore, who was wary of him, that he cursed the defense against the dark arts in anger. Leaving Professor Flitwick's office, Peter happily clutched his notebook and headed for the library. Arriving at the library, Peter greeted the librarian, Mrs. Pins, before finding a suitable place to sit down. He then opened Professor Flitwick's notebook. On the first page of the notebook, the tongue petrification spell is recorded, which details the gestures of casting the spell, as well as the precautions. Looking at this page, Peter was very happy, worthy of the notes of Professor Flitwick, the master of spells. Peter was a little itchy at this time, and wanted to cast the spell according to the method on the notes. But as soon as he saw Mrs. Pins in the distance, who was swearing a straight face, he gave up the dangerous idea, unless he didn't want to come to the library later. Then he looked at the content behind him curiously, and the more he looked at the smile on his face, he couldn't hide it. There was a spell on almost every page behind it, some of which he had learned, but many more he hadn't touched yet. Basic spells such as confusion, quick recovery, flying sand, and stones, mantra stop, and copying into pairs are all detailed above. Later, there is an upgraded version of the armor protection, super armor protection, all added to the protective spell, Dementor, Guardian God spell, and 10,000 spells are the final spell. This kind of high-level spell can be said to be a book of spells compiled by Professor Flitwick himself. Peter sat in the library, fascinated by the knowledge of the spells in his notebook, without the slightest sense of the passage of time. Until Mrs. Pins came to him and knocked on the table, waking up Peter, who was caught in his studies. Looking at Peter's confused expression, Mrs. Pins said in a rare and gentle tone, "The curfew time is coming. It's time for you to go?" Peter reacted, quickly put away his notes, and said apologetically, "Sorry Mrs. Pins, I watched too seriously to notice the time, and I caused you trouble. For children who love to learn, adults will be kind." Mrs. Pins, who had not smiled for a long time, squeezed out a little smile and praised, "There are very few students who love learning like you, not even Ravenclaw students who are inferior to you. Well, you should go, otherwise you didn't go back to the dormitory before the curfew, and if you were caught, you would be deducted points." Peter nodded, packed his things, got up to thank Mrs. Pins, and left the library. In the far corner, two sleepy men were looking in the direction of the library, and finally saw Peter come out. Derek quickly shook Thomas, who was about to fall asleep. "Wake up, that mud is out." "Huh? It's finally out?" Thomas woke up and looked at Peter who was walking down the corridor in the distance. This mud breed is really learning enough. After a night, he should go to the Ravenclaw group of nerds. The two quietly followed Peter, and Derek was eager to try, and said with a sinister smile, "This damn mud seed has made us wait so long, we must teach him a good lesson and make him miserable for a night." Peter didn't notice anything behind him, and his mind was now thinking about the incantations on the notebook. As he walked toward a darkened corridor, behind him suddenly sounded speed imprisonment. Peter heard the voice and instinctively unleashed the super armor shield, the spell that had just flashed through his mind, only to see a white light shield quickly appear around him, encircling him and sending a spell shot at him flying out. Peter turned to look at the sneakers, saw that it was 2 Slytherin senior students, looked cold, and said, "Are you trying to sneak up on me? 2 seniors bullying a freshman? Don't you feel ashamed?" Peter was surprised and delighted at this time, and was surprised that he was almost attacked by these 2 people. The good news is that he actually successfully cast the super armor protection for the first time. The system in your mind rewards you with another 2 points. At this time, Peter, who was shrouded in super armor, was like a god, majestic and handsome. Looking at the 2 seriously, Derek looked at him even more jealously now. Why did a stinky mud breed have such a perfect appearance? Derek, who thought he was invincible to black magic, said arrogantly, "Little mud seed, made a fancy spell, just think it scared me. You can't stay in your stinky muggle world, and come to a Slytherin is a defilement to Slytherin. I'm going to teach you a lesson. You either obediently roll me back to the muggle world, or you will tighten my tail and not appear in our eyes." Peter laughed at the sound of it. He was still aware of these pure-blood wizards' paranoid view of blood for the first time. He looked at the 2 of them and said with a smile, "We don't know if the muggle world stinks, but we usually only talk about blood for cats, dogs, and pets. I don't know what kind of blood you are, tell me about it." Neither of them was stupid, and when he heard that Peter compared their proud bloodline to a cat and a dog, he became angry. Derek took his stout wand, pointed it straight at Peter, gritted his teeth, and said, "You goddamn mud breed, you dare to insult us pure blood. I'm going to give you the harshest punishment. Ever heard of the drill heart bone slicing spell? My dad improved it, and the pain wasn't as painful as the original spell, but it was enough for you to drink a pot? And there won't be a trace of it after that, even if Dumbledore himself checks it, he won't find it. Drill the heart and cut the bone." Derek's wand shot a beam of light at Peter. Super armor protection? Protect it all. Armor protection? Peter had heard of the name of drilling the heart and bone, and he cast spells one after another. The Longbottoms were tortured mad by less range with this spell, so he was also very careful at this time, ready to avoid this spell in the first place. It was just Derek's drill heartbone spell that hit Peter's super armor and was directly ejected, and even Peter's first layer of protection was not broken. Peter looked at the result wordlessly and said to the 2 people across from him who had not yet accepted the result, "Are you sure this is really a drilling bone curse? Completely incompatible with the reputation of the 3 unforgivable curses? You're afraid you're bluffing me, aren't you? It's impossible. This is obviously the black magic I learned from my father's notes. How come I can't even break a protective spell?" Derek did not dare to accept the truth and continued to cast spells on Peter, but except for the first layer of protective spells to ripple, they were all bounced out. Thomas looked at Derek, who was a little crazy, and Peter, who was standing in the protective circle watching the play, and with a bad premonition, he quickly pulled Radric and said, "Let's go fast, this guy is casting super armor protection. That's a protective spell that my dad wouldn't have, and we couldn't beat him." Peter looked at the 2 men who were about to withdraw, and suddenly stopped doing it, and it was he who was passively beaten. He raised his wand directly and chanted to the 2 men, all petrified. The 2 men who were about to retreat in the distance were directly fixed and fell straight to the ground, and the force of the impact made Peter feel pain. He came to the 2 of them, looked at Derek with resentment in his eyes, and Thomas with a begging face rolling his eyes. He smiled and said, "Sneaking up on me and trying to cast black magic. If you can't beat it, you want to run. What is such a good thing? I wonder what to do with you 2? Yes." Peter's eyes lit up. "I'll hang you upside down, hang you in the hallway, and blow the cold wind of the night. Alas, I am so kind, you treat me like this, I just deal with you like this, but you must remember my generosity in the future." Subsequently, the 2 petrified men were directly transformed into long ropes by Peter with 2 wooden sticks, hanging upside down on the periphery of the corridor, swaying with the wind. Peter looked at his work with satisfaction, and then walked away happily. When Peter left the corridor, in the shadows of a corner, a tall and short figure came out, and it was Dumbledore and Professor Flitwick. Flitwick looked at Peter's vanishing figure with satisfaction and said to Dumbledore, "I didn't misread him. Peter York is a very talented student, and he has a bright mind, not at all like a Slytherin student. If only he could be in Ravenclaw. But I gave him all the spell notes I had summarized, and I didn't even give them to the students of my own academy. It's just that his talent is really terrifying, and even the super armor protection has been displayed. It didn't take long to know that I hadn't given him the notes." Dumbledore looked at the place where Peter had disappeared, and then at the 2 Slytherin students who were hanging in midair, and after a moment of deep thought, he was relieved and smiled at Professor Flitwick and said, "Phileas, you are right, Peter is a very talented child, even higher than Voldemort. And the mind is not bad, he really looks like a pure researcher. I don't know why the Sorting Hat sent him to Slytherin, but apparently he was able to protect himself. You may not know that this little fellow is a count in the Muggle world. He was clearly at ease with his relationships with Slytherin students. We don't have to worry about what he will suffer. And he also has good friends at Gryffindor and Hufflepuff, and we just need to guide him at critical times and not worry that he will go astray. Maybe we at Hogwarts will have a very good student." Professor Flitwick's body trembled when he heard Dumbledore say Voldemort's name, and he hurriedly said, "Dumbledore, please don't say that name again. Peter York I will always pay attention to. I have invited him to join my spell club, you can rest assured. Dumbledore looked at Flitwick's reaction and sighed somewhat helplessly. Fellows, fear of a name deepens the sense of dread about that name. Flitwick shook his head. Dumbledore, I am not you. I don't have the power to fight against the source of fear. After he cast his magic on this name, we were doomed not to call the mysterious man's name again. Dumbledore gave up, and he turned to Flitwick and said, Phileas, guide Peter well. He is a good boy who knows how to be grateful, and he will be close to you when he gets your notebook. He may be a help to turn the tide when we face difficulties in the future. Flitwick nodded in surprise. He hadn't expected Dumbledore to think so highly of Peter. Then he looked at the two people hanging in the corridor and asked, what should I do with these two people? Dumbledore looked at the two Slytherin students in the distance. His eyes were deep, and then he said indifferently, let them continue to hang, although the black magic cast by Derek is blocked by Peter's super armor protection. If it is other ordinary students, they may be tortured. Since Peter has chosen his way of returning, we don't have to meddle. Flitwick was also very angry when he heard this, actually sneaked up on the lower grade students in the school corridor and cast black magic. If you are strictly investigated, you should be expelled from school and sent to Azkaban to calm down. Count them out? Dumbledore, looking in the direction where Peter had disappeared, smiled and said, who knows, the little snakes may have different personalities, but one thing is that they are very vengeful. I don't think it's going to be the end. Maybe I'm going to worry about Derek. Peter, this little guy, I don't think he's such a generous person. Just hanging up for revenge is not like a Slytherin style. Back in the dormitory, Alan White, lying on the bed, saw Peter and asked with some curiosity, why did you come back so late today? It's curfew time now. Peter smiled and didn't say anything about Derek's sneak attack on him, only that he was fascinated by reading in the library. Alan White said with a look of admiration, if I had you who loved to study so much, I wouldn't have to worry about the final exam. By the way, I saw that you didn't come to the hall for dinner at night, so I brought you some bread and ham and put them on your desk. If you're hungry, eat some. Peter listened and said gratefully, thank you, Alan. I'm hungry, but I'm glad I have you. At this time, Peter also noticed that he had not eaten in the afternoon. His stomach was empty. He had just been blinded by the sneak attack, and he had forgotten to go to the back kitchen to find food. After eating the food on the table, Peter lay down comfortably on the bed and immediately fell into deep thought. In fact, Peter originally did not intend to let go of the two people who sneaked up on him so easily, but what the Phoenix bloodline gave him was not only a majestic magic, but also a keen intuition, so he sensed that in the corner of the corridor, there was someone else. And from the time he and Derek dueled, it was hidden. The students in the school didn't have such flawless illusions, and the professors, if Snape or McGonagall, wouldn't do nothing and just hide there. So Peter guessed, and finally thought that the most likely person in that corner was Dumbledore. I was just right now, casting a super armor shield. In order to avoid being used as a Dark Lord reservist by Dumbledore, he could only punish them slightly, hang the two of them, and blow a cool breeze for the night. As for whether he would just let go of the two who had sneaked up on him, Peter felt that he was not so kind. It is easy to let go of people who want to use black magic against themselves. He didn't know how effective Derek's black magic was, but it was well known that the damage of black magic was irreversible. That's why the Ministry of Magic explicitly forbade the use of black magic. Don't look at Peter so easily to block the attack, but he uses super armor protection. It is a high-level magic that can block most magic attacks. If it was just a general armor protection, it might not be able to stop this black magic. Although Peter was not a man of retribution, it was impossible to let them go so easily. I don't know if Dumbledore will put down the two people hanging up in the corridor. Thinking of Peter slowly fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Peter had just finished washing and came to the common room, and he saw a lively scene. Alan White saw Peter come out, ran to him, and said with a gossipy face, Peter, I tell you, the 5th grade Derek and Thomas do not know who they clashed with, and as a result, they were hanged in the hallway for one night, or found by Filch. Alan smiled evilly. I heard that I was hanged upside down for one night, and my face was blue when I put it down. I couldn't speak and was sent directly to the infirmary. Derek's group is actually not very popular in Slytherin, and the people of Slytherin judge the situation. When Voldemort gained power, most of the people followed him for profit. When Voldemort fell, he instantly wiped himself clean. Or use money to get through the Ministry of Magic, or argue that you are controlled by the Soul Reaper charm. It can be said that most people in Slytherin are always loyal to themselves. Even someone like Lucius Malfoy, who was regarded as a high-ranking member of the Death Eaters, immediately left the relationship as soon as he saw Voldemort disappear. After buying the upper echelons of the Ministry of Magic with a large amount of money, he cleverly argued that he was controlled by the Soul Reaper charm before joining the Death Eaters. Nothing, go on living your rich life. And some of those who were loyal to Voldemort were imprisoned in Azkaban. People like the Lestranges still worshipped Voldemort like crazy after he disappeared. Derek's father is one of them. For most Slytherins, who judge the situation and be loyal to themselves, this crazy obsession with Voldemort is not advisable. Even they used to crawl at Voldemort's feet, shouting to the master. Not to mention that Voldemort is now gone, and it is the domain of Dumbledore and Harry Potter the Savior. So Derek, who was taught badly, was out of place in Slytherin, and there were almost no people who could speak except for a few people with the same interests. Peter heard Alan's words, narrowed his glasses, and asked, "Didn't they say who tied them up? Was it really blown a cool breeze overnight?" Alan nodded and said happily, "When they were taken to the infirmary, Professor Snape followed. It's just that they've been frozen and can't speak. And Professor Snape didn't ask who was sneaking up on them? I heard that they wanted to sue, but they were cursed by Professor Snape, and they were dumbfounded. Say let them rest well, don't have to go to class today?" Alan White rolled his eyes and whispered, "I suspect Professor Snape already knew who it was. And the person who dealt with Derek must be someone from our academy. So Professor Snape wouldn't let Derek say who was hanging them? It was so serious that if Derek had said it, it would have cost Slytherin another big drop." Chin Yu was not too surprised, he was just a little surprised that Dumbledore actually did not put Derek down after he left. Since he had been noticed by Dumbledore, he didn't have much of a mood swing. He didn't do anything wrong, and he wouldn't be weak-hearted, except that the morning class was Snape's potions, and Peter was ready to be questioned by Snape. The potions classroom was still gloomy and dim, and Snape's hollow eyes, after scanning the students present and finding no one absent, said, "Your task today is to make a wake-up agent. This is a very potion that can wake you up from anesthesia or lethargy in your head stuffed with mustard grass. I used this potion this morning to wake up 2 fools who had been hanged all night," Snape said, and his eyes turned to Peter. Peter looked up, just in time to collide with Professor Snape's hollow and indifferent eyes, which he looked very uncomfortable with, smiled politely at the professor, and then looked away. Snape's eyes froze, then he turned thoughtfully to everyone and sneered, "The production of the awakening potion is very simple, even if you ask a troll to come, you can get it. I don't want you to be worse than a troll." With a hint of schadenfreude, he said, "Later, when you have made the potion, I will let you taste the potion you made yourself. If you turn the potion into poison, get ready for the rest of the day and lie in the school infirmary." After more than a month of study, the freshmen have already experienced the horrors of Professor Snape. As soon as they heard his words, some people with bad mentality or bad potions talent cried and mourned, nervously setting up crucibles, afraid that the potions they had made would become poison. Even students with a good potion level looked at the potion steps on the blackboard with trepidation, afraid of making a mistake. In this lesson, Peter and Alan White partnered, and after setting up the crucible, Peter arranged, "Alan, you are responsible for grinding the 6 snake teeth into powder, be careful not to leave large particles." Alan White nodded, "Listen to you, your potions are doing well anyway." Peter, on the other hand, kept his eye on the crucible, adding 6 Billy Wagger needles to the crucible and heating it for 30 seconds over medium heat. After calculating the time, I saw that the liquid in the crucible began to roll, and immediately removed the alcohol lamp. Alan White said, "Peter, I've ground the snake's teeth." Peter saw that the snake's teeth were grinding very finely, nodded, and said, "Pour the snake's tooth powder into it." After the snake tooth powder entered the crucible, Peter stirred 3 times clockwise and waved his wand. The potion gradually turns lilac and emits a mint-like fragrance. It continued to heat for half an hour. Peter and Ellen both stared at the crucible until the lilac potion heated up to a deep purple. Alan White hurriedly handed the 2 small aconitum's he had prepared to Peter. Peter put the little aconitum into the crucible and stirred it 3 times counterclockwise. "Then wave your wand." At this time, the potion was no longer dark purple, but had become as colorless as clear water, just emitting steam, with a fragrance of mint, so that Peter and Alan, who had recently been there, felt their heads wake up at once. Alan looked at the liquid in the crucible and asked uncertainly, "Is our potion made?" Peter nodded and affirmed, "Yes, as described in the textbook, the liquid is like clear water, with a sweet smell of mint, and it feels awake when you smell it." "We did it." The 2 men breathed a sigh of relief and removed the heated alcohol lamp under the crucible, and Peter raised his hand to signal to Professor Snape. Snape saw Peter raise his hand and silently come to them like a bat. I looked carefully at the liquid in the crucible, and then I fanned the smell with my hand, and my nose sniffed it. Then he announced expressionlessly, "York and White are the first to finish the potion. Plus 2 points." Then with a wave of his wand, 2 droppers were conjured out by him. "Hand it to the 2 of them. I said you need to taste the potion you make first. Let's see how well the potions you make work. All it takes is a drop." The others looked at Peter and Peter, especially the twins, who were watching the show from afar. Alan looked at Snape and hesitantly dropped the potion into his mouth and swallowed it. Peter was not stressed, he was confident in the potion he had made. So immediately followed by a dropper, a drop of potion was put in the mouth. Both of them suddenly felt very clear-headed, and the original trace of drowsiness dissipated without a trace. Looking at the 2 men's sober eyes, Snape said with a disappointed expression, "The medicine works well. Slytherin adds 2 points. Their standard potion for Mr. York?" Snape then ignored the 2 of them, but continued to patrol the others, spraying venom when he caught a student who was not operating in a standard way. After making the potion, the 2 of them instantly relaxed. They poured the potions from the crucible into a special crystal bottle and placed it on a shelf next to it. Then he picked up the potions textbook and looked at it silently. Near the end of class, everyone's potion was made. It's just that everyone didn't breathe a sigh of relief, but like a great enemy, waiting for the fate to come. Professor Snape sneered at everyone, then examined the potions made by the students one by one. "Well, Mr. Morton, you tell me, why is there so much residue in your potion? Do your ears look like they're here? I've already said pay attention to detail, your snake teeth are not polished, right?" Snape came up to a Gryffindor student and after examining his potion, gave a sneer. Then he directly conjured up a dropper, full of malicious expectations and said, "Come, Mr. Morton, please taste your own potion, pay attention to just one drop, if there is more, I am afraid that I will not be able to save you." Gryffindor Morton, crying in mourning, picked up the dropper, sucked a drop of potion in the crucible, and then dropped the potion into his mouth like a death. However, although his potion looked miserable, it was still a sober potion after all, so Morton had no other reaction except that his brain became clear. Snape waited for a while, didn't see any other reaction from him, and suddenly showed a disappointed look. It seems that Mr. Morton is very lucky. Watching Snape leave, Morton, who escaped the disaster, sat paralyzed in his chair with a palpitation, and he felt that he had been cared for by Merlin today, so that he had not been poisoned. Seeing that Morton was okay, the rest of the Gryffindor who were worried about him were instantly relieved, and the twins couldn't help but cheer. As a result, the tragic eye of Snape was attracted, and Snape came directly to the twins, looked at them and taunted, "It seems that Mr. Weasley is very confident in his potion, let me enjoy your masterpiece." As soon as the twins saw Snape, they froze and quickly showed the professor the potion they had made. The twins' potion talent is not too good, but the potions they make are decent, but it is clear that Snape does not want to let them go so easily. A sneer said, "I thought Mr. Weasley, you guys were so happy that you had made some top potion. Didn't expect just this level? Didn't you play well with Mr. York, and you might ask him how to make potions? Instead of dancing here like baboons?" Peter's face was full of helplessness. "If you want to scold them, why are you still involved? Is it because you can't see yourself playing well with Gryffindor people?" The twins were squirted together by Snape's venom and did not dare to refute it, although they liked to play and often said bad things about Snape's old bat behind their backs, but they still had some contempt for him. After spraying the twins, Snape satisfactorily put away his fangs and continued to inspect, with a particular focus on the Gryffindor students' potions. This time, he came to Lee Jordan and another Gryffindor student, looked at the lump of slime in their crucibles with no expression on his face, and asked in a gloomy voice, "Please tell me, what is this lump?" "Well, the awakening potion," Lee Jordan said uncertainly. "Ha, you said this slimy thing is a wakefulness potion." Snape was full of sarcasm and pretended to be surprised to announce to the crowd, "I didn't expect that one of our first-year students had a potion master who actually invented a new awakening potion. What an encouragement!" Lee Jordan and his classmates were embarrassed by Snape's mocking remarks. Especially Lee Jordan, that dark complexion was flushed, shy and angry. Some of the Slytherin students, laughing at them, drew the twins and the other Gryffindors to glare at them. Snape didn't care about the others, but conjured up 2 droppers, and said with a confused look, "Mr. Morton's potion was lucky to succeed just now, now let's see how effective your potion is. Give it a try." Taking the dropper, the 2 looked at the potion of mucus in the crucible and had the heart to refuse to try. But looking at Snape's forced look, "I'm afraid that if they don't come by themselves, Snape will help them." The only one who had to admit it was to put a drop of potion in his mouth with a dropper, and at first neither of them was unusual, and the Gryffindor people were relieved, thinking that they had escaped the disaster. Snape looked expectant and gradually became disappointed. Suddenly, Lycaon and his classmates directly spat out white foam, and their faces fell to the ground with a miserable face, and their bodies convulsed from time to time. "Ah, Professor, they are poisoned." Everyone panicked, and the timid students of Gryffindor were frightened to cry. Even the students in Slytherin, who had just laughed at them, were a little overwhelmed at this time. "Idiot!" Snape shouted angrily, and then prepared to pull out a beef yolk, divide it into 2 parts and stuff it into their mouths to relieve the toxicity. Then he turned around and roared, "Give me quiet." With a wave of the wand, the 2 poisoned men floated up. Snape turned to everyone and said sternly, "I'm going to send these 2 to the school infirmary so they won't be poisoned by the poison they made. And you give me a good stay here, don't move around. Peter York, you put me in charge of order in the classroom, and I'll have something to talk to you about later. Got it?" Snape looked at Peter and said. Peter nodded and said, "Good, Professor. I will be waiting for you in the classroom." Snape nodded satisfactorily and left the classroom with the 2 floating men. Alan White said to Peter with some trepidation, "Although Professor Snape is our dean, sometimes I think he is quite terrible." Then he asked curiously, "The professor asked you to wait for him in the classroom, does he have anything to look for you?" Peter shook his head, "I don't know, maybe it's just a normal conversation." When Professor Snape left, the potions classroom was buzzing, and everyone was talking about what had just happened. Angelina Johnson of Gryffindor said to the classmate next to her with a worried face, "You said that the 2 of them would be fine, and I don't know how they turned the awakening potion into poison. It's so scary. Did you see that Lee Jordan's dark face suddenly turned miserable, and I thought he was dead?" Anna Rodman, who was asked, was shocked at this time, patted her chest and said, "Seriously, although it is not good to say this, I am very grateful that the 2 of them have an accident, otherwise it will be our turn to taste the potion in the crucible." The 2 looked into their own crucible, which was a cloud of green and mushy things, which did not match the description of the awakening potion in the textbook. "I don't know if they will be as serious as Lee Jordan if they take it." The 2 looked at the potion with embarrassment, and invariably thanked Lee Jordan in their hearts that they had blocked the disaster for themselves. Professor Snape's departure brought the Weasley twins back to life, and the 2 embraced each other in exaggerated tears, passionately saying, "Merlin's stinky socks." Our brother was almost murdered by Professor Snape. Look at his sinister smile, wishing our potion had turned into poison and poisoned us to death. Then he triumphantly said, "Fortunately, our potion is not bad, and we did not let his plot succeed, which is really a fluke." Alan White looked at the hustle and bustle in the classroom and looked down at Peter and asked, "Don't you care about them? Didn't Professor Snape put you in charge of managing this place?" Peter shook his head and said indifferently, "As long as they don't make any trouble, I don't bother to manage, especially the Gryffindor people. Do you think they will listen to me, this Slytherin?" But looking at the happiest twins who jumped, Peter rolled his eyes, smiled evilly, and put his wand around his neck. "Oh, I didn't expect Mr. Weasley to have such an opinion of me, and it seems that I need to add a little more difficulty to you, too self-proclaimed potions-minded Mr. Weasley." Snape's indifferent voice rang out in the classroom, matching the dim environment and looking very gloomy. The sound in the classroom suddenly stopped, and everyone sat up straight and closed their mouths in horror, not daring to move. The originally cheerful twins were so frightened by this sound that they almost fell, and quickly sat down and trembled and shouted, "Si! Professor Snape? It's Professor Snape! Not Professor Snape!" Gryffindor deducts 10 points. Given that you named the professors indiscriminately. Snape's cold voice came again. When the twins heard that they were going to deduct points, they were immediately discouraged, crying, and mourning, and did not dare to refute it. They had already deducted a lot of points for their previous group fights in the Quidditch auditions, and now this score was deducted again, and if Percy knew about it, I was afraid that I would have to report to my mother. "It's time for a roaring letter." Only after waiting for a while, they did not hear Snape's voice, so they looked back boldly, and did not see Professor Snape's figure. Scanning the surrounding circle, there was still no figure found. "What are you looking at with your heads shaking your head?" Snape's cold voice sounded again, startling the two of them with a twinkle in their heads. Just as they looked in the direction where the sound was coming from, they saw that Peter was smiling evilly and casting spells with his wand down his neck, while Alan White next to him was covering his stomach and laughing. "What do you see? Deduct your credits when you see it." Snape's voice eerily emanated from Peter's mouth. The Weasley twins now understood that they had been tricked by Peter. Suddenly, annoyed and angry, he rushed over. "Ah, Peter, you bad billet. Actually pretending to be Snape's voice scares us, it's too bad." Peter is caught between the two, and the twins cooperate with the tacit understanding to tickle him, threatening to release anger on him. Peter was scratched by the two of them and laughed, and kept begging for forgiveness. "Well, George, Fred, I was wrong. Haha, don't scratch it. I'm afraid of itching." After playing for a long time, the two let Peter go. Peter wiped the tears from his laughter, and then found that all around him were glaring at him, and he couldn't help but smile. Alan White, who was watching the whole process, said happily, "You are provoking the anger of the crowd. How terrible Professor Snape is, you don't know. As a result, you still scare them so much. I'm afraid you almost scared their hearts out." The twins, regardless of what others thought, pestered Peter and asked, "Peter, what magic did you just use?" It was exactly like Snape's voice. "It's so cool, teach us." Peter smiled and said, "This is the spell I learned from Professor Flitwick, a variant of the loud sound charm, and I am casting it for the first time. Can imitate the sounds of many people and animals? I can teach you whenever you want, but go back to your seat and watch out for Professor Snape." The Weasley twins, "Oh, cunning Peter, you don't want to lie to us this time. Even if you say that Snape is standing behind us now, we won't believe it." "Two Weasleys, what are you doing?" Professor Snape's voice rang out. When the twins heard this, they were not as frightened as before, but said triumphantly, "Peter, you can't scare us. Hurry up and give us the spell. Otherwise we'll have to use our tickling skills again." After waiting for a while, the twins realized that the room was a little too quiet at this time, and then looked at Alan next to Peter, who was now sitting upright in his chair, staring down at the potions book on the table, as if to see the book out of a hole. Peter, on the other hand, was now looking behind them with an embarrassed face. "Professor, I am preparing to call them back to their original positions." The twins watched as Peter spoke behind them. Surprised, he laughed awkwardly. "Haha. Peter, you're not kidding. We won't take your word for it anymore." "To Mr. Weasley, what the hell are you doing?" A deep voice came from behind him, with a hint of anger. The twins were completely stupid this time, because they saw that Peter really didn't open his mouth. Trembling and turning around, I saw Professor Snape, who had been gloomy for a year, standing behind them. Professor Snape. The twins shouted nervously, barely squeezing a smile out of their faces, with prayers in their eyes, hoping that Snape would let them go this time. But obviously their wishes could not be fulfilled. Snape has always been to Gryffindor students is the principle of killing mistakes rather than letting go. This time just caught these two usually jumping the most hilarious Weasley, which has the reason to let go? Professor Snape's indifferent face revealed a smile that finally caught you, frightening the twins into a panic. Running around the classroom without permission during class, the two Mr. Weasley deducted 10 points each. The twins burst into tears and pleaded, "Professor, please? If we deduct more points, we will ask my mother to send a yelling letter, and Gryffindor now has no points to deduct." Hearing this, Snape did not have the slightest sympathy, but instead showed a triumphant smile and said sinisterly, "Then deduct another 10 points. If you hit the two teachers, you can now go back to your seat." The twins couldn't pray anymore at this point, They were afraid that if they stayed any longer, Snape would have to find all kinds of reasons to deduct their points. Hurry back to your seat, like a roasted eggplant on the seat. Peter was stunned to see Professor Snape's operation, and almost did not drop his jaw. Perhaps because Harry Potter had not yet arrived, Snape was not as confrontational with other colleges, especially Gryffindor students, as he remembered, except for some indifference. At one point, Peter thought that the original author's description of Snape was an exaggerated description just to create a sense of conflict. But I didn't expect to see such a scene today. At this time, Professor Snape, in the dim classroom, is exactly like the most evil dark wizard in the story. Greasy hair, cold hollow eyes, a withered figure, plus an eagle hook nose. Harry Potter can't be blamed for treating him like a bad guy early on and ignoring Professor Quirrell, who stutters and is timid. Anyone will think of him as a dark wizard. After dealing with the twins, Snape turned his head to look at Peter, who was watching the play, and a deep voice came out of his mouth. Mr. York, I asked you to take care of the order of the classroom. I was so disappointed. Come to my office tonight and confine. Peter innocently opened his palm. Professor, I'm just a first-year freshman, and I can't even cast a decent spell. How do you want me to manage these people? Snape looked deeply at him and sneered. Well, Mr. York, who can't do magic, you can use your wand to deal with potion materials at night. I think it's enough for you to be able to perform decent magic. When Peter heard this, he sat down with a helpless face. Snape is looking for trouble with whoever he wants, and there are many reasons. At this time, before the class was over, all the students in the classroom obediently sat in their seats, burying their heads in the table, afraid that Snape would notice. Professor Snape looked at everyone and sneered. You may be fantasizing that I can stay in the school infirmary for those two trolls who drank homemade poison. That would be naive. Madame Pomfrey's medical skills are good, and a single dose of antidote makes those two fools jump around. Saying that under the horrified eyes of everyone, dozens of droppers were conjured up out of thin air, and with a wave of the wand, the droppers flew in front of all the students who had not yet been tested. Now let's move on to testing. See if there are still trolls who don't understand potions, and have made potions that are comparable to poison. Snape smiled grimly. Come on. Everyone sucked a drop of potion from their crucibles and put it in their mouths. Don't worry, Madame Pomfrey has enough beds ready there. Looking at Snape, who was now threatening and using a low voice to persuade everyone to drink the potion, Peter almost didn't take out his wand to give Snape a look. It's scary. He wondered if Snape had been swapped during the time he was out. Some of the bolder boys, who confessed their fate, dropped the potion into their mouths, with a generous and righteous expression. Other girls were startled by Snape's expression, sobbing with a dropper, hesitant to put their mouths down. Mr. Parton, what are you dragging? Need me to help you? Snape came up to a Gryffindor boy and said with a sneer. The boy named Peyton shook his head into a rattle, quickly put the potion in the dropper into his mouth, and swallowed. He was afraid that if he didn't do it again, Snape would hold him down and pour the potion. As soon as the others saw this, they immediately drank the potion in their hands, afraid that they would be caught by Snape one step later. Although the potions made by many people are strange, they do not cause any symptoms, and they are normal. But suddenly a scream sounded. A Slytherin girl watched in horror, and the two Slytherin boys in front of him kept spewing blood. Blood is pouring out of the mouth, nose, ears, eyes. Instantly stained two people into blood. This scene is so scary that many people are scared to scream and cry, shouting to go home. Quiet. Snape directly made a loud incantation, suppressing the cries in the classroom. Then he ran to the two Slytherins who were spewing blood, examined them carefully, and then looked relieved. Standing up straight, he taunted, Mr. Montoy, and Mr. Bird, congratulations on inventing a new potion. He actually turned a dose of awakening potion into a blood tonic potion. Am I going to congratulate you on your upcoming master of potions? Covered in blood and bleeding from his mouth, Graham Montoy shouted in horror, Professor, please save me. I don't want to die yet. Whoops, blood was bubbling up in his mouth as he spoke. The other bird was also terrified. Snape looked at the two bloodied men and roared, Idiot, this is just the effect of your super blood tonic. Can't die? Can you let go of me? The two crying bloody men, frightened by Snape's momentum, quickly shut up and withdrew the bloody hands lying on Snape's robe, full of helplessness. Looking at the two men, Snape was helpless and could only shout, Peter York, you hurry up and send these two fools to the school infirmary. Then after class I took a trip to the office. Peter looked at the two bleeding classmates and quickly nodded, Okay, Professor. Then he waved his wand and directly floated the two classmates, ignoring their panicked teeth and claws in midair, and rushed directly to the school infirmary. Only Professor Snape watched deeply. The first-year student who unconsciously cast the spell silently, disappeared outside the classroom door. There were only 9 freshmen in Slytherin's class, of which in addition to Peter and his roommate Alan White, there were only 5 boys left, including Burnbost, Graham Monty, Edward Yaxley, and a total of 5 boys. Among them was the name of Montague Graham, which Peter knew a little. This big fat guy is a future Slytherin chaser, and when he formed the D Club in Harry Potter's 5th grade, as Umbridge's helper and member of the Action Investigation Team, when he wanted to deduct points for Gryffindor, Fred shoved his head into a cannon fodder in the vanishing cabinet. Montoy, who was floating in midair by magic, shouted to Peter in panic, Peter, you put us down, we can go ourselves. Bertrand also nodded nervously, wanting to come down. Peter looked at them covered in blood, shook his head and refused. No, you're going to stay in the corridor, in case Filch catches you. And you are sick now, and I want to keep you safe. There were also some senior students in the hallway who had no class in the morning, and they looked at Peter in amazement, and the two people floating behind him who were full of blood, rushed to the school infirmary, thinking that there was an accident, and quickly gave way. Quickly arriving at the school infirmary, Peter quickly knocked on the door of the school infirmary. Mrs. Pomfrey, come and see my classmates. Hearing a knock at the door of a student, Pomfrey came out. What happened? Then he looked up and saw the two bloody people floating, startled. Oh, Merlin? What's going on? Come on in. Peter quickly directed the two of them to float into the infirmary and placed them on the bed, explaining, Mrs. Pomfrey, we were just in potions class, and Professor Snape asked us to drink the potions we made, and they did it. Madame Pomfrey threw out several spells in a row, carefully examined the two people on the bed full of blood, and then the nervous look relaxed, saying, they are all right. It's just like eating a lot of blood tonics, overcharging? I'll give them some medicine later and it'll be fine. Then he complained, Snape is also true, such a dangerous thing can be done, and actually let you drink the potion you made. Don't be afraid of students being poisoned by those messy potions and dying. 2 poisoned students have just been sent. Now 2 more? I'll have to talk to Dumbledore. Hearing the 2 men who had just been sent by Professor Snape, Peter asked, Mrs. Pomfrey, are those 2 all right? Madame Pomfrey waved her hand. Don't worry, you Professor Snape always do some dangerous things, but he's a potions master. There is no potion in this world that can overwhelm him. He had already used the ox yoke to get rid of all the poison in them before he sent them, and all he needed to do was drink a little more potion to get me and have a good rest. Your first years, what potion did Snape ask you to make? Why are so many students poisoned by potions? Peter looked helplessly and said, it's a sobriety potion. Madame Pomfrey still thought it was a difficult potion to make, but when she heard that it was the simplest awakening potion, she looked wordlessly at the students on the hospital bed who had been poisoned by the potion they had made. Then their potions talent is really enough. This is a compulsory course. They have to stay up for at least 5 years. Lying on the hospital bed, Montague and Berthoud were even more desperate when they heard the news. If the potions class often did this in the future, they did not know if they would live to graduate. Leaving the 2 patients in the infirmary, Peter bid farewell to Madame Pomfrey and hurried to the potions office. Now that class is over, many students have rushed out of the classroom, chasing and fighting with each other. Coming to the office door, Peter knocked and heard come in. And then I went inside. Professor, are you looking for me? Peter asked pretentiously. In fact, he had already guessed in his heart, probably Derek, who had not been able to sneak in last night and had been hanged by him all night, and complained to Snape. Snape sat at his desk, grading a pile of homework, heard Peter's words, laughed, looked deeply at Peter, and said, Derek and Thomas, who were hung in the hallway all night, were found in the infirmary this morning, and they woke up and told me that you had sneaked up on them. Don't know how you explain it? Peter looked away from Snape's gaze, and he knew that the man in front of him was not only a master of potions, but also a master of brain occlusion who could deceive Voldemort, and a superb dementor. If he is watched by his eyes for a long time, it is likely that the secrets in his head will be quietly acquired. Peter said with a joking look, Professor, I'm only a first-year freshman who came to Hogwarts from Muggle society not long ago. And Derek, they're already 5th graders, and they're 2. Do you think I have the ability to sneak up on them? If you don't believe me, ask Mrs. Pins at the library, who came out of the library last night watching me before the curfew. Where did the time come from to sneak up on them? This is ridiculous. Looking at Peter's wronged expression, Snape's mouth twitched. If he hadn't learned the news from Dumbledore early in the morning, I'm afraid he would have really believed his words. He is really the only Muggle student who has been assigned to Slytherin in the past 100 years, and this lie does not change color. I am afraid that only Slytherin is the most suitable for him. Otherwise, the impulsive Gryffindor, or the simple Hufflepuff, would be deceived by this cunning little snake. Peter looked at Snape with a look you continued, and knew it must be Dumbledore's old bee, who told him about last night's events. But he continued to pretend to be aggrieved and said, Professor, I swear I didn't sneak up on them. You can't just listen to them and believe it. Snape didn't say much about it, not to mention 2 5th graders, shamelessly sneaking up on first-year students and being defeated by first years. That was enough to lose Slytherin's face, so he cast a spell to silence Derek when they woke up and wanted to file a complaint. He came to Peter this time, mainly at Dumbledore's request, to let him pay more attention to this gifted student and avoid him going astray. And he was curious about the Muggle student who was mixing in Slytherin. He entered Slytherin as a hybrid, but it took him several years of hard work and this superb potion talent to gain a foothold in the academy. But Peter was perfect from the moment he was assigned to Slytherin, and after beating a group of students of the same grade to the ground at the Slytherin Chief Challenge, he wisely stepped down and gave up the chief position. Because he knew that even if he was elected chief by force, these blood-respected students would not listen to him and simply gave up the trouble at the beginning. Not only has it shown its strength and talent, people dare not underestimate it, and do not intensify the contradictions between each other, so that you will not be isolated in Slytherin. It can be said that it is quite perfect. Snape, who had been following him, was amazed. Snape looked at the little boy in front of him and reminded, "It doesn't matter if I don't believe it or not, it's just that Derek and Thomas, as heirs of a pure blood family, receive the attention of the family, and as long as they tell the family about it, they won't give up." The Derek family, in particular, were once loyal followers of the mysterious and had a deep dislike for muggles. "You have to be careful." Hearing Snape's words, Peter understood his words and asked in disbelief, "Do they dare to run to the school to deal with me? And if a 5th grader is defeated by a 1st grader, shouldn't they educate their children well? How can I blame someone else?" Snape seemed to think of something. His look was a little gloomy, and then his eyes became hollow, his expression was somewhat cold, and he said with a mocking tone, "In the eyes of these people, only pure blood is noble, and if it is defeated by a mixed race or muggle-born wizard, it is a shame. So they will do everything they can to erase this shame?" Peter was not frightened by Snape's words, not to mention that he was now in the blood of the phoenix, not afraid of death, even if it was his phoenix field. It was a powerful magical animal that could fight against the dragon, and he was also able to teleport away with him, defying the ban, and he's never officially fought anyone. Peter looked at Professor Snape gratefully. "Thank you, Professor, for the reminder, otherwise I wouldn't have known these things." Then a cold glint flashed in his eyes, and he said in a somewhat cold tone, "But if they want to get rid of me, I'm afraid it's not qualified enough." Looking at Peter's serious expression, Snape flashed a smile in his eyes and said, "But you don't have to worry. Dumbledore, considering the complexity of this matter, decided to let them forget about last night, so they will only remember that they were hanged, and they don't know who hung them. So now it can only be regarded as a headless public case." Headmaster Dumbledore. Peter looked at Snape in amazement, not expecting Dumbledore to be involved, and also revising Derek's memories. "Headmaster, why should he help me? We don't seem to know each other." Snape shook his head. "I don't know why he's helping you, but obviously Dumbledore is bullish on you. To this end, he needed to block the anger of the 2 pure blood families and let this hidden danger end." But he reminded again, "But there is no guarantee that you will be safe in the future. There are some people in the academy who are very paranoid about blood, and they have not yet shown their heads, just because there is Dumbledore pressed on it, and most of the Slytherins have chosen to accept you. But you need to be careful. It's better not to run around like those stupid lions. I don't want to receive your wreckage one day." Peter felt that Snape was not as inaccessible as he seemed. What he said to himself, though always with a stick. But in an adult's mind, putting aside those external thorns, he was able to analyze that this was a concern for himself. Although the reason may be merely because Peter is a student of his academy. Peter pretended to be obedient and thanked Snape. "Thank you, Professor Snape, for caring about me. I will definitely listen to your words and save my life." Hearing Peter's words, Snape's face darkened, and the little cub became more and more bold, daring to ridicule him to his face. He really didn't see this kid's deliberate smile. Snape roared in exasperation, "You still have to think about how to survive these 7 years in Slytherin. I remember the last time a Muggle-born student who was assigned to Slytherin by the Sorting Hat died inexplicably in school. Not even a single murderer was caught. Although the environment is better now, it is impossible for you to spend 7 years in Slytherin smoothly. In the coming year, many pure-blood children will come to Hogwarts to study, and even the children of school trustees. These people may be more radical in their thinking, and you don't let them get caught up in the handle and be expelled from school." Peter was a little confused about this somewhat deformed magical society, and he directly complained, "It is almost the 21st century, and the Muggle world is changing with each passing day, but the magical world is still like in the Middle Ages. Tell what the ghost bloodline. If this continues, I am afraid that it will not be long before the secrets of the wizarding world will be discovered by Muggles. At that time, I am afraid that a war will inevitably be avoided. If these people don't change their brains, I'm afraid it will be just a bunch of research materials on the experimental table." As soon as the words fell out, Peter was keenly aware that there was a magical fluctuation next to the fireplace. Looking over there, I didn't find anything. But Peter himself would be spellcast, so he guessed that there was always a person there who was invisible. As soon as my mind turned, I guessed who it was. However, when he did not notice, he turned his eyes to Snape, but found that Snape was looking at him strangely at this time. Snape didn't expect an 11-year-old to say this, not to say whether it was correct or not, but it was surprising enough. Suddenly Snape's expression froze, as if he had received some news, and then he looked at Peter with a strange look in his eyes and asked, "How did you come to this conclusion? How do you hear that if the wizarding world and Muggles fight, wizards will lose?" Peter noticed the situation, and he guessed that the invisible man had made Snape ask such a question, but he didn't care. He directly glanced around, found that there was no place for him to sit, and directly took out a piece of wrapping paper that nourished honey candy, and with a finger of his wand, the wrapping paper became a comfortable chair. Snape and the invisible man were very surprised. They didn't expect Peter's transfiguration talent to be so good, which was not the level that a first-year student should have. Peter sat down before he said to Snape, "Professor, there is a distinction between pure blood and high in the wizarding world, and not much in the Muggle world. I can say that I was a nobleman, and I also inherited the title of Earl, and even had some blood relations with the current royal family. Although we don't have any real power, we can get into the Muggle hierarchy and have a lot of information." He looked at Snape with a look of surprise and continued, "Professor, have you counted the number of Muggles? There are 5.3 billion people in the world, and the British magic world I have checked, at most tens of thousands of people. Counting the total number of wizards in other parts of the world, it is not more than 1,000,000 at most. Magic is magical, but it's not omnipotent. He couldn't control everyone, and when the veil of magic was lifted one day, the muggles would no longer be in awe of magic. They will try to find the source of this power, and the wizards are their research material. When the time comes, the wizards will not break their wands and blend into muggle society, then they will have to hide everywhere in the dark. When Snape heard this, he couldn't help but be surprised, although he came from muggle society, but the unfortunate experience of his childhood made him very repulsive to the muggle world, so he had not been exposed to muggle society in these years, and he knew nothing about the muggle world. But as a wizard, he was still very proud, so he couldn't help but refute Peter's conclusion. Mr. York, maybe there are a lot of muggles, but they know nothing about magic, and they can't use magic, let alone stop the attack of magic. We have many ways to control them, and now the Prime Minister of the Muggle world often talks to our Minister of Magic, and they know that our magic world exists, but after so many years, they are still at peace. You're so alarmist? When Peter heard Snape's words, he did not immediately refute them, but asked, Professor, do you know about World War II during the Grindelwald period? As soon as the words stopped, Peter noticed the magic fluctuations coming from the fireplace again, and couldn't help but smile in his heart, mentioning this name, and such a big reaction. Snape wondered how he had moved the topic here, but nodded anyway. Peter explained, as if telling a story, the whole world was in a mess. Britain was also constantly bombed by Germany. Shortly after Grindelwald was captured, Germany was defeated and surrendered. At this time, the island countries in the Far East were still stubbornly resisting, so the United States directly dropped 2 mushroom bombs, directly causing tens of thousands of them to die instantly. More than 100,000 people died one after another. And this is only the weapon of the 40s and 50s, and today the Muggle weapon far exceeds the power of the mushroom bomb. And there are so many of them. We in the Muggle world once said that if there is really a third world war, then after this war, the human war will become a fight with stones and sticks. I don't know what the most powerful magic in the wizarding world is, but judging from what I have come into contact with so far, the so-called most terrifying black magic is simply incomparable with the power of the weapons of the Muggle world. Snape was a little surprised by the power of these Muggle weapons, but he said, you may not know that there is a black magic in the wizarding world that can control people's minds and make them obey your orders. And this kind of magic can't be resisted even by the most powerful Oro, let alone Muggles. Peter said, Professor, you are talking about the Soul Reaper charm, but this black magic is forbidden by the Ministry of Magic, and if you dare to cast it, you will be sent to Azkaban. The question is how many people can successfully cast this black magic? When will they be able to control billions of people around the world? Snape didn't expect Peter to know about the black magic, but the thought of his regular presence in the library made it clear to him which book he should have seen it from. He replied directly, as long as you control the Muggle high level, it won't take much effort. Peter agreed, but said, this method may be effective in the short term, but it will definitely be exposed in the long run. Human beings are very strange, and when there is no foreign enemy, they will often kill you to death. But when faced with the problem of survival, they will unite, and if they can't defeat it, they will prefer to drag you to hell together. I find it strange when I read the history books of the wizarding world, where wizards joke about medieval Muggle witch hunts and describe how strange witches like to be burned at the stake and are deliberately caught by Muggles. But the question is, if wizards really despise Muggles so much, why would they rather give up large areas of rich territory and hide the wizarding world instead? Could it be that, as the book says, wizards disdain Muggles and shut themselves off? Peter said sarcastically. He looked at Snape. Professor, do you really believe that? Snape was also stunned at this time. He had never considered it. Or that almost all wizards consciously or unconsciously ignore the contradictions described in the book. When you see the freak witches playing Muggles in the book, they only laugh at the stupidity of Muggles, and do not consider why the ancestors of wizards would rather use magic to hide the wizarding world in the corners and alleys, hiding in the dark like rats, rather than go out and rule the stupid and fragile Muggles in their eyes with magic. Peter was born in the Muggle world, and in his previous life he was an ordinary person, and he had seen the new Jinxiang of rapid technology, and the smartphone that was constantly updated would reappear in this world in more than a decade. The satellites, the cameras everywhere, the extensive network, the rapid development of science and technology and information technology, so that the world has no secrets to speak of. Magic may be able to fool the human senses, but it can never fool the machine. When the magic world is exposed, the situation will be very delicate. Peter looked at Professor Snape in thought, smiled and comforted. Professor, you don't have to worry too much, there are still decades to go in the wizarding world, maybe then someone who will turn the tide will appear. Snape looked at him in amazement and said, I thought you were going to solve this problem yourself. Haven't you already analyzed the magical world so thoroughly? Why not go further? The hidden man also looked at Peter, wanting to hear his explanation. Peter waved his hand amusedly, I don't want to bear such a heavy burden. I came to the wizarding world just to learn magic and feel the charm of magic. But that doesn't mean I'll stay in the wizarding world in the future. The wizarding world is magical, but it's too old to fit in with me. Besides, the point I just made, as long as anyone who is familiar with the history of the Muggle World War and has a certain understanding of Muggle technology, can easily give it. This is not a profound question. Well, that's the end of such a heavy topic. Peter stood up and bowed slightly to Snape. Professor, thank you again for the reminder. I will pay attention to safety and will not let those people seize the opportunity. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced in the direction of the fireplace. Professor, please convey your thanks to Principal Dumbledore on my behalf. If it weren't for him, I might be in trouble right now. Snape was a little distracted by what Peter had just said, and nodded his head to let Peter leave. When Peter closed the office door and left, the potions office fell silent, only the burning wood in the fireplace, making a crackling sound. Dumbledore then wore a dark purple robe covered with silver stars and appeared in shape. He wore half-moon glasses and long silver hair scattered behind him. Coming to the silent Snape, he pulled out a sum of candy. Severus, would you like to try the Duke of Honey's latest cockroach pile? No, I don't eat this. With a defiant face, Snape pushed open the box of cockroaches. Then he looked up and looked directly at Dumbledore. Is what Peter York said true? The wizarding world hid itself to hide from muggles? Dumbledore retracted the cockroach pile with a pity face, picked up a cockroach sweet that was bouncing around alive, and put it in his mouth. In Snape's disgusted gaze, he chewed up with satisfaction. Then he said slowly, Mr. York, what you say may be exaggerated, but in general it is no different from the facts. Snape couldn't believe it. He didn't expect it to be true. His throat was a little dry and he asked, then why hasn't anyone said it for so many years, and didn't the Ministry of Magic see this situation? Dumbledore stopped the cockroach pile in his hand, sighed inexplicably, and said, in fact, someone foresaw this future a long time ago, so that person actively wanted to change this situation, and even I was once attracted to his ambitions. But because of his radical theory, I parted ways with him and eventually went against him. Since the fall of the man, the wizarding world has been evasive of this theory, especially the Ministry of Magic, which strictly prohibits the spread of this Muggle threat theory. They were afraid that this theory would lead to conflict and contradiction, causing the long peaceful magical world to fall into the chaos of war again. Dumbledore sat down in the chair Peter had concocted and let out a comfortable sigh. Mr. York always surprised me. I didn't expect his transfiguration talent to be so good. I think Professor McGonagall would be very happy. When people get old, their bodies are very fragile. After standing for so long, my old bones were almost falling apart. Snape was a little suspicious of the man he was talking about, and couldn't help but ask, is it the dark wizard Grindelwald you are talking about? After all, apart from Voldemort, the only one who could match Dumbledore was Grindelwald, who had been defeated by himself. When Grindelwald was wreaking havoc in Europe and the United States, Grindelwald's power did not touch England due to Dumbledore's presence and the complicated relationship between the two men. So the Wizards of England, although they knew the name of the first generation of Dark Devils, knew very little about him. Hearing Snape's name, Dumbledore's eyes were obscured by glasses, fluctuating slightly. He nodded, that's right, you weren't born in that era, so you don't know how appealing Grindelwald's theory really is, and wizards all over the world aspire to that kind of life. And he was very charismatic, and many people threw themselves into his ranks and formed the Witch Party. It's just that his theory is too radical, and he wants to enslave muggles through war and make wizards masters. This makes some people unacceptable, and the Ministry of Magic cannot accept the existence of such a person who is above the Ministry of Magic. So the wizarding world has ushered in the biggest war in the wizarding world in history. Even the Muggle world was triggered by World War II. Many people died in the meantime, and it was not until I made a duel request to Grindelwald and imprisoned him in Numengard that the war was terminated. But some wizards, influenced by this, began to pay attention to the disparity in power between wizards and muggles, and they were not willing to accept such a fact. Dumbledore's eyes looked at Snape, so when they saw another Dark Lord's proposal to exterminate muggles, they joined him. I want to struggle one last time? Hearing this, Snape's originally calm face, somewhat awkwardly avoiding Dumbledore's gaze, spat out a few words with difficulty, mysterious man. Dumbledore nodded, but these people are disappointed. Voldemort is indeed powerful, but he has always considered himself, and he does not have lofty ambitions like Grindelwald, nor does he care about the future of wizards. Voldemort believed only in himself, and he didn't want to enslave muggles like those pure-blood families, but to enslave everyone, including his wizards. Hearing the word slavery, Snape unconsciously touched his arm, where there was a mark that could not be removed. There was a time when he was honored by this mark, but now it was a shackle that could never be taken off. Dumbledore noticed his condition, his voice slightly gentler. Severus, it is never a shame to get lost. Even I was once attracted to Grindelwald's theory and almost went astray, but I was lucky enough to stop halfway. Whether a person is good or bad is never judged by where he comes from, but by what path he chooses and what he does. Dumbledore touched the upholstered chair under his ass and sighed. Peter, this child, he reminds me of Grindelwald, just as gifted, just as far-sighted, and he is still so young, there is still room for growth. If cultivated well, it will be the future of the wizarding world. So Severus, I need you to guide him well. You are his dean, and he is not afraid of you. We can't let this child go astray, otherwise it will be a disaster for the wizarding world. Snape's eyes were hollow again, apparently the brain occlusion was playing again, and he coldly laughed at himself. Me? Dumbledore, you're old and faint. Actually let me guide a child to become better. If you hadn't testified on my behalf in the Ministry of Magic's courtroom, I would have been locked up in Azkaban by now. You let a dark wizard teach students to get better? Dumbledore looked at Snape, who was a little self-deprecating at this time, sighed, got up and patted him on the shoulder. Severus, I never thought it would be a dark wizard who could use black magic. Rather, it was to see if he was able to restrain himself after learning black magic. If you look at me, I'm rated as a white wizard, but that doesn't mean I don't understand black magic. I can even proudly say that I know them better than those dark wizards. Dumbledore took out the cockroach pile again, and asked somewhat reluctantly, don't you really want to taste it? Severus, it's made of chocolate and with a little butter, it tastes great. Snape glanced in disgust at the pile of cockroaches crawling all over the table. Full of resistance, he said, thank you, I don't need to. Alas, what a pity. Many people are always confused by its appearance and forget that it is just a very delicious little snack. Dumbledore said with a look of pity, okay, I'm leaving. I have to take care of Fox. She has been a little anxious lately, because there is a very beautiful kind of person in the school. She always wants to make friends, but she is very shy and afraid to go, and she has been a little haggard lately. Snape listened and asked in surprise, Dumbledore, you said there was another phoenix from school. Dumbledore nodded, his face full of smiles. It was Peter York's companion who was sensed by Fox from the moment he brought Phoenix into the school. It was a newborn phoenix, very beautiful. If I wasn't so sure that Dumbledore's family was not lost, I would have thought Peter was part of our family. Dumbledore watched Snape's eyes grow brighter and brighter, and said in a seductive tone, think about it, if you can get little Peter's trust, those phoenix tears, faded feathers, and even phoenix blood are easy to get. Instead of being able to catch Fox's wool as he is now, Fox is now very resistant to you and will run as soon as he sees you. The more Snape listened, the more moved he became, and the tears of the phoenix could heal the dying person, which was very precious. The phoenix feather can not only be used as a wand heart, but also as a potion material. As for the phoenix blood, just think about it, that is the lifeblood of the phoenix. If you want to covet, the phoenix, a magical animal that can fight the dragon Basilisk, will make you feel its power. Then he looked back and pretended to be calm, it doesn't bother you. Peter York is my college student after all, I will look after him. Dumbledore laughed contentedly, then reminded, just give guidance on the way he chooses, don't get too involved. This child is very intelligent and very sharp, and he cannot be misunderstood and wary of us. I've wondered more than once that if I hadn't been wary of Voldemort from the start, wouldn't his future have been different? This time I want to choose again, to choose to believe. I'm sure Peter York won't let me down. Snape sneered, full of disdain, and said, put away your sympathy, the Dark Lord will not be washed away by your words. As for Peter, a natural Slytherin, mature in mind and gifted, he could always turn the situation in his favor. If you look at the current Slytherin, in just over a month, except for a few diehards, the rest of the people have chosen to accept him, which is not something that an 11-year-old child can do. I can't dominate his ideas, you still have to pray that he won't grow crooked, and then you can live a few more decades. Otherwise no one can restrict him. Dumbledore smiled, maybe I could consider asking Nick for a little elixir to keep myself alive for 2 more years. Snape's eyes instantly burned when he heard the elixir. As a potions master, especially as a person who was very obsessed with the study of potions, he had always been eager to study the elixirs, but the raw material for this potion is the very precious and unique Philosopher's Stone. At present, the only owner of the Philosopher's Stone, Nicole Flamel, has become reclusive, and if it were not for a close friend like Dumbledore, he would not have been able to contact him at all. He said with some impatience, Dumbledore, you can go to Master Nicole and ask for a little elixir potion, and if you study it for me, you may be able to study the elixir without the Philosopher's Stone. Dumbledore shook his head and said with some sighs, recently Nick contacted me and said that he was going to give up using the Philosopher's Stone in the next few years. He has lived a long time and wants to come on an unknown journey. Snape was surprised to hear the news. The Philosopher's Stone can make people immortal. Why didn't he want to continue to live? Isn't it bad to be immortal? Dumbledore shook his head. Although the Philosopher's Stone can make people immortal, in fact, it only makes people immortal, and it does not stop the body from aging. Nick was more than 600 years old. His body was so fragile that a single sneeze could fracture him. This immortality has already tormented Nick. If it weren't for his love of alchemy that allowed him to persist until now, he might have found a cemetery to bury himself long ago. Peter didn't know the conversation in Potion's office, and he had come to the hall by this time. It's noon and the students are all gathered here for lunch, and the lunch in the wizarding world of England is very simple, except potatoes or potatoes. They can make potatoes into 180 without repeating. Peter sat in his place, looking helplessly at the food on the table, with no appetite at all. When he was at York Manor, he found a chef from Chinatown to make Chinese food for him. Even Aunt Christine and housekeeper Wales, after eating a few Chinese meals, can no longer look at the barren British recipes. Simply 3 times a day is Chinese food, occasionally a French dish, every day to change the pattern to eat. Whoever came to Hogwarts, the quality of life was seriously degraded. Alan ate his mashed potatoes quickly, then looked at Peter, who had eaten a few simple bites, and asked, Peter, why don't you eat it? Is there something wrong with Professor Snape calling you to the office? Did he scold you? Peter shook his head. The professor just talked to me about some studies. I'm just going to be crushed by this Hogwarts meal right now. You look at what we eat every day, either it's mashed potatoes, or potato pancakes, or fried potatoes, or potato bread, either fish and chips. Oh my god, this is going to carry the potatoes to the end? Alan White looked puzzled. I think it's okay, and it's all well done. If you've tasted my mother's cooking, you wouldn't say so, Alan said with a look of incomprehension on his face. Peter wordlessly rolled his eyes, pulled a piece of parchment and pen straight out of his bag, and began to write something on the paper. Alan looked at the delicate and gorgeous pen in Peter's hand and said with some envy, Peter, are you the pen of the Muggle world? Looks much more useful than a quill. You don't have to write in ink all the time, it's too labor-saving. Peter said without looking back, if you like it, I'll give you a pen. This pen is the Muggles' product based on the quill pen. As long as you suck up enough ink at once, you can use it for a long time. And I was also thinking about which professor to find later, to help me cast a space expansion spell on the space-containing ink, and install a few liters of ink at a time. I'm afraid you can use it for a year without dipping in ink. Alan asked in surprise, really? Then my Christmas present will have such a pen? The quill is so troublesome to use, every time I am not careful, I will get ink everywhere. It was so annoying. Muggles are also very clever, and they actually come up with such ideas. Peter could not deny his words, and the wizards of the entire wizarding world had cognitive biases towards the ordinary world, and always felt that Muggles were stupid and vulnerable. Even Muggle-friendly wizards like Weasley inevitably fell into this perception and knew nothing about ordinary people, not to mention being a Slytherin student. After writing the letter, Peter summoned Field directly. He had now been noticed by Dumbledore, and to hide it any longer would make people suspect that he had any bad ideas to hide. It is better to show your strength generously. With a pleasant chirp, a flame suddenly flashed in the lobby, and the flame immediately transformed into a gorgeous red gold bird, circled around the enchanted ceiling, and flew directly in front of Peter, making a pleasant cry. Peter gently stroked the gorgeous feathers of the phoenix in the envious eyes of many students. Field, you are fast. Trouble you to hand this letter to the Welsh butler, and then come back with what the butler gave you. Is it okay? Field heard Peter's words, nodded affectionately, and drank the milk that Peter had handed him. Alan watched enviously, and then picked up his cup without dying, eager to feed it to Field. Field, you haven't drunk enough, come and drink mine, my cup is goat's milk, it's delicious. Field didn't even glance at him, aiming his ass directly at him. Alan muttered in frustration, doesn't the phoenix like to drink goat's milk? Why do you do this to me? Peter looked at this scene funny. He and Field had a heart-to-heart. Field thought of Alan as a person who did not have good intentions for him, if he was not Peter's friend. I am afraid that he would have caught Alan's face with a claw. Go early and come back early. Peter touched Field's feathers and said. Field nodded, grabbed the envelope directly, and disappeared into a ball of flames. The lobby suddenly became lively, and everyone was talking about it, and many people were seeing this magical creature for the first time. Although Headmaster Dumbledore had a phoenix, the phoenix's ability to teleport made it always haunted, and it was difficult for ordinary people to see the phoenix. Today, I didn't expect that there would be a new student who could have a phoenix. This is so strange. At Slytherin's long table, Peter's nearest classmate asked in disbelief, Peter, you didn't tell us you had a phoenix. Merlin, that's cooler than owning a dragon? Except for Dumbledore, the only one in the entire wizarding world is you who has a phoenix? How did you do it? Peter looked around at the curious eyes and the ears on the long table next door, and explained amusingly, this is my phoenix field. My dad just happened to find a phoenix egg when they were exploring the Amazon forest in South America, so they brought it back to me. And I just hatched it, so I became my partner. The people around them were even more envious when they heard this explanation. A senior girl said enviously, there are not many phoenixes in the world, and the phoenixes are immortal, so they will generally be reborn in Nirvana when they are old and become little phoenixes again. And the phoenix egg, only after two phoenixes meet and combine, can be conceived with a very low probability. Didn't expect your luck to be so good. Be able to touch the phoenix egg? Blessed is Merlin? Peter listened to the words of the student's sister, and his heart was indeed very grateful to the parents who died. If they had not left this phoenix egg for themselves, I am afraid that he could only be a muggle for the rest of his life, nor could he stimulate the gene fusion device. The Slytherin students were even more enthusiastic about Peter, and they kept asking questions about the phoenix, which made him a little bigger, and quickly said, Alan is my roommate. He knew about the phoenix early on, you can ask him. Everyone turned their heads to ask Alan, and Alan was not impatient, but triumphantly bragged about his experience with Phoenix, and even said that he was the favorite person in Phoenix Field besides Peter, completely forgetting the scene where he had just been slapped in the face by Field with his ass. Before everyone could finish eating, Field flashed into the lobby again, grabbing a large gift box and landing on Peter's desk. Peter touched Field and praised, that's awesome, got it back so quickly? Unlike the owl, which flew long distances to transport things, Peter's phoenix was teleported directly to York Manor, and the process of transportation was almost negligible, and the time in between was probably the time it took the butler Wales to read the contents of the letter and prepare things for himself. So, if there's a phoenix, it's so convenient. It's all about going where you want, sending whatever you want, and there's no restriction at all. Peter decided that in the next time, he would learn this skill with Field, and he could also become a phoenix, and there was no reason why Field would not be able to do it. As long as he learns, in the future, no matter where he is trapped, he can directly teleport out, and he also ignores the magic prohibition, which can be said to be a very useful life-saving skill. Although he was now fused with the Phoenix bloodline, he didn't have to be afraid of being killed by an Avada, but no one wanted to be subjected to these spells. He just didn't die, not painless. And based on Peter's knowledge of the Phoenix, he felt that if he was hit by the death curse, although he would not die, it was very likely that he would be reborn from the ashes like other phoenixes, and then become a newborn phoenix. This means that I am a child again? In this case, Peter may have to be sent an acceptance letter from Hogwarts again. Just the thought of receiving acceptance letters endlessly made Peter feel a little scary. Unpack the package and there are several beautifully bound recipes inside, namely French recipes, Italian recipes, and the thickest Chinese recipes. Next to it was a letter written by the housekeeper Welsh. Alan saw the recipe in the package and asked in surprise, "Peter, how did you get the recipe? Are you going to study the magic of food?" Peter smiled and shook his head. "In order not to let my stomach suffer from potatoes, I decided to give these recipes to the chefs at Hogwarts so that they can improve their Hogwarts food." "Is there a chef at Hogwarts? Isn't our food made out of magic?" a second-year Slytherin asked stupidly. The girl next to him gave him a blank look. "Have you forgotten the basic transformation law of Gamp? Food can't be conjured up out of thin air. The school has always had a kitchen, but the employees in it will not appear randomly, so after they make the food, they will be teleported to the lobby through magic, so many people think that it is made out of thin air. There are employees in the back kitchen. What kind of employees are they? How come we've never seen them?" the second-grade boy asked curiously. Some of the students were also curious. They had never noticed this problem before, and they did not know that there was a back kitchen in the school. Looking around at the people who didn't have an explanation, Peter said, "The back kitchen is on the first floor, next to the Hufflepuff dormitory, and the employees inside are not humans, but house elves. They were in charge of the kitchen, and they maintained the whole Hogwarts, even the dirty clothes and socks that we changed at night, etc. They washed them for us. It's just that they basically don't appear in front of people, so many people don't know these things." House elf? I didn't expect that there were house elves in the school. It was so surprising. The students of Slytherin are almost all purebloods, and certainly know this race of wizards. House elves only appear in old wizarding families, so even pureblood Slytherin students have never seen a house elf. They were very curious about this race of wizards. A first-grade girl said triumphantly, "We have a house elf in our family who has been cooking for our family. I just didn't expect that Hogwarts actually had a house elf." Peter looked at this Miss Floresight here, who usually had little contact with her, but was often able to listen to her constantly showing off her family lineage to her classmates in the common room, saying that she was a member of the Shaker family, one of the Holy 28 pure blood families, and had a somewhat delicate personality. It's just that she is somewhat fascinated by Peter. According to the gossip king Alan quietly revealed, Flora pulled 5 girls in the first grade to form the Peter support group, and has been passing on news about Peter to each other. Even what Peter ate and what books he went to the library to read, he paid attention to them. Peter didn't believe it at first, but since he often met Flora Saker in class, during meals, and even in the library, he also greeted him with a shy face. He understood that Alan was not lying. At this time, when Flora Shaker proudly announced that he had a house elf, his eyes kept glancing at Peter, and when he saw Peter looking at himself, he immediately shifted his gaze shyly, with an expression of wanting to return the favor. Alan noticed the scene next to Peter, leaned over to Peter with a sneaky smile, and quipped, "Or you'll agree to be with Flora, and see how fascinated she is with you. How can you refuse? And everyone said that they have domestic elves in their family, and you don't have to do anything in the future, you just need to lie down and enjoy the blessings. How's it going, restless?" Peter went straight to Alan's head and said helplessly, "Are you so precocious that you know so many things when you're only 11 years old? I don't want to fall in love so early. If you want to be envious, just chase it yourself." Alan pretended to be sad and said, "If I had your appearance, I would have chased it a long time ago, and more than one girlfriend. But the problem is that my parents made me look like this, and I can't help it. Besides, in the wizarding world, this is nothing. Many students are in love early in school. After several rounds of love, to the 5th, 6th, and 7th grades, they choose to live forever, and wait until graduation to get married. That's what my parents are, and so are many other people. And to say that we are not nothing, those pure blood families with hundreds of years of history, such as the Lestrange family, the Black family, these families have set up a family affair from a young age, and then fall in love at school, and then get married after graduation. That's complete blindness." Peter listened to Alan's words, a little dumbfounded. He didn't expect the wizarding world to do this. Looking up at the shy-faced Flora on the other side, Peter could only silently recite a sin in his heart. He was not a lewd uncle. And he is only 11 years old now. The hardware is not long. He has no interest in what kind of pulling little hands of primary school students love, or wait until he is an adult. And to be honest, the population base of the wizarding world is too small, and most of them like to intermarry with close relatives, and it is difficult to find a beautiful girl. If you want to fall in love, of course, you have to find a beautiful conversation. Just like his Aunt Christine, although she is an unmarried person, she has never lacked boyfriends around her, and they are all handsome men. Sometimes Peter also fantasized that he would learn from his aunt in the future, go to the Muggle world and find a bunch of beautiful girlfriends and change ones every once in a while. And Peter has money, or a count. Although there is no real power, it is still very popular in European and American countries. There is also a handsome face, there should be a lot of beautiful women like. By the time all lunch is finished, the food and debris on the table are gone. After Peter asked Phoenix Field to play by himself, he got up and grabbed the recipe and went outside. Alan chased after him and asked, "Peter, where are you going?" Peter waited for him a little and replied, "Go and bring recipes to the house elves, so that you can eat food from other countries tonight." "I'm going too. I've never seen a house elf yet." Alan caught up. The kitchen was located directly below the hall, as accessible by a staircase leading to Hufflepuff's basement, and the two men came to the underground corridor, where the lights were bright and a painting of a bowl of fruit hung on the wall. Under Alan's confused eyes, Peter reached out and scratched the pear in the painting, and the pear ate and laughed, and then turned into a green doorknob, revealing the entrance to the kitchen. Peter smiled at the surprised Alan and said, "Remember what I just did. If you are hungry in the future, you can come here to find food by yourself, and those house elves will entertain you very warmly." The two entered the kitchen, and Alan looked in amazement at the furnishings in the kitchen, which was almost as large as the Hogwarts auditorium above, a large room with a high ceiling, surrounded by many glittering copper pots and copper basins, and at the other end of the room was a large brick fireplace. Inside the house, there are 4 large tables, arranged in exactly the same position as the tables of the 4 colleges in the auditorium above. Alan said in surprise, "Except for the fact that there is no magic cast on the ceiling, it is the other side of the Great Hall." Immediately he saw hundreds of tea scarves with Hogwarts stamps wrapped around their robes. These elves have large, bat-like ears, protruding green eyes the size of tennis balls, and long, flat noses, and they are thin and small. A tea towel can be worn as a robe. At this time, they are busy using magic to make each dinner plate jump into the sink to wash themselves, and then the students eat the rest and fly into a black hole in the corner, where the house elves skillfully handle various cleaning tasks. An elf saw Peter and Ellen and asked curiously, "Mr. Peter York, and an unknown wizard. Don't know what you're here to do? Didn't you just eat in the lobby? Do you need Kiki to prepare food for you?" Peter quickly shook his head. "We've already eaten. I just wanted to give you a gift this time." As soon as the words fell, the busy and noisy kitchen fell silent, and even the plates flying in midair stopped, and all the elves widened their eyes and looked at Peter. "Mr. Peter York said he was going to give us a gift." Kiki looked at Peter in disbelief, as if she had heard something that could not be heard. Peter nodded, then put a few recipes he was holding on the table, and said with some embarrassment, "I can't say that it is a gift, mainly because I see Hogwarts. It seems that it has always been made of British food, which seems too monotonous. So I found a few recipes about France, Italy, and China, hoping that you can learn them and then make them for us to taste." He didn't dare to say that the food was not good this time, he could only say it euphemistically, and the remaining elves had to hit the wall in shame. "There's a wizard who gave us a recipe." There was a wizard who gave us a recipe? The elf looked in disbelief, and then his big eyes were filled with tears in an instant, and then he cried nervously, "Whoops. Since Helga Hufflepuff left, no one has given us gifts. No one ever cared about us. Kiki is so happy. Mr. Peter York is such a nice man. Willing to give house elves gifts?" Kiki stepped forward and hugged Peter's leg, crying bitterly. Peter was a little crying. He was only fed up with British food, so he specially sent a recipe to his own welfare. I didn't expect these house elves to be so moved, but it made him a little confused. The other house elves also held each other and cried, causing the whole kitchen to cry, blinding Alan on the side. Peter looked at this situation and quickly shouted, "Don't cry yet. Which elf is best at making food?" The house elves seemed to have pressed the pause button and directly stopped crying, and one of the elves with tears in his eyes stepped forward. "I'm Lolo, Mr. Peter York, and I'm the best at food magic." Peter handed the thickest Chinese recipe from the table to Lolo and said to the little elf who was full of confusion, "This is the Chinese recipe, which records the most representative dishes, and from now on this book will be entrusted to you. You have to learn the above gastronomic methods, and then let me taste it first. If you have any problems, you can come to me, remember?" Lolo was holding a recipe that almost covered most of his body, and his big eyes were full of disbelief. He didn't expect that this task would be entrusted to him. This made him instantly ecstatic. His eyes began to fill with tears again. Holding the heavy book, he kept bowing to Peter. "Thank you, Mr. Peter York. Thank you, Mr. Peter York. I will definitely protect it and make delicious Chinese dishes for you." Then Peter looked at the other elves full of envy, and handed the remaining 2 recipe books to the first 2. "These 3 recipe books are only for you for the time being. You should make a good meal according to the contents of the book, and I will send you the recipe later." There are many more such recipes. With the farewell of many house elves, the 2 left the kitchen. As soon as the kitchen door closed, both of them breathed a sigh of relief. These elves were so enthusiastic. Especially when looking at you with those big eyes, the average person can't stand it. Alan asked curiously, "Peter, why are there so many house elves in Hogwarts? I probably looked at it, and there are hundreds of them. Why have I never heard of it?" Peter looked at the kitchen entrance restored to a portrait in front of him and explained, "Thanks to Helga Hufflepuff, she took in many homeless house elves, placed them in the kitchen, and promised that if they worked for the school, they would be protected forever in Hogwarts. So these house elves have been breeding in Hogwarts for thousands of years, and they have obeyed the agreement with Helga Hufflepuff and silently maintained everything about the school, so that this castle that has stood for thousands of years can still be as bright as new. After a midday fermentation, the morning potions class accident quickly spread among the 4 houses. Especially when I saw Peter carrying 2 bloodied students into the infirmary, it was rumored that he had a nose and an eye. Even later, there were rumors that these 2 people had been poisoned by Snape. Snape's horror was rendered more terrifying than the Dark Lord's head among the 4 houses, and some of the timid Hufflepuff girls were already crying to go home because their potions class was in the afternoon. The twins, who didn't think they were big enough, sat at a long table and painted a colorful description of what was going on in potions class. Don't you know, when the old bat looks at us, that evil smile can't be hidden. He came straight to us, George said exaggeratedly, acting out of fear. Let's drink the potion in the crucible and see if we'll be all right. Fred took George's words. He hid his hands in his robes, but I swear I saw him in his hands a bottle of green potion that glowed deadly. George then said. He approached us with a dangerous expression, wanting to take advantage of our 6 gods and no masters to add his potion hidden in his sleeve to our crucibles. With a sad and indignant expression, the 2 said in unison, he wants to poison us, thus losing all sources of happiness in Hogwarts? Then the 2 of them said triumphantly, how can we Weasley and Weasley be people who are willing to submit to fate? Before he could carry out his dangerous plan, we drank the potion we had made. Let his evil plan eventually go bankrupt? Although the taste is indeed a bit irritating, it is definitely not side effects. The 2 recalled the smell of potions and said in a word. Then the 2 stood directly on the bench, pulled out dozens of droppers, and said to the Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff classmates on the other side, don't miss it. You're going to drink your potions like we did in the morning in potions class this afternoon? To avoid being poisoned, you can buy a wakefulness potion from us. An eyedropper contains a drop of potion inside. When Snape wants you to taste the potion, you can quietly change the dropper. When the time comes to take our potion, you will be able to avoid this crisis without anything. Just 2 copper nuts for 1 dropper? Affordable and safe? One Ravenclaw student said dismissively, we're going to buy it, a potion of good quality like Peter York's. Why buy your potion with a lot of impurities? The twins didn't get angry, but smiled and said, do you think you can make such a good potion? The Ravenclaw boy said puzzledly, what does this have to do with the poor quality potions you sell? The twins said with a look you didn't understand, you all know that your potion level is not as good as Peter York's, and when the professor checks it, when you see that the potion in your dropper is different from the potion in the crucible, isn't this just a filling? And our potion is very much in line with the potion level of most of our classmates, even if it is a spot check. Who can prove that this potion was not drawn from the crucible? Fooled by the twins, there are really quite a few students who have purchased spare potion droppers from them. Watching the twins happily count the newly earned copper nuts, and Peter sitting at the Slytherin table looking stunned, the twins' commotion was so showy. In the afternoon, Mrs. Hodges' flight class was held, so everyone was looking forward to it. Flying lessons are held once a week, and the first grade is not allowed to bring flying brooms to school, so for these students, flying lessons are a rare opportunity. Good afternoon, fellow students. Mrs. Hodge wears a skillful flying uniform, and her eagle eyes are paired with short white hair, like a white-headed eagle. Good afternoon, Mrs. Hodge. Slytherin and Gryffindor students greeted each other. Students, we have learned the flying skills of a broom last week, so let's do it on our own today. But the flight space is not allowed to exceed the Quidditch stadium. Otherwise I'll let him know the consequences of disobedience. Did you hear that? Mrs. Hodge said solemnly. Hearing that it was free activity, everyone cheered and shouted happily, okay, Mrs. Hodge. Everyone set up the school's very dilapidated broomstick and rushed into the sky to feel the rare flight time. Peter also sat on his broom, and flew into the air without hesitation, coming to a position high above Ravenclaw, admiring the scenery below. Peter's flying talent may be a bonus to the blood of the phoenix, and he is able to swim in the sky like a fish. Slytherin's Quidditch captain, Warrington, wanted to invite Peter to join the team several times and become a seeker, but they were all rejected by Peter. He loves flying, but he doesn't like to be tied to Quidditch sports and let him be a spectator, but he wouldn't want to let him spend a lot of time practicing with the team every day. There are still 2 years to go before Voldemort's official appearance, and 6 years before Voldemort's official resurrection. Although it seems that the time is quite long, with his current strength, it is okay to hit students in the school, but if you want to fight against Voldemort, I am afraid that even his men will not be able to deal with it. It wasn't that he had to fight Voldemort, but that as a Muggleborn Slytherin student, if he didn't want to crawl over Voldemort and call out to his master, he would have to stand opposite Voldemort. Not to mention that he is now the best among the first-year students. As for playing a pig and eating a tiger, he can only think about it. If he dares to play a pig in Slytherin, these snobbish Slytherin students will dare to come to him for trouble, and they will be annoyed to death. As he was thinking, a figure in the distance rushed towards him. Peter reacted in time to dodge the frontal impact of the coming man, and then found that it was one of the twins, smiling and shaking left and right. Fred, you almost didn't knock me down, and if I attack again like this, I'll have to fight back. Fred said with a hippie smile, wrong, I'm George. And who told you to be in a daze in midair, with a look of deep thought and worry, and those who didn't know thought you were thinking about the future of the magical world? And are you sure you can fight back to get me? I'm a Gryffindor batsman. Peter rolled his eyes and said, reservists. And Fred, don't use your brother's name anymore, your trick won't work in front of me. I can tell who you are. Fred didn't believe it, How could it be? Even my mom couldn't tell the difference between the two of us. Then George in the distance flew over. What are you talking about? Peter said he could tell who of us was who? I don't believe it. Fred said directly. When George heard it, he also didn't believe it, and directly spread his hands. Tell me how to distinguish us. Peter pointed directly. Compared with Fred, George, you are relatively stable, less talking. Instead, he is more like a brother. And although you look exactly the same, even the freckles on your face, Fred's voice is thinner, and George is slightly lower. People with average hearing may not be able to distinguish between them, but my ears are very sensitive. George was a little surprised to hear Peter explain, and then said triumphantly to Fred, Fred, you see, even Peter thinks I look more like my brother. I always thought that my mother might have misled our birth order because she couldn't tell who we were. I should be my brother. Fred retorted in disbelief. Fart, obviously I was born first, so I am the brother. The two ignored Peter and quarreled in the air, and rode brooms to bump into each other's bodies, arguing about who was the brother. Peter looked at the two playful twin brothers and couldn't help but think of the final gloomy end of these two people in another world without his involvement, and couldn't help but sigh a little. In his previous life, he had liked the two twin brothers, but in the end, Fred was cut off one of his ears, and George never woke up again in the final battle. Since then, the wizarding world has lost a pair of twins who can bring laughter. The twins, Fred and George, are undoubtedly the funniest brothers in the wizarding world, and they can bring laughter at any time and anywhere. As soon as they appear, it will immediately make people feel relaxed and happy. As a Slytherin student, it was obviously unwise to make friends with the old rival Gryffindor. But Peter was willing to make friends with these two people, because as long as they existed, the heart would unconsciously relax and be happy. This is more pleasing from the bottom of your heart than the Song of the Phoenix. Especially as a person who knows the main line of the future, Peter has always been a very rational person. Since he came to the wizarding world, he no longer believes that the future will continue like the original route. Although he now has an immortal body, there are ways to make people worse off than dead. In particular, the drill heart curse was able to torture the Longbottoms as senior aurors to madness. Peter didn't think that if he was caught, he would be able to withstand the torture of the drill curse. That's why he studied so hard, wanting to have the ability to protect himself and his friends as soon as possible before Voldemort rose again. Like the twins in front of him, he didn't want them to fall into their original fate again. Fred and George were one and the same, and they were always inseparable. Adventure together, Quidditch together, invent Weasley's magic tricks together, deceit together, laugh at Percy together. It can be said that two people are the most wonderful partners, who cannot be separated from the other. Both sides are the most important other half of each other. Their wands are taken from the same tree, and the wand heart comes from the same unicorn. Even the patron saint form is a magpie, but after losing Fred, George never became a patron saint again, because all his happy memories were related to Fred. Even every mirror that George saw was the mirror of Eris. But he must also clearly realize that the person in the mirror is missing an ear. As Peter's two favorite characters, he hopes his arrival will change their future. He hopes that in the future, he can see a pair of cheerful twin brothers in Diagon Alley bring happiness to everyone. Peter clicked on his system panel at this time, which showed that his points had reached 75 points. Only 25 points can be exchanged for the bloodline of the fusion magical beasts again. According to Peter's approximate estimates, around Christmas, she should be able to collect points as long as she read some of the books in the library and successfully cast some newly learned magic. Squeezing through this period of understanding Peter's points system, the main source of points is that in the classroom to get the teacher's bonus points reward, you can get a point, or successfully cast a new spell to earn 1 point, compared to 2 points for advanced magic. Finally, there was the library reading, which he had thought was no reward. But I didn't expect that after he carefully read 10 books, he was rewarded with 1 point. If you can memorize 10 books, you can reward 2 points. And if you master the knowledge in a book thoroughly, you can reward 1 point. As for the check-in reward, it can only be regarded as an addition, 1 point awarded in Diagon Alley, 1 point at the train station, and finally 1 point at Hogwarts. This system is like the landlord's grand terrace, not giving up a single point. Fortunately, the library has accumulated thousands of years of books, and I am afraid that Peter will not be able to read all the books in his 7 years in school. But this is also the place where his system points are the largest. Origin. Peter, don't be in a daze. The twins, who were still playing, shouted at Peter, who are we coming to fly faster? Looking at the two eager to try, Peter asked curiously, how to fly? Mrs. Hodge said that she was only allowed to fly within the Quidditch stadium. Oh, baby Peter. Fred said. Peter, who loves to listen to his teacher. George said, how can you be as boring as Percy? The two spoke in unison. Then he flew to the sides of Peter, rubbing his eyebrows and making eyes. Of course we have to listen to the teacher, so we are going to fly around the Quidditch stadium, and we will use this place as a starting point to see who can reach the grass on the other side of the Forbidden Forest first. The winner can make a request to the loser. How's it going? Do you want to play? Peter looked at these two guys, how to think that things would be so simple. A suspicious look at them. Are you trying to fight some kind of ghost idea? Let me lose. Ask me. How is this possible? How can you think of us that way? The twins, looking heartbroken, complained, we want to play a game to pass the time. Peter, you hurt our hearts so much. Peter looked at the brothers' exaggerated expressions, a look of doubt. Really? Of course it's true. The twins swore, if there is a fake, let our dearest brother Percy not find a girlfriend for the rest of our lives. Peter rolled his eyes when he heard it, and he was really a brother and a brother? Peter didn't bother to pay attention to what they had in mind, and he was a little bored, and by the way, he used a thrilling flying game to dispel the depression in his chest. He's only 11 years old now, and he wants to do so much. So he smiled and said, that's better, but the demands that the winner makes to the loser can't be too much. The twins glanced at each other, a smile of purpose in their eyes, and happily assured, you can rest assured, we will not ask for anything that will embarrass you, and if you don't want to, you can refuse. Peter looked at the two confident people wordlessly, not so confident. Beware of losing in the end and being humiliated. Several people rode flying brooms and lined up in a row, accompanied by George's start. Several people quickly rushed forward. The broomsticks in the school are very old, almost all of them are brooms from the sweeping series produced decades ago. Today, the sweep series has been updated to sweep 15. But Peter noticed that he himself was riding this broom, and it was marked sweep 5. You can see how old the broom is. The three of them competed in flying in tandem. Peter's flying talent was instinctive, and the Weasley twins were exposed to broomsticks from an early age, and all three flew at the maximum speed of a broomstick. There were other students flying in the sky, and soon noticed the three-person game, exclaimed, and then began to cheer loudly. Come on, Weasley, more than Slytherin. A Gryffindor boy shouted. In an instant, it attracted the glare of Slytherin. Come on, Peter. Leave those two Gryffindors behind and you can do it. Not to be outdone, the Slytherin students shouted loudly. Florissay Keir, in particular, pulled her roommate along and screamed for cheers. The Slytherin and Gryffindor men flew into the air and split into two teams to cheer on the men of their respective houses. Peter and the twins both heard the movement and increased their speed, wanting to be the first to rush to the finish line. Although they started out playing, they don't want to concede defeat now. Peter rode the broom and leaned forward. The broom had already been maxed by him, and because of the speed, the old broomstick began to make an overwhelmed sound. Peter's route of their flight was not straightforward without obstruction, since Madam Hodge had taken them to the Quidditch stadium to practice this time. So surrounded by high spectator stands, railings and obstructions, Peter and the twins had to make sure they didn't crash during the flight. And you have to keep the speed. So it seems very thrilling? Peter, with the Phoenix's talent for flying and his sensitive body, quickly came out on top. But the twins weren't vegetarians either, and they followed Peter closely behind, not being left behind in the undulating flying environment. Such a thrilling flying competition caused the cheers of the students of the two colleges present. The school Quidditch competition has not officially started, so these students are only heard of its name. Usually the flight class is also in accordance with the professor's only slow practice. That there is such a stimulus at this moment, have excited cheers for both sides. Mrs. Huochi was also attracted by the students' movements, and saw that 3 students were flying around the Quidditch buildings at a rapid speed. It's like you're about to crash into the stands at any moment. It's thrilling. Seeing this scene, Madame Huochi was trembling with anger. These restless students could always make a mess when she was not paying attention. In the end, after the 3 of them circled the whole field, when they were about to reach the finish line, the Weasley twins, who were 1 broom distance away, still wanted to play a trick and reached out to grab Peter's broom. As a result, Peter seemed to have eyes on his back, and he directly got rid of the entanglement of the 2 people in a snake-like position. And the twins, due to their inertia, almost didn't fall off the broom. In the end, Peter reached the finish line first with a broomstick, which made the Slytherin students cheer with joy. Peter stopped his broom, looked at the frustrated twins amusedly, and said, "What? Admit defeat? I still want to trick Lie to hold me. I have already guessed your careful thinking. Remember you owe me a request? York and Weasley? What the hell are you doing?" Lady Hodge flew up to them angrily on a broomstick and asked, "You almost didn't break your neck." Before Peter could speak, the twins said innocently to Madam Hodge, "Madam, we have indeed not left the Quidditch range according to your request." Eventually, the twins were confiscated by the angry Lady Hodge and driven out of the Quidditch stadium. Peter was speechless at this time, following the giggling twins, complaining, "I blame you for the idea, and now even I am implicated by you, driven out by Lady Hodge. If there are few final flight lessons, I'll pay off the debt with the 2 of you." George and Fred stopped, turned left and right, came to Peter's side, put them on his shoulders, and said with a relaxed face, "We have learned from Charlie, the flight class exam is very simple, almost no one has not passed. Not to mention that geniuses like us are just a matter of sprinkling water. Don't worry." Immediately the 2 of them rolled their eyes, smiled and asked, "Let's go. We have found a magical place that will suddenly appear and disappear suddenly. I just can't open it." "Peter, you will have a lot of magic and a clever brain. Come and help us see, is there any other way to find it?" Peter listened to the 2 men, had some speculation in his mind, and followed them. The 3 of them walked up the moving staircase until they reached the 8th floor position, where the twins pulled Peter to a stone wall, where there were no portraits hanging like anywhere else, only a tapestry with a giant stick beating a stupid Barnabas on the opposite side. George explained, "The last time we went on a night trip, we were blocked here by Filch. There was no place to hide, and when we were about to be caught, a wooden door appeared on the wall, and we quickly hid in it, dodging Filch's pursuit. Fred said in amazement. Inside this wooden door that suddenly appeared was a broom cabinet, but when we came out, the wooden door disappeared. People, we can't find it no matter how we look for it. We suspected that the tapestry opposite was the switch of this secret room, but after half a day of checking, we only knew that the tapestry was about silly Barnabas who thought he could teach the trolls to dance ballet, and the trolls beat them with a big stick. There is no other bit of information at all. Peter didn't expect the twins to come into contact with the House of Requirement so early, and if he hadn't shown up, they would have finally given up searching until Harry Potter was in 5th grade, when it was used as a place for clubs to practice magic. Peter knew that there was a Voldemort Horcrux hidden in it, and he had wanted to give it to Dumbledore before, but he still felt that the time was not ripe, and he did not know what reason to use. How did he know that the Horcrux was hidden here? On the 8th floor is the Rector's office, and Gryffindor's dorm location. As Slytherin students live in the cellar, they are generally not present here. So when Peter practiced magic, he preferred to practice in the Screaming House under the Beating Willow than to come to the Room of Requirement. Peter listened to the twins' descriptions, pretended to be surprised, and then carefully observed the details around him before saying, "I may know the mysterious house you are talking about. I seem to have seen a description of this chamber in a book in the library." The twins' eyes lit up when they heard this, and they couldn't wait to look at Peter, and Fred urged, "Peter, what do you say in the book? Did you say how to get the house to show up?" Peter pretended to ponder, and then said, "The book calls this chamber of needs room, and says that the house can be transformed into a different room according to man's wishes. It's magical?" Ignoring the urging of the two men, Peter went straight to the tapestry and walked back and forth along the wall 3 times, wanting a room to practice magic. The twins watched Peter's strange approach, and then they saw that on the originally bare wall, a wooden door suddenly appeared. Peter saw the wooden door appear, turned, and smiled at the two of them. The way to get in is to walk back and forth 3 times under the tapestry, in front of the wall, thinking of the room you want, and the house will appear. Then he opened the wooden door and gestured to the two of them, "Go inside and see what the room I want is like." The twins looked at the scene in amazement and shouted, "Cool. It's amazing." Then the 3 of them walked into the room, which was very large, almost the size of a large auditorium. There are also some protective gear, a few dolls that look like they are for practicing magic, and a few ring targets. "Wow." The twins were amazed, and George said, "The broom cabinet we hid in earlier was very narrow, but I didn't expect it to turn into such a wide room. How is it achieved?" Fred looked at the surrounding furnishings and asked in surprise, "Peter, what you just made a wish for the House of Requirement is a room for practicing magic." Peter nodded. "The House of Requirement can fulfill many wishes, and what I want is a place where I can practice magic, so it will help me achieve it. Can any wish be fulfilled?" The twins' eyes lit up. "If we wanted a room full of golden gallons, would you say it would come true?" Peter was speechless and glanced at them blankly. "You can try it and see if it can help you achieve it." Unexpectedly, these two people who saw the money eyes really wanted to try, and directly drove Peter out of the room of everything, waiting until the wooden door on the wall slowly disappeared. The twins came to the tapestry full of anticipation, and walked back and forth in front of the wall 3 times with words in their mouths. Then a bronze door that resembled the gate of the Gringotts vault appeared. Yeah, it really showed up. The twins happily clapped at each other. Although Peter was a little surprised by this, he still poured cold water on him. "Maybe it is empty inside, there is nothing." The twins were not struck by Peter's words, but instead came to the bronze door with great interest, pushed the door open and walked in first. Immediately, there was the sound of the two people's surprise. Peter walked in curiously, only to be startled by what he saw. "I saw that in this vault room, there was a hill-like golden gallon." At this time, the Weasley brothers were dancing happily, while stuffing a large amount of gold coins into their pockets. They had never seen so many golden gallons before, and they were almost overjoyed at this point. As soon as the brothers saw Peter, they hurriedly greeted him. "Peter, you hurry up that golden gallon too. So many golden gallons, you can buy Diagon Alley." Peter was also stunned by these golden gallons at first, and there were at least millions of them here. But then Peter sensed something was wrong. He leaned over and picked up a golden gallon, and after examining it carefully, he didn't feel the magic from the goblins from the golden gallon. These are all fake, made up with magic. Peter admired the man who had created this room of needs, who could create such a magical room that even King Garen conjured it up. If Peter hadn't been different from ordinary people, I'm afraid he would have been deceived. He looked at the brothers who were still stuffing gold coins on their bodies, and although he couldn't bear to break their dreams, he still calmly shouted to the twins, "Fred, George, don't pretend anymore, it's all fake. It was made by magic." When the Weasley brothers heard Peter's words, they stopped moving, but still shook their heads in disbelief. "How can it be, Peter? You see, these gold coins are no different from Gringotts ones. Maybe this gold coin is the property of the Big Four 1,000 years ago?" Peter looked at the two brothers with some sympathy. The Weasley family had many brothers, but the whole family had to rely on the Ministry of Magic, the Muggle Artifact Abuse Bureau, the work of Arthur Weasley, the meager wages. Life was very poor, wearing old robes handed down from home, buying second-hand books, and even such an important thing as a wand. When it was Ron's turn, he could only use the old wand that Charlie had eliminated that had already revealed the hair of the unicorn. No wonder the twins were so ecstatic to see so many gold coins. He said directly to the calmer George, "You can walk out of this house with these gold coins and see what happens. George listened, already believing Peter's words, and with his body full of gold coins, he stepped out of the door of the room of requirement and walked farther ahead with the clanging of gold coins colliding with each other. Suddenly, the gold coins on my body are like being cast with a disappearance spell and disappearing in an instant. George returned to the room full of disappointment, saw that his brother was still moving gold coins, and helplessly shouted at him, "Fred, don't move again." What Peter said was true, these gold coins were fake. This house was concocted at our request, but it will disappear as soon as we leave this house. When Fred heard this, he threw the gold coins in his hand on the ground in frustration, looked at these mountains of gold gallons unwillingly, and murmured, "I thought the time was running, but the result was only fake." Peter looked at the two lost brothers and felt the same way. In his previous life, he had also tasted this dilemma of being oppressed by money, and he dreamed of suddenly becoming rich. Until he was reborn again and became a nobleman worth hundreds of millions of pounds in England, those past life experiences were like a dream, but they were still vividly remembered. Peter didn't know how to comfort them. The brothers had always been happy, he had never seen such a silent and lost twin, and it was really a penny to defeat the hero. He took out 2 nourishing honey candies from his pocket, ready to comfort the brothers, when suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. So a smile appeared on his face and he said teasingly, "What's wrong, without Gingy along, it is so depressed. I never knew, Fred George, that you love money so much. Come and try the Honeyduke's nourishing honey candy. I like to eat one when I am in a bad mood." The twins took the candy, peeled off the sugar paper directly, and stuffed the candy into their mouths, regaining some of their vigor. Fred looked at the golden mountain in front of him and determined, "In the future, I will earn so many golden gallons, and then pile them into a golden mountain like this now, and count them every day." George put his arm around his brother's shoulder and said disapprovingly, "Oh, brother, don't forget me." Fred looked at George with a smile on his face, put his hand on George's shoulder, and said, "Of course we must not forget you. Together we make money and then fill Gringotts' vaults with gold gallons. Then watch as the greedy goblins bend over to us." Peter looked at the brothers who were quickly recovering, and also smiled happily, and then clapped his hands to attract the eyes of the two. "You already know the secret here, and you can come here at any time in the future. Let's get out of here first. I know a secret passage, you should be happy to hear it." Leaving the room of needs, Peter looked at the slowly disappearing door, knowing that somewhere across the wall, there was Voldemort's Horcrux, the Ravenclaw crown that was said to increase wisdom when worn. He wasn't ready to find the Horcrux for the time being, and he wasn't sure if he could resist the seductive magic on the Horcrux, so he decided to find a suitable opportunity to tell Dumbledore about it. As for the idea of dealing with Horcruxes himself, it didn't come to Peter's mind. He was a Slytherin and would never put himself in danger. Moreover, this Horcrux is not easy to find. First of all, you need to choose the place where you need to hide something in a large number of choices. Even if you enter this house, it is not easy to find a worn-out crown from a space as big as a football field. There is no hidden danger that someone just found the crown after entering. So this crown, let it continue to stay in the room of needs. George looked at the wall, touched it in disbelief, and couldn't help but sigh. "It's incredible. I don't know which genius invented this house." Fred was also very surprised, and he swore, "I'm sure few people in this room know. Otherwise, it would have been rumored a long time ago." Peter shook his head and said, "I think Dumbledore must have known that this place is not far from the headmaster's office, and he has been in this school for hundreds of years, and there is no reason why he can't find it." The twins nodded. "That's right, Dumbledore is the most powerful Grand Wizard." Of course he knew. Peter was not at all surprised by the adoration of Dumbledore by Gryffindor students. He continued, "As for who built this house, I think it is very likely that it is Lady Ravenclaw. The history of the school records that the stairs that can move were built by her hand. It's still in operation after more than 1,000 years. Ms. Ravenclaw was not only powerful, but also a very famous alchemist at the time. Her most famous work is the crown that increases wisdom. There are still many people in Ravenclaw today who have not given up looking for it. Salazar Slytherin was famous for its black magic and potions, and left the school shortly after its founding. Gordish Gryffindor also left Hogwarts shortly after Slytherin left. As for Helga Hufflepuff, it is known for its gastronomic magic and herbalism. So it's unlikely they built this room with everything they need." George looked at Peter stunned and told these secret histories that he had never heard before, and couldn't help asking, "Peter, where did you know so many things? Didn't you come from the Muggle world? How I feel you are more familiar with the wizarding world than I am." Fred also looked eager. "If I can find the crown of Ravenclaw, will I be able to increase my wisdom and come up with a way to make money?" Peter looked at the two in amazement. "Don't you ever read a book? The library contains books from nearly 1,000 years old. Just look at it more, analyze it, and you can get these things. As for the claim that the crown increases wisdom, I don't quite believe it, but I think that Ms. Ravenclaw's crown can only make people's attention more focused and make people more rational, so as to reduce external interference, so that people can pay attention to one thing wholeheartedly, so as to improve efficiency." Peter looked at the wall, as if he were looking through the wall, but this ability is also very powerful. "This is a great helper for learning. If I could have this crown, maybe in the 7 years of school, I might have been able to learn all the books in the library." Saying that, Peter cursed Voldemort in his heart, and actually turned such an alchemical prop into a Horcrux, which was really a violent thing. He wondered if he would be able to get Voldemort's soul out and destroy it without damaging the crown in the future. When the twins heard that he wanted to finish all the books, their eyes widened and they stretched out their thumbs. You're awesome. No Ravenclaw students love to learn as much as you do. I think the Sorting Hat must have been mistaken and you should go to Ravenclaw. Peter smiled and waved his hand. The Sorting Hat was also hesitant between Slytherin and Gryffindor, but in the end he still sorted me into Slytherin. So this kind of thing is not necessarily. Maybe your college will have students who like to learn very much in the future? The twins had a joking look on their faces. How could it be? If Gryffindor had such a love of learning, it must have been the sun coming out of the west. As long as our college cannot be deducted credits, it is not bad. Other times to either play or night tour, where comes the time to read a book? Peter looked at the expressions of the two of them, directly covered his stomach and smiled. You do know your academy quite well, but are you sure you are not talking about yourself? Professor McGonagall and President Dumbledore were both from your academy, and I heard that they were both schoolmasters when they first started school. So how is your academy? The two brothers suddenly realized, yes, Bill took 12 excellent when he graduated last year. At that time, my mother was very happy and shouted all day long, "Baby Bill?" But it disgusts us. So they're just exceptions, like a box of Bibido beans, and occasionally one of them tastes good, which doesn't mean that all the flavored beans can be eaten. George said with a look of affirmation. That's right, so get rid of them. We are Gryffindor's most iconic students. It is an insult to us poor students not to have a few good students represent the whole of Gryffindor. Fred was amused by Ying and said. Peter laughed so hard that he covered his mouth and couldn't stand up straight. This twin was so funny. Peter took the Weasley twins and walked down the stairs, just looking at the stairs dangling left and right. Peter's road-obsessed attributes erupted again. It was just that since he had received Professor Flitwick's spell notes, Peter was no longer worried. He took out his wand and said, "Show me the way." In an instant, a beam of light shot out from the top of the wand, turning into a ray of light, guiding the direction Peter wanted to go. The twins looked at Peter's movements and asked curiously, "Peter, what kind of magic are you?" Peter led the two men in the direction the beam of light with satisfaction and said, "Obviously, this is the guiding spell. To be able to show us the way, and you know that I often get lost, I learned it from Professor Flitwick. If you learn this magic, you don't have to worry about getting lost." Fred touched the beam of light curiously and said with interest, "Peter, you taught us this spell, and when I swim at night, I will be able to escape Filch's pursuit for the first time." George nodded in agreement. That old fellow Filch, always staring at us, and his nasty cat, almost caught us several times. We had to give him a little color to see, and when we were punished by labor, this old fellow let us wash the night pot all night. Peter was speechless, and the Weasley twins were completely tied to Filch. He was a little hesitant. Should he tell these two people the secret passage to Hogsmeade? Know that Yakoi's magic joke shop is there. There are a lot of deceitful props, and if the twins find out, they probably won't mind spending some money on Filch. However, I thought that even if I didn't tell them, with their ability, I was afraid that I would soon be able to find a secret passage to Hogsmeade, and I must know that there was more than one secret passage to Hogsmeade. Peter said to the two people behind him as he walked, "It's not easy for you to learn this spell. Professor Flitwick said that this can only be learned in the 6th grade, and when I went to ask for advice earlier, he was reluctant to teach me at first, until I cast all the spells in the 1st grade textbook, and he was willing to teach me. If you want to learn, be prepared to fail." George and Fred looked at each other when they heard Peter's words, and George asked in disbelief, "Peter, you really finished all the magic knowledge in the 1st grade textbook?" Peter did not see the expressions of the two, and naturally said, "Of course, there are not many spells to be learned in the 1st grade, and they are all very simple, and they have been learned after several attempts. But like the voice change spell I made in the potions class, and this guiding spell, it was relatively more difficult, and it took me a while to master it." Simple. Fred groaned, the corners of his mouth twitching, and then said sadly, "I haven't even learned the floating spell I taught last week." "You actually say simple. Merlin's stinky socks, is there such a blow?" "Seriously," George said, looking at Peter, who turned his head to look at them, "don't talk like that in front of anyone else in the future, or you'll be beaten." Peter looked puzzled. "Is it really that difficult? I had mastered the floating spell before I even started school, and now I can cast it even without chanting it. I've always thought of it as the foundation within the foundation." Will not show can only say that did not listen carefully to the lecture. Fredera took George's hand and said indignantly, "George, let go of me. I'm going to duel him." "Is there such a thing? What does it mean that we didn't listen well?" "There is also silent casting, which is what you have to learn in the 6th and 7th grades. Is there anyone who talks like that? This is so infuriating." George helplessly looked at his brother playing with the treasure and said directly, "Brother, even if it is a duel, you are likely to be overthrown by him at once. The ghost knows how many spells he has mastered." The two brothers were silent, and they knew that a gifted man like Peter had an unlimited future. Fortunately, both brothers are open-minded and optimistic people, and after accepting the gap, they quickly accepted the facts. And Peter was still their friend, and they weren't even a little jealous of it. Soon the three of them came to a corner on the 3rd floor, where there stood a statue of a hunchback one-eyed witch, and Peter knocked on the statue with his wand to the surprise of the two, saying separation of left and right. Then the witch's hunchback parted, revealing a stone slide. The Weasley brothers looked at the passage in astonishment. Peter, I didn't expect you to find a secret passage. Where does the secret passage lead? Peter explained with a smile, the secret passage leads to Hogsmeade and leads to the cellar of the Honeyduke. And this is not what I found, but what Mr. From, the owner of the Duke of Honey, told me to go straight through this passage if I want to buy candy in the future, and to bring snacks for other students. First and second year students are not yet able to travel to Hogsmeade, and I think there will be many people who are willing to pay a little errands fee so that they can eat Hogsmeade snacks. When the Weasley brothers heard the last words, their eyes lit up, and they finally knew why Peter had brought them here. Weasley's family is poor, even the textbooks for admission are second-hand, and they are said to have pocket money, so the twins will find a way to make money. Although they knew that Peter had money, they would never accept handouts. Therefore, Peter wanted them to master this secret passage, through which they could buy things for the students in the school, and then they could charge a little errand fee, accumulate more, and there would be no such a copper nut as now. The twins showed a grateful look to Peter, thinking that this friend was too worthwhile, and even thought about how to make money for them. Peter pushed the two of them and said, let's go in now, and take advantage of this time to go to Hogsmeade for a good walk. As he spoke, he first slid down the stone slide and came to the underground secret passage, chanting the magic spell Fluorescent Flicker, and the wand immediately emitted a bright light, illuminating the dim secret passage. The twins followed and slid down. Cool, I didn't expect there to be a secret passage here. It was amazing. The twins looked around excitedly. In the future, this secret passage will be our purchase channel. Peter reminded them, it's pitch black in this secret passage, and you'd better learn the glowing spell first, unless you're willing to carry a bulky kerosene lamp. George took out his wand and said Fluorescent Flicker, and his wand also glowed, but it was quickly extinguished. Somewhat embarrassed, he said, this is the case, the light can be bright, but it can't last long. Fred also recited the spell, which lasted slightly longer than George's, but soon extinguished. Seeing this, Peter had to say, you need to concentrate, don't just relax after you've finished the spell, but keep thinking about making it shine. Try again? Hearing this, George waved his wand, chanted Fluorescent Flicker, and then, as Peter said, kept staring at the bright light at the top of the wand, not letting it go out. This time it lasted more than a minute before it was extinguished, and George shouted happily, I succeeded. Fred looked at this situation with more confidence and recited the incantation, and the wand glowed brighter, this time for a full 5 or 6 minutes before it was extinguished. George asked in surprise, why is Fred's brighter than mine, and longer? Fred said triumphantly, because I'm more talented than you. Peter shook his head and explained, Professor Flitwick said in his first class that there are 3 important factors for the success of magic casting, namely, the wand, the spell, and the firm belief. Spells are just a medium, and powerful wizards don't even have to pronounce spells to successfully cast spells. The most important of the 3 factors is firm belief. Magic is idealistic. As long as you firmly believe in yourself, magic can be successfully cast. And just now Fred is more confident than George, so he insists longer than you. Hearing Peter's explanation, the two of them thought about it. In the past they both thought that the spell was the waving of the wand, but they did not expect that they had made a mistake. Seeing that both of them understood, Peter had a little excitement of being a beginner, stretched out his left hand without a magic wand, spread his palm, closed his eyes, and not long after the empty palm, a ball of light suddenly appeared, emitting a soft glow. He opened his eyes, looked at the floating ball of light in his hand, and smiled. It was his first attempt, and the idea arose when he was explaining it to the Weasley brothers. Magic in this world is very idealistic, and the successful casting of the patron saint's spell requires the memory of happiness. When releasing the death curse, a strong killing heart is required. The drill heart curse requires vicious thoughts that want to torture others. Therefore, part of the reason why the magical world prohibits black magic is because if black magic is used frequently, it will put people's minds in negative emotions and eventually fall into darkness. When he explained, he thought about whether magic could abandon his wand and spells, directly mobilize magic with his mind, and then firmly believe that he could succeed. I didn't expect to really let him experiment successfully. Although the power of wandless magic is not as powerful as using a wand, this is the most life-saving skill. In today's wizarding world, almost all wizards are no different from muggles without their wands. But if Peter could master the scepterless summoning spell, then with just one thought, he could turn defeat into victory, instead of holding your hands back. From the initial doubts, the twins became stunned in an instant, as if they had seen a miracle. The two of them trembled, the corners of their mouths twitched, and they said in unison in disbelief, you can actually have silent magic without a staff. Merlin, I'm dreaming? Peter watched the light cluster in his hand go out, and said with some excitement, this is my first attempt, and I didn't expect it to succeed. Fred shouted dumbfounded, Merlin, you're going to chop this monster to death. It's so devastating. Also 11 years old, why is the gap so big? George asked excitedly, Peter, how did you succeed? Tell us, maybe we can succeed too. Peter did not hide it, but directly said all his feelings in detail and let them try. As a result, the two of them blushed as if they were pulling thin, and they didn't move at all. Poof! George directly choked a fart out. Peter directly turned away from him in disgust and said wordlessly, are you putting magic or farting? George smiled, didn't hold back, hee hee. In the end, the two gave up, agreeing that only a freak could successfully perform this ability, causing Peter to chase the two in the secret passage. It didn't take long for them to reach the end of the secret passage, which was a step up, covered by a trapdoor at the top. The three of them went up and opened the trapdoor door to the cellar. Follow the cellar steps and enter the Honeyduke's shop. The shopkeeper who heard the movement, looked up at Peter and the three of them, and instantly showed a warm smile. Mr. York, I haven't seen you for a long time. Is it the candy that you've run out of? What's needed? I'll get it for you. Peter waved his hand and said, let's go shopping on the street first, and then buy it when we come back. When Froome listened, he saw the twins behind him, smiled and said, you're bringing your friends to play, so I wish you a good time. Peter thanked him, then dragged the twins out of the Honeyduke's shop and into the street. George looked at the candy shop behind him and said with some envy, I didn't expect that this shopkeeper was very enthusiastic about you, and told you this secret passage. Peter shook his head and said calmly, he's just passionate about my Kingaron. Let's go, let's walk around first. Then the three of them walked around, especially when they came to Yakoi's magic joke shop. The Weasley twins couldn't move their feet at all. They directly bought a few dung balls from the dozens of copper nuts earned at noon, and then they reluctantly left. Peter wanted to buy them some joke toys, but the brothers firmly refused. Eventually the trio came to the three broom bars, and this time Peter invited the two brothers and a glass of butter beer, which they did not refuse. The bar was extremely crowded and noisy, hot and baked, smoky, surrounded by adult wizards, and when they saw Peter and the three of them, they laughed and said, oh, three mischievous ghosts? Today is Friday. I remember Hogwarts is still in class. How did you get here? Fred smiled and said, we didn't have class in the afternoon, and we happened to be fine, so we came here to walk around. We've never been to Hogsmeade yet. The adult wizard looked at the clever twins amusedly and sneered, little devil, we also graduated from Hogwarts. This curriculum has not changed for decades. You can't fool us. Which secret passage to run out of? That's all we played. Then he focused his gaze on Peter, looked at them in amazement, and then noticed the difference in the uniforms on the three of them, and was surprised. When did Slytherin and Gryffindor have such a good relationship? Come out together? George rolled his eyes and asked, Uncle, which academy did you graduate from? How many years have you graduated? The middle-aged man recalled, I graduated from Hufflepuff, and it has been more than 10 years. Now that I think about it, I think it was the happiest time. Little ones, take advantage of the time, have fun, and if you graduate later, you will not be so happy. Watching the twins and the witch chatting happily, Peter offered to buy a drink. He came to the bar and watched as the still charming bar owner, Ms. Rosmerta, was flirting with a male wizard and waited a little. But looking at the witch still talking about his deeds, he didn't have the intention of stopping. He got impatient and interjected, hello, I need 3 butter beers. Rosmerta looked down at Peter, was instantly amazed by this handsome appearance, and asked with a smile, oh, what a handsome little boy. If you weren't sure you were a boy, I would have thought there was a charm in the shop. Do you want butter beer? Peter nodded, yes Ms. Rosmerta, for 3 drinks. Wait, little handsome guy. Ms. Rosmerta grinned and touched Peter's face, then took out 3 cups and went into the house behind her. The witch was talking about the excitement, when he was suddenly interrupted, and looked at the little boy in front of him with some displeasure, and after seeing the Slytherin logo on his body, he showed a look of disgust on his face and whispered, Slytherin's little serpent, today is not a weekend, how did you get here? Peter looked at the attitude of the witch in front of him and said coldly, sir, this doesn't seem to be something you should care about, you are not a professor at the school. The witch looked at him for a moment. He didn't expect this Slytherin ghost to dare to choke people, suddenly burst out of anger, pulled out his wand, shook it threateningly, and said, little viper, you may be used to being a blessing at home, but remember, don't provoke an adult wizard outside. You're not even enough to tickle others with tricks on adult wizards, remember? Peter looked coldly at the agitated, drunken witch in front of him and said, sir, you are drunk. Also, don't throw the anger you received from other Slytherins on me. The witch was provoked by this sentence, and pointed his wand directly at Peter, full of hysterical roar, you Slytherins are the same bad billet, look down on others, and throw people into the toilet if they don't look good. After graduation, he joins the Death Eaters and loves to torture people. The Slytherins are damned. Peter looked expressionlessly at the witch in front of him, who had obviously had bad memories and was targeted by the Slytherins, but he shouldn't take his anger out on himself after drinking. He took out his wand directly, a super armor protector around his body, facing an adult wizard, even a drunken male witch. He did not dare to raise it. Everyone else in the bar noticed the scene and suddenly their eyes widened and did not react. Finn, what the hell are you doing? Stop me. Do you want to go into Azkaban? As soon as Ms. Rosmerta came out, she saw such a thrilling scene. A grown witch actually pointed a wand at an 11 or 12-year-old child. She yelled at the witch in shock and anger. The witch was awakened by the roar of Lady Rosmerta, and when he heard Azkaban, the drunkenness dissipated a few points. Seeing my current behavior again, I was in a cold sweat in an instant. The wizards have no effort to protect the little wizards, and he actually wanted to cast a curse on a child? Hurriedly put away the wand. Lady Rosmerta waved her wand to put the butterbeer aside, nervously came to Peter, and asked through the magic barrier with concern, child, are you okay? On the other side, George Fred, who had just chatted happily with the adult wizards, also ran to Peter in panic and asked, "Peter, how are you? Did he cast a spell on you?" Peter waved his wand and chanted, "Stop the spell." He simply removed the magic barrier and smiled at them. "Don't worry, he hasn't had time to use the spell yet. I don't have anything to do." At this time, the witch was at a loss, standing on the side with a panicked face. After the twins confirmed that Peter was all right, they rolled up their sleeves and angrily turned to the witch and shouted, "Why are you treating our friends like this? You coward! I want to deal with a child? It's time to put you in Azkaban?" Peter quickly grabbed a pair of twins who wanted to duel with the witch, and these two guys were not afraid to provoke the adult wizard. The drunken witch woke up a little drunk at this time, saw the twins standing next to Peter, and asked in surprise, "You are Gryffindor. Why with a Slytherin?" Fred choked, "Can you handle it? You have to apologize to my friend. Otherwise today's matter will not be over. My father works in the Ministry of Magic. As long as you tell the story of today, you are waiting to be imprisoned in Azkaban." The prestige of the Ministry of Magic frightened the wizards. He looked around at the sights around him, and the child in front of him, blushing and whispering an apology to Peter, "I'm sorry, I'm drunk and not very sober. Hope you can forgive." Peter looked at the witch in front of him coldly and said, "You don't need to apologize to me so reluctantly, as long as you don't appear in front of us." Peter didn't want to make a big deal out of it, or they would have secretly left the school, and I was afraid that the school would know about it. And Hogwarts has a set of unspoken rules, that is, if you are not caught, it is okay, but if you are caught, then wait to be locked up for at least a semester. Ms. Rosmerta, unlike flirting just now, pointed angrily at the door and said to the witch, "Finn, please leave my bar." Finn had some difficulty accepting her indifference to herself. "Ms. Rosada, you," the hostess said with a disappointed expression, "I know you and some people in Slytherin don't deal with each other, but you shouldn't take your anger out on a child. I'm glad you haven't done anything more serious, or you'll have to stay in Azkaban in the future. Now please leave my bar." The wizard, named Finn, slipped away from the three broom bars. But he didn't notice that as he was leaving, Peter's wand silently cast a spell on him. This scene is seen by the Weasley twins and Ms. Rosmerta, who are closest to Peter, but neither of them warns Finn of the departure. When things calmed down, the tavern was lively again, and those wizards with vision recognized the super armor talisman that Peter had just cast, and was very shocked to announce this to the other wizards, knowing that they would only be armored, and this 11 or 12-year-old child could actually cast an upgraded version of the high-level spell. This is so rare. The Weasley twins asked Peter with interest, "What magic did you just cast on that man?" Ms. Rosmerta also looked at him with a smile. Peter said with an innocent face, "That's just a little trick. Just let him keep spitting slugs for a few days. After all, he almost attacked me. I have to give him a little color to see." Slug curse. As soon as the twins heard this, they immediately reacted, and immediately showed a relieved smile, and held out their thumbs to Peter. "There is really yours. That's an insoluble spell. You can only stop when you're done vomiting. Enough for him?" Peter smiled. The slug spell he made was a modified prank spell from Professor Flitwick's notebook, and the effect was much stronger. Enough of a person who has been under the spell for several days. As for why Professor Flitwick improved this spell, it is obvious that from the few words in his notebook, it can be guessed that Frivai was also harassed by many students during his student years. The gifted man was clearly not a vegetarian, and he directly used the modified prank spell to teach those who bullied him. Ms. Rosmerta looked at the extremely handsome little boy in front of her and asked with some surprise, "Little handsome man, are you from the pure blood family? Such a small will be super armor protection. It's amazing." The twins said triumphantly, "Ms. Rosada, Peter was not born in pure blood, he came from the Muggle world." Rosmerta looked at Peter in astonishment. She did not expect such a powerful boy. It was actually Muggle-born? Muggle students had never been exposed to magic before they entered Hogwarts. And this little boy would now be a high-level spell that even she wouldn't be able to. "It's amazing." She instantly became more enthusiastic, and put the 3 drinks on the tray in front of the 3 people. "This is the butterbeer you ordered. Please drink it for free today. I apologize to you for what you just did and frighten you in my bar." The 3 of them pushed back several times without success, and at the insistence of the hostess, they accepted her kindness and thanked her. "Thank you, Ms. Rosmerta." Thanking the lady boss, the 3 of them took their own large glasses of butter and beer and sat down in an empty seat. "It was so thrilling just now, that guy almost cast a spell at Peter you," Fred exclaimed with a throbbing sigh. "That's right, if it weren't for Peter, I would have punched him in the face. Just because you are a Slytherin student, he will inexplicably trouble you, and he will go to those adults when he has the ability? What a cowardly gutless rat," George said angrily. "Well, don't forget that we're sneaking out of school now. If it is a big trouble, the professors will definitely know about this matter, and when the time comes, the deduction of points is a trivial matter, and they are afraid that they will be locked up, and even notify the parents. You probably don't want to get a yelling letter," Peter reminded. As soon as the 2 listened, they suddenly stopped and slowly tasted the butterbeer. Butterbeer sounds like a beer, but it's actually a drink, not much alcohol, so Ms. Rosmerta is willing to let her 3 children drink it. It tasted like cream candy that wasn't so greasy, and it was very good for a sugar-loving person like Peter, and when he decided to leave, he would buy some more and take it to school to taste. George drank the butterbeer and made up his mind. This beer tastes good. I thought we can buy this drink for students who can't come out of school, and the sales should be good. Fred added, there is also Yoko's magic joke shop, where the prank props should also be loved by many people. At that time, we can first write a shopping list to the students who want to buy something in advance, and then buy it back in one go. Peter advised the two brothers, if there are many people who buy, you can ask the shopkeeper for a cheaper one, and I believe they will agree. When the time comes, you can earn the difference, plus the errand fee, you should be able to make a lot of money. As soon as the two heard this, they immediately became excited, eager to immediately implement their money-making plan. At this moment, drinking the butterbeer, Peter accidentally clicked into the system panel, only to find that his system points had suddenly become 95 points, only 5 points away from the perfect score. System, when did my points become so much? Peter asked in surprise. The system replied, host exploration finds the room of requirement, gets close to the mainline items, and rewards 10 points. The host uses magic to defeat the adult wizard and rewards him with 10 points. Is this okay too? Peter was dumbfounded. Get up close and personal with mainline items? Shouldn't it be the crown? But the problem is that they opened the room of needs, not the room where things are hidden. Is this also considered close contact? And defeating adult wizards? He just used a slug curse to quietly prank the witch, and did not face the hardness, which is also a defeat. Peter had some understanding of the brain circuits that could not be systematic. However, Peter is very happy to be rewarded with points, and he is only 5 points away now, and he can redeem a chance to fuse the bloodline. 5 points is easy to put together, and he now has to think about what magical animal to choose, and how do you get in touch with these magical creatures. Like an invisible beast that can be invisible and predict the future, large enough to fill the entire Hogwarts auditorium, small enough to shrink into a teapot, and the spirit cat that split into countless doppelgangers after being attacked. A beast that can travel thousands of miles a day, as well as Phoenix's close relatives, Thunderbirds who can control the weather and thunder and lightning, etc., are Peter's very eye-watering abilities. And the Basilisk sleeping in the Chamber of Secrets, those eyes that look straight and die, petrified eyes, Peter wants to have too. Maybe you can even come with a snake language ability? If these abilities were fused, Peter believed that he would be able to walk sideways in the wizarding world in the future. Peter, how can you be so happy? Did you think of something funny? The twins looked at Peter with a sudden smile and asked curiously. Peter replied casually, I just thought that tomorrow is the first Quidditch game, and I'm looking forward to it. The twins believed it and said excitedly, the first game is Gryffindor and Slytherin, Charlie, and they have been practicing hard all this time, and I believe that the winner will be us Gryffindor. Peter disagreed. It's not just you guys practicing this time, our Slytherin team is also very hard, who loses and who wins. When it comes to the honor of the academy, Peter is firmly on his side of the academy. Then take a good look at the result of tomorrow's game, and the loser must promise to win one request. The twins bet in disbelief. Peter shook his head and rolled his eyes. You owe me a bet before, and now you bet again. I think sooner or later you will fall on this. He remembers these two guys at the future Quidditch World Cup, where their hard-earned money was cheated out of Ludo Bagman. The twins said indifferently, you didn't ask us for it, maybe we won this time, and we can offset the previous bet. Peter didn't bother to pay attention to the two guys, and he wasn't ready to actually ask them. So like to gamble with people, you have to let them suffer a big loss in order to remember it for a long time. After a walk around Hogsmeade, the three decided to go back, with the twins getting a product flyer from Yoko's magic joke shop and the Duke of Honey's shop, which they took home to determine the number of people who had purchased it. When the two bosses heard it, they were immediately enthusiastic about the twins. Only on weekends will students from the 3rd grade and above be allowed to come to Hogsmeade. If there are twins selling at school, their sales will definitely increase dramatically. Therefore, they have said that if the purchase is large, they are willing to sell to the twins at 90% of the original price. The Weasley twins are very happy about this, and the price of these candies and joke props is not cheap, and the average price is around 1 silver. If it is cheaper, for everything sold, you can earn at least 2 copper nuts. 1 silver west can be equal to 29 copper nuts. If they can sell 500 items, they can earn 1 gold gallon. That's a huge amount of money for the twins. Peter was not involved in the twins' business, holding a small bucket of butterbeer that had been cast with a shrinking spell, and after buying a large bag of snacks from the candy store, he followed the excited Weasley brothers and rushed down the deep secret passage to the school. Coming out of the secret passage behind the hunchbacked one-eyed witch statue on the 3rd floor, the three of them happily went downstairs, only to bump into Professor McGonagall, who had a serious face. Looking at Professor McGonagall's unhappy expression, the three of them suddenly felt bad, and Peter quickly hid the candy and butterbeer in his hand behind him. Mr. York, I've seen it all, you don't have to hide anything. Professor McGonagall looked at Peter with something that was obviously not from the school, and his expression was more serious, but he still said, I'm here to find 2 Weasleys today, you can leave first. Okay, goodbye Professor McGonagall. Peter was relieved to hear this, and walked away quickly, ignoring the mournful look on the Weasley twins behind him. Before he could go far, he saw Professor McGonagall directly lift one ear of the two of them, and angrily roared, You actually dare to sell your classmates the potions you made? Also pestering them for cheating in potions class? Professor Snape told me that he had found many students in the afternoon potions class who had secretly changed their potions while trying them. Drink an alternative potion of unknown origin? He was very angry about this because many students said that you sold them this potion. This is a very serious thing. What if something goes wrong if a student drinks your potion? You're going to be in a month's confinement. Peter couldn't help but laugh as he listened to McGonagall's wrath behind him and the twins' pleas for forgiveness. He had already predicted that in addition to being a potions master, Snape also had achievements in Dementors, and these simple students like a blank piece of paper, Snape could easily see that they had ghosts in their hearts even if they did not use Dementors. Returning from Hogsmeade, the school afternoon class had just ended, and dinner was still some time away. After Peter put the snacks he bought back in the dormitory, he did not go to the library to read books at the first time, but walked along the outskirts of the Quidditch stadium to the Forbidden Forest. Looking at the deep Forbidden Forest, Peter wondered if there were any magical animals to choose from. Alas, students are not allowed in the Forbidden Forest. Which college are you a student of? How is it here? In the distance, outside a hut, a loud voice came. When Peter turned to look, he saw a giant nearly 2 or 3 meters tall, walking towards him, and his rough countenance, his beard on his face, and his fierce breath made Peter take a few steps back even if he knew that this person was a good person. Hagrid walked in only to find that it was a Slytherin student, and he couldn't help but frown and ask warily, "What are you here for? Do you want to go to the Forbidden Forest?" Peter pretended to be innocent and explained, "I just came here while walking, and I know that it is dangerous inside the Forbidden Forest, so I will not put myself in danger. So rest assured, sir, I won't mess around." Then he asked curiously, "Sir, are you a professor at school? I remember when I entered school, you came to pick us up and take us into the castle." Hagrid saw the Slytherin student who was so polite to him for the first time, coughed a few times uncomfortably, the resistance on his face weakened slightly, shook his head, and said, "My name is Hagrid. I am not a professor. I am the key keeper and the Forbidden Forest guard in the school." Peter pretended to be surprised and adored and said, "Mr. Hagrid, you are so powerful. I heard that there are many dark creatures in the Forbidden Forest, and you are actually responsible for guarding the Forbidden Forest? I heard there are werewolves inside. Mr. Hagrid, have you ever seen them? Are they going to come here?" Being watched by a Slytherin student with adoring eyes, Hagrid was very impressed at the same time, but also a little uncomfortable, said, "Just call me Hagrid. There are werewolves in the Forbidden Forest, but they all live in the depths of the Forbidden Forest. Generally don't come here. There are 8 eyes here. Cough, so can't get into Hogwarts. Don't worry." Then he made a drive. "Go quickly, don't be here. Although it is only the edge of the Forbidden Forest, it is still very dangerous for you little wizards." Peter, in the midst of being constantly shoved by Hagrid, asked, "What are the 8 eyes? Hagrid, you mean there are other dangerous animals on this side of the Forbidden Forest?" Hagrid was a little impatient with the curious little wizard, and he only said, "This is not your concern. Go back, or I will tell your dean." Peter still did not give up and asked, "I heard that Professor Kettleborn, a third-year elective in the Protection of Magical Animals class, usually lives in the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid, do you know how to contact him? I love magical animals so much that I want to take this course in 3rd grade. So I want to ask him some questions. Hagrid, can you help me?" As a fan of magical animals, Hagrid softened his attitude, and as a fan of magical animals, he was close to Professor Kettleborn in the Conservation of Magical Animals class, and in the future, Kettleborn strongly recommended Hagrid as his successor to the course. Hagrid looked at the Slytherin first-year student in front of him and asked incredulously, "You really think so? Not for anything else?" Peter tried his best to be sincere, nodded to Hagrid, threw out a king blast, and said, "I have a phoenix, and I want to discuss with the professor how to take care of it." Speaking directly, summoning field, with a pop, a ball of flame flashed out of the air, flew out of a gorgeous phoenix, made a pleasant sound, and then landed on Peter's shoulder. Hagrid looked at this scene with surprise, especially the very beautiful phoenix, Merlin's beard. "I thought that only Dumbledore had a phoenix in the wizarding world, but I didn't expect anyone else to be able to tame it, and it was an 11-year-old child?" Peter explains, "It wasn't tamed by me. My dad was a wildlife conservation expert, and he found Field, who was still an egg in the Amazon forest in South America, and sent it to me." "Oh, and Field is the name I gave it?" Hagrid asked, somewhat puzzled. "Wildlife conservation expert. Is there such a profession in the wizarding world?" Peter looked puzzled and understood that he was thinking of himself as a pure-blood wizard, explaining, "I am a muggle-born wizard, and as for wildlife conservation experts, it is similar to what Newt Scamander does to protect magical animals. Only one is in the muggle world and one is in the magic world." Hagrid looked at the boy in front of him in surprise. "You were muggle-born. Didn't Slytherin only recruit pure-blood and half-blood wizards?" Peter shrugged. "I'm the only muggle student in nearly 100 years to be sorted into Slytherin, and I'm surprised by that." After hearing that Peter was born a muggle, Hagrid was no longer wary of him, but said comfortingly, "That sorting hat is crazy, and it has been used for 1,000 years, and I think it was because of a bad brain that I put you there. Slytherins are very unfriendly to muggle-born students. You weren't bullied by them, were you?" Peter looked at the 3-meter man's sudden concern, somewhat amused, and it was clear that Slytherin's notoriety had become well-known and deeply rooted. He did not reject Hagrid's kindness, and he came here with the intention of making friends with him. In the future, if he wants to fuse the blood of magical beasts, he will have to find the source of magical animals. Hagrid, a fan of magical animals and a caretaker of the Forbidden Forest, is a perfect candidate. There are a lot of magical creatures living in the Forbidden Forest, and befriending Hagrid allows him to contact these animals at the first time without having to work hard to find a fusion object. Peter shook his head and said, I beat everyone else in the Slytherin Grand Prix, so none of them dare to mess with me. Nice job. It was time to teach them a good lesson. These people were all very bad, and many of their parents were under the hands of the Dark Lord, and it turned out that they had been cursed to do this and escaped punishment. Hagrid said with some excitement, and then reacted, and said to Peter with some embarrassment, Of course I am talking about the lackeys of the Dark Devil. Muggle children like you are certainly different. Hagrid then widened his eyes and looked fascinatedly at the phoenix on Peter's shoulder and muttered, The phoenix is truly a magical creature, beautiful and powerful, capable of fighting dragons. He held out his huge palm, looking like he wanted to touch it but didn't dare to touch it, and asked nervously, Can I touch him? Dumbledore's phoenix was grumpy and always ignored me? Peter smiled and nodded, and then motioned for Field to fly to Hagrid, and it was understandable that Field would be taken advantage of a little in order to achieve his goal. So Field reluctantly flew over Hagrid's shoulder and combed his feathers. Hagrid did not expect such a good welfare, and was immediately flattered, carefully touching the phoenix's feathers, looking at Field's long tail feathers, and said in surprise, Field is a boy. No wonder it's so beautiful. Peter was a little surprised that he was able to communicate with Field's mind to learn his gender, and he didn't expect Hagrid to recognize the gender so quickly. Hagrid, how do you know Field's gender? Hagrid said confidently, Phoenixes are birds, and birds are generally more beautiful than females in males. Dumbledore's phoenix Fox is a female phoenix, and she's not as good looking as Field. Field could understand people's words, heard Hagrid praise himself for his beauty, and suddenly stood up proudly, and he decided to be more pleasant to this half-giant. Peter looked at Field's performance, a little funny. Field was born not long ago, age is still very young, the only time Nirvana is still Peter's sake, so the personality is more like a child, emotional fluctuations. Peter took advantage of Hagrid's admiration for Field and casually asked, Hagrid, do you know such a magical creature as a bird and a snake? I've seen their introductions in books, and it's said that the eggshells of bird snakes are sterling silver. And this magical creature is as big as it can be, large enough to fill a lot of space, small enough to be hidden in a small teapot or even smaller. Hagrid was very fond of magical animals, and said confidently, Of course, I know that birds and snakes are magical creatures living in the Far East, with the body of a snake, the wings of birds, they feed on insects, mice, birds, and monkeys, and their eggs are made of the purest and softest silver. So a lot of wizards are fighting its idea. It is now an endangered species. Hagrid then said angrily, Not long ago, a fool named Lockhart actually declared in the newspaper that he wanted to produce a large amount of bird snake egg yolk shampoo with bird snake eggs. I should have used his brain, which was not much bigger than the little fairy, to think that birds and snakes were already very rare. He actually wanted to use such a precious bird and snake egg to take care of his hair? It's stupid. Fortunately, that stupid man's suggestion was taken as a joke, otherwise you would have regretted these poor little ones. Hagrid said triumphantly, although the bird snake is now on the verge of extinction in the Far East, many people don't know that in England, these little guys have been saved a lot by Newt Scamander, and they are now living with Newt Scamander in Dorset. I went to see it once. It was spectacular. Hundreds of birds and snakes are gathered by Newt Scamander in a huge space opened up with magic, living freely. Peter was surprised. Hagrid, I didn't expect you to know Master Scamander, and I have read most of his fantastic beasts and where to find them, and the content is very exciting. Hagrid straightened his chest and said smugly, Of course I know. Newt is very good. He loves magical animals as much as I do. Travel all year round to save endangered magical animals? He used to want to give me 2 sniffs of his own, but I couldn't stand these energetic little guys, so I refused. By the way, do you know how to sniff? It is also a magical creature with a bag that can never be filled, always likes shiny things, and Gringotts trains them to find treasure. Peter nodded and said, I've seen it in Scamander's book, much like the platypus of the Muggle world. Looks pretty cute. Hagrid suddenly looked around, and then whispered in Peter's ear, Actually, in addition to the birds and snakes in Newt, there are also in the Forbidden Forest of the school. There is already a number of ethnic groups. Not long ago I also went to see, many birds and snake eggs are about to break the shell. These bird snakes were quietly bred by Selterborn, who once went to visit Scamander and collected a pair of bird snakes, which developed into their current size. Average person I wouldn't tell him. When Peter heard this, he was suddenly surprised. He was still thinking about how to catch Scamander, but he didn't expect that there were birds and snakes in the Forbidden Forest. He asked with some excitement, Hagrid, I don't know if I can follow you to the Forbidden Forest to see the birds and snakes. When Hagrid heard this, he looked at Peter warily and said, Are you like everyone else, wanting to pay attention to the eggs of birds and snakes? That's not okay. Peter was a little crying. His goal was not for some silver. He said wordlessly, Hagrid, you are too careful. I am a nobleman in Muggle society, and I am not coveting some silver. I just wanted to see this magical creature. Hagrid thought the same, and immediately relaxed, but still shook his head and refused. No, birds and snakes live in the depths of the Forbidden Forest, and that is not where students should go. And these little guys were all raised by Slytherin, and I couldn't take someone to see them without his consent. Seeing that Hagrid was not in the air, Peter changed his ways. So, Hagrid, you first say hello to Professor Slytherin, and say that if he can take me to see the birds and snakes, I am willing to lend field to him for observation for a day. I think that such a rare species as the phoenix, Professor Slytherin should be interested. When Hagrid heard this, he did not refuse, and said with an affirmative face, he will definitely agree to your request, and Celticburn wanted to borrow Dumbledore's phoenix, but he did not succeed. This time with your phoenix, he is afraid that he will agree immediately. After this small talk, Hagrid did not have the initial resistance, and in order to spend more time with the phoenix, he invited Peter to his cabin. Peter gladly agreed. For the sake of his bloodline fusion plan in the future, he would definitely make good friends with Hagrid, and although this 3-meter man was somewhat simple-minded, he was still very reliable. The two men came to Hagrid's cabin, which was closer to the edge of the Forbidden Forest than Peter had just been, and there was a stone bow and a pair of rubber shoes in front of the gate. A large black dog was lying at the gate, the saliva at the corner of his mouth was constantly flowing, and his body was huge and frightening. As soon as the big dog saw Hagrid, he rushed over with his tail wagging, and then saw Peter, grinning directly, and roaring viciously, looking like he was about to rush over and bite him at any time. Peter took out his wand and guarded against it. He didn't want to be bitten by a dog. Teeth, shut up, get back. Hagrid shouted at the big dog, and then said to Peter, the teeth look big, but the guts are very small, just scared you, it doesn't dare to put its mouth down, don't worry. Peter couldn't believe Hagrid's definition of non-danger. The fierce 3-headed dog in his eyes was just a little cute, and the man-eating 8-eyed giant spider was not dangerous and even wanted to keep a dragon? Casually, Peter walked into Hagrid's cabin with a guard. The chalet had only one room, turkeys, pheasants, and hams hanging from the ceiling, a pot of boiling water in a brazier with a copper pot, and a large bed in the corner of the wall, using a futon made of rags. Next to the fire is a clean wooden table and chairs. Hagrid looked at the bright Peter and said somewhat crampedly, please sit down, I'm a bit of a mess here, please don't mind. Peter looked around, and although it was a log cabin, it was only relative to Hagrid's size. Peter's small body feels very spacious in it. He went straight to a stool to sit on and let Field put it on the table. He said to Hagrid sincerely, it's a nice place, Hagrid, how long have you been here? Seeing that Peter was not disgusted, Hagrid was pleased, and he went to the cupboard at the foot of the bed, opened it and rummaged for a moment, then took out a bag of tea leaves, came to the boiling copper pot, and sprinkled the tea leaves into it. Then he smiled and said, I don't remember exactly how long I lived here, but it's been at least a few decades anyway. Since my father's death, when I was still young, the benevolent Dumbledore looked at me pitifully and let me live here as a gamekeeper. Didn't make me homeless. Peter was familiar with these things, and he also knew that Hagrid was framed by Tom Riddle, Voldemort, who was the murderer of Myrtle, and was directly expelled from school and broke his wand. If it weren't for Dumbledore's efforts to get into Azkaban, Dumbledore knew that he had been wronged, so he took him in at Hogwarts and used the old wand to repair his broken wand. Although he knew that there were birds and snakes in the Forbidden Forest, Peter still wanted to ask the other animals, so that in the future, he could redeem the blood of his choice after the points were full. Peter asked curiously, Hagrid, are there any other magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest? Are there invisible beasts, or thunderbirds, or the like? Hagrid thought he liked magical beasts, so he laughed and said in a loud voice, if you ask where the magical beasts are, I know the most except for Newt Scamander and Celtelbin. At the beginning, I also wanted to learn from Scamander to find magical animals all over the world, so I specifically asked them for advice, and even talked to those animal smugglers to learn a lot about magical animals. Well, let me think about it. The invisible beast does exist in the Forbidden Forest, but I've only met them once by chance. These guys are too shy, they can be invisible, and they can also predict the future, so it is difficult for ordinary people to find them. If Newt is still strong, he has a family of invisible beasts, which are said to have been raised since the 1920s and have been raised for several generations now. As for thunderbirds, they are close relatives of the phoenix, and they are also very beautiful. They can summon thunderstorms, and they can also perceive danger in advance. It's just that this bird now lives in North America, and Newt had one when he was young, and then he took it back to his hometown and released it. Therefore, if you want to see this magical animal, you have to fly to the desert of North America to see it. Hagrid saw Peter's disappointed expression, thinking that he suspected that there were no magical animals in the Forbidden Forest, so he quickly said, although the Forbidden Forest does not have such a thunderbird, there are also unicorns, eagle-headed horses with winged beasts, night horses, and the existence of the Centaurs tribe, which is very exciting. Then, as if reacting to it, he covered his mouth and muttered, how did I say this like I was trying to trick you into the Forbidden Forest? When Peter saw this, he laughed and jokingly said, if I enter the Forbidden Forest after that, I can't help it. Hagrid took it seriously, and quickly waved his hand to dissuade. No, you can't enter the Forbidden Forest by yourself in the future. It's very dangerous. Not only werewolves, but also 8-eyed giant spiders. All in all very dangerous. Calm down, please, Hagrid. Peter reassured him, I'm just kidding. You have to know that I am a Slytherin and I will not put myself in danger until I am sure. So you don't have to worry that I'm going to rush in as recklessly as Gryffindor. When Hagrid heard this, he reacted with a snort and said, I just remembered now that you are a Slytherin. Peter, you really don't look like a Slytherin. Your heart is good, and I always forget your identity. Peter said helplessly, although it may sound like boasting, maybe I am the real Slytherin. I always felt that the atmosphere in the academy was damaged by that Voldemort. I've consulted a lot of sources that say that the previous Slytherins, while not very social, weren't as unpopular as they are now. I never felt that any college must be a good person, and which one must be a bad person. Hagrid heard the words for a while, and was so frightened that the copper pot he had just lifted in his hand was almost unsettled. With a look of admiration in his horror, he said in a trembling voice, You actually said the name of the mysterious person just now? Merlin, you are the one who dared to call Dumbledore by his first name. Don't you know he cast a spell on the name? Just read his name and he and his minions can sense it. In the past, many people were caught by Death Eaters and tortured to death. From now on, no one dares to call him by name. Boy, your courage is so great. Peter shrugged and said, Didn't the Ministry of Magic say that he was dead, and that his minions were all locked up in Azkaban, so could he still run to the school and get me in trouble? Know that there is Dumbledore here. Hagrid said uneasily, but I heard Dumbledore say that the Dark Lord is not dead, but has just disappeared, and now he may be hiding in a corner, surviving. Wait for a comeback. Peter fearlessly said, Then I have to call him by his first name. A person who has already lost once is not worth being afraid of. When I was in the Muggle world, my teacher once famously said to me, Despise the enemy strategically and value the enemy tactically. Although Voldemort is terrible, he is also a human being, not a god demon. We don't have to be so afraid of him. Of course, we can't despise him. As long as you treat it with a normal heart, there is a solution to everything, but I just didn't think of it for the time being. Snap. There was a round of applause outside the door, and the two turned to look at it, only to find that it was Dumbledore and Professor Snape standing outside the door, and it was Dumbledore who was clapping. Headmaster Dumbledore? Professor Snape? The two looked at the two men outside the door in amazement. Of course, Peter was pretending, and he had already noticed that there was someone outside the door, so he did not ask about the magical animals later, but told a big truth. Of course, this is also his real thoughts. Dumbledore was the first to enter the house and looked at Peter with satisfaction, and Peter's words were very much in line with his heart, and he said, Peter, may I call you that? Of course, Professor Dumbledore. Peter nodded. Dumbledore looked pleased, and he sighed and said, What you just said is very good. I've tried to get everyone to throw away their fears, the face of brave dilemmas, but none of them are as good as a child, even passed on the fear to the next generation. Voldemort was not a demon, he was just a wizard who had gone astray, and as long as we were united, there would be no predicament. Dumbledore then turned his head and shouted to Snape outside the door, Severus, come in, we've come just in time, Hagrid's black tea is ready. Just enough for a drink? Snape walked in, and when he saw Peter, his expression was a little complicated, and he had heard Peter's words just now, and he could tell from the tone of his voice that this was Peter's true thoughts. So there was some fluctuation in his mood, and he didn't know whether to taunt this child because he didn't know the sky was high, or whether to praise his courage. Peter shouted respectfully, Professor Snape. Snape nodded, then stood motionless. Dumbledore waved his old wand in his hand, 2 more chairs, and then sat down, like a master, beckoning everyone to sit down. Come, don't stand, Hagrid, you sit here, and take your sugar cube, let's have a cup of afternoon tea. The rectangular wooden table, Dumbledore and Snape sitting on one side, Hagrid's huge figure directly occupying the other side, which made Peter, who was sitting in the main seat, feel a thorn under his ass and always want to move. 4 teacups flew from Hagrid's cabinet and landed in front of the 4 people, and the copper pot automatically filled the 4 cups with tea. Hagrid's teacup is very much in line with his status as a half-giant, saying that the teacup is actually similar to a large bowl, and the 4 cups just finished the tea in the copper pot. Dumbledore asked the 3, how many sugar cubes do you need? Hagrid said, 5 pieces. Snape looked at the large bowl of tea in front of him, frowned, and then said lightly, 2 pieces will do. Looking at it, he counted the amount of tea for a moment, then shouted directly, 4 pieces is enough, Headmaster Dumbledore. Then the sugar cubes fall into the corresponding teacup according to each person's needs, and turn themselves. Then several people saw with a toothache that Dumbledore had put the remaining sugar cubes into his own tea. After a while, the tea had turned into sweet and greasy sugar water. Dumbledore picked up the large teacup that covered his face, took a big sip, and narrowed his eyes comfortably. Snape next to him has unabashedly shown a disgusted expression, and his heart is constantly spitting on the old bee. How can you not get tired of eating so much sugar? Although Peter already knew that Dumbledore was a sugar lover, he didn't expect it to be so scary, and he didn't treat sugar as sugar anymore. Looking at Dumbledore's white and intact teeth, he was very curious about how Dumbledore protected his teeth from tooth decay. Hagrid, sipping black tea, asked, Headmaster Dumbledore, how did you and Professor Snape suddenly come to my cabin? It's so rare. Hagrid was very happy. He hadn't had so Dumbledore did not answer Hagrid's words immediately, but turned his head to look at the Phoenix Field, who was standing on the window at this time, and asked in amazement, This is Peter your Phoenix, how beautiful. Although it would make Fawkes angry, I still have to say that he is better looking than Fawkes. Peter happily introduced, This is my partner, his name is Field. Dumbledore nodded when he heard this. Field, the name of the wilderness, good name. Then he smiled and said, the Dumbledore family has always had this saying, as long as the Dumbledore family encounters difficulties, the Phoenix will appear. When I knew you would summon the Phoenix, my first reaction was that you were a member of the Dumbledores. It was only after understanding that I learned that it was not. But you're probably going to be suspected of being a member of Dumbledore's family? Peter of course knew that he had nothing to do with the Dumbledores, so he said frankly, false and not real, as they guess, I am not really a Dumbledore family member. Dumbledore admired Peter's mentality, and when he had finished drinking the tea, he said the purpose of his visit. He looked directly at Hagrid and said, there was an accident at the school just now, and a fire was directly lit in Professor Selterburn's office, and the contents were directly burned to ashes. After a careful search, it was discovered that there were some eggs of the fire grey snake. Fortunately, his office was sealed by Filch early on, so that the fire snake inside did not run out. Only Hagrid knows where Seltelbin is, so trouble you to inform him and ask him not to put such dangerous things in the school in the future. Minerva is now angry, please don't come back for a while. Dumbledore himself laughed. When Peter heard this, he was speechless about the professor of this magical animal protection class. Although later Hagrid became the professor of this course, it also caused a bunch of things. But compared to Selterburn, it's really a witch. It was only then that he discovered that although Dumbledore and Snape had used magic to clean up one side, they were still a little grey, and apparently had not been cleaned up. Professor Selterburn's teaching time dates back to the time when Armando de Pete was president. And this professor is best known for the fact that he experienced at least 62 probationary periods while teaching at the school. The professor has a reckless personality and a heartfelt love for fantastic beasts, especially those dangerous creatures that are his favorites. One of the most famous incidents was the Good Luck Spring incident. At that time, Hogwarts hosted a pantomime performance of Good Luck Springs, for which he provided a huge earthworm. As a result, the reckless professor used magic to make a fire grey snake bigger. So this huge fire grey snake exploded directly on the stage, filling the auditorium with smoke and set fragments, and the fire ash snake laid a lot of huge snake eggs at the foot of the set, and finally ignited the floor. There was chaos in the auditorium, and teachers and students had to evacuate urgently. After the accident, the infirmary was overcrowded, and the pungent smell of burnt paste in the auditorium lasted for months before it finally dissipated. This also allowed Professor Ketleben to pass a long time before he ended the retention review period. And the professor was very fond of death, always fascinated by dangerous animals such as dragons, so he directly left his limbs with only one arm and half a leg left. This allowed the professor to finally settle down a little. But now that the professor is hiding the fire snake in his office, he can only say that this old man's heart to die is still not reduced. It should be known that the fire ash snake is a snake with a lifespan of only 1 hour and high medicinal value. Peter had seen a photograph of the fire grey snake in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, a snake with glowing red eyes and a slender, grey-white body. They will find a dark, hidden place within an hour to lay their eggs and then explode. And these fire ash snake eggs, red and glowing, are sprinkled with hot light, and if they fail to clean up the snake eggs in time and freeze them with a freezing spell, they can set a house on fire in a matter of minutes. So as long as one or several fire ash snakes are found in the house, it must be checked out in all corners of the house, otherwise wait for the house to be ignited. When Hagrid heard this, he immediately laughed, and his loud voice directly shook the dust on the roof. He said, when I saw him cultivating the fire grey snake earlier, I told him to pay attention. As a result, this old guy still thought I was noisy. His hand could not even make a freezing spell. No wonder the fire grey snake ran out. Is he trying to stage the Fountain of Good Luck event again? Haha. Dumbledore was speechless at this time, and in the face of old fritters like Ketleben, even the last headmaster, Deepit, who was the most serious, could not do anything about him, let alone Dumbledore, who was an old and good man. As long as nothing major happens, it is left to its own devices. Skipping the subject, Dumbledore turned to Peter and smiled and said, dinner is about to begin. Peter, it's time for you to go back to the auditorium. The house elves are so grateful to you for sending them the recipe, and they've prepared a sumptuous dinner tonight. Don't miss it. Peter looked at the silent Snape next to him and understood that they had something to talk about, so he got up with interest, summoned the Phoenix, and said goodbye to the three of them. Then I will go first. Goodbye, Hagrid. Peter walked quickly, not interested in listening to what they were saying, and Hagrid exclaimed, how dare they do this to Harry Potter, this goddamn muggle bunch. A roar came and made Peter guess that they were talking about Harry Potter. However, this had nothing to do with him, so Peter directly let Field fly away on his own, and then ran quickly to Hogwarts Castle. As soon as he arrived outside the Great Hall, Peter saw that on the second floor, Peeves were holding a chalk box and fighting the Weasley twins, throwing things at each other. Peeves have a wide face and a large mouth, dark round eyes, and wear strange clothes. Unlike other ghosts who can't touch things, Peeves has existed since the beginning of Hogwarts, and he is a tumult, a collection of psychic energies of students. So unlike ghosts, Peeves can touch entities and move them. Peeves was very fond of pranks, and apart from a slight respect for Dumbledore, only Slytherin's ghost Bloodman Barrow could control him. Weasley's little cub, look at the tricks. Peeves directly came to a trick of the goddess scattering flowers, directly threw the chalk head to the twins, and beat the two brothers screamed. Seeing this, Peeves floating in midair danced happily. George and Fred also cooperated with each other, picking up the chalk head on the ground and throwing it at the Peeves in midair, all of which were dodged by the Peeves, which made him even more mad, directly making various humiliating moves against the two brothers. Peter looked at this scene wordlessly and asked, George, Fred, how did you get Peeves? Let him tease you like this. As soon as the twins saw Peter, they greeted him happily, their faces full of chalk marks, and said helplessly, no, we are just playing with Peeves, and he promised that if we can hit him, he will cover for us when we swim at night. It's just that Peeves is too cunning, he can hide in the wall to avoid attacks, let's have no way to take him. Pippig, floating in midair, flashed his evil round eyes, and said to Peter with interest, Slytherin's little ghost, are you going to play with me too? Peter didn't want to provoke him, Peeves' existence was incomprehensible, he was a collection of emotions from all the oppressed students for thousands of years. He is the most troublesome mischievous mischief and the hopeless king of destruction. There have been many school administrators who have tried to get Peeves away, but in the end they have not succeeded. The most famous of these was in 1876, when the administrator Rankelo's Calp carefully laid traps, using various weapons that he thought Peeves could not resist as bait, and then prepared a huge bell-shaped hood and cast various gambling spells to cover Peeves when he reached the trap. But Peeves not only escaped easily, but also sprinkled the corridors with broken glass, and even dodged a trap of several machetes, crossbows, a short gun and a small cannon. For his amusement, Peeves shot at windows at will, putting everyone's lives in danger, and the castle was evacuated. The 3-day standoff ended with Headmistress Eupasia Moore agreeing to sign a contract granting Peeves extra privileges. Perks include allowing Peeves to swim once a week in the boys' toilet on the ground floor, prioritizing the use of stale bread from the kitchen, and getting a new hat that must have been made by the elaborate Lady of Paris. The disgruntled caretaker Carl retired early for health reasons, and no one has since tried to drive the most undisciplined resident out of the castle. At this moment, the worn-out trophy hat was still on the Peeves' head, and he was doing all kinds of exaggerated movements in midair. His eyes were full of all kinds of mischievous thoughts, and the target was Peter below. Peter saw through Peeves' intentions and warned, Peeves, I'm going to tell Barrow the Bloody. Peeves attacked for a moment, his eyes hesitated, and just when Peter thought he would converge, Peeves directly took out a pile of chalk and threw it at Peter. Ha, Slytherin cub, do you think Peeves are scared, trying to scare me with Barrow, see if I can shoot at the same time. Peeves kept throwing chalk heads down. His pockets seemed to cast a space expansion spell, and the chalk heads were always thrown away. Peter had already prepared, and armor shield blocked all the chalk heads. But the Weasley twins on the other side were more miserable. Peeves' chalk heads were not accurate, directly into the attack range, a circle of attack, they were covered with chalk ash. Not satisfied, Pippi took out a few pieces of moldy bread and threw them at Peter again, easily resisted by Peter's spell. Peter was not a man who could not fight back, and with a wave of his wand, the chalk heads and old bread on the ground around him floated directly, and then accompanied by Peter's Wadi Vassi. All the floating things, like arrows firing, go straight up to Peeves in the sky. Before Peeves could react, an overwhelming attack ensued, leaving him with nowhere to stop him, and even the hat was hit by the chalk head, leaving a lot of chalk ash. Peeves shielded his hat for a moment, and then took advantage of the pause in the attack, directly to Peter with a rude gesture, and fled through the wall. Cool. The Weasley twins watched in amazement as Peter drove Peeves away in a few clicks, giving him a thumbs up. Meow. Peter was about to say something when a skinny cat rushed out of the corner. Go fast, it's Filch's cat. He's coming? The twins dragged Peter and hurried away, which had been covered with chalk heads and dust, and if he didn't go, he was caught by Filch, and he didn't care if it was Peeves or not. It wasn't until they rushed into the Great Hall that the Weasley twins breathed a sigh of relief, and Peter sorted out the wrinkled sleeves a little helplessly, and then said, we only need a clean-up spell to get rid of the dust and chalk heads, even if Filch comes over, there is no reason to punish us. The twins gave him a blank look and said in unison, we're not you, we can't do this magic at all. And it was Peeves who did it, so why should we do it? Besides, this old guy almost caught us several times, we should let him do more work, and he still has so much energy to chase people? Peter was speechless. It wasn't long before he went to school. The twins were so unsophisticated with Filch, and the future was probably tossed out in the evening. The teachers and students of the school enjoyed a very delicious oriental meal in the auditorium, and everyone was speculating whether there was something big happening in the school, so they made such a rich dinner. It wasn't until the big-mouthed Alan White, showing off to the others that it was Peter's masterpiece, that everyone knew about tonight's cuisine, which was specially provided by Peter York of Slytherin. Everyone remembered it after dinner, saying that if they would always have such a dinner in the future, even if it was fat balls, it didn't matter. The twins ignored Slytherin's disgusted attitude, went directly to Peter, put their arms around his shoulders, and said, Peter, if you have any vegetables, please don't be stingy, contribute it all. This oriental delicacy is so delicious. I feel like I've lived the first 11 years in vain. The things I used to eat felt like pig food. Peter wordlessly looked at the twins and said helplessly, I have given the house elves in the back kitchen 3 thick recipes, which are Oriental recipes, French recipes, and Italian recipes, and there are hundreds of recipes for Oriental recipes alone, so you can all eat them in the future. Of course, the premise is that the school's funds can be supplied. As a twin born in the wizarding world, George patted Peter on the shoulder, smiled, and said, "The question you asked makes me finally think you're from the Muggle world." Looking at Peter's puzzled gaze, Fred explained, "Although magic transformation follows the basic transformation law of Gamp, it cannot turn other things into food, nor can it conjure up food out of thin air. But it can make the original food bigger." Seeing Peter's somewhat clear look, George continued, "Just like our family, my mother has to prepare food for 9 people every day. If only my father's little salary can't afford to support the whole family, but you can use magic to make a piece of food bigger and more. That way there won't be enough to eat." Although Peter has read a lot of books, he still knows little about the magic world from the memories of the previous life, so he knows nothing. But he didn't expect to be able to do this. Therefore, you only need to prepare a small portion of food in advance, and then use the expansion spell or copy spell to make it bigger and more, which is also a disguised realization of making something out of nothing. Peter was very surprised and asked, "Can these conjured foods really fill your stomach? It was just a small piece of food that came out. Shouldn't it provide the nutrients the human body needs, right?" The twins looked at him strangely. "Why can't you fill your stomach? We grew up eating such foods. As for what nutritious things you say, it's Muggle stuff. We just have magic here." Peter felt that his mind was not connected to them, his mind was still stuck in scientific cognition, and the Weasley brothers were the other thinking cognition. In his cognition, using magic to copy an apple into a bunch of apples, after eating it, the digested nutrition is still only the amount of an apple. But he was clearly wrong, and magic didn't follow this rule at all, which completely broke his cognition and gave him a new understanding of magic. Peter immediately reacted and asked the twins, "So the food we eat on school days is made up like this?" The two of them nodded their heads in course, "Of course, otherwise where do you think you got so much student food? And Hogwarts doesn't charge students money. But I've heard that the school still has trustees, don't they have to give money to the school every year? Where is all this money going?" Peter asked curiously. The twins shook their heads, and neither did they. Alan White, who was beside him, stepped in and said, "I know that there are 12 trustees at Hogwarts, and they send a sum of money to the school account every year, and these funds are used to repair the castle, purchase teaching aids, and pay the professors' salaries, and the money for food is only a small proportion." Now Peter is clear, no wonder he found that the school provides such sufficient food for students every day. He originally thought that the school had a huge amount of funds, so he did not care, did not expect that this seems to be the most expensive one, is the least expensive. Magic is magical. Peter sighed involuntarily. There are still many people in the world who have problems even eating, and wizards are like heavenly beings, and a single magic can make them starve to death. No wonder he never found a shop selling grain in Diagon Alley. After talking about this topic, Fred rushed to Peter and said, "Tomorrow is the Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Slytherin, are you ready for defeat? It's a pity we can't play yet, otherwise I would have been able to get down the opponent in a few clicks." Fred's loud voice caused the nearby Slytherin students to look at him angrily, and they dared to come to their house and say that Slytherin would lose, which was a provocation. Peter laughed and retorted, "It will be us who win, you guys will see tomorrow." George hurriedly pulled his angry brother away, fearing that if he stayed any longer, the two of them would be beaten up. 4th grade Chief Carlson Earl looked at the Weasley brothers who were running away, frowned and said to Peter, "York, you should probably keep a little distance from the Gryffindor people, especially the Weasleys, who are known as pure-blood traitors. You are a student of Slytherin and should not be so close to them." Peter narrowed his smile, stared at the senior, and said, "Elder Earl, you may have forgotten that I was born a Muggle. And the Weasleys are called pure-blood traitors, as far as I know, because they are close to Muggles? Thanks for the advice, but I want to choose what kind of friends to associate, and it is not the turn of others to manage. You." Carlson Earl blushed instantly, and he pointed at Peter and said viciously, "Don't forget, we Slytherin and Gryffindor are old rivals. Are you trying to abandon your own house when you make friends with them like this?" Peter looked at him coldly. "I always remember that I was a student of Slytherin, and I never disgraced Slytherin, and it was my personal choice to make friends with the Weasley twins. When did I rise to the academy level? You dirty mud seed." Earl pulled out his wand and tried to give it to Peter, but was stopped by a man behind him. Prefect Chris Jones frowned and came to the middle of the two, and then said sternly to Earl, "Put away the wand, this is the auditorium, do you want the professors to see it, and then deduct your points?" Earl looked at the prefect's serious look, reluctantly put away his wand, and said viciously, "Boy, count your luck, let me remember, the Sorting Hat is crazy to assign you to Slytherin, but I never recognize you as a member of our academy." Seeing that Earl was leaving, Peter calmly said to the prefect Chris Jones next to him, "Senior Jones, I want to apply for a duel with Carlson Earl. Want to invite you to host?" The surrounding Slytherin students were in an uproar and looked at Peter in disbelief. You must know that Slytherin, unlike other academies, is a place of great strength, and has always retained the chief system of the academy, and the way of dueling that is not known to outsiders. Prefect Chris Jones looked solemnly at the immature Peter and asked, "Are you sure? Know that Earl is 3 grades older than you, and he can't make duel demands on you. But if you yourself propose a duel to him, then no one can stop it. It's you who will suffer the loss?" Earl looked at the first-year student in front of him and gave him a duel, and suddenly smiled angrily, came to Peter, looked down at him with his height advantage, and said, "Boy, are you sure you want to duel with me? Without the slightest sign of oppression, Peter looked up at him calmly, then turned to the Prefect Jones and said affirmatively, "I'm going to duel him." Prefect Jones nodded helplessly, then announced, "Then tonight at 9 o'clock in the Slytherin common room, you will have a showdown." Peter nodded in understanding, and then left early for the potions office before the crowd gathered around, where Snape had been named and confined for his morning potions class, and now had to hurry up. The Slytherin students who remained were immediately buzzing. They didn't expect a first-year student to dare to propose a duel to the seniors, which was something that had never happened before. In the past, most of them were duels between students of the same grade, or they were only one grade apart. This time in the duel, many people felt that Peter's winning side was too small. "Earl, teach that mud seed a lesson tonight, and better let him stay in the infirmary for as long as possible." Derek and Thomas, in 6th grade, rushed up to Carlson Earl. They had been unhappy with the entry of a Muggle-born student into Slytherin, and now when they saw Peter, although they did not understand the reason, they instinctively hated this first-year student. Earl held his head high and said, "Of course, this mud breed actually dared to provoke me. Of course I want to repay him well. It's just a pity that I can't live or die like before, otherwise I will let him know what fear is." Students from other houses were curious about Slytherin's movements, but in this respect, the Slytherin population was very tight and did not let people dig up a single piece of information. Professor McGonagall frowned and looked down at Slytherin, then said to Dumbledore, who was eating sweets with relish, "Headmaster, this dangerous thing of dueling should not appear in Hogwarts. It's too dangerous and rude. Especially with such a duel of great disparity of power, we should resolutely abolish this bad habit of Slytherin." Dumbledore finished his sweets and wiped his mouth before he said to Professor McGonagall, who was a little excited, "Minerva, let's leave this matter to Severus. Although I am not in favor of such dangerous behavior." But at this point, Slytherin parents and trustees unanimously agreed that this was a 1,000-year-old tradition of Slytherin house and should not be abolished. "So I can only try to ensure that there will be no major accidents, and the rest can only be decided by their own academy, and I can't interfere too much." When Professor McGonagall heard this, he could only sit down with dissatisfaction, and then said worriedly, "Peter's child has only been in school for a long time. Although he is talented, it is too dangerous for the previous 4th grader. I don't know why this child agreed to come down. This is too reckless." Dumbledore smiled at McGonagall and said, "Minerva, you underestimate that guy. This child can no longer describe him with his extraordinary talent. Do you remember when you first successfully used the super armor shield?" Professor McGonagall thought for a moment. "It's probably 7th grade. Flitwick, who was standing on a high stool to reach the dining table, interjected, "Peter the child, after I taught him the notes for half a day, he used the super armor shield. It surprised me. I've never met such a talented child, and casting magic is as simple as eating and drinking. So I invited him into my spell club early in the morning, and tomorrow night is club reunion time, and this kid is going to be a big surprise." McGonagall was astonished. "Felius, you gave him your notebook. Also invited him to the club? Is the seedlings fueled? After all, he was only an 11-year-old? Flitwick shook his head. "I've never seen a child as mature as he is, not even those 6th and 7th graders. Besides, he has already shown me all the content of the 1st grade, and it can't be better. So I gave him the notebook and let him study without delaying his talent. To be honest, I wish he were a Ravenclaw student, just cheaper than Severus. Let him meet such a talented student." In the potions office, Peter knocks on the door and enters to find Snape just finishing a potion. Peter looked at the pale green liquid inside the crucible and asked curiously, "Professor, what is this potion?" Snape removed the alcohol lamp, then used magic to summon a few glass bottles, handed them to Peter, and said expressionlessly, "This is bone medicine, prepared for tomorrow's Quidditch game of the little trolls. You pack the potion, don't spill it, otherwise tomorrow's broken bad eggs will have no potion to drink." Peter hurriedly took the glass bottle and filled it with a spoon. Snape was idle, and instead of leaving, he looked straight at Peter, who was working with his head down, and asked, "Are you going to duel with the 4th graders? Don't you continue to hide?" "Yes." Peter looked up at Snape in surprise, wondering if he knew about it so quickly. He had just come out of the auditorium, and he hadn't seen anyone come here faster than him. Seeing that Peter couldn't figure it out, Snape sneered and said, "Dumbledore cares about you very much, but he just sent me a direct message to let me pay attention to your duel. Don't get hurt in a duel." Hearing that it was Dumbledore, Peter had no doubts, continued to fill the potion, and said, "Maybe Dumbledore is not worried about me. Since I dare to duel with Earl, it means that I have the confidence to defeat him. I'm a Slytherin. Professor, you should know that Slytherin is the best at judging the situation and never putting yourself in a dangerous position." Hearing Peter's words, Snape drew the corners of his mouth and snorted coldly, "Confident boy, I hope your duel in a while will really be as you say." After filling the potion, Peter stood up, "Professor, I'm done loading it. What else do I need to do? Come on, take advantage of this opportunity to think about how you can save your life in the duel," Snape said impatiently. Peter smiled, "Okay, Professor, I'll leave first." He said he was going to go outside. "Wait," a bottle of potion flew up to Peter. "It's a healing potion, to avoid you being carried into the infirmary and embarrassing Slytherin." Taking the medicine bottle, Peter had a sincere smile on his face. "Thank you, Professor. I hope you won't use this bottle of potion." With the potion in hand, Peter left the office. He did not go directly back to the Slytherin common room. It was only 7:30, and there was still more than an hour to go, and he did not want to be watched so early, so he came to the library. He took out the notes of the spell class that Professor Flitwick had given him, and although he had read half of it, he had not actually learned much. In particular, the high-level magic spell was still difficult for him. Being able to cast the super armor shield, part of the luck, or because he would have the basic version of the armor shield early on, he was able to learn this high-level spell in one step. In the notebook, some of the spells are very common spells in textbooks, but the standard gestures and pronunciations in the books are different, and Professor Flitwick's spells are all his improved spells. For example, in the simplest floating spell, the book only says that the gesture is shake it first and shake it again and then pronounce Yugadim Leviosa. You can float the object. But Professor Flitwick modified it, and when swinging his wand, he only needed to draw a half circle to make the heavier things float up, and also save a third of the mana. There is also a way to use a floating spell on yourself to be able to float out of thin air, which is not a fast flying speed, but it is also a very useful skill. When Peter was immersed in the knowledge of magic spells in the library, the Slytherin common room was very lively, and duels were not often done, especially when a first-year student took the initiative to challenge the senior students, so everyone watched the liveliness in the common room. Everyone was in a lively mood, especially some of them, and although Peter had contributed a few dozen extra points to Slytherin in this month, he still cared about his non-pure blood status, even if he was a mixed race. But Peter directly stated that his parents were muggles, which broke the psychological boundaries of some students. They didn't take the initiative to trouble Peter like the radicals did, but they weren't friendly either. Now they want to see how dare this only muggle student in 100 years dare to challenge the senior students? The only people who worried about Peter were probably Alan White and Peter's admirer, Flora Shaker, who was huddled together and quietly discussing. Flora said worriedly, "White, or you quietly go out to find Peter and ask him not to come back first, to avoid tonight first. We are only first-year students, even if we don't come to the duel, at most we will just be laughed at. If it did come, it would be bad. I just heard what Earl and Derek said, and they were ready to use the family curse against Peter. This is disgusting." Alan White shook his head. "I lived with Peter for a while, and I know his personality, and since he took the initiative to duel with Earl, he would never renege on his word. We can only think of a way to make Peter not get hurt in the duel." Flora said anxiously, "But during the duel, no one is allowed to help. When the time comes, a barrier will be erected around the two to prevent others from participating? No one allowed." Alan pondered this sentence, and then his eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, "I have a way." Flora quickly asked, "What can I do?" Alan said confidently, "Have you forgotten that Peter has a phoenix, a super powerful magical creature that can fight dragons? And the magic ban can't stop it, and if Peter is in danger, the phoenix can help him block the attack." Flora relaxed slightly, but still asked worriedly, "What if they propose not to use phoenixes? The phoenix is Peter's pet, of course it is part of the strength. There is no reason not to use it. Earl, if there is a way he can also find a phoenix. If they weren't allowed, we would then be able to get Peter to abandon the duel. This is supposed to be on our side, and we don't need to lose face." Alan patted his chest and figured out how to do it. Little by little, the time passed, and soon it was time for the duel, 2 or 3 minutes before 9 o'clock. Surrounded by a group of pure blood supporters, Kelson Earl took the lead in the common room. He glanced around, found that there was no Peter figure, and suddenly sneered, "The time is almost up. Peter York's mud species has not yet appeared. Is he afraid to appear?" Peter is not afraid, and when the time comes, he will definitely appear. Flora stood up and retorted. Earl looked at Flora, who was speaking for Peter. Her face darkened, and said with a disappointed expression, "Flora, you are the heir of the Shaker family, one of the 28 pure blood families. Are you speaking for a mud breed like this, not afraid of shame for the family? Obviously we have a different view of family shame." "Earl," Flora said proudly, "and please call me Shaker. I don't think our relationship is close enough to call me by my religious name." Earl's face was red. His family was only a small pure blood family, not a divine 28 pure blood family, so in the pure blood concept, Flora Shaker was more noble than him. He ignored Flora directly, but looked at Alan White to the side and asked, "White, you are roommates with that mud breed. Do you know where he went? Now that we are about to duel, he has not yet appeared. Is he afraid to avoid the battle?" Alan suddenly sank his face and said in a cold voice, "Don't ask me in such a tone. If you want to trace the origin of pure blood, our White family was pure blood 400 years ago. And I remember that the wizarding world didn't have the surname Earl more than 100 years ago." Earl was momentarily speechless, and the pure blood identity that he should normally be proud of was insignificant among these pure bloods that were more historical than their families. The definition of pure blood in the wizarding world is that both parents are wizards, so except for a pure blood family like Blake, it can even be traced back to before the establishment of Hogwarts. A large percentage of the other pure blood wizards were the first to breed from Muggle wizards. Although some radical pure blood wizards deny that their ancestors came from Muggles and fabricate that their family is a pure blood descendant who has disappeared, or a branch of a pure blood family abroad, this kind of nonsense can only fool themselves. But these wizards were still proud of their pure blood lineage, and had contempt for the half-blood wizards and the scorn for the hemp wizards. It was 9 o'clock, and Peter had not yet appeared, and the prefect Chris Jones went directly to the middle of the common room, directed the crowd to vacate the area, and then pointed his wand at the ground, instantly turning the carpet into a calf-high wooden competition table. Then he announced, if both sides arrive, the duel can officially begin. However, if one party does not appear for a long time, it can directly declare the winner or loser, and then the winner can make a request to the loser, and the whole college students will supervise together. Those who lose cannot disobey the requirements? Otherwise, you will simply expel the academy? Earl couldn't wait to stand on the stage, and triumphantly said to the prefect, Jones, you better hurry up and announce it. That mud breed is too scared to appear, and then I will make him my slave and become my house elf. Chris Jones frowned at Earl and said, even if you were to announce that you had won, you would not have been able to make such an excessive request. It is customary for the loser to pay a sum of money or offer a family magic to the winner. Earl smiled and said, slip of the tongue, slip of the tongue. I see that the mud species definitely does not have family magic, then compensate me 1,000 gold gallons? Derek smiled and echoed, Muggle currency can only be exchanged for 200 gold gallons per semester. You need 1,000 gold gallons. I'm afraid it will take him 5 years to get it for you. Thomas also laughed and said, I'm afraid it's not only that. He still has to use some money to buy study aids, even if it is to buy second-hand utensils. He has to spend money, so I'm afraid he can't get enough to give you 1,000 gold gallons after graduation. 2 minutes had passed, and the students waiting in the common room were a little annoyed, thinking that today was not a duel, and began to talk about Peter, thinking that Peter should be hiding somewhere and not coming back. Senior, you should announce the results, and don't let everyone waste any more time waiting. Earl urged directly. Prefect Jones, looking at the clock, frowned. Could it be that he had seen this Peter York wrong before, and he was really too frightened to come? Then he stepped straight to the stage, ready to announce the result. Suddenly, a ball of fire flashed on the competition stage, and in the midst of the crowd's exclamations, Peter's figure appeared directly on the stage, and at this moment he was grasping the feet of the Phoenix and slowly landing on the ground. Peter let go of Phoenix Field and let him stand on his shoulder, then turned to the prefect Jones and said, sorry, I was fascinated by reading in the library, and I realized that the time had passed. So let my Phoenix teleport me directly here, and the duel should not be invalidated, right? Prefect Chris Jones was stunned by Peter's stunning appearance, and after a while he came back to his senses and hurriedly replied, not yet, you can continue the duel. At this time, the personnel in the audience suddenly broke out into a noisy noise, and everyone was startled by this way of appearance, and they all looked enviously at the Phoenix on Peter's shoulder. Merlin's stinky socks? How come I have never met such a pet, and I can actually take the owner's phantom shapeshifter? I want a Phoenix. A Slytherin 5th grader exclaimed in amazement, his eyes full of the Phoenix. His roommate gave him a blank look and taunted, you think too beautifully. At present in the wizarding world, only Dumbledore and the boy in front of him have a Phoenix. Your chances of encountering a Phoenix are about the same as the resurrection of Salazar Slytherin? And the phantom shapeshifter is not like this. Hogwarts castle is banned, and the phantom transfiguration is impossible to succeed in the castle. Therefore, this Phoenix is really too powerful. It can ignore any prohibition and directly take people to disappear in an instant, which is much more powerful than the phantom shapeshifter. Everyone was talking about the power of the Phoenix, and envying Peter for being able to have a Phoenix, which was originally Dumbledore's standard. Even though most of the Slytherins had mixed attitudes toward Dumbledore, they had to admit his strength. So in their minds, Peter may be able to grow into a figure like Dumbledore in the future. On the stage, the prefect looked at both sides. His eyes involuntarily looked at the Phoenix on Peter's shoulder, and then said to both sides, now that both sides have appeared, let's start the duel. Then he jumped off the stage. Then Chris Jones turned to the chief of the 5th, 6th, and 7th graders, as well as several other strong 7th graders, and said, in order to ensure the fairness of the duel, we will first erect a protective barrier for the two of you to prevent others from interfering. Wait, Peter York has a Phoenix, a powerful magic creature of the XXXX dangerous level that can fight dragons. Peter can't be allowed to take him to a duel, otherwise it's not fair. Derek, who was on Earl's side, said loudly. As soon as the words fell, there was a lot of discussion in the lounge, and some people felt that this was indeed the case, and if they took the Phoenix to the duel, it would definitely be Peter who won. This seems unfair. Alan White stood up directly and said loudly, the duel is not a match. Do we still have to consider whether the equipment of both sides is equal? And the Phoenix is Peter's pet? Many wizards on the dueling field used to use magic pets to assist in battle. How can it be the turn of the Phoenix? Which discipline is this fair? As soon as Alan's words were finished, everyone fell into the discussion again, thinking that Alan's words were correct. After all, there was a precedent, and Peter's magic pet was a Phoenix, so he would not participate in the duel. After several senior students who presided over the duel gathered to discuss, they announced, since the Phoenix is Peter York's pet, it is normal to participate in the duel. Mr. York, are you going to take the Phoenix duel? In Earl's worried and frightened look, Peter said a few words directly to Field on his shoulder, and then the Phoenix directly turned into a ball of flames and disappeared. Then Peter smiled and said, I don't use a Phoenix. Let's start the race. The audience at the bottom was suddenly in an uproar. They did not expect Peter to choose this way. If they chose, they would certainly not give up such a god assist as the Phoenix. especially the originally confident Alan White and Flora Shakir. The two looked at Peter on the stage anxiously and worriedly, and did not understand why he did this. It's just that it's too late. The two people on the duel stage were put up by several senior students with protective spells, and no one could disturb the two people on the stage until one of the two sides in the duel conceded defeat. Neither of them shot on the stage, and Earl was full of confidence, and said to Peter with a sly smile, "It was a fatal mistake that you did not choose the phoenix in the mud. I'll dumb you up later, so you can't open your mouth and admit defeat. Then treat you well. By the way, Derek taught me a torturous spell, and I wanted to see if I could work on you again." Peter looked at this 15-year-old man who looked about the same size as an adult man. A smile appeared on his calm face, and then when the other party was stunned, he directly struck "Remove your weapon." This blow magic was dodged by Earl, who returned to the gods, in the way of a dog rolling. There was no disappointment on Peter's face, but another blow to get rid of your weapon, followed by another blow. So a strange picture appeared on the field. Peter kept throwing out the disarming spell, chasing Carlson Earl to hide and jump, and from time to time a donkey rolled around, making him a mess. Dodging a disarming spell, Earl yelled at Peter with his hair disheveled, "Are you just going to have this one magic? Are you humiliating me?" When Peter heard this, he suddenly stopped, then pretended to think, and then smiled and said, "This is a good spell, maybe you can defeat the death curse. But since you don't want it, change it to the next one." Subsequently, there is another picture of Earl being petrified and chasing after him. Peter's spell was released almost constantly, leaving Earl with little room to fight back. Everyone outside the stadium stared at the scene, and a 6th grader was a little incredulous, muttering, "This Earl is also too wasteful," beaten by a first-year student. The 6th grade chief, one of the people who presided over the duel, looked at the scene seriously, heard the words of his classmates, and denied, "It's not that Earl is too wasteful, but this Peter is too powerful. You noticed he only used the disarming charm and the petrification charm, but it was a non-stop spell casting, so that Earl did not have the ability to fight back. I roughly counted, and he released these two spells more than 50 times in a row. If it were an ordinary first-year student, I am afraid that the magic would have been empty and could not release magic. But you see the way he is calm and relaxed now, it obviously has no impact on him." And he was teasing Earl now, or the disarming and petrification spell would have hit him long ago. Speaking of the 6th grade chief, he sighed and said, "What a talent." At only 11 years old, he was so full of magic and the speed of casting spells was non-stop. If I hadn't been exposed to more magic knowledge than him, I would have been ashamed of myself. I think that as long as there is no accident, he must be able to become a character like Dumbledore. So our old ideas still have to be put down. If we can make friends with him before he grows up, it will be good for us in the future. The students next to them did not expect that the chief would be so optimistic about Peter, and suddenly observed Peter on the stage more carefully to see if it was really worth investing. Alan White and Flora Shakir, who were worried about Peter in front, watched with excitement as Peter on the stage unilaterally crushed. "Secretly cheer up and beat this nasty Earl to the water, dog." A group of people standing on the other side of Earl's team looked at each other at this time, thinking that without the help of the Phoenix, this first-year Peter could let Earl ravage. But I didn't expect that now it was Earl who was being chased and beaten. Derek off the field, looking at this situation, is very anxious. He didn't know why he looked at Peter York with such disgust, but he never wanted to see that the winner was Peter York. He watched as everyone around him stared at the stage, and when no one paid attention to it, he secretly took out a snake-shaped pendant from his chest and quietly aimed it at Peter on the stage. Gently chanting the incantation, a dark and ominous magic shot straight to the stage, smashing the protective barrier directly, and then straight to Peter. Peter was playing with Earl, and suddenly felt a chill in his back, and directly turned around to a super armor to protect himself. Then I saw an evil magic directly hit the protective screen, and it also made a nuisance sound, as if it was corroding the barrier. The barrier of super armor protection is crumbling. Seeing this, Peter directly injected more magic to keep the barrier from being broken. Eventually, the black magic that came towards him dissipated without the support of magic. Before Peter could breathe a sigh of relief, a cry came from behind him, "Get rid of your weapons." Peter felt himself being slammed open, and the wand in his hand broke free and landed on a proud Earl. Earl looked at the wand that belonged to Peter in his hand, smiled wildly, and said, "You don't have a wand now, what else can you do to fight with me? You just kept playing me, now it's time for me to play. I'm going to use all the spells I know on you." The prefect below, Chris Jones, quickly shouted, "Earl, stop first. Someone had just sneaked up on Peter with black magic and tore the protective barrier we had cast to shreds. This has violated the principle of fair dueling, and the duel is terminated." Taking advantage of the chaos in the scene and putting the pendant back into his underwear, Derek breathed a sigh of relief, but after hearing the prefect's words, he directly retorted loudly, "No, now Peter's wand is in Earl's hand." Earl won? Then the people on Earl's side followed suit, and Earl won. Listening to the noise from the audience, Earl smiled and pointed his wand at Peter. "Let me think, what is the first spell? Why not try the spike charm? I want to see how the expression of being pricked by a lot of needles is like." "Earl, stop." The prefect in the audience saw that Earl still wanted to cast a spell on Peter and quickly drank it loudly. But Earl was deaf, his mouth open, and he was just about to recite the incantation. Peter calmly watched as the other pointed to his wand, then fixed his eyes on his own purple-shirt wooden wand in Earl's hand, and then said aloud, "The wand is coming." Earl was just about to recite the incantation when he felt movement coming from his left hand, and as soon as he turned his head to look at it, he saw the wand in his left hand break free directly from his hand and fly into Peter's hand. Grabbing the wand that flew back, Peter threw 2 consecutive "accept your weapon" and all petrified to Earl. This time there was no more escape scene. Earl was first disarmed by the disarming spell and surrendered the wand, and then was frozen by the petrified spell, standing on the stage like a stone, motionless. At this time, the audience was quiet, and everyone looked at the figure of Peter on the stage with stunned eyes. A 7th grader looked at the 7th grade chief next to him in a daze and asked, "Am I mistaken? How did I seem to see a 1st grader who recalled his wand by casting a spell without a wand? Am I dreaming?" The chief was also in a trance. Did I dream too? When did casting a caneless spell become so easy? Merlin's beard, what a freak. Derek, who had just wasted a very precious magic item to help Earl win the duel, was full of disbelief and muttered in his mouth, "This is impossible." Nowadays in the wizarding world, casting spells without a wand is the top skill, and almost all wizards are no different from muggles as long as they are disarmed with their wands. Therefore, the most serious punishment in the wizarding world is to be broken. Perhaps only great magicians such as Voldemort, Dumbledore, and Nico Lamay would cast spells without a staff. Although the power of the wandless spell is small, far less than when using the wand, it can save his life at the critical time. Just like just now Peter was handed over the wand, he cast the spell without the wand, he hit the other party by surprise, and finally lost into victory. So visionary wizards want this ability, but wandless magic requires hard practice and a little luck in addition to talent. Among them, talent accounts for a large proportion. Without talent, even if you practice for a lifetime, you may not be able to enter the door of casting spells without a staff. At this time, among the onlookers, the 1st and 2nd grade students began to look at the people on the stage with adoring eyes, while the senior students had complex faces, envy, jealousy, and respect, and various emotions poured up, so such a character was doomed to an extraordinary future. They need to think about how to make friends with him. Among the extreme purebloods in the Earl support group, some people began to fall into confusion, and they had always been under the concept that purebloods were noble, more talented than muggle wizards, and powerful in magic. But now it was broken by a muggle wizard, who could no longer say anything contrary to the truth with a blindfold. People like Derek, on the other hand, are envious with deep jealousy, and in their cognition, this kind of person who breaks the routine belongs to the alien category and should not exist, which will tarnish the concept of pureblood sacredness. The prefect Jones looked back, still with shock in his eyes, as he ascended the wooden platform, came to the middle, and then asked, "Is it possible to release Earl from the petrification curse?" If he had been in the past, he would have directly unsung the spell instead of asking the compulsion first. Peter looked at Earl, who was carved in stone opposite, and said to him with his wand, "Stop the spell." The petrified Earl did not have the arrogance of the past, but rushed to the side to pick up his wand, and then stood quietly waiting for the result. Although he was hit by the petrification spell, his mind was still clear and he knew the whole process, so for Peter, whose strength was far beyond his own, he was silent about the times. The prefect looked at both sides and then announced, although there was a surprise attack in the middle that caused Peter York's wand to be disarmed, he once again got his wand with his superb ability and defeated the other side. So we think of this duel, Peter York victory? Does anyone dispute this? No one in the field objected, and those who had the intention to oppose also stopped. After all, this duel was clear and clear. It had always been Peter York who crushed the opponent, even if it was a change in the middle. It did not let Peter lose, so no one could open his eyes and say that he was opposed. Even Earl on the stage bowed his head in silence and acquiesced to the result. Seeing this, the prefect once again announced, "Then the winner of this duel is Peter York." Then he looked at Peter and asked, "Mr. York, what do you need to ask Earl for?" "It can be money, but the money cannot exceed 1,000 gold gallons. It can be a pure blood magic book alone, but it can't be more than 5 or 2, or some other requirements are fine, but not too much. Because this is only a duel within the academy, the Ministry of Magic has abolished the duel, so it is not good for both sides to make a big fuss. In the past, wizarding duels were fought until one side died, and then the losing side's property went to the winner. But this situation can no longer be the case in the present duel, so the winner can ask the losing side for some compensation. Mr. York, what about your request?" Everyone looked at Peter to see his options. Peter thought about it and then said, "I want the Earl family's 5 magic books alone, but I need him to make sure he won't fool me with other magic books." The prefect was stunned. He thought that Peter would choose 1,000 gold gallons, or some other request, but he did not expect to choose magic books. Although magic books are precious, unless they are people who like to delve into them, pure-blood wizards generally use them as collectibles to show their family heritage. Some downcast pure-blood wizards will even sell magic books on the black market. So most pure-blood wizards don't pay much attention to magic books. The prefect asked again, "Mr. York, are you sure you want 5 magic books? Of course you don't have to worry about being deceived. All of us involved in this duel know about it. So unless the Earl family is willing to bear the reputation of the Oathbearer and be spurned by many purebloods, they will definitely hand over the bet to you in its entirety?" Peter nodded happily. "I want 5 magic books from their house. After all, knowledge is the ladder of human progress? The prefect nodded, then looked at Earl on the other side. Mr. Earl, are you sure you can give Peter York the 5 magic books in your family's collection? Earl nodded in surprise at this time. He had thought that he would lose 1,000 gold gallons. For the Earl family, whose family was not too rich, this money was cutting meat. But the peak turned around, and Peter actually chose the magic book that had the least value in his eyes and could only be used as a collection. This made him very happy. Even the look in Peter's eyes was kind, and he directly promised that he would bring 5 magic books when he returned to school at Christmas. At this time, Peter's face suddenly showed joy, making others think that he was happy for the 5 magic books, and they all thought that he should go to Ravenclaw. But only Peter knew that he had just received a notification from the system that his system points had reached 100 points. You can redeem a bloodline fusion opportunity. When the duel was over, the prefect Jones stood directly on the podium, looked at the people below with a stern face, and said, "Now that the duel is over, it's time for us to discuss the sneak attack we just had. We have said again and again before the duel that no one else can participate in the duel process. But I didn't expect that some people would disobey and have the audacity to release black magic. This is very serious behavior. That black magic was able to easily break the magic barrier that several of us had jointly laid out, which was deadly enough. I will report this matter to the dean for handling, and when it is found out who did it, I will wait to be expelled." Derek in the crowd listened, and suddenly became nervous, deeply afraid of being found out that he had done it himself, and immediately lowered his head lower. "No, I'm already here." Snape's mellow voice rang out directly in the common room. At the gate, Professor Snape lifted the illusion spell and appeared in front of everyone, looking like he had been here for a while. As soon as Derek saw Snape, his face turned miserable, and he kept praying that the sneak attack he had just done would not be seen by him. Under the awe of everyone, Snape automatically gave way from the students to the formed aisle and came to the competition stage, and with a wave of his wand, the wooden platform returned to a carpet. Then he looked at the students around him and said in a cold voice, "Since the duel is over, what is the pestle doing here?" As soon as the students heard this, they scattered in a hurry, and Snape's aura was not something that anyone could bear. Snape looked at Derek, who also wanted to leave, and shouted in a cold voice, "Derek stays." Derek listened, turned his head to look at Snape's horrified eyes, and suddenly stood in the same place with a miserable face, not caring about being stared at by the surprised eyes of everyone. He only thought about it now. Snape turned to look at Peter, his expression softening. "You come to my office with Derek, let's go." Peter looked at deranged Derek on the side, guessed something, and his eyes suddenly looked at him coldly. That black magic was able to persist for a long time under the protection of his super armor after breaking the magic barrier jointly arranged by several senior students, which was the idea of his own life. Follow Snape out of the common room and into the office. Snape closed the door as soon as he entered the office, then looked directly at Derek coldly. "Do you know why I called you over?" I. Derek stood restlessly, speechless, with a cold sweat on his face. "You used a very serious black magic on your classmates." Snape yelled at him furiously. "Did your brain get bitten by billywagger worms? Such black magic is strictly forbidden by the Ministry of Magic. And you actually use it on your own apprentice?" If Peter York hadn't reacted in time, there would have been a corpse lying on the ground. "Do you want to be locked up in Azkaban for the rest of your life like your father?" Derek, in a fit of Snape's rage, trembled and begged, "Professor Snape, please don't put me in Azkaban. I was wrong. I won't dare anymore." Peter sneered. "Derek, if an apology works, then what else would Oro do? Isn't it hard to kill someone and forgive just by saying sorry?" Derek said hatefully, "You're fine, and I just wanted to interfere. I wanted you to lose, but I didn't expect the magic item to be so powerful." Looking at Derek, who still didn't know where he was wrong, Snape said disappointedly, "I'll send a letter to your parents, and then you'll decide for yourself whether you want to have a private affair with Mr. York or a public affair. But I suggest you'd better ask Peter York's forgiveness and get him to drop the charges against you, or you'll be expelled from school and even go to jail in Azkaban." Snape said impatiently to him, "Go back and think about it. It's best to use the owl to explain the situation to your family first, and come back tomorrow night." Derek opened his mouth to say something, but under Snape's gaze, he couldn't speak. Then he tried to intercede with Peter, but Peter regarded him as invisible and ignored him. Derek left the office lonely, leaving Peter and Snape alone. Snape sat down in his chair, looked at Peter seriously, and said, "You should know that the pure blood forces of the wizarding world are still powerful and have complicated relationships. Even if today's events are made public, Derek is not a big deal to be expelled from school, and they can find many ways to get away with it. So I hope you'll wait tomorrow for Derek's parents to come to school and take the opportunity to file a compensation claim in exchange for him not being expelled from school." Peter still felt a little embarrassed, and said reluctantly, "Then that's the matter of his use of black magic on me. Compensating for a little thing is like nothing happens?" Snape looked at the boy in front of him and said solemnly, "As long as you raise your strength to the point where you are not afraid of others, you can stump all of them on the soles of your feet. Even make them subservient to you. But before you can do that, you need to accumulate strength silently, especially many things in these pure blood wizard families, which are not available outside, and in exchange for these things, it is very beneficial to your growth." Snape said to him with satisfaction, "The reward for your duel winning choice is the magic book, and that's a good choice. The real foundation of the pureblood wizard family has never been the number of golden gallons, but the family magic accumulated over hundreds of years, and even many of them are not even available in the Hogwarts library, so you can collect more of these magic books and slowly form your own foundation. Peter knew that Professor Snape was being well-intentioned, so he nodded and said, "Then I'll ask Derek tomorrow to use their family's family magic or magic book alone in exchange for not being held accountable." Allowed him to continue his studies at Hogwarts. Seeing this student who knew it all, Snape flashed a smile in his eyes. Such a talented, cautious, and sober-minded person. As long as he grows up, he may be able to match or even surpass Dumbledore. It had been a long time since Slytherin had a famous great magician. Of course, the notorious Dark Lord was not among them. "Go back first, come back tomorrow afternoon, then you don't talk, listen to my arrangement. These pure-blood wizards are not easy to deal with. You have to be mentally prepared," Snape said. Peter nodded obediently, and since Snape had indicated that he was going to be on his side, he was certainly willing to believe it, and he said gratefully, "Tomorrow I will trouble you, Professor." Snape pretended to be impatient. "Hurry back. I don't want to see you running around the castle during curfew time. If I catch you, you will know the consequences." Peter smiled and agreed, then left the office. In the office, Snape's originally relaxed expression became instantly cold, and his eyes were empty, and he said in the direction of the fireplace, "Dumbledore, how long have you been here?" "I remember it was my office." Dumbledore appeared, now wearing a purple robe and pajamas, and a nightcap embroidered with silver stars on his head. He said with a disapproving expression, "Severus, you shouldn't say these things to a child. Too much pursuit of strength will make it easy to get lost, and he is only a child." Snape's eyes were hollow, but he said in a calm tone, "Dumbledore, I am the Dean of Slytherin." Since Peter York was placed in Slytherin, it shows that he was born with Slytherin qualities. Your theory of love might fool the stupid Gryffindor lions, but it doesn't work in Slytherin. Dumbledore looked at Snape's resistance, sighed helplessly, and said, "Voldemort was also gifted, and he used magic to tease other children without a teacher before he was in school. And now this kid is also incredibly talented, and I just hope he's on the right path, rather than going astray like Voldemort." Snape sneered, "Dumbledore, in your heart, Slytherin can only be a bad person. I never knew that Dumbledore, known as the greatest white wizard, saw Slytherin that way too." As the office fell silent, Dumbledore said, "Harry is less than 2 years away from entering Hogwarts. Voldemort has only recently appeared in the Romanian forest, and I don't know when it will come back, and I don't want anything to happen. Severus, you may not know that Harry has green eyes like Lily. Okay, I won't get involved in Peter York's business in the future." Snape showed a look of pain, and then launched the brain occlusion, instantly became hollow, full of indifference, turned to Dumbledore and said, "I will keep my agreement with you, take good care of the Potter's little cub, and then wait for the opportunity to pay for my sins." Looking at Snape's expression, Dumbledore's eyes flashed with guilt, and he said, "That's not what I meant, Severus. Peter York is just as important, it's just that we need to be guided secretly. I've observed this kid, and his attitude towards the wizarding world has always been that he's in a hurry, and he doesn't have a strong sense of belonging. You've heard what he said earlier, and in the future Muggle and wizarding position, once such a gifted wizard, on the opposite side of the wizard, would be 10 times more terrifying than Voldemort. So, we need to not only let him experience the magic of magic, but also deepen his connection with the magical world. Didn't he play well with the Weasley brothers in Gryffindor and Mr. Diggory in Hufflepuff? When he has more friends in the wizarding world in the future, these intimate feelings will firmly tie him to the magical world. Maybe he'll fall in love with a girl and settle down in the wizarding world, even becoming a professor at Hogwarts, or a clerk in the Ministry of Magic." Dumbledore folded his hands and said longingly. Snape's hollow eyes rippled, and he looked at the kind-looking old man and said in a cold voice, "Dumbledore, sometimes I think you're more terrible than the Dark Lord. Sometimes in choosing time, we always have to consider trade-offs, just for the greater good." Dumbledore sighed, "Sometimes I even think I'm old enough to retire and get some rest. But there is always a bad candidate, and Peter York, if well guided, I believe that he will soon be able to stand alone. And the burden on my shoulders will be much easier." Snape was astonished. "I didn't expect you to expect so much from him. Shouldn't your successor be the savior of the Potters? How did you choose a Slytherin?" Dumbledore shook his head. "I've seen Harry's child, and he does have a little talent for the average little wizard, but he's not too prominent. And he endured a lot of suffering with that prophecy on his back, and if he could, I hope he would be able to live happily and learn instead of suffering again." Snape scoffed. "Mean Peter, who was from Slytherin, should bear such a burden." Dumbledore looked at Snape in amazement. "Severus, you never speak for a man like that. Do you want this child to inherit your mantle?" Snape shook his head and said with a look of disgust, "This boy has talent in potions, spells, transfiguration and other courses, but obviously his heart is too big, and he wants to learn all aspects well with talent. But he forgot that people's energy is limited, and I will not treat him specially until he has decided what course to choose as the future direction of development." Dumbledore laughed. "Felius gave his notebook to Peter long ago, and Minerva is also paying attention, and all 3 of you want to choose him, which is very rare. I was curious about Peter's choice." Peter didn't know Dumbledore and Snape's conversation, or he would have punched the old bee's crooked nose bridge again, really when he was a pawn to use. As for the position of Dumbledore's successor, it is left to the future savior. He is ambitious, but he does not look at the magic world, and his biggest goal is to pursue the ultimate of magic. At this point, he was full of thoughts about points. His points are enough to redeem for a bloodline fusion opportunity, so he has to consider which magical animal to choose. First of all, the bird-snake bloodline is the easiest to get. As a fantastic animal lover, Professor Ketleben will not give up the opportunity to get close to the phoenix. Then he could take the opportunity to meet Professor Kettleburn's bird and snake. He is a very hungry bird and snake-size ability. This ability cannot be underestimated. When the enemy can turn into a giant, with overwhelming force to suppress the enemy. When you change your hours, you can hide in a very small space and avoid enemy tracking. This size is one of the magic powers in mythological stories, very prominent in attack and life-saving skills. Back in the dormitory, Alan saw Peter back and shouted in a funny voice, "Our hero Peter is back. You are welcome to bed. Do you need your servant Alan to change your clothes?" Peter cried and asked, "What are you doing here?" Alan returned to normal, but still said with some excitement, "Of course, celebrate your victory. Come on, I see the butterbeer and Honeydukes candy you've hidden, hand them over. There are no classes tomorrow, and we can party all night tonight. You stunned everyone tonight. You weren't in the dormitory. There are already many classmates who have come to visit, especially those girls are even more crazy and obsessed with you. A second-grade girl almost stole your underwear in the bathroom and was caught by Flora." Alan said sarcastically. Peter was speechless for an instant. This Western girl was too precocious? They are all children who are only 11 or 12 years old, and they know so much. In the Muggle world, Peter used to go to school to study with children of the same age. But he thought as an adult, and after less than a week of perseverance, he gave up completely and went directly to a tutor to study at home. And Aunt Kristen is very sorry for this. She thinks Peter should at least have a little girlfriend at school. This made Peter almost drop his jaw in shock. Actually throwing a 6 or 7-year-old child into love? What a tough idea is this. And the wizarding world is not much to let go. Hogwarts is not only a place for young wizards to study, almost 70% of the wizards are in love during the study period, and then get married and have children as soon as they graduate. It is the largest marriage agency in the wizarding world. Alas, Peter, Ellen leaned toward him with a smile, with an exaggerated look, "Or you will take Flora. You must know that today she has been very worried about you, for you to still be with Earl. Just caught a girl stealing your underwear. She is very angry, like an angry lioness whose prey is coveted. It was terrible. I was afraid she was going to give the girl a spell." Peter gave him a blank look. "What kind of ghost description are you? And I don't want to fall in love at such a young age now. The little fart knows what love is. Think that pulling a small hand and sharing a lollipop is love?" Alan schemed his lips. "Aren't you a little fart yourself? And don't think I don't know that falling in love is to kiss your mouth, and you have to sleep together." Peter had an even more headache and beckoned directly, and the candy he bought at noon flew into his hand. He then used it to gauge Alan's mouth. "Eat yours." Alan noticed Peter's spell casting and said excitedly, "Peter, are you just using wandless magic? How did you do it?" "Merlin, it's amazing. The seniors were talking about your wandless magic just now, and they said it was very difficult." Peter didn't feel anything, although he didn't need a wand to use wand magic, but the mana consumption was more than twice that of the wand, and his attention was even more concentrated. And many lethal magic can't be cast directly by hand, otherwise the first to be injured is yourself. Peter looked at Alan's envious look and explained, "In fact, before entering school, many people had consciously or unconsciously used wandless magic, but after they had a wand, they gradually lost this ability. After all, the wand is easier to cast, less effort and more powerful, so no one wants to spend too much time practicing." "How can that be?" Alan didn't believe it. He retorted, "Many people say that wandless magic relies on talent, and without talent you can't learn wandless magic in your lifetime." Peter shook his head and explained, "Talent does have a bonus, but it's not the deciding factor. Do you remember when you were young, when you were emotionally excited, you would have a magical explosion, and then everything in your home would float up?" Ellen nodded, and recalled with deep feeling, "Of course, I still remember once secretly riding a broomstick, and I was frightened and fell directly from the sky, but I didn't expect that in the end, my body landed like a feather. Of course, that time I was beaten up by my frightened mother, and then I was beaten by my father who came back from work, and I still remember it vividly." Peter almost didn't laugh. It was a magical version of a mixed parental double. He directly affirmed, "The time you let yourself land lightly, it was actually a cane-free spell. You used magic to lighten yourself to avoid getting hurt. I think when you first fell, you were very strong in your hope that you would not be hurt, and this strong emotion stimulated the magic, so that you unconsciously used an effective magic. And the requirement for casting spells without a staff is to have very strong emotions and very concentrated attention. For example, when I just wanted candy, I had to strongly hope that the candy would appear in my hand, keep a close eye on the target, and induce magic, so that I could succeed." Alan thought about it. He was born into a pure-blood family, of course. He knew that these experiences were very precious. "So I am very grateful for Peter's generosity. Thank you, Peter. You will be my best friend from now on." Peter smiled and said, "You're also one of my best friends." "It's not fair. Why am I just one?" Alan said disapprovingly. "Because I have friends in other colleges." Peter said, "Of course. That's right." Alan stood up and asked, Just now Derek was also called to the office by Professor Snape. Was he the one who did the black magic that sneaked up on you earlier? Peter nodded. Yes, he wants me to lose, so he sneaks up on me with a family magic item. Fortunately, the protective barrier arranged by several senior chiefs first weakened some of its power, and then it hit my armor shield. Otherwise it would definitely make me suffer a big loss. Alan was furious. He's murdered. How despicable? He should be fired and sent to Azkaban and locked up. Peter said nonchalantly, the professor has informed Derek's parents to come to school tomorrow, and he has suggested that I would better ask them for compensation than to make this public. Derek was expelled from school at best because he was made public, because I wasn't injured and Derek was a pure-blood family, so the Ministry of Magic wouldn't sentence him? When Alan heard this, he also agreed. It is true, although I don't want to say so, but the Ministry of Magic has actually been controlled by pure blood. Even the codified law, many loopholes are to facilitate the pure blood family to exploit loopholes without being accused. From the establishment of the Ministry of Magic to the present, there has only one minister of Muggle origin, but he was infected with a certain disease not long after he came to power, and then resigned due to illness. Alan whispered quietly in Peter's ear. It is said that the purebloods were dissatisfied with the fact that the minister was a Muggle, so they united to infect the poor minister, and died not long after resigning. Moreover, during the minister's tenure, the pure-blood wizards of all departments did not listen to him and directly overthrew him, so there was no political achievement. Alan sneaked a peek at Peter's face and saw that he showed no sign of anger, so he said, so, unless there are heavy casualties that can't be covered up, there are many ways for purebloods to escape the Ministry of Magic's accusations. You'd better listen to Professor Snape this time and use the expulsion of the school as a bargaining chip to make them pay compensation. This is in your best interest. Peter patted him on the shoulder and smiled. Thank you, Alan. You know the wizarding world better than I do, and this time I'll follow your advice. Then the conversation turned sharply, and he sneered, but before Derek graduates, I'll have fun with him. Wasn't he just hung up in front of him and blew a cool breeze overnight? I think the top of the tower is a good place, and you can let him drink cold wind at the top of the tower in the future? Hearing Peter's sneer, Alan shivered and silently mourned Derek. Peter, who was so vengeful, made Alan feel for the first time that the Sorting Hat was not wrong with the academy. On Saturday morning, the weather at Hogwarts turned cooler, especially if it was in a highland somewhere in Scotland, so the wind was strong, and the cold westerly wind accompanied by rain made people not want to go out at all. Peter belonged to the man who didn't want to go out at all, and he wanted to stick himself firmly to the bed with a permanent sticking spell. Instead of being dragged out of bed by an agitated Alan like he is now, to watch some Roche's Quidditch game. Wake up, Peter. It was the first Quidditch match. I've been looking forward to it for a long time. If it is too late, a good position will be occupied. Alan dragged Peter and rushed to the Slytherin viewing platform. In the face of the cold wind, Peter helplessly wrapped the scarf around his neck a few more times, and he was glad that he had added an extra sweater to himself before leaving the dormitory, otherwise this ghost weather would freeze to death. Coming to the audience, as soon as Florisake here in the front row in the distance saw the two men, he excitedly beckoned and shouted, Peter, Peter, over here, I've reserved a place for you. Alan teased at the side, look at what is the charm of a handsome man, as long as there is Peter your presence, my little transparent is like being cast by the illusion spell, I can't see it. Alas, people are more popular than dead. Peter wordlessly punched him, and then pulled him directly over. Since someone had found a good position for him, there was no reason to refuse. Then, under Flora's gloomy look, Alan was inserted directly between him and Flora, leaving Alan sitting awkwardly in the middle position, neither walking nor staying. However, soon with the entry of the Quidditch players, Alan also forgot about this strange atmosphere and said happily to Peter, Terence Warrington, in order to win the game with Gryffindor, the front is like a crazy demon, constantly training with the team. He also told everyone a lot of tactics. I heard that they almost didn't drive the team crazy, and they even privately discussed giving the captain a sleep spell so that he could stop a little. Flora, who was on the far right, quickly interjected, it was because of the fight in the previous Quidditch selection tournament that the academy deducted 500 points. So the prefect gave the order to die, telling them to be sure to take the Quidditch Cup. Otherwise, wait for Dean Snape's punishment and the confinement of the whole semester. The grandstands in Quidditch were all very high positions, so the wind was strong and cold, and Peter had wrapped himself in a sweater and scarf, still feeling the cold wind drilling into it. It's so cold, I don't want to watch a ball game in this kind of ghost weather. Peter complained loudly. Don't be silly, this is our academy's first game, and if we win, the Quidditch Cup will most likely fall into our hands. Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff are not to be afraid. Alan was also frozen red, wearing fewer clothes than Peter, and pacing constantly to keep warm. Look at Flora, perhaps for the sake of beauty, actually wearing only a thin layer of school uniform, already frozen, mouth trembling. Peter tried to use the drying spell on himself, but it worked well and warmed up. He then aimed his wand at Alan and Flora, and the two shivering men suddenly felt warm. Alan asked in surprise, Peter, how did you do it? I wasn't cold all of a sudden? Peter was speechless. This is a drying spell, and Professor McGonagall used it for us on the day of school. Who are we from the wizarding world? You should be familiar with this home magic. Alan smiled and said, we're just first-year students, who can remember such a spell. But even with the drying spell, the constant cold rain in the sky made everyone wet. Peter dried his rain-soaked hair and began to think of a way, otherwise it would be cold for a while and a hot one, and he would catch a cold. Peter looked up at the professor's chair and saw that Snape was also sitting there at this time, and pointed his wand upwards, directly forming an umbrella-like protective shield to block the rain. Suddenly there was an idea. He turned to the two of them and asked, "Do you have anything you don't use? Give me one. I came out with you, and I didn't bring anything." Alan shook his head and then asked, "What are you going to do?" "I want to use transfiguration to conjure up an umbrella, otherwise this ghost weather will keep raining, and I will catch a cold when I go back," Peter explains. Flora heard this and pulled out a raincoat from the dragon skin pocket next to her. "Is this okay?" Peter looked at her in surprise. "Since you brought a raincoat, why don't you put it on and rain here for so long?" Flora blushed and said, "You didn't bring it, I'm a little embarrassed if I put it on alone." Peter and Ellen both looked at the girl who usually looked petite with some surprise, and did not expect to do so. Ellen looked at the two of them, then sighed sarcastically, "The power of love." Flora's face turned even redder. Peter knocked Alan the head, telling him not to talk nonsense. Then calmly took the raincoat and directly deformed the raincoat. With the effect of transfiguration, the raincoat quickly became larger and extended, and in a short while it turned into a large umbrella embroidered with silver snakes. "Hurry up and help me open the umbrella together," Peter shouted at the stunned two men. As soon as the two listened, they immediately hurried to open the giant umbrella together. Under the open umbrella, enough to sit 5 or 6 people, such an umbrella is very eye-catching, attracting other people in the stands. Peter then conjures up a stone pier with a hole in the middle, and then inserts the giant umbrella on the stone pier and fixes it so that even the wind cannot blow away the giant umbrella. "Okay, so you can watch the game." Peter sat down satisfactorily and beckoned the other two to sit down as well. Flora looked at Peter adoringly and said, "We can only turn matches into needles now, and Peter, you have been able to conjure up such a big umbrella, it is really powerful. The basic operation is actually not very difficult, as long as you practice more, you can do it," Peter said modestly. But this look was modest, but in fact Versailles' words directly choked the two of them, so that Flora, who still wanted to praise Peter, could not speak. The other Slytherins in the stands learned to change when they saw Peter's giant umbrella. The more powerful students also directly conjured up super large umbrellas. The level is slightly worse, and it also conjures up a small umbrella that can barely cover the rain. Suddenly, the Slytherin stands were packed with umbrellas. Some of the bags also cast magic directly on the umbrella surface to make the pattern on it move, and show Slytherin must win slogan. The movement in the Slytherin stands caught the attention of other houses. Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff students followed suit and also conjured umbrellas, of which Hufflepuff students were the most united. The senior students directly substituted for the students who could not change, conjured up umbrellas that could accommodate several people, and the Badgers were several groups, huddled together in an orderly manner, ready to watch the game. Gryffindor students did not want to learn Slytherin at first, but the other 3 colleges all put up umbrellas to watch the game comfortably, while they and others were still in the reign of silly hats, and suddenly left the last bit of mind, and quickly conjured up a bunch of umbrellas, but also a very noisy golden red umbrella, embroidered with moving griffins, and constantly looped the big words "Gryffindor must win." Welcome to the first Quidditch game of the new semester at Hogwarts. I'm Erica Williams, a commentator from Hufflepuff. Today's game is between Gryffindor and Slytherin. The players have not yet entered, but the scene is already very lively. Especially in the audience of each college, everyone used transfiguration to conjure up umbrellas to block the rain. It was spectacular. I think Professor McGonagall, as a master of transfiguration, would definitely be happy to see such a scene. And the initiator of all this was Peter York from the first year of Slytherin House. "Look, this little handsome guy is so good looking." He smiled at me. "Merlin, if I were a few years younger, I would definitely chase him as a boyfriend. Of course, if he wants to, I can wait for him to grow up." "Miss Williams, this is the scene of the game? Trouble you focus on Quidditch itself?" Professor McGonagall hurried to correct the idiotic docent. "Good, Professor McGonagall." Erina Williams quickly returned to the main topic. Now that the players have entered the field in an orderly manner, and the referee Mrs. Hodge has also come to the scene, she will be the most impartial referee to punish the behavior of the players of both teams. Well, Madam Hodge opened the box, and first the golden snitch took off. The little guy flew so fast that it disappeared in the blink of an eye, hoping that the seekers on both sides would find its trail. Next up is the ball to lift off. These two grumpy guys always want to knock everyone off the broom. I remember last year, another unlucky guy was directly hit by a jaw. I hope today's game can go well. Lady Hodge has taken out the ghost flying ball. It was thrown into the air. Oh, and it was Gryffindor chaser Adolf Patel who grabbed the ghost flying ball first. He was rushing towards the ring with the ball in his hand. Well, Patel passed 4 people in a row and successfully threw the ghost flying ball into the ring. Gryffindor scored 10 points. In the Slytherin audience, everyone spoke in unison with disappointment. Peter sat down in his seat, holding a box of Bibido-flavored beans, and slowly tried the flavor. He didn't look at it with a telescope like everyone else, but his eyesight was good enough to see the details of the game. If anyone looked into Peter's eyes, they would see that his eyes had become very similar to those of an eagle, very deep and sharp. Alan sat down disappointedly, only to find that Peter did not have a telescope, and was surprised. You don't have a telescope. Then he handed the telescope over with a reluctant face. You should use my look first, otherwise it will be boring if you can't sit and watch. Peter shook his head, pointed to his eyes and said, no, my eyes can see clearly. And it's clearer than your telescope can see? Alan shook his head in disbelief. How is it possible? Your eyes are not telescopes, how can you see so far away? But then he noticed that Peter's eyes were different from usual, becoming very much like the eyes of an eagle. Surprised, he asked, how did your eyes change? It's the Hawkeye spell, a very off-the-beaten-path spell. Magic is so magical, I am using eagle eyes now, so everything on the pitch can be seen clearly. Even the golden snitch I can see where it is, Peter said smugly, the eagle's eyes combined with a handsome face, showing a wild beauty. Alan didn't notice the spell Peter was saying, but focused on the golden snitch, and he pulled Peter in surprise and asked, did you really see the golden snitch? Where is it? Let's hurry up and give the seeker a hint and let him catch the golden snitch before Charlie Weasley, then we win? Peter shook his head as he looked at Alan and said, we Slytherins can use all kinds of tricks to win, even if it's fighting each other. But it must not be cheating, otherwise if it is discovered, it will be a shame for the whole Slytherin. Alan listened to Peter's words, thought hard for a moment, and gave up the idea of cheating. But he still pestered Peter and said, give me the eagle eye charm too, it's much more useful than a telescope. Flora, who was beside her, also expressed her desire for Hawkeye. Peter did not refuse, and directly used his wand to release the magic into their eyes, and the eyes of the two became eagle eyes. Alan's eyes widened, he looked toward the playing field and exclaimed, what a second. It's much clearer than a telescope, and you don't have to hold it up with your hands. Wouldn't it be invincible if the Hawkeye charm was unleashed on every team member during the game? Peter tapped Alan's head with his wand. Are you stupid to be a Quidditch referee? The Ministry of Magic's Department of Sports clearly stipulates that players must not use the eagle eye charm during matches, and Hogwarts may not be as strict as the check, but once you use it, if you are known later, don't want the Quidditch cup. Alan smiled, that's what I said, and such a remote spell, only you bookworm will know. On the playing field, the fire that had been suppressed by both sides gradually broke out. Although the previous fight was interrupted in the middle, the 500 points that were deducted were not now made up, and both sides put the fault on each other, hoping to take advantage of this Quidditch match to beat each other to win the first game of the Quidditch Cup. Slytherin Captain Wallington was the chaser, while Gryffindor Captain Charlie Weasley was the seeker. Charlie was looking for the golden snitch in the field, and without noticing, the Slytherin batsman crept up behind him and slammed him in the head. Charlie was directly unconscious and fell off the broom, causing a cry of surprise on the field. Fortunately, there was soft sand in the center of the field, which did not cause Charlie to suffer secondary injuries. Well, Gryffindor Captain and Seeker was struck in the back of the head by the Slytherin batsman with a bat. Hope nothing happens to him, the narrator said with a worried face. Shameful? This is shameful behavior. Professor McGonagall shouted angrily. Madam Hodge blew the pause whistle directly, and then very dissatisfied with the Slytherin batsman, asking why he was doing this. The Slytherin batsman said with an innocent face, his head is too round, I think of it as a wandering ball, only to knock with the bat, you can't blame me. Mrs. Hodge was so angry at this blind reason that she deducted 10 points from him and then awarded the serve to Gryffindor. As for poor Charlie Weasley, who was transported on stretchers by Gryffindor students to the infirmary for treatment, now there was no seeker and captain on the field, and Gryffindor was completely out of control, almost one-sidedly surpassed by Slytherin. Goalkeeper Oliver Wood, who was not yet the future captain of the team, was busy with Slytherin's crazy pitches, and many of the balls could not be stopped. The score also became 10-90, and 10 points is Gryffindor. Oliver Wood then stepped into Charlie's back road and was directly hit in the face by a wandering ball. Fell down. Without a seeker and goalkeeper, Gryffindor became a sieve, besieged by Slytherin. The score had been pulled to 10-160, and then without any pressure, it found the golden snitch, and finally ended the game with such a disparity of 10-310 points. In the Slytherin audience, the students no longer had the usual restraint and cheered wildly, and even Florisay Keir, who had always maintained a ladylike temperament, happily patted his chair. And Alan White was already crazy with joy, jumping on a chair and dancing wildly, shouting "We won!" Peter was also full of joy, although it was not a good honor to win, but after all, he won, and it was the result of the game with such a suspenseful score. In this way, Slytherin could book the Quidditch Cup in advance because Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff did have a certain gap with Slytherin and Gryffindor in the Quidditch match. He hadn't lifted Hawkeye at this point, so he just saw the twins in the Gryffindor audience looking lost. Then he noticed that the students of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff were not too happy either. Apparently Slytherin's image at the other two houses was also not very good back in the Great Hall. Unlike the jubilant Slytherin, the most active Gryffindor students on weekdays were very quiet at this time, and even Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff were in a low mood. The Slytherins, regardless of what they thought, kept bragging to those around them about the bravery of the Slytherins, and then they made a few taunts to Gryffindor. Peter sat in his seat, and suddenly felt that the atmosphere was not good. Gryffindor was already disappointed by the loss and was already holding his breath. Now the Slytherin people are starting to sneer again, and the smell of gunpowder on both sides is already very strong. It's about to explode at any moment. A Slytherin student laughed out loud. Do you see, that Gryffindor finder, stupid, was knocked out of the stick and fell straight down, and is he not awake yet? Is he knocked out of his brain and sent to St. Mungo's hospital? Shut up, you guys are a disgraceful game won by disgusting means. Even if you get the Quidditch cup, we won't agree. One of Gryffindor's Quidditch players yelled angrily at him. Yes, you are a bunch of clever clowns who play tricks. If you really have a duel, you won't even have a toe of Gryffindor. Slytherin serpents, go back to your slimy cellar, a bunch of shady fellows. That is, he brazenly said that he would hit Charlie's head as a wandering ball. Were his eyes used for decoration? The Gryffindors were furious, and the pink super Slytherins mocked. Peter, who was caught in the Slytherin, looked at this scene with some helplessness, and had a premonition that there was another house fight. Then he pulled out his wand and prepared to protect himself first. He didn't want to be hit by a spell coming from somewhere. What are you doing? A cold voice came. Snape walked in through the gate, instantly making a little tense atmosphere, instantly like being splashed with cold water. Gryffindor deducts 10 points. Snape looked at the angry Gryffindor student and said with a bad smile, turn a blind eye to the more arrogant behavior of the Slytherin students on the sidelines. An angry Gryffindor student wanted to go forward to theorize, but was quickly pulled back by the classmates on the side, and if he resisted, he would probably be deducted more points. Peter's headache was so bad that Slytherin was notorious, even Snape was so blatantly biased in favor of the academy. Coupled with these arrogant students, it was not strange that people looked at Slytherin with special eyes. The smell of gunpowder in the Great Hall was suppressed by Snape, and both sides could only stop their flags and stare at each other with their eyes, as if they could shoot magic from their eyes to injure each other. Peter watched the situation wordlessly, and could only bow his head and drink his afternoon tea, never participating in this kind of college dispute. If they were to stand on the side of Slytherin, the Weasley twins would probably have to break up with themselves, and he couldn't betray his academy, so it was best to be invisible at this time. Suddenly an owl flew down from the skylight and landed in front of Peter. Peter was a little surprised, and he opened the letter from the owl, which turned out to be Hagrid's. The letter said that Professor Kettleban agreed to see him, and then told him to take the Phoenix with him, because Professor Kettleban couldn't wait to see the Phoenix, who sent. Peter squeezed the envelope and said, I recently met the gamekeeper at Hogwarts, and he met Professor Kettleban, the teacher of the Conservation and Magical Animals class, and I want to visit him. Alan said in surprise, protect the magical animals? Isn't that what we only took in the 3rd grade? Why do you have to go to him now? It's good to get to know him in advance, and I heard that he also has some magical animals, and I want to meet them. Peter said, then looked at Alan, are you going? Alan shook his head hurriedly. He didn't want to know the crazy professor who had tossed him around, with only one hand and half a leg left. Then he said worriedly, you should be careful, I heard that Professor Kettleban always likes to keep some dangerous animals. I almost burned Hogwarts again. If Dumbledore hadn't been very calculating, I'm afraid he would have been visited more than 60 times. Peter smiled and reassured, don't worry, Professor Kettleban doesn't have that much energy now, he wants to meet my Phoenix today. Alan said enviously, your Phoenix is probably the pet that all wizards dream of. So gorgeous and powerful, much stronger than an owl? And now only you and Dumbledore have a Phoenix, which is a great honor. Bidding farewell to Alan, Peter left the Great Hall, came to Hagrid's cabin, and knocked on the door. The door opened, and the first thing that rushed out was the big dog Teeth, full of spit, which made Peter hurry back a few steps. Teeth, stop. Hagrid emerged from inside the hut and gave orders to the big dog. Then he looked at Peter and smiled and said, I thought you were before, and I have never been exposed to these magical animals, and now I have the opportunity. Come first for a cup of hot tea, I've got some. Ushered Peter into the cabin. Upon hearing the rockskin cake, Peter wondered, what kind of hard thing can make the Harry Potter trio avoid it? As a result, when he saw the rockskin cake handed over by Hagrid, if he hadn't known in advance that it was a cake, he would have thought it was a stone. Facing Hagrid's expectant gaze, Peter could only bite his scalp, and then he felt that his teeth were about to collapse. The taste of the rock pie is not difficult to accept, but what is frightening is that it is as hard as a rock, almost like the Russian reba bread, which can be thrown as a brick. Taking advantage of Hagrid's inattention, Peter quickly cast a fluffy spell on the rockskin cake. This time it was very easy to nibble on, and Peter quickly finished eating the rockskin cake in his hand. Hagrid said happily, I didn't expect you to like my rock cake so much, don't worry, I still have it here. He said and took out a few rock cakes and handed them to him. Peter, weeping without tears, quickly took the cake, stuffed it into his pocket, and said, I'll take it back to the dormitory to eat later, and we'll hurry up and see Professor Kettleban. I still have to go to Professor Snape's office in the evening, and I can't delay. Oh, poor boy, I didn't expect Snape to be so strict with his own academy. Looked at him sympathetically. Peter didn't explain, he was now looking at the points in the system, and he just wanted to quickly fuse the bloodline and improve his strength. Hagrid picked up a stone bough on the wall, then a machete, and walked towards the Forbidden Forest with Peter and his teeth. Deep in the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid led Peter along a path hidden deep in the forest, with words in his mouth. To tell the truth, I shouldn't have taken you into the Forbidden Forest. You've got to keep up with me, don't get lost. Peter looked at Hagrid's stone bough and machete in his hand, and asked somewhat unsafely, Hagrid, are you carrying only these two things, and are you not afraid of any accidents? After all, there are dangerous animals such as werewolves in the Forbidden Forest? Hagrid shook his fist at Peter and said smugly, don't worry, I can defeat those things with my hands, and I'm already familiar with the animals here, they won't be in danger. Of course, for you little wizards, this place is really very dangerous. That's why Dumbledore repeatedly asked students not to enter the Forbidden Forest. This time, it was Carterburn who was eager to see your phoenix, so he asked me to take you over, so if you were alone in the future, you couldn't go in by yourself. You know? Hagrid seemed to think of something, and his expression was a little painful. Recently, 2 Gryffindor students have always wanted to run into the Forbidden Forest, and I caught them several times, but these 2 little guys always argue that they are just lost, just like you said before. It's a headache for me. When Peter heard this, he couldn't help but ask speculatively, do they look the same and they are all red-haired? Hagrid looked at Peter in surprise. Yes, a pair of guys who look the same way. Do you know them? They always took cover for one for the other and almost managed to get into the Forbidden Forest. Fortunately, there are still teeth to remind me, otherwise these naughty 2 boys, corrected to deceive me? Peter smiled and said, the 2 of them are twin brothers of the Weasleys, named George and Fred. Their older brothers were in Gryffindor, of which Bill Weasley graduated last year. Now Charlie Weasley, he's captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team? Hagrid's eyes lit up as he listened, and he said happily, it turned out to be the Weasleys' children. I know their parents, these 2 little guys are so cunning. They lied to me that they were from the Muggle world, and they said that their last name was Vicebi. If they don't obey the next time, I'll send a letter to their parents. Peter laughed. Hagrid, you have to pay attention. The 2 of them are notorious troublemakers, and now they have made friends with Peeves. They may try their best to enter the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid said with a headache. Merlin, they actually befriended Peeves. This is something you've never heard of? I have to be careful not to let them succeed, or one day I will leave their lives in the Forbidden Forest? How to explain to Arthur at that time? The 2 men walked along the path, and before long they came to a hut that resembled Hagrid's wooden hut, and Hagrid knocked the wooden door with his huge fist, and then shouted in a loud voice, Sylvanus, here we come. Open the door. There was a slow footstep in the hut, and then an old man who looked a little muscular opened the door. His eyes first saw Hagrid's huge figure, and then he noticed the little boy who was almost covered next to him, and his face showed a look of surprise and anticipation. Ketleben crossed Hagrid, smiled and walked over to Peter and asked, you are Peter York, I am Sylvanus Ketleben. If you chose the Magical Animal Protection class in the 3rd grade, I would be your professor. Peter looked at the 4 limbs in front of him, only the left hand was a complete old man, and the others were prosthetics made of wood, but they still stood upright, quite disabled. He shouted politely, hello professor, I'm Peter York, you can call me Peter. I love magical animals, so I will definitely choose your course in the future. Ketleben nodded happily when he heard it. As long as he liked magical animals, he was a good student in his eyes. He looked around Peter and asked impatiently, Peter, what about your phoenix? I've been looking forward to it for a long time. Hagrid was accustomed to Kate Elben forgetting his existence, and he turned to Peter and said, this old guy is like this. He only has magical animals in his eyes, and the result is that he has thrown himself to pieces, so you better summon Field out, or he will die in a hurry. Peter smiled and nodded. Such a pure man Peter liked. If he met an old fox like Dumbledore, he would have a headache. He hurriedly summoned Field over. With a burst of flames, Field appeared directly above Peter and then quickly stopped on Peter's shoulder. When Ketleben saw the phoenix, his eyes lit up, dragging a difficult step, carefully observing the phoenix, and exclaiming, it's so beautiful, I didn't expect to see another phoenix at Hogwarts. It's amazing. This is a boy, how old is he? Ketleben asked excitedly, seeing the phoenix as the same as humans, and calling it a human name directly. His name is Field, and he's a boy, and he's only about 3 years old. Peter replied. Hagrid looked at Kettleburn's dazed pestle at the gate and quickly reminded, let's go first. Sylvanus, you promised to show this child your bird and snake, don't forget. Ketleben looked back at the phoenix on Peter's shoulder, then reached out to Peter and welcomed him. Please come first, I have a student here except Dumbledore and Hagrid for the first time. Just be at home, don't be too nervous. Wow. As soon as Peter came in, he found that this wooden house was different from Hagrid's, and the space inside was very large, the size of 2 football fields. There are also a lot of trees planted, and the space is divided into several areas. Peter exclaimed, Professor Ketleben, you have cast the traceless stretching spell here. It's amazing. It's like coming to another space. Ketleben looked at the 11-year-old in astonishment, hearing Hagrid say he was from the Muggle world, but did not expect to have such an insight. I didn't expect you to know the traceless stretching spell. I'm not magical here, and you'll be even more surprised if you see Newt Scamander's chest. Ketleben waved his hand modestly. Peter, of course, knew of course of Scamander's miraculous chest, and he pretended not to know. I heard that Mr. Scamander's box is filled with magical animals that he has saved from all over the world. Hagrid sat down on the couch, making the wooden couch make an overwhelmed sound. He preemptively said, "That's not all. I've been in Newt's box, except that the entrance is too small to jam me, but it's very huge inside, and it can hold the whole Hogwarts castle. I really don't know how Newt did it." Ketleban looked at Phoenix Field carefully and said without looking back, "I do know that when Newt Scamander was fired for keeping dangerous animals at school, it was the entire Hufflepuff students who helped him cast a spell so that his chest could hold the magical animals he had raised. Dumbledore helped a lot." After a few conversations, Peter couldn't wait to ask, "Professor, I don't know where the birds and snakes you raised are, can I go and meet them?" Ketleban nodded, dragging his heavy body, and led Peter to the space separated by the north. He said proudly, "There were only 2 of these birds and snakes at the beginning, and after so many years of breeding, they have developed into a race. In the future, I will put them in the Forbidden Forest, and when the time comes, in addition to the Far East, this will be the largest breeding ground for birds and snakes in Scotland." When I came to the breeding ground of birds and snakes, I saw that in a thick field of fallen leaves, there were several large bird nests built by man, which were covered with dry grass, and the most eye-catching thing was the silver eggshells piled up in the birds' nests, which emitted a pure silver quality under the illumination of the light. And between these eggshells, a magical creature like a snake, but with bird feathers and wings, is coiled and watching the people outside the nest vigilantly. Ketleban took a few bugs out of his pocket and gave them to Peter and Hagrid, then approached the bird snake himself, and when the bird snake wanted to rush up and bite him, he shook the insect in front of the bird snake with his only remaining left hand, and then the greedy bird snake gave up the attack, eager to eat the insect in his hand. He then lured a bird snake into his palm with a bug and fed it. The bird snake that ate the insect was no longer wary of Ketleban, but an affectionate plate in his hands. Ketleban turned to hold the bird snake, smiled and said to Peter, "Come, learn what I just did to find someone who is willing to be close to you. Be careful not to touch its head, or he will attack you." "Me? May I?" Peter asked with some suspicion, and he looked at these birds and snakes, and his heart was a little nervous. However, for the opportunity of blood fusion, he still suppressed the last hesitation and took the insect to shake a bird snake in the bird's nest. The bird snake's original vigilant attitude, after seeing the insect in front of him, instantly let down his guard. As Peter moved the insect back slightly, the bird snake climbed onto his hand as he wished, took his hand, and ate the insect. "Well done," Ketleban praised with a bird snake in his left hand. Then he looked fascinatedly at the bird snake in his hand and sighed. This magical animal originally lived in the Far East, but because their eggshells are very pure silver, so many wizards have profited from it, so they are almost on the verge of extinction. If it were not for Newt saving a few bird snakes during the expedition to the Far East, and then bringing them back to breed, I am afraid that we will not see it now. Birds and snakes are a very magical animal. They can be powerful and small, and when they are small, they can hide in a teapot or even a small hole visible to the naked eye. Even if you see it, you will only think of it as a small bug. But when it gets bigger, it can even fill the whole of Hogwarts." Peter held the bird snake in his hand, but his mind was trapped in the system. Ding, the bird and snake blood veins are detected, and after fusion, you can get the size Rui and snake language ability. Is convergence required? The system prompt sounded. Peter was very happy when he heard this, and he asked excitedly, "System, what do you need me to do? Is it to draw the blood of birds and snakes?" "No, as long as the host comes into contact with the fused object, the system can extract the corresponding genetic bloodline," the system replied. Hearing this, Peter said happily, "System, quickly fuse the bird and snake bloodline." Fusion begins. The system is extracting bird-snake genes. Extraction successful. Official fusion of genes. Peter felt a warm current gushing out of his body, spreading rapidly throughout his body, and it wasn't long before his senses returned to normal. But Peter now had an extra ability, and he could clearly feel that he could control the size of his body. Ding, fusion successful. Since the host has 2 forms, the bird-snake gene and the phoenix gene are fused, and the phoenix form of the host will also have the ability to be as large and small as it wants in the future, the system prompted. Thinking of his phoenix form in the future, Peter asked in surprise, "Is it that in the future, if I fused the genes of Thunderbird, my phoenix form could also master the power of thunder and storms? Or even the abilities of other magical animals?" "Yes, host. This is an unanticipated result of the system, and the more genes the host fuses in the future, your phoenix form may be able to grow into the most powerful magical creature, even reach the ultimate in magic." It seems that this kid really likes magical animals, and you can see him laughing so happily. Ketleban said happily to Hagrid. Take Peter's happy expression at this time as a love for birds and snakes. Suddenly, I felt that this child could be trained in the direction of magical animal research. After redeeming this fusion opportunity, the system points are once again cleared to 0. But Peter didn't pay attention to this at this time. He just wanted to find a place where no one was there to try his new ability. "Hungry, so hungry, I still want to eat." A childish voice suddenly sounded in Peter's ear, instantly returning his mind. He looked down at the sound and realized that it was the bird and snake in his hand who was talking. Surprised, he asked, "Are you talking about hunger?" As soon as the bird snake heard Peter's words, it suddenly looked up, and the small eyes revealed a puzzled look, and asked, "You will say our words?" It was only then that Peter realized that what he was saying was not a human word, but a hissing sound. At the same time, the two wizards on the other side also paused and looked at Peter in disbelief. Ketleben asked curiously and suspiciously, "Peter, do you speak snakes?" Peter asked, puzzled, "Snake language? What's that thing? But I was already a muggle in my heart, and I didn't expect this fusion, and I actually came with a snake language. He is in Slytherin now, and the Slytherin family's talent is snake language. In particular, Voldemort was the last descendant of Slytherin, and I am afraid that many people will associate Peter with Slytherin and Voldemort after knowing that Peter can speak snakes. Then there will be a bunch of trouble. You can communicate with snakes," Hagrid said in disbelief, his voice a little loud because of the excitement, which made Peter's ears roar a little. Peter copied the future Harry Potter reaction directly, pretending to be puzzled. "I know, but I bet there should be many people who can do it." Ketleben shook his head, looked at Peter with a complicated look, and said, "Peter, snake language is not a wizard's standard ability, but a natural ability. It is a gift passed down from the Slytherin family. You are a student of Slytherin and should know that the symbol of Slytherin is the snake, because Salazar Slytherin speaks snake language. You should now understand how special this is." Peter certainly knew these things, but he was only a new student who had only been in contact with the wizarding world for a long time, and it was impossible to know so many things. So he said with a look of incomprehension, "This is impossible. I am from the Muggle world, and I have nothing to do with Slytherin." Ketleben speculated, "Maybe your ancestors have people from the Slytherins. In your generation, the wizard bloodline awakens, so your snake language talent is aroused." Peter nodded his head with a look of understanding, but his heart almost did not laugh to death. He and Slytherin 8 rods cannot fight. This snake language he has just obtained. Where is the bloodline inheritance? After experiencing the initial surprise, Hagrid quickly accepted that he was a half-giant himself, so he did not have much resistance to these bloodlines and the like, but seemed to suddenly and clearly say, "I said how the Sorting Hat put you into the bad billets of Slytherin, and this is the reason. Or I'll say you deserve to be assigned to Ravenclaw, or Gryffindor." Peter was a little interested in the talent of snake language, and he wondered if he would be able to communicate with the Basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets in the future. But Peter didn't want too many people to know that he could speak snakes, so he pleaded, "Hagrid, Professor Ketleben, can you keep it a secret for me? I don't want it to be known, it will cause me trouble." The two adult wizards granted his request, but Peter was prepared to be known to Dumbledore. After leaving the reluctant field for Professor Ketleben to observe, Peter followed Hagrid to the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest. Peter looked at the lush woods around the Forbidden Forest, and the sunlight hung down through the gaps in the leaves, shining on the forest, looking quiet and beautiful. Peter's mood was very good at this time, so he looked at everything beautifully and carefully observed his surroundings. Finding that they had not encountered a single danger until now, Hagrid's stone bow had become a decoration. He couldn't help but ask, "Hagrid, I don't think the Forbidden Forest is as dangerous as the legend says. On the contrary, the environment is very good." Hagrid said solemnly, "It's daytime, so a lot of the animals are hiding. But by night, the Forbidden Forest is very dangerous. A lot of dark creatures will come out to feed. And our current location is not deep in the Forbidden Forest, and the horse people are often patrolling this area, so there is not much danger. But if you accidentally get lost, you are likely to stray into the depths of the Forbidden Forest, where even I have to be careful, so you must not come here alone in the future." Peter nodded. He was not a curious person, since the school repeatedly strictly banned students from entering the Forbidden Forest. Naturally there was a reason for it. Peter would not die. Suddenly there was movement in the woods ahead, and Hagrid immediately pointed his stone bow into the distance and asked loudly, "Who's inside? Come out?" Peter also quickly clenched his wand and stared at the movement in the distance. "It's me, Hagrid." A reddish-brown figure emerged from the jungle. He was clad in leather armor on his upper body and held a bow and arrow, but the lower body is in the form of a horse. "This is the centaur in the Forbidden Forest. Bane, it was you." Hagrid put away the stone bow, then frowned and asked, "Why are you here? You shouldn't be in charge of patrolling today." Bane's hooves kept plowing the ground, looking a little anxious, and he looked at Hagrid angrily and said, "The eight-eyed spider has expanded its range again. They have occupied a part of the unicorn territory, and now they are testing the territory of my tribe." Hagrid looked a little embarrassed, looked away, and explained, "I've told Arawak, but his children don't listen to him very much." Bane said angrily, "Those damn spiders are now scourging the Forbidden Forest, and several unicorns have been mutilated in the past few days, and the unicorns have had to run to us to avoid danger. If you can't do anything, we'll start a war with the eight-eyed spider. They have threatened the existence of the centaurs, and we will kill every spider, including the one you raised." Hagrid was a little excited when he heard this, and hurriedly said, "Alavark is very obedient, don't hurt him." Peter rolled his eyes directly. "If this dark creature that likes to eat human flesh obeys, then the sun will come out of the west." Suddenly a white centaurant came out of the jungle, and he said anxiously to Bane, "No, there is a small pony in the tribe that is missing. According to the unicorn, it was brought back to the nest by the eight-eyed giant spider. Foal is the name given to the younger centaur by the adult centaur tribe." Hagrid shook his head when he heard this. "No way, Urafak promised me that I wouldn't let his children hurt the centaurs. Ignoring Hagrid's reaction, Bane came straight to Hagrid in anger and asked, "Where is the nest of the eight-eyed giant spider? We must save people as soon as possible, or those disgusting spiders will digest the child from the inside out. Let him die a miserable death." Hagrid just shook his head in disbelief and said, "Impossible." Peter looked at the centaur's anxious looks, but directly gave Hagrid a spell to sober him up. "Hagrid, you must take them to save the children. Even if you don't believe it, you have to go to the nest with your own eyes to find out." Hagrid was a little frustrated at this point. He was stupid but not stupid, knowing that Arawak must have deceived himself. He looked at Peter with some hesitation and said, "But what do you do?" Peter reassured, "It's close to the exit. I just have to follow the path and I'll be able to leave the Forbidden Forest soon. And this is a place where the centaurs often patrol. There will be no danger. You still have to take the horsemen to save people?" Hagrid felt the same way when he heard this, and only told him to leave the Forbidden Forest along the path and not to run around, so he quickly rushed to the depths of the Forbidden Forest with the two centaurs. Peter saw that everyone was gone, and instead of leaving the Forbidden Forest as he himself said, he directly gave a directional spell pointing to where Hagrid had gone. Then it turned into a phoenix similar to Field in Place. Chase in Hagrid's direction. It was Peter's first flight in a wide forest, and he had only flown around the house in phoenix form at home, but he was not as comfortable as he is now. He directly wanted to rush as fast as he could, and then he disappeared directly into a ball of flames, and reappeared above Hagrid's head. Peter was stunned. He didn't expect this means of teleportation. He was as simple as eating and drinking water, and it wasn't as uncomfortable as the phantom shifter. When he teleported, he just wanted to get to Hagrid's side as soon as possible, and then he appeared here directly, without passing through any mysterious passage. Hagrid noticed the phoenix overhead, thinking that Field had come, and didn't pay much attention. "Hurry up and rush to the nest of the eight-eyed giant spider with the centaurs." Peter was now in the form of a phoenix, flying high, so he could clearly see that in the dense forest around him, the dense eight-eyed giant spider was lurking in it, ready to sneak attack these people. Peter shook his head silently in his heart. According to the current situation, I am afraid that for a while the horsemen and Hagrid will not be able to reach the nest. By that time, I am afraid that the pony man who was taken away will have only one skin left. Know that these eight-eyed giant spiders, like other spiders, like to bring their prey back to their nests, and then use their mouthparts to inject venom into the prey's body, so that the prey dies painfully and is digested into a liquid from the inside of the body. In the end, it was sucked up by the spider and only a skin was left. Peter no longer pays attention to this place, but observes the movements of the eight-eyed giant spider, and finally finds the nest of the eight-eyed giant spider in a hidden place. He rushed in without saying a word. "Phoenix? There's a phoenix coming." As an insect, the eight-eyed giant spider is naturally afraid of birds, especially the powerful bird like the phoenix. They were impatient and wanted to avoid the phoenix's sight. The nest of the eight-eyed giant spider was very wide, so it was enough for Peter to fly, and after directly looking around, he finally found the pony man wrapped in spider silk, and at this time, the pony man looked painful, especially the mouthpart wound on the neck was very obvious. Obviously it had been injected with venom. Peter didn't want to teach these eight-eyed giant spiders first. He directly grabbed the pony man with one claw, and then flew into the sky. Only the terrified spiders remain. Peter's body was only the size of a swan at this time, and the centaurs caught under his feet, although they were still young, were also hundreds of pounds, but he easily grabbed them and flew directly to the centaurs who were fighting the spiders. Bane is leading the members of the tribe to fight against the eight-eyed giant spider, but the number of eight-eyed giant spiders is increasing, and they can't kill them all. A lot of people were injured. The child who was captured by the eight-eyed giant spider did not know what was going on. Hagrid was also attacked by the eight-eyed giant spiders at this time, and like a big child, he cried sadly while hitting the eight-eyed giant spider that flew towards him with his fist. Oh, these eight-eyed giant spiders are crazy, not at all as well-behaved as Arawak. Suddenly, above the battlefield, accompanied by a loud and pleasant sound, a phoenix grabbed something tightly wrapped in spider silk and landed. "Oh my god, it's a foal?" It was the phoenix that rescued the foal. A nearest centaurs shouted in surprise. When all the centaurs heard this, their faces were full of joy. Their goal this time was to rescue the pony people, but they did not expect that the phoenix had already rescued the child. The centaurs formed a protective circle centered on the phoenix and the pony people to block the siege of the eight-eyed giant spiders. Only when the centaurs looked closer did they find that there was already a hole in the pony's neck. Moreover, the child's face is painful and his breath is weak. A centaur said sadly, "It's too late. The little pony has been injected with venom by the eight-eyed giant spider, and it won't be long before it dies." The centaurs live in the Forbidden Forest, dealing with the eight-eyed giant spider for many years, and naturally know that this situation cannot be saved. Their faces turned sad. Even Hagrid had a look of guilt at this time. He didn't expect that the eight-eyed giant spider he had cultivated with his own hands had actually brought harm to the residents of the Forbidden Forest. But Peter did not have this emotion. He flew directly to the pony man, in the amazed eyes of the other centaurs, looked down at the wound, blinked, and then a few tears fell on the wound, and the wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Subsequently, the pony man's breathing became stronger and stronger, and his miserable white face became rosy. Then the pony man opened his blue eyes, saw the phoenix standing on his body for the first time, and shouted in surprise, "It's a phoenix." The voice is crisp and powerful. Yes, the tears of the phoenix can solve 100 poisons. How I forgot? Hagrid patted his head in chagrin. Peter watched as the pony man regained his health and nodded with satisfaction. Then he soared straight into the sky and flew to the lair of the 8-eyed giant spider, who wanted to find trouble with these 8-eyed giant spiders and test his new abilities. For these 8-eyed giant spiders, which like to eat people, Peter did not find them as cute as Hagrid. These 8-eyed giant spiders have no predators in the Forbidden Forest, reproduce quickly, and like to eat people. The Forbidden Forest is right next to Hogwarts Castle, and the ghosts know which day they will rush out and extend their claws to the students. And in the original timeline, the 8-eyed spiders followed the giants and others to besiege Hogwarts in the final battle. Such immature things cannot be saved for the end. The horses who stayed where they were looked at the phoenix that flew away, their eyes full of gratitude and reverence. Bane asked Hagrid, "Is this Dumbledore's phoenix?" "Thank you, he saved our little pony. Thank him on my behalf." Hagrid shook his head and said, "This is not Dumbledore's fox, but another phoenix named Field, who is a companion of a little wizard. It was the little boy who had just been with me. He was supposed to be worried about the situation here, so he called Field to help." When Bane heard this, he suddenly remembered the very good-looking little wizard who had just been with Hagrid. "I didn't expect such a small child to have such a powerful phoenix," he said to Hagrid again. "Then please convey to him our gratitude. He was very welcome to visit our centaur tribe if he had time, and we would entertain him with the best food." Hagrid nodded happily. Phoenix saved the pony man, and also saved Hagrid and the horseman's relationship. He was now so grateful to Peter that he felt that this little boy didn't look like a Slytherin at all. A centaur looked at the 8-eyed giant spiders around him and asked Bane, "Are we going to attack? There are more and more 8-eyed giant spiders here?" Bane looked at the 8-eyed giant spider outside and shook his head. "We're going to think about how to break through now. These guys obviously want to surround us and eat us." Hagrid said in a hopeful tone, "Maybe I can go talk to Arawak and let him let us go. He listens to me the most." Bane looked helplessly at the simple-minded half-giant, shattered the illusion in his heart, and said, "We've been fighting here for so long, the spider you raised should have known about the situation here. But he didn't stop it, and that showed what he meant. If you go out, those 8-eyed giant spiders will eat you up." "No, it won't." Hagrid's huge tears fell again. "Arawak is the most well-behaved. When I first raised him, he was still a little hairy. Later, I was afraid that he would be alone, so I found him a wife. He wouldn't be so ruthless." Ronan, the grumpiest of the centaurs, roared directly, "It's your little cuteness that makes the unicorns homeless. They roamed the Forbidden Forest, exterminated many races, and more of the population moved inside, and now they have nothing to eat, so they have their eyes on us. They are 8-eyed giant spiders, dark creatures, and they have no feelings. That's just lying to you, big fool." When Hagrid heard this, he cried even more sadly. His huge eyes kept dripping, and his sad cries were more like a roar. However, they did wrong Arawak, who was grateful to Hagrid, because Hagrid not only saved himself, but also found him a wife and then multiplied in the Forbidden Forest. It's just that now Arawak is looking at the cave in horror, being wantonly set on fire by a phoenix, and many unhatched eggs are directly burned by a fire. The phoenix set fire different from the fire dragon spewing fire from its mouth. At this time Peter seemed to be on fire all around. Every feather was burning with red flames, and the place he touched would quickly ignite, and the cave was lit by Peter everywhere at this time. "The spiders in the cave are trapped in the nest by the fire? Phoenix, why are you doing this? We have no complaints in the past and no hatred in recent days. Why are you destroying my race?" Arawak cried out in despair. When Peter heard this, he landed directly on the ground, transformed into a human form, looked at him funny, and said, "This is not the place where you live. It was Hagrid who brought you into the Forbidden Forest. Tell me how many populations you've eaten and extinct over the decades. If you continue to reproduce, and when you eat all the creatures in the Forbidden Forest, your target will probably be the students in Hogwarts. Are you human? No, I can smell it. You're a phoenix." Arawak looked at the little boy who transformed from a phoenix into a human form in surprise, and then said unwillingly, "The law of the jungle is the law of the jungle. They do not adapt to the law, they are eaten by us. This is an incomprehensible fact. Why would you want to do what humans think?" Peter looked at the 8-eyed giant spider that was quietly approaching around him and sneered, "Because I am human." Saying that, he turned into a phoenix with flames again, and cast a new skill, only to see a phoenix the size of a swan, rapidly becoming larger, and it didn't take long to be about the same size as a dragon, and the flames around him became even bigger. Those 8-eyed giant spiders that wanted to sneak up on were directly burned to ashes before they could get close. Peter looked at his huge body at this time and was very satisfied, and the size he inherited from the bird and snake was very useful. He now feels like he can get bigger. However, the area of the cave is limited, so it is maintained in the size of a dragon, directly igniting everything in the cave. Before Arawak could even say a word, he was reduced to ashes by the flames. The flames on Peter's body are magical flames, not ordinary mortal fires, so the lethality is evident. The cave was in flames, but Peter was in the middle of it. He was like an emperor in flames, and the flames around him rejoiced. Solving the spider in the cave, Peter directly inhaled, and the surrounding flames fell into his mouth, leaving only charred objects around. Then he flew straight out, and he remembered that there were a lot more spiders outside than inside the cave. The centaurs are breaking through, protecting the ponies in the middle and then slashing and slashing. It's just that there are too many 8-eyed giant spiders around. Many centaurs have added a lot of wounds. Everyone is struggling to resist, but their hearts have gradually lost confidence. They couldn't fight so many 8-eyed giant spiders, especially the venom sprayed by the 8-eyed giant spiders, which made many injured centaurs even worse, and they couldn't even pull up their bows and arrows. Only Hagrid was holding a machete with tears on his face, constantly slashing the 8-eyed giant spider, but how could he be the opponent of so many 8-eyed giant spiders? Just when everyone was desperate, a phoenix sounded that surprised everyone. The phoenix that had just flown away reappeared, and with a fiery flame burning on its body, it quickly circled the horsemen in a circular trajectory at a low altitude, and a wall of flames was erected directly between the centaurs and the 8-eyed giant spider. Many 8-eyed giant spiders were directly reduced to ashes the moment they rushed through the flames. This scene made the arrogant 8-eyed giant spider directly stop the siege and start to want to evacuate. But Peter didn't want to let them go. He flew directly at the fastest speed, chasing the fleeing 8-eyed giant spider. These 8-eyed giant spiders were grazed by Peter's flames, and they quickly burned up, and in a hurry, they ignited other spiders. Suddenly, there was a sea of fire all around, and only the centaurs and Hagrid, who were protected by the wall of fire in the middle, survived. The horsemen looked at this scene and couldn't help but swallow. Ronan turned to Bane and said, "I finally know why Phoenix is rated XXXX dangerous by the Ministry of Magic. According to this terrifying ability, if it were not for the fact that the Phoenix has a more docile personality and generally does not attack people, I am afraid that the danger level will still be higher." Bane shook his head, his eyes full of reverence, and said, "We shouldn't be afraid of him. If it wasn't for him we would have died and been injured. His flame is clearly the fire of salvation." Hagrid also wiped his forehead, and the throat knot rolled and murmured, "I didn't expect the Phoenix to be so terrible. So I used to tease Fox to death?" Before long, there was no longer a single 8-eyed giant spider around, only a raging flame burning. Once again, Peter devoured these flames to avoid burning the whole forest. Seeing that there was nothing around him, Peter flew around everyone to say hello, and then directly turned into a ball of flames and teleported away. As soon as Peter left, Dumbledore appeared directly in a phantom transfiguration, and he looked at the charred ground around him, and the broken limbs of some 8-eyed giant spiders, and was very surprised, and he turned to look at the surviving group of people. "Maybe you can explain to me what's going on here." Peter reappeared, in the bathroom of the dormitory. After changing into human form again, Peter walked out of the bathroom and went outside. "Peter, when did you come back, and how did I notice you?" Alan said in surprise. "I was in a bit of a hurry and went straight into the bathroom, so you probably didn't notice." Peter casually made up the words. Alan nodded in belief before asking, "You're going to see Derek's parents in the evening, are you mentally prepared?" "It's Derek's fault, and I'm not weak-minded, so what do I want to prepare?" Peter said indifferently. "But you still have to be mentally prepared in advance. These pure-blood families are very arrogant, even if they are wrong, they will not admit it. You might even say something very ugly," Alan said. "Moreover, Derek's family is complicated. His dad is a Death Eater and has been imprisoned in Azkaban. But his mother is also very strong and also a Death Eater. It was only during the trial that he escaped punishment after saying that he was forced by his husband to join the Death Eaters and then paid a large sum of money. But we all know it's just because anyone familiar with Derek's family knows that it was always the hostess who was in charge of their family. And these Death Eaters are very hostile to Muggle wizards. You have to be careful, you are going to face a Death Eater today," Alan said worriedly, and then said with a sigh of relief, "Fortunately, Dean Snape is by her side, so she doesn't dare to mess around." Peter smiled at his roommate worrying about himself, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "Don't worry, even if she dares to mess around, I can summon Field to help. I want to see if she can defeat the Phoenix. And I also have secret skills, not afraid of a Death Eater." After some repairs in the dormitory, Peter came to the library to read as usual. He now has empty system points and needs to be replenished, especially after experiencing the benefits of bloodline fusion. He is eager to directly add all the magical animal abilities to himself, especially with the Phoenix as a template. After fusing the blood of the bird and snake, the combined effect of the skills of the two is 1 + 12, just like after he just transformed into a Phoenix, and then used the ability of the bird and snake to be as large as it is. The lethal effect is leveraged. The easiest place to increase points is the library, where thousands of years of book accumulation have been accumulated, and each book can get the corresponding points, and the deeper you look, the more knowledge you have, the more points you get. More can be repeated brushing. This system he wants to change his name to Learning System. As time went on, and the night grew darker, Peter put away the book, and then took the book with the librarian Mrs. Pins to register the book. Leaving the library, Peter looked at the time and felt that it was almost over, and then slowly walked towards the potions office. He's going to meet a Death Eater tonight and get compensation from the Death Eaters. Knocking on the office door, Snape opened the door for Peter, and at the moment he came in, whispered comfortingly, "I'm on the side, don't worry about what she's going to do." Peter nodded gratefully towards Snape, then followed him inside. At the entrance, I saw Derek and a middle-aged ladylike woman sitting on the couch. Snape introduced himself to Peter. "This is Mrs. Derek, Derek's mother. She wants to talk to you about cancelling Derek's report to the school." Then Snape said to Mrs. Derek expressionlessly, "Madam, you should make a long story short, and decide what compensation you will use to distract Mr. York." Mrs. Derek, dressed in a dark green robe and dress, looked at Peter with a proud look, a hint of coldness in her eyes, and then said with a fake smile, "Mr. York, I heard Derek say that you are from the Muggle world, and I don't know what you want to give up on Derek." Peter saw her demeanor, directly used his aristocratic face that he had not used for a long time, and his temperament changed in an instant, gracefully turning the remaining old chair into a gorgeous chair, and then looked at Mrs. Derek with more arrogant eyes than her, and said with a fake smile, "After all, it is Derek who sneaked up on me with black magic first. Don't know, Mrs. How do you want to solve it? First of all, I am not a cat and a dog that can be sent away at will. Don't want me to give up my right to prosecution with a small profit, or you can make him ready to leave school now, because I'll leave the office and think about Headmaster Dumbledore to explain this. I don't think he would let a dangerous person who uses black magic and attacks his classmates stay in school." "You?" Mrs. Derek was struck by Peter's look and tone of voice at this moment, and stood up directly. She did not expect to be recoiled by a dirty mud in her eyes. Instantly, a murderous look appeared in his eyes, as if he was going to use a spell at any time. "Mrs. Derek, please calm down. You probably don't want to be locked up in Azkaban for attacking children," Snape said coldly. He was standing between Peter and Mrs. Derek, with a defensive look. Mrs. Derek's eyes flashed with jealousy as soon as she saw Snape, and then she took a deep breath to calm herself down as much as possible. Then he smiled and said, "Of course not, Snape. I'm the owner of a pure-blood Derek family, and I certainly don't bother with a child." Then he sat down again, looking at Peter with a smile in his eyes. "What, a child with sharp teeth? Otherwise, how about I give you 1,000 gold gallons? That's a huge sum. Talk with a look that you've made a lot of money." Peter sneered, as if he were looking at her like an idiot, and said, "I have more than this amount of pocket money in Gringotts. Are you sending Hanako away? Otherwise I'll use the same magic to try it on your son, and then I'll give you 2,000 gold gallons. What do you think? You dirty mudseed. You dare to speak to me in such a tone? You have to be careful, don't run around, otherwise you may be found dead in a corner one day. That's a pity for your little white face," Mrs. Derek said angrily, directly, and coldly, looking at the boy in front of her with dead eyes. "Madam, are you threatening my students? It seems that today's negotiations have not been successful, and if you are okay, please leave the school. Hogwarts does not allow outsiders to stay long," Snape said strongly. Derek saw this situation on the side. His heart was a little anxious. He did not want to be expelled from school. Quickly took his mother's hand, anxiously said, "Mom, he likes magic books. Don't we have a lot of magic books in our house, and we can give him a few books? I don't want to be fired." Mrs. Derek looked at the silly son in front of her, and then looked at the mud species on the side. Whether it was his appearance, temperament, or the momentum of the confrontation with him just now, he was different from the mud, and suddenly felt that he was wrong. She was not one of those downcasts who would only sell magic books. She knew that these magic books were the foundation of a family, the knowledge accumulated by her ancestors over hundreds of years. So she said nothing would agree with this stupid idea. But Peter said, "I don't want any golden gallons, just your magic books. If you agree, we can sign an agreement. But if you don't agree, you don't have to waste any more time. You can sort things out for Derek first and wait to be fired. Why don't you grab it?" Mrs. Derek roared angrily, as if to strangle the hateful boy in front of her, and then said, "How about the 5,000 gold gallons? This is already the money we can come up with. As for magic books is impossible. You little wizard from a muggle, you are not afraid to die." Peter sat down in his chair, showing an innocent expression. "Robbery is not so easy. So what about your final decision? If not, I'll leave first, and I'll have a spell club event in the evening." Mrs. Derek looked at her son with a pleading look on her face, and finally gritted her teeth and said, "Then give you a magic book. And it's a replica. And you're going to swear not to publish the contents of the book?" Peter looked at her like an idiot and said, "A book? You're laughing? Ask your son. After my duel with Carlson Earl won, Earl promised to give me 5 magic books alone, and you want to send me away with 1 copy?" Mrs. Derek looked at her son, saw her son nod, and immediately scolded the Earl family in her heart, and she couldn't grit her teeth and said, "Then we will also give you 5 magic books. That's okay, right?" Peter shook his head. "I had a fair duel with Earl, and he took the orphan book. And you only have copies, so you have to pay 10 copies? No way, you're blackmailing. I won't do what you want." Mrs. Derek directly and firmly disagreed. "Well, it seems that it is impossible to talk about it." Peter looked unconcerned, and then got up and nodded to Snape, looking like he was leaving. "In that case, then please allow me to leave first." Snape flashed a smile in his eyes and calmly agreed, "Then you go first. Dumbledore should be in the headmaster's office." Derek looked at this posture and pulled his mother in panic and said, "Mom, you are about to agree. Isn't it just 10 magic books? Just give it to him. I don't want to be fired." Peter's footsteps were steady, and when he opened the door and one foot was already outstretched, a voice came from behind him, "I promised." Peter smiled at the door, and he turned directly and smiled and asked, "Madam, are you sure you agreed, and you are not fooling me?" Mrs. Derrick nodded with a gloomy look on her face, nodded her head in frustration, and looked as if she were going to devour him, and said with difficulty, I agree to exchange 10 copies of the magic book in exchange for Mr. York's cancellation of Derrick's pursuit. Peter said happily, if that's the case, then ask Madam to sign a magic contract with me. Mrs. Derrick looked embarrassed and said, you're going to use an unbreakable spell for a few magic books. This is ridiculous. Peter smiled and squinted at Mrs. Derrick and said, I'm not afraid that you will fill up some books that are not alone, or deliberately add and delete changes in the books, and then give them to me. If the content in the magic books is not rigorous, it is easy to cause accidents, and if it is serious, it will kill you. I don't want to gamble my life. Mrs. Derrick's face became more gloomy as if she had been told the idea. She didn't expect this mud seed from the Muggle world to be so difficult. She said with difficulty, well, I agree to sign the unbreakable curse. Peter smiled satisfactorily, and he turned to Snape and said, Professor, you should know this spell, and I would like to ask you to be our witness. Snape looked at Peter with mixed eyes, and the boy was in control of the situation from beginning to end, forcing the arrogant Mrs. Derrick to finally agree. It's hard to believe he's just a kid. Silently, he stepped forward, pulled out his wand, pointed it at the two men, and asked again, are you sure you want to sign this unbreakable spell? If you don't do it, the defaulter will be eaten by the spell and lose your life. Peter was the beneficiary, of course nodding happily in agreement. Mrs. Derrick had the heart to repent, but in the face of the only son's request, she could not refuse, so both sides agreed. The unbreakable spell was not complicated. The two sides reached out and shook hands, and Snape, as a witness, pointed his wand at them and read the spell, and then a blood-colored light enveloped the two. The content of the agreement between the two parties is not too complicated, and Peter asks the other party to provide him with a copy of the 10 magic books, and he must not do anything. Derrick's side demanded that Peter, after getting the magic books, could no longer pursue Derrick's sneak attack with black magic. With the signing of the contract, the red light turned into 2 red threads wrapped around the wrists of both sides and disappeared, leaving only a light mark to remind the contract. Okay, the contract is signed. As long as the two parties complete the agreement, the contract will not have any effect on the person. Snape put away his wand and explained to Peter. As soon as the contract was signed, Mrs. Derrick withdrew the hand she held with Peter, and her face was full of disgust as if she had been stained with dirt. Peter smiled, not caring about her attitude. He's very happy now, and he has 10 more magic books in his account, which is a big bonus. The pure blood family can dominate the wizarding world for a long time. In addition to money, it is the advanced magical knowledge they have accumulated from generation to generation. Just as the Ollivander family has always been firmly in control of the wand-making skills, the wands they make are more powerful than the wands made by others. And the potions family prince, the family of Snape's mother, has a lot of family heirloom potions, which is the dream recipe of many potions masters. Many pure blood families firmly hold their magical knowledge in the hands of the family and do not share it with the outside world. Even if it is the Litrace bookstore that claims to be the most complete magic book in the UK, the books sold in it are the most basic magic knowledge, and some more advanced magic books will not appear here. Like the standard spell book compiled by Miranda Goshawk, it is a must-have book for students in grades 1 through 7 at Hogwarts. But in fact, there are many high-level spells in the standard spells originally compiled by Goshawk. But the Ministry of Magic confiscated all the orphan copies of the first edition in the name of the danger of these spells. Miranda Goshawk then re-edited a standard mantra that cut most of the content out of the book. And those confiscated orphan books have entered the library cabinets of major pure blood families and are not displayed to the public. Miranda Goshawk was once very unhappy about this. She was a pure scholar. In order to compile this magic book, she added a lot of Goshawk family spells in it, just to share this knowledge. As a result, in the end, these books went into the hands of the pure blood family, and her hard work was in vain. The knowledge of the magical world is very precious, and all the families are eager to hide their family magic tightly. The reason why the 4 founders who founded Hogwarts are admired is because in that era, they selflessly dedicated their magical knowledge and skills to the young wizards who came to learn free of charge. Compared with the pure blood families who are still miserly today, they are particularly noble. Even Salazar Slytherin, known as the Dark Wizard, was born into the Slytherin family and contributed family magic to the establishment of Hogwarts. The first magic books of the Hogwarts library were contributed by the 4 founders, and then slowly accumulated to the current collection on this basis. But there was still a lot of magical knowledge controlled by the pure blood family, which was not included in the library. So Peter was looking forward to the books that these pure blood families treasured. After signing the contract, Mrs. Derrick, with a gloomy face, dragged Derrick to the fireplace, grabbed a handful of flying powder by the fireplace, and said to Snape, Professor Snape, tonight I will take Derrick home first, and when I come back tomorrow, I will let him come with 10 magic books. With that, he walked straight to the fireplace, threw the flying powder at his feet and shouted, Derrick Manor. The two disappeared directly into the fireplace with a burst of green flames. Snape looked at the two of them and raised an eyebrow, and said to Peter, it seems that even without me today, you can succeed. You're good to be able to suppress the power of a pure blood family controller? It seems that the Sorting Hat did not divide the wrong person. As soon as Derek's family left, Peter's momentum converged, and he returned to the appearance of a little boy, and said modestly, "In fact, I was able to negotiate successfully because of the presence of the professor, so that she did not dare to go too far. Alan White told me that Mrs. Derek was a Death Eater, and if I hadn't had a professor for you, I wouldn't have been so confident." Snape was slightly stunned, his eyes dimmed slightly. "Death Eater? Aren't you afraid that I will be bribed by them?" Peter noticed Snape's mood shift and guessed that he must have thought of his own Death Eater identity. Without a trace, his eyes crossed the hand hidden in the black robe. Then he smiled and said, "How can it be? Professor, you are a potions master, and you are the dean of our academy. Of course I believe you." Peter got up and bid farewell to Snape. Professor Flitwick has invited me to join the spell club. I need to go. Please allow me to say goodbye first." Snape waved and motioned for him to leave. And finally instructed, "Since you know that Mrs. Derek is a Death Eater, you must be wary of her. You have offended her, and what she threatened earlier may become true. So if you don't want to die, don't run around. You know? Got it, Professor. Thanks for the reminder," Peter said solemnly. Leaving the potions office, Peter went to the Great Hall to eat first. The time of the club was at 7 o'clock in the evening. It was now 6:30, and if he was not in a hurry, he would be late, and he would be afraid that he would leave a bad impression. As soon as he arrived at the long Slytherin table, many people took the initiative to greet him, and some people greeted him kindly. Peter sat down next to Alan in some surprise. Today's dish was Italian. Peter divided a piece of pizza, a macaroni, and a grilled fish from a large plate, and quickly ate it. Alan saw the roommate's surprised expression and smiled and asked, "Don't you feel that the people of Slytherin today are different from you in the past?" Peter nodded as he ate. "That's because they saw your strength and talent in the duel," Alan said sharply. "Although Slytherin pays attention to blood, the most important thing is strength. Whether you carry the sneak attack of black magic or reverse the situation with wandless magic, they will feel that you are a very worthy object. That's why they have such a change of attitude." Peter realized that he had no problem with this kind of behavior, because many people would do it. Since they wanted to make friends with themselves, of course he would not refuse, although he would not regard these people as real friends, but at least they were better than the enemy. Prefect Chris Jones came up to Peter and smiled and said, "Congratulations on entering the spell club. Flitwick should have told you that I am also a member of the club, and that the club time is held at the Ravenclaw Public Library at 7 o'clock. Do you need me to wait for you?" Peter swallowed the food in his mouth before saying, "Thank you, Senior Jones. You don't have to wait for me, I'll have a while to go. You go first?" Chris Jones bowed his head and said kindly, "You can call me Chris. There are only 2 Slytherin students in the club, and we will have to take care of each other in the future. By the way, Ravenclaw doesn't have a secret language, so if you want to go in, you have to answer the question on the door panel, and if you answer correctly, you will be allowed to enter. You should get it right easily. Don't worry if you don't answer correctly, just wait and you can come in with the Ravenclaw students." "Thank you, Chris. I'll remember," Peter said gratefully. In fact, he already knew this, but since it was someone else's kindness, it was a good thing to continue. Prefect Chris Jones walked away satisfied. Alan White looked at Peter with a look of envy and said, "Spell Club, if you don't say it, I didn't know this club existed. Professor Flitwick only invited you and Chris Jones, and obviously this is a club that only people with high magic talent can enter. Tell me when you come back. I don't even know what's inside Ravenclaw." Peter promised Alan. He looked at the time a little tight, and quickly accelerated the speed of eating, but the habit he had developed for a long time made him still look elegant at this time, and he could not see the look of anxiety at half a point. After settling the food, Peter quickly grabbed his school bag and rushed to the Ravenclaw Tower. Hurry up and hurry to the top of the tower. He walked to a gate with an eagle-shaped bronze door knocker, picked up the door knocker and knocked. Then a gentle female voice came out of the bronze door knocker and asked, "Was there a phoenix first, or a flame first?" When Peter heard this question, he raised an eyebrow randomly and replied, "The two are cyclical, there is no starting point." "Makes sense." The gentle voice sounded again, and the door opened. Peter guessed that this voice should be the voice of Rowena Ravenclaw. It was really good. Coming to the lounge, unlike the Slytherin green and silver decorations, blue and bronze are the main colors, and silk draperies of these two colors hang on the walls. The dome ceiling is painted with stars, and the dark blue carpet below is also covered with stars, corresponding to each other. Tables, chairs, and bookcases were all around. And next to the door leading to the dormitory, stands a statue of Rowena Ravenclaw, made of white marble. The statue is very beautiful, wearing a crown on its head with the inscription "Extraordinary wisdom is the greatest wealth of mankind." Peter bowed respectfully to Lady Ravenclaw, who carried out her thoughts, did not set up a secret language, and as long as he could answer the questions she had set, Ravenclaw would welcome anyone. "Glad you recognized Ms. Ravenclaw," Professor Flitwick's voice rang out from behind Peter. Peter turned and looked at Flitwick in surprise. "Professor Flitwick, when did you come? I didn't even notice you." Flitwick looked at Peter with a look of satisfaction, then looked at the statue behind Peter and sighed. "You were the first person I saw to bow to Lady Ravenclaw. As soon as many people arrive in the lounge, their eyes will be attracted by the surrounding scenery, so they do not notice a single line." Peter looked at Professor Flitwick, who was only up to his waist, and said with a calm face, "I agree with Rowena Ravenclaw's statement that superior wisdom is the greatest wealth of mankind. Because whether in the Muggle world or the Wizarding world, only knowledge will not leave you. Human beings rely on superior human wisdom to stand above all things. Even in the Wizarding world, many magical beasts are more powerful than wizards, but in the end, it is wizards who stand at the top. Because we have created a lot of magic with wisdom learning. And the wisdom of the people needs the continuous supply of knowledge. Hearing Peter's words, Professor Flitwick applauded happily and said with a look of regret, "It is a pity that you are not a student of our college. Your insight, which many Ravenclaw students have never grasped, have been blindly immersed in the book but have never tried to gain anything, becoming nerds in the eyes of other colleges. But forget that Ravenclaw's meaning is greedy raven. It's an endless quest for knowledge. Instead of holding a book or two." Peter smiled and reassured, since Ms. Ravenclaw has set the lounge door to ask questions, it means that she welcomes all people with wisdom and does not care what kind of college it is. "I'm not a student at Ravenclaw House, but I'm still a member of Hogwarts and your student?" After Flitwick listened, he smiled and said relievedly, "You're right. Although many people say that Lady Hufflepuff is the kindest and willing to accept many wizards that other houses do not accept. But Ms. Ravenclaw is no exception, and she welcomes anyone who seeks knowledge and wisdom. Let's go, the other students should have arrived, and we'll go to the library that belongs exclusively to Ravenclaw." Flitwick led Peter to a small curved vaulted door opposite the window and said to him triumphantly, "Many people do not know that our academy has a private library, which is small in size but has a collection comparable to the Hogwarts library. Inside the small door is a library the size of a lounge space. Although there is no large library here, many books are densely stacked together, and books basically occupy half of the space. It seems a bit crowded." Many of Ravenclaw's students, standing quietly in the aisle, picked out the books they wanted to read, and then sat silently on the long table by the wall and read them. Following Professor Flitwick through the narrow aisle, Peter looked at the books around him in amazement, and he had one more place to swipe points later. The number of books in the two libraries, he may not be able to learn for decades. Seeing Peter's surprised look, Flitwick smiled and said, "The books here are left by the previous students. Many students learn from each other and summarize the knowledge and stay here. There are many books donated by alumni, and even Ms. Ravenclaw's experimental notes. So if you want to read it in the future, you can come here at any time to read the book, but after you read it, you must leave your views or summaries, and follow the principle of equivalent exchange of knowledge here." Peter was astonished by this and admired the remarkable vision of the man who had come up with this method. In this way, the amount of knowledge in Ravenclaw's private library will probably accumulate more and more, and everyone will learn the corresponding knowledge from Ravenclaw and then return a piece of knowledge to it. It really fits the meaning of the greedy raven, and the pursuit of knowledge is really endless. Professor Flitwick told him that this method was also thought up by Rowena Ravenclaw. At the end of the Ravenclaw library, Professor Flitwick stopped on a wall without any doors, and the blue wall depicted a raven with the words "Superior wisdom is the greatest wealth of mankind." Flitwick turned to Peter and said, "This is the entrance. You need to put your wand against the raven and read knowledge is the ladder of human progress. The club entrance will appear." Peter asked in astonishment, "Isn't that what Lady Ravenclaw said?" Flitwick smiled and shook his head. "It was said by a student from the Muggle world at our academy, and we thought it made a lot of sense, so we just used it." "Peter, you're also from the Muggle world, you should have heard this saying, right?" Peter nodded and said, "This sentence was originally said by a Russian named Gorky, and the original words were books are the ladder of human progress, and then it slowly became knowledge is the ladder of human progress." Flitwick sighed and said, "Although the Muggles have no magical help, their pursuit of wisdom and knowledge has far exceeded that of the wizards. Are you ready? I'm about to meet the other members. You're the first-year student I've recruited, and they're already very curious about you," Flitwick said with a smile. Under the encouraging eyes of the professor, Peter held his wand against the raven on the wall and said, "Knowledge is the ladder of human progress." As soon as the words fell silent, the raven came alive and flew directly away from the spot, leaving a blank space and turning it into a passage. Peter half-arched his body into the passage, and after taking dozens of steps, he suddenly came to a very spacious room, where on three sides were huge glass windows, very bright, through which you could see the Black Lake and the Forbidden Forest in the distance. Indoors, on the left side against the wall, there is a rectangular wooden playing table, much like the dueling table made up by Peter's previous duel level. On the right half, a row of sofas surrounds a circular wooden table in the middle. At this time, 9 students were sitting on the couch, looking with interest at Peter who had just entered. Flitwick followed, walked in, and then pulled Peter to introduce himself to the crowd. "This is Peter York, a first-year Slytherin student with a high talent for magic, and will follow us in the future to learn and discuss the knowledge of magic spells." A Ravenclaw girl frowned and said, "Professor, is it a bit hasty that you invited a freshman to join the club? We usually discuss high-level spells, and he may not understand them in the first grade." Flitwick was not angry at the student's doubts, but explained kindly, "Don't underestimate him. Peter is only in the first grade, but he has already learned the knowledge of the first grade, and the high-level magic super armor shield that can already cast the iron armor spell. This is what I have seen with my own eyes, very standard, and has resisted the attack of several evil spells," Flitwick said with an exaggerated expression and winked at Peter. Peter saw Professor Flitwick's expression and immediately understood that when he hung Derek and Thomas, there was Professor Flitwick. Slytherin Prefect Chris Jones, who was sitting on the couch, also proved, Peter and a fourth-year student in our house dueled, and easily won each other. And he can cast spells without a staff. Very powerful? When the others heard this, they looked at Peter in surprise, and it was hard to believe that the person they were talking about would be the little boy in front of them. Okay, let's all sit down. Professor Flitwick, though the shortest of the people present, was the most imposing. Peter, you sit down with Jones, you are all from the same academy, you should be able to talk. Sit here. Chris Jones greeted Peter, I've been sitting alone on this couch, and now luckily you're here. After sitting down, Peter looked at all the members curiously, and then he found that there was a person he knew, Percy Weasley, the third grade of Gryffindor, who was sitting in the opposite position at this time, with a bit of a blank look, and after meeting Peter's eyes, he was slightly stunned, and then nodded his head. Peter looked at the Weasley twin brother and said, Percy, can I call you that way? Are you the only Gryffindor? I think most of the people here are Ravenclaw. Percy Weasley, knowing that he, the Slytherin who had played well with his twin brother, shook his head and said, Gryffindor and my brother Charlie, it's just that he can't come today. Peter almost choked on the drooling when he heard it, and Charlie Weasley was knocked unconscious by a stick from the Slytherin batsman in the morning. Should he still be lying in the school infirmary? He felt a little embarrassed for an instant, so he had to give up talking, and it seemed that Percy Weasley didn't want to talk to him much. Peter turned to the Prefect Jones and asked, Chris, what did Professor Flitwick usually say before? I only brought the standard spell book, I don't know what else to bring? You don't actually have to bring anything. We usually discuss the use of a certain spell, and it is not too serious to talk about the new spell or simplify the steps of using the spell as if we were at a tea party. Chris reached out and tapped Peter's shoulder and said. Then he said excitedly, sometimes when the mood comes, Professor Flitwick will teach us dueling skills. He was a dueling champion when he was young. See the wooden platform on that side, that's where Professor Flitwick used to teach us duels? Professor Flitwick walked to the middle of the room, and a floating spell floated himself onto the table, and even if he stood on the wooden table, he was only at level with the students sitting on the couch, but no one would laugh at his height. Once again, let's have a warm welcome, Peter York joined us. Professor Flitwick said happily, and then directly raised the wand, and a series of streamer flowers were fired from the top of the wand and floated around. Peter brushed the petals off his shoulder and asked Chris next to him in surprise, does Professor Flitwick often surprise him like this? It's never been so grand, it seems that Professor Flitwick values you very much. Chris Jones also said with a look of surprise. With new members joining today, let's have a unique welcome tonight. Professor Flitwick threw his wand and screamed with joy, come to a duel match, everyone will participate. When they heard that it was a duel match, everyone cheered, and more people liked this kind of practical lesson than the text discussion. A Ravenclaw boy with a more active personality even excitedly picked up Professor Flitwick on the table. Lauren, hurry up and let me down. Flitwick cried out in a sharp voice, but his face was full of smiles, without the slightest hint of blame. The boy named Lauren carried Professor Flitwick to the competition stage and looked at him expectantly, looking foolish. When Flitwick saw his expression, he smiled and said, in view of Lauren's disrespectful behavior just now, I punish him for the last round of the game. Oh no. Alan had an unacceptable look of pain on his face, and then pleaded, Professor, I was wrong, you still let me play first. You know I don't have that much patience, waiting for this for so long, I'm going to die of torment. No, you should be grinding your temperament, hairy and irritable all day long. Flitwick smiled and refused. Everyone was amused by the boy. Looking at Peter curious about the boy, Chris whispered, his name is Lauren Goshawk, a 7th grader in Ravenclaw. Don't look at his frizzy appearance, but he has a high talent in magic and is one of Professor Flitwick's favorite students. That's the Goshawk you think. His grandmother was Miranda Goshawk, the compiler of our standard spell book for grades 1 through 7. Looking at the look on Peter's face when he thought of something, Chris said directly. Peter looked at this lively Ravenclaw student in amazement. It turned out that there was still a genetic talent. He was curious about the Goshawk's performance. We just had 10 people here today, and we can be in 2 groups. As a referee, you can freely combine. Professor Flitwick stood on the stage and announced to the crowd. Everyone began to group themselves, but Peter was so young that the seniors ignored him, and even Chris was invited directly by a Ravenclaw girl to team up. Only Percy Weasley, the 2nd grader, remained, standing there alone as Peter. Flitwick looked at the 2 men. Oh, Mr. Weasley, you're Peter's opponent today. The 2 men stood together with wide eyes and small eyes, especially Percy Weasley, who held his mouth and did not say a word. He thought that he was 2 grades older than Peter, and even if he won, he would not be able to win. As for Professor Flitwick's previous praise for Peter, he did not take it seriously. Let's play in a group and show our new members how to duel. Flitwick looked at the 10 students in the audience and said. Then ignoring Lauren Goshawk, who had been holding his hand high, he pointed to the 2 6th graders on the side, Alex and Magellan, come up and show the new members. The 2 people who were called came to the stage happily and stood on opposite sides of the wooden platform. Come, the first step is to bow to each other. Flitwick stood between the 2 and said. The 2 men heard the words and slowly walked to the middle position, holding up their wands and bowing to each other. Then turn around and walk to both sides, and when you reach the right position, you turn around in an instant and point your wand at each other. Gentlemen, remember that our dueling matches can only be contested using the contents of the standard spell book, not other spells, let alone lethal curses, Flitwick said with a serious face. Then with a spark firing from the tip of the wand, Flitwick screamed and shouted, "Start." As soon as the words stopped, the two 6th graders standing on either side directly recited the incantation except your weapon. Except for your weapons. Then he quickly cast an iron armor spell on himself to resist the disarming spell fired by the other party. Look, both of them chose the disarming spell at the beginning. When we are dueling, the most effective way is to fire the disarming spell. This way you can remove the opponent's spell as quickly as possible, and then you can already book a victory, Professor Flitwick explained excitedly. Not necessarily. Standing next to the chosen female opponent, Chris shook his head and said, "Isn't what the professor said correctly? I surrendered my wand and couldn't send a spell? Isn't the victory already scheduled?" The Ravenclaw girl next to Chris frowned and said, thinking Chris was looking for stubble. Chris looked at the girl's expression and explained, "Normally it is true, but it doesn't work well when you meet some guys." He pointed to Peter, who was watching the game on the stage, and said, "His guy." The wand was disarmed in front of him, and as a result, he directly cast a spell without a wand to recall the wand, and he won. It startled all the Slytherins. The girl listened to Chris's words in surprise and looked incredulous. They started learning silent casting in the 6th and 7th grades, but in fact very few people could really succeed. At most, on basic spells such as floating spells, silent casting has been successfully achieved. As for wandless magic, it was the patent of very few wizards, and wizards like Professor Flitwick, second only to Dumbledore, could only have a few simple wandless magic, but they were proud enough. After all, great wizards like Dumbledore and Voldemort couldn't completely cast spells without their wands. The fight on stage was very exciting. Both of them were senior students, and both were invited by Flitwick to join the club because of their talent, so even under the restrictions of the rules, they could only use basic spells. But they can still constantly change the spell, while constantly dodging. The two are evenly matched. In the end, because one of the students wanted to play handsome, the opponent directly disarmed a spell and handed over the wand. Snap! Everyone applauded the wonderful duel between the two men. The student who lost was not unhappy, and stepped down happily with his opponent. "Very good, Alex and Magellan have contributed a wonderful showdown for us," Flitwick said excitedly. "Of course, if Alex can forget his narcissistic instincts, it will be better." Alex, who had just lost the duel, did not feel ashamed at all, narcissistically pulled his hair to the side, and then said cheekily, "Professor, you know this is impossible, my hairstyle is much more important than this." Everyone laughed. This Alex and Goshawk in Ravenclaw are known as the comic duo, one hairy and one narcissistic, but the grades are very good, occupying the first place in their respective grades for many years. Flitwick shook his head helplessly, then looked down at the audience. "Okay, the demonstration group is complete. Let's ask our new member Peter and the 3rd grade Weasley to play the second game." Then he looked at Peter deliberately. "Remember, you can't use spells other than the standard spell textbook, especially advanced spells like super armor protection." On the stage, Peter and Percy Weasley stared at each other. "I won't let you." Percy looked at Peter and said, his eyes filled with a desire for victory. Peter was a little stunned. This Percy was different from the rest of the Weasley family, ambitious, and perhaps more suitable for Slytherin. Excellent grades, very thirsty for power. In the original timeline, when he was in the Goblet of Fire in the 4th grade of Harry Potter, he successfully entered the Ministry of Magic after graduation, but gradually lost himself in the pursuit of power, and even once sided with the Ministry of Magic and broke with his family. In the end, it was only in the case of the fall of the Ministry of Magic and the rebellion of the people that he suddenly woke up, returned home to confess his mistake, and finally reconciled with his family. In the end, in the decisive battle, with his advanced attainment in magic spells, he defeated the Death Eaters. At this time, Percy was not yet the future president of the student council, and he was only 2 years older than Peter in the 3rd grade, but he had already shown a desire for rights. According to George and Fred, "I want to be a prefect and think crazy. During the summer vacation, I kept writing letters to the president of the student union asking how I could become a superior, and the flattering tone almost threw me up." Well, both sides start bowing, then back to the sides, and when I say start, fire the spell again. Professor Flitwick deliberately stood in the middle this time, trying to ensure the safety of the duel between the two. After bowing obediently to each other, the two walked quickly to the corresponding position and picked up their wands to confront each other. "Go!" Professor Flitwick shouted. Peter didn't underestimate Percy Weasley. This guy has too much power, but the future can be 12-0s, excellent. He was admitted to the Ministry of Magic and became the second student to get 12-0s grades after Bill Weasley. After firing the disarming spell twice in a row, he jumped out of place and erected an iron armor spell for himself to resist Percy's attack. Percy was a student who could be invited in by Professor Flitwick, and he deftly dodged Peter's 2 disarming spells, and then directly erected an iron armor spell for himself. The iron armor spell is part of the 5th grade curriculum, but Percy apparently uses it as well. Although it was still a bit strange, it was already very powerful compared to many adult wizards who couldn't even use a decent iron armor spell. However, in comparison, Percy at this time is still very immature, especially Peter only killed a group of 8-eyed giant spiders in the Forbidden Forest in the afternoon, so Peter, who had changed his mentality, seemed very bold at this time, casting spells in one go, almost without pause. After several consecutive disarming spells and petrification spells, a silent coma spell was mixed in, directly hitting Percy, who was defenseless, directly making him pass out. Flitwick watched the whole time, and as soon as he saw Percy being hit by a spell, he fired a spell so that the sleepy Percy did not fall down heavily, and then used the quick recovery spell to wake him up. It was a very wonderful scene. Peter York hit his opponent with a silent coma spell after firing a series of disarming spells, and won the victory. Flitwick said happily, then looked at Percy with a disappointed face. Of course, our Mr. Weasley is also very good, and he can fight back in time after continuously dodging Peter's magical attacks. Even if it's me, one careless person may be caught. Not to mention that Peter York used silent casting. Let's applaud them. Snap. The onlookers all applauded sincerely, even the losing Percy Weasley, who boasted that they did not have such strength at the same age. Not to mention Peter York, who is only in the first grade now, directly let them feel a huge gap. They were still struggling to connect with the silent curse, and they didn't expect a first-year student to complete this goal earlier than them. Peter stepped down with the lost Percy and continued to watch the other seniors play. Suddenly Peter's face showed joy, and it turned out that the duel match just now, the system rewarded him with 5 points. He didn't expect that just one game would be able to earn so many points, which was equivalent to the points he could get after carefully reading the contents of 5 books. Watching the duel on the field, Peter's eyes lit up, and he was now eager to jump on the stage for a few more games and earn enough points. The next few games were very exciting. These senior students were the most talented people in magic spells, even the simplest spells, they could use tricks, and the power was not worse than the advanced spells. Like one of the 7th grade Hufflepuff students, just a floating spell was made pure by him, and finally directly floated the opponent in midair, constantly rotating and turning his head, directly making the opponent can't stand to choose to concede. In the end, it was Lauren Goshawk and his opponents, both of whom were 7th graders, but Lauren was obviously more powerful. His casting speed, continuous and uninterrupted casting spells far exceeded the crowd, and he was even able to turn the released spells to avoid the ironclad spells in front of him. His opponent was obviously aware of this ability and had prepared well, but he was still overwhelmed by this arc casting trajectory, because the iron armor spell could not fully work, so he could only jump and dodge the attack of the spell. However, in the end, due to lack of physical strength, he was hit by a petrified spell. Thanks to the two of us for showing us a wonderful duel, we saw that Lauren Goshawk's spell casting skills were very difficult. Even if we released the iron armor spell in advance, Lauren's magic attack could turn and make people invincible. His opponents are also limited by the rules, and there is no way to effectively resist the attack, Flitwick explained excitedly. Peter watched these scenes and felt that his horizons were much broader. He used to learn magic, all of which were high-level spells that were powerful, and he could only use the basic spells. But apparently he was wrong. These senior students may not be as good as Peter in advanced spells, or even no staff spells. But when it comes to skill, Peter is a long way from them at this time. Under the restrictions of the rules, these senior students can still use the basic spells to purify, use the least amount of mana consumption, and fight the most beautiful victories. And Peter is just using magic superficially. If he wants to go further down the path of magic in the future, he must study the basic spells that he ignores, rather than blindly pursuing powerful spells. Peter somewhat understood why Professor Flitwick had held a duel match when he first came to the club. I am afraid that he has discovered that Peter has gone astray in the spell. After all, these days, Peter has almost only stared at the advanced spells on the spell notes, completely ignoring the basic spell knowledge of the previous part. These senior students have their own views on magic and certain attainments, especially after the rules are defined, and the use of magic skills is more prominent among senior students. This also provides guidance for Peter's future direction of magic spell research, rather than having no direction at all, as before. But it wasn't the time for Peter to think about it, when he saw Lauren Goshawk standing proudly on the stage and saying, "Who else is going to come up and challenge me? If I win, I can teach him the magic bending technique I just had." Professor Flitwick asked in surprise, "Lauren, are you serious? You have to know that such spell casting skills are very important. Are you willing to give?" Lauren said indifferently, "My grandmother said that only when knowledge is shared can it be innovated, instead of hiding slowly and waiting for it to decay. That's why she spent a lot of time and effort compiling the original standard spell. It's just a pity that it was confiscated by the Ministry of Magic and put into the stomachs of those greedy people," Lauren said with a disgusted expression. "Alas, Miranda is indeed a very honorable lady, and the standard spell book she gave me in the first place is still treasured by me, and I really hope that her spell book will be seen again," Flitwick said with a sigh. The magic world is closed-minded, and all the pure-blood families want to take magic for themselves, and even covet the magical knowledge of others. People like Miranda Goshawk, who are open-minded and willing to share their magic with the outside world, are attacked by them as outliers. Flitwick retracted his thoughts, smiled and said to the people in the audience, "Since Lauren has said so, who among you would like to come up and challenge him? It doesn't matter if you lose, as long as you win, you can get his spell casting skills. This is a very rare thing. The people in the audience looked at each other. They all wanted to move. They all knew the importance of these spellcasting skills. Of course, they didn't have much confidence. They had been together for at least a year. They knew each other's strength. I want to try it, can I? A clear voice came. The crowd looked away, only to see that Peter had raised his hand. Professor Flitwick also asked with some surprise, Peter, are you sure? There are no rules in this competition. Lauren is a 7th grader, and he has a family background, and he will use almost all the spells. Your advanced spells don't have an advantage? Peter said shyly, Professor, I want to try. These days I'm a little too much for those powerful spells. But now the seniors have given me a different perspective, so I want to experience their magic for myself. Flitwick listened and looked at him with great satisfaction. It's good that you can think that way. These days I watched you continue to study those high-level magic, and I regretted whether you gave you my spell notebook too early, worried that you would blindly pursue those powerful spells. Since you want to experience their strength, then compare yourself with Lauren. It doesn't matter if you lose. After all, he was about to graduate, and he was already an adult wizard. Flitwick said happily, Oh, Professor, you gave him the spell notes so early. I begged you for 2 years before you lent me your notebook. It's so unfair. Lauren Goshawk complained with a funny face, and at the same time surprised at the importance Professor Flitwick attached to Peter. You impatient fellow, you can't stop sniffing like a sniff. If I had given you the spell notes early, I would have thanked Merlin if you hadn't blown up Ravenclaw Tower. Flitwick scolded with a smile. Obviously he was very close to Lauren. Well, since Peter was the first to raise his hand, let him compete with Lauren. Flitwick announced, then looked at Lauren and asked with a smile, What about your opinion? Do you accept the challenge of the first-year students? Lauren looked at the little boy below, smiled and said, I just said accept everyone's challenge. Of course, he is no exception. Professor, you rest assured that I will return you a perfect Peter York? Then he bowed his head to Peter and said, Little brother, rest assured. I don't use dangerous magic. You're going to have to come on. Obviously he is very confident in his own strength, but he just feels that training with him is considered to take care of the new members. I'll try, Peter said shyly, with a harmless look. This made the corners of Chris Jones, who had seen Peter's mighty Slytherin, twitch at the corners of his mouth, and he always felt that Lauren would probably suffer a loss this time. Although Flitwick knew that Peter would be an upgraded version of the iron armor spell and several staffless magic, he also felt that Peter had no chance of winning, so when Peter came to the stage, he reached out and patted him on the shoulder, comforting, this time it should be to increase experience. Don't worry, Lauren is usually reckless, but it is still very reliable at critical times, and it will not hurt you. On the stage, Peter and Lauren played against each other, but the picture seemed a bit funny, because the difference in body shape between the two was too big. Lauren was an adult, about 1.9 meters tall, and muscular. Peter was only 11 years old at this time, his body had not yet developed rapidly, and his height only reached Lauren's waist. The two stood together and had a serious duel, but the atmosphere was hilarious. Lauren also smiled and said, If you attack me first, even if I take care of the new members, I will not be polite later. Peter looked at Professor Flitwick's proud protege in front of him, but did not dare to relax at all. Ever since he had just watched these senior duels, he already had a lot of ideas in his head, and he was ready to try them. Since Lauren wanted to make himself, Peter unceremoniously accepted. He directly summoned a flock of birds out of thin air, and then 10,000 bullets. Let these birds shoot like bullets at Lauren with a relaxed face. Peter's 2 spells were fired in a row, so fast that everyone could not react, so that Lauren, who originally had a relaxed expression, quickly became serious and directly blocked by an iron armor spell. But these birds were somewhat numerous, crashing into the ironclad barrier, making the barrier make a bouncing crashing sound and obscuring Lauren's line of sight in front of him. At this time, Peter nodded at himself with his wand, and then he quickly lost his figure in the eyes of everyone. Merlin? He could actually cast a spell? I can't even be a 6th grader, it's so shocking. One of the students in the audience exclaimed, full of incredulity, the phantom body charm is a spell that Auror must learn, but he is only 11 years old. Did he learn it in the womb? Lauren quickly solved the bird that besieged him, and found that there was no Peter on the stage, first stunned, and then instantly understood, and shouted in surprise, it's a phantom spell. He doesn't use the super armor talisman charm, but he quickly fires several iron armor spells in quick succession, encircling himself and guarding against his opponent's sneak attacks. Sure enough, just as he was reciting armor protection, several disarming spells shot at him, crashing into the newly arranged protective shield. Lauren also did not show weakness, directly firing a few full-body restrained spells in the direction of the disarming spell, but it was all empty, and it was obvious that the invisible Peter was no longer in the same position. Then a few sleepy spells shot out of thin air from the other direction, and Lauren narrowly dodged them, and then 2 petrified spells counterattacked. The two were directly evenly matched, and the fight came and went, which surprised the members of the audience and said that they were wonderful. Although Chris had made psychological preparations in advance, he was still shocked by this scene, and he did not expect that his apprentice had also learned the illusion spell. Then he saw the stunned expression of the Ravenclaw female teammate on the side, and asked with a bitter smile, now you should believe what I said. I said earlier that I can't underestimate him. You see, he's now in the ascendancy in his showdown with Lauren. If Lauren can't crack Peter's phantom spell, sooner or later he will be successfully attacked. The Ravenclaw girl stared blankly at the duel on the stage, only spitting out pervert. 2 words. Professor Flitwick was standing on the sidelines at this time, watching the game played back and forth in surprise, and was already so excited that he didn't know what to say. Lauren's strength was understood, but he didn't expect Peter to give him such a big surprise. As Peter's teacher, of course, he knew that Peter had always been a straightforward rough play, paying attention to the pressure of the people. But now he has changed the way he plays, and he pays attention to the most effective method. And these changes were changed after watching the duel of the senior students just now. This shows that Peter really understands his intentions, and with his super learning ability, he quickly integrates these newly learned skills. Now you can match the best of the 7th graders? The student can have such a performance. As a teacher, Flitwick is of course very happy. Once again, spit in his heart, Snape picked up a big bargain, so that Slytherin has such a talented student. Percy Weasley was still angry about his loss to Peter, but now looking at the wonderful duel on the stage, his heart is very shocked. The original disbelief was silent. When a person is a little stronger than you may be dissatisfied and jealous, but if you are far oversized, only admiration remains. He didn't think it would be bad for his 2 younger brothers to have a relationship with Peter of Slytherin. Peter York, who is so gifted and powerful, may become a big man like Dumbledore in the future, so he himself wants to befriend Peter, and some regrets that he did not take care of Peter just now. The 2 of them repeatedly attacked with magic, causing the wooden competition table to be beaten to pieces, and the sawdust flew wildly. Lauren was slow to find Peter's figure, and was a little tired of coping. But then when he saw the sawdust on the ground, his eyes lit up and he directly read, flying sand and stones. Then a fierce wind blew up in the room, directly rolling up the wood dust on the ground and rushing to the opposite position where Peter was. Although the phantom charm can effectively deceive the vision, it still has some limitations. So soon, in the wood dust, Peter's transparent figure clearly appeared in the line of sight. Lauren finally smiled and directly flashed a few words, "Accept your weapon." All petrified. At this time, he did not dare to underestimate it. The little boy opposite him wanted to defeat Peter as soon as possible. Exposed, Peter wasn't too disappointed. He dodged Lauren's attack and went straight to a oolong strike. Summon a snake out and then use speed up on the snake, directly enlarging a wrist-thick snake into a bucket-thick terrifying giant snake, rushing towards Lauren with fangs. Lauren was startled by this giant snake. He directly split into pieces on the tail of the snake. The tail of the giant snake was blown open a large hole, the pain of the giant snake angry, around Lauren's body, trying to tightly wrap around him. The giant snake, which had been enlarged by the spell, was so powerful that it squeezed Lauren's protective shield into a bit of a deformation. It's like it's about to shatter at any moment. The people in the audience were also frightened by the sudden appearance of the giant snake and moved away from the competition stage. In particular, the old Ravenclaw girl who was most afraid of snakes hid directly behind Chris and complained, "He conjured up something bad, but he wants to change into a snake. Isn't that scary?" Chris accepted it and exclaimed, "That's good. How could I not have thought of this trick before? With the combination of the oolong out of the hole and the change of the big spell, you can make such a big snake. It is most suitable for assistance." When Lauren managed to get rid of the entanglement and use the shrinking spell to transform the giant snake back into its original form, Peter, who had been waiting for a long time, directly attacked with 2 petrification spells. Lauren easily flew 2 spells, and when he was about to fight back, he found that his feet could not move, and when he looked down, he found that the plank under his feet had softened strangely, as if he was trapped in the mud, unable to move. While firing the petrification spell on Lauren, he quietly used silent magic on the planks beneath his feet. One of the members in the audience exclaimed. Seeing that Lauren was successfully trapped, Peter took advantage of the victory to pursue, and directly threw out a series of spells, so that he could not get out of the trap for a while. Although Lauren was trapped in the mud, he still relied on his superb skills to easily deal with the overwhelming magic attacks. It's just that he didn't notice that there was a thin rope behind him, as if he was alive, and quietly came to Lauren's back. The onlookers all spotted Peter's intentions, and suddenly closed their breath and looked at the thin rope quietly, and no one would remind Lauren, because it was a fair fight. Spells are constantly thrown between the two, and sparks are everywhere, which is very spectacular. Suddenly, Peter stopped where he was, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and with a wave of his wand in his hand, he said, "Full body bondage." As soon as the words fell, Lauren, who felt bad, just wanted to move, lying on the thin rope behind him, quickly wrapping him up, and his whole body could not move. Accompanied by Peter's shout, "Get rid of your weapons." The wand in his hand broke free and fell into Peter's hand on the other side. At this point, Peter won the dueling match. Snap! Everyone in the audience applauded excitedly. "Wonderful! It's wonderful!" Professor Flitwick stood on the stage, lifted the spell on Lauren, and said excitedly, "This is the best of all the duels I've ever held. It's even as exciting as the International Wizarding Duel Tournament." In their duel, they didn't use too many high-level spells, only relying on superb technology to make the basic spells glow with different vitality. Like I've always emphasized, magic is never the strongest, only the most appropriate. Flitwick blushed with excitement, danced with his hands, and the wand in his hand constantly burst out of the spark, showing his mood. Peter walked up to Lauren and returned his clutches to him. "Senior Goshawk, your wand." Peter, Can I call you that? Lauren took his wand and looked at the boy who was 7 years younger than himself for the first time, his face full of sighs. You are really powerful. Successfully beat me? When I was your age, I was still complacent about mastering a petrified spell. I used to think I was a genius, but you told me what a real talent is. Of course you can, Senior Goshawk. Peter smiled and said that he could see that Lauren Goshawk was a little disappointed, but there was no darkness in his eyes, and he accepted his failure calmly. Feel like it's a very worthy person to make. Call me Lauren. Lauren Goshawk said cheerfully, and then with a wave of his wand, a dark blue notebook flew from where he had been sitting, took the notebook, and Lauren handed it to Peter. This is what you deserve, with my detailed description of the turn of the spell attack. This is the result of many years of my life. You can use it well. If you don't understand, you can come to me and ask, or send me a letter. Looking at the notebook, Peter looked up at Lauren, the cheerful Ravenclaw 7th grader, with no reluctance in his eyes, as if he had just given him an unimportant book. Take it, Peter. Flitwick stepped forward and said gently, Lauren is now approaching graduation, and this notebook is not of much use to him. And Goshawk is a family that is happy to share knowledge, and if it works for you, you can help them in the future when they need help. Yay, take it. Lauren shoved the notebook directly into Peter's arms, then smiled and said, I am determined to be like my grandmother in the future, collecting and sorting out all kinds of spells from all over the world, and then compiling a spell encyclopedia. You're so powerful, I'm sure you'll even be able to create new magic spells in the future. Remember to add to my spell encyclopedia when the time comes. When Peter heard about his ambitions, he was very surprised, and he did not expect that this senior with a somewhat cheerful personality would have such a grand ambition. Then he put away his notebook and said admiringly, Senior Lauren, if you want to start your grand goal, please remember to notify me. Lauren, this guy, refused the invitation of the Ministry of Magic. He is ready to learn the knowledge with his grandmother Miranda Goshawk in the years after graduation, and when he is ready, he will set off to travel around the world, ready to spend a few years collecting spell knowledge. Flitwick seemed to be complaining about the introduction, but the proud look on his face showed that he was very supportive of his decision to be a proud protege. Seeing that the notebook was obtained by Peter, everyone looked at him enviously, and then a 6th grade student felt that he could do it, and said to Lauren, you just said that as long as you can win the battle, you can get your spell casting skills, but now it has been obtained by Peter. The rest of us want to challenge your words. What to do? Lauren suddenly laughed. This 6th grader thought he had lost to Peter. Did he think he could beat himself like Peter? He said without anger, if you want to challenge me, you can continue to come up. Spellcasting skills are all in my head. As long as you win me, you can also get it. How about coming? As soon as the words fell, some of them jumped over the test, especially the 6th grade boys who had just raised their questions, and raised their hands to be the first to take the stage. That's you, Adolf Taylor, since you are so active, come up. Others can wait. Lauren nodded the boy's name amusingly. Professor Flitwick stood to the side, looking at him with a small hee-hee, with no intention of interfering. Several people in the same 7th grade were very aware of Lauren's strength, so none of them wanted to challenge. Several people gathered together and watched the boys who rushed to the stage like fun. One of them gleefully said, this Taylor is going to be out of luck. He thought Lauren was a good bully. Seeing Lauren being defeated by a 1st grader, do you really think Lauren is weak? Another 7th grader looked at Peter who was not far away and exclaimed, to say that the most shocking thing is Peter York. When he was first brought by Professor Flitwick, I thought he was only invited to the club by the professor because of his talent, but I didn't expect him to be so strong. Although there were some elements of Lauren's contempt in the fight just now, he defeated Lauren with dignity. I've dueled Lauren so many times and never won. This can no longer be said to be a genius. I can only call him a freak. Several other 7th graders agreed, being the best of their own age, but dwarfing Peter's. But before they could finish talking, the two on stage officially began to play. Obviously, Adolf Taylor, who was originally full of confidence, was crushed by Lauren at the beginning of the game, and a series of magic constantly attacked him, so that he could only use the iron armor spell to desperately resist the attack. But Lauren's spell overwhelmed him, bringing his iron armor spell to the brink of collapse. Soon, the shield of the iron armor charm was shattered by a spell and dissipated like glass shattering. Without any covering, Taylor was directly hit by several petrification spells and prank spells in a row, motionless like a stone, and the front teeth grew directly to the ground, and the hair on his head turned green. Very hilarious. Lauren, who quickly ended the battle, relieved himself of the spell on his opponent, and then asked again, is anyone else going to challenge me? Adolf Taylor slipped off the stage, and in the eyes of everyone watching the play, his face was flushed and shrunk to the side. Originally confident on the stage, the result was crushed and defeated in a short time. If it were not for the fact that Professor Flitwick was still there, he wanted to run out and hide himself so that no one could find it, which was too humiliating. Several people who were still eager to try it at this time also stopped at this time, and did not have the idea of challenging it again. After all, Adolf Taylor's strength cannot be underestimated, but he is still abused by Lauren? Once again proved his strength, but also let everyone clearly see Peter's strong strength. After all, he is the one who can defeat Lauren. No one challenged Lauren again, and the duel was officially over. Everyone sat back on the couch again, but everyone was still reminiscing about the game just now, and they couldn't calm down for a long time. Professor Flitwick stood on the wooden table and looked at the crowd with a smile. It's late now, and the party is over. But before leaving, I'll give you a task, and everyone will practice the spell they are best at, and then think about whether they can continue to develop more uses. At the same time next week, we will get together again to discuss research. Okay, Professor Flitwick, goodbye. See you next week, Professor. The students packed up their things one by one and then bid farewell to Flitwick. Peter, you wait first. Flitwick shouted at Peter, who was about to return with Chris. I hope you can book a copy of the journal Magic Innovation, and we will discuss the knowledge arguments on them most of the time. Curse Innovation Journal? Is it a professional journal similar to today's Metamorphosis? Peter asked in surprise. So far, he only knew that the most famous newspapers and periodicals in the wizarding world were the Daily Prophet, the Singing, and the Opposite, the Wizarding Weekly, the Broomstick Encyclopedia, and the highly specialized Metamorphosis Today, and had not heard of the magic periodicals. Magic Innovation is an international professional journal for magic, and the audience is small, so you haven't heard of it. But there will be a lot of magic experts above, and there will be new inventions of spells from time to time, so it is possible for you to expand your horizons. As for how to book, you can ask Chris Jones next to you, and they all ordered the journal long ago. I will, Professor. Peter agreed. Professor Flitwick is a reviewer of the Magic Journal, and many of the papers published by the spell experts are the first to be reviewed by him, so we can see these works at the first time. Chris introduced triumphantly. Peter looked at Professor Flitwick in surprise. He was really unmasked. To be able to be a reviewer of an international professional journal, he must first have a high reputation and a strong professionalism. Speaking of which, Hogwarts faculty is indeed superior to other wizardry schools, except for one Dumbledore, who is known as the most powerful. Professor McGonagall, the Transfiguration Professor, is the premier master of Transfiguration, and often revises articles for the Transfiguration professional journal Metamorphosis Today. Potions Professor Snape is a master of potions and a member of the International Potions Society. The herbs cultivated by Sprout, a professor of herbalism, are of good quality, and almost all the herbs in the school are cultivated by her. In addition to her role in the school, Mrs. Hodge, the flight teacher, is also a professional consultant to the English Quidditch team. There is also Professor Flitwick, who in his youth was not only the champion of dueling competitions, but also a reviewer of the Magic Journal, but also a master of magic spells, whose strength was second only to Dumbledore. Therefore, Hogwarts is full of talent, even Hagrid, who has a set of methods for taking care of magical animals. Bidding farewell to Professor Flitwick, Peter and Chris descend the Ravenclaw spiral staircase, ready to return to their Slytherin dormitory. The two were talking and laughing, and as they were walking, they almost bumped into Professor Green, who suddenly appeared around the corner. Professor Green. Peter stopped and looked in amazement at a suitcase that Professor Green was carrying, and the suitcase was constantly vibrating, and there was something alive in it shaking. Professor Green, what are you doing in this box? Peter asked in surprise. Professor Green did not expect to meet the students so late. His eyes were a little fluttering, and then he calmly explained, "This is a Bogart I caught. Ready to teach third graders next week?" Then he asked, "Why are you here? It's late now." Peter looked at Professor Green doubtfully. He smelled a hint of blood. Would he be injured if he caught Bogart? But he didn't think much of it and replied, "We went to Professor Flitwick's spell club and are only coming back now." Green looked at Peter with some surprise and asked involuntarily, "You are a first-year student, and now you have been invited into the spell club by Professor Flitwick." Peter wasn't very active in defense against the dark arts class, so he wasn't impressed with Peter. Peter's magic is highly talented, so he was favored by Professor Flitwick. Chris replied for Peter, then glanced at Professor Green's box and said, "Professor, your Bogart seems to be too active to need my help." No. Green moved his suitcase slightly behind him, blocked it with his robe, and said with a serious face, "It's almost curfew time, so go back. If I see you still outside, I'll deduct your points." Then he hurried away with the box. There are ghosts. Peter looked at Professor Green's distant figure and squinted. Hogwarts' defense against the dark arts, because of the curse, has to change a professor every year. And the people who will apply now are either stupid people who don't know whether to live or die, or people with bad intentions. But apparently Professor Green wasn't stupid. Chris looked at the disappearing figure in the distance and said quietly. Then the conversation turned, "But this doesn't have much to do with us. We don't want to participate in it." Peter nodded. No matter what Professor Green was doing, as long as it didn't affect him, he didn't bother to take care of it. After all, the curse of this position is very powerful, and almost no good end. The time for study passed quickly, and Peter spent the rest of his day reading books in the library to accumulate points except for class time. Time passed in the blink of an eye, and all of a sudden it was Halloween. All the students were discussing tonight's Halloween party, and after the last herb class of the afternoon, the students poured out of the greenhouse to watch and excitedly discuss Halloween dress. Peter, Cedric, who was in herbal medicine class, chased after him and said excitedly, "I just heard our dean say that Principal Dumbledore invited the skeleton band to perform." "Skeletons? Are they famous?" Peter was not concerned about this, and asked curiously. "Famous, of course. They are second only to the Weird Sisters band, and my mom loves their style. She says Weird Sisters rock songs are a headache for her, but skull songs are soothing," Cedric said excitedly. Then I'm looking forward to it. I've never heard wizard's music before. Peter was also full of curiosity, and when he came to Hogwarts, his focus was on magic, and he did not understand the life of wizards. Peter had never had a wizard's Halloween, so he was looking forward to it. Especially the ghosts in the castle were very happy, thinking that today was their holiday, so they all dressed up solemnly. Good afternoon, Mr. Barrow. Are you going to the astronomy tower today? Peter met the Bloody Barrow and asked politely. Barrow the Bloody Man was a Slytherin ghost, usually silent, with a sluggish look in his eyes, describing the withered man's robe stained with silver blood, not knowing whether it was his own or someone else's. Still wearing a pair of shackles on his hands, he always liked to be alone on the astronomy tower, looking at Ravenclaw Tower and muttering to himself. The appearance of the Bloodman Barrow was very terrible, so even the Slytherin students were very afraid of him, and usually as long as the Bloodman Barrow sat, he would automatically vacate a place. However, Peter knew something about him, and he knew that Barrow the Bloodman was one of the first students of Slytherin, learning magic from Saricha Slytherin. During school, she fell in love with Helena Ravenclaw, Ms. Grey, but she didn't love Barrow. Later, Helena Ravenclaw stole the crown and fled to the Albanian forest. Barrow is sent by Rowena Ravenclaw to find Helena, but Helena refuses to return to school with Barrow and is killed by an enraged Barrow. Then he realizes that he killed Barrow, the person he loves the most, and stabs himself to death with the knife that killed Helena. After their deaths, both returned to Hogwarts, and Helena became Lady Grey. Barrow is also known as the Bloodman Barrow because of his blood. Lady Grey hates Barrow for killing herself, so she refuses to meet Barrow. And Barrow also put a pair of shackles on himself because of remorse, showing remorse. Peter York. The Bloody Barrow looked intently at the only Slytherin student in the first grade who was not afraid of himself, then shook his head and said in a hoarse voice, "All the ghosts will come together on Halloween, and Gryffindor's ghost Nick is going to have a banquet in the underground classroom. I need to go there." Peter looked at the ghost with a sluggish look in his eyes and full of pain, and couldn't help asking, "Mr. Barrow, the book says that the ghost is the mark left by the wizard who is afraid of death and does not want to go further. What about you? Are you afraid of death?" "Me? Afraid of death?" Barrow smiled contemptuously, and then said bitterly, "I chose death myself. But death does not accept this sinful soul of mine. I live in eternal regret and can't board the train of death. So the ghosts don't appear because of the fear of death, but because of the death of a witch with an obsessive mind." Peter muttered after thinking. "My teacher would be very happy if he saw you." The Bloody Barrow looked at the handsome boy in front of him and couldn't help but say, "Gifted and studious, I've heard many professors and ghosts say about you." "Huh? Are you talking about Salazar Slytherin?" Peter asked in astonishment. "Didn't you say that Mr. Slytherin hated the wizards of the hemp breed? For the sake of blood, he quarreled with the other 3 founders and finally left Hogwarts? Then how did you get into Slytherin?" Barrow asked rhetorically. "Because ambition?" Peter got stuck and couldn't answer. "Time is a wonderful and cruel thing, it changes a lot of things." Barrow said bluntly. At that time, the wizards had a very difficult time. Muggles frantically hunted down wizards, and many young wizards suffered. The 4 giants saw this and decided to build a school to teach and protect the little wizards. But in the choice of students, Slytherin and the other 3 had a disagreement, and the Muggle faith at that time was so terrifying that even some hemp wizards believed that their magic was possessed by the devil. Extreme rejection of his wizarding status. Until one time, because of the betrayal of a young wizard, the Muggle army rushed into the castle. After this incident, Slytherin was extremely distrustful of Muggle wizards, as he thought these people were so unreliable that they would betray them at any time, and Hogwarts at the time couldn't afford such a risk. But the other 3 founders don't think they can kill everyone like this, and if they don't take them in, these little wizards from the Muggle world will have nowhere to go and will even be burned to death by crazy Muggles. Because of the differences, the 4 founders decided to use their last names as the names of the colleges and divide the students into different colleges. "So, Mr. Barrow, do you mean that Slytherin minds the position of the hemp student's identity, not his lineage?" Peter was a little surprised. Barrow didn't speak, floating there silently, staring blankly at the tower in the distance, muttering Helena. Watching Barrow immersed in his own world again, Peter was a little helpless. Peter guessed that the reason why the Bloody Barrow was unwilling to leave the world was probably Helena Ravenclaw. Guilt and obsession with admiration caused him to wander the castle for nearly 1,000 years, begging for Helena's forgiveness. But apparently, Helena could not have forgiven the man who had killed herself. So there will never be a day of relief. After talking to Barrow the Bloody Man, Peter went to the Great Hall. As soon as I entered the gate, I saw that the candles floating in the air were gone, but all of them were replaced by pumpkin lamps. There are also many conjured bats that are constantly flying and squeaking. On the table, there was a lot of food, but it was all very scary. The bloody cake, sausages, and tomato sauce create a bloody gut effect. There is also the soup, full of realistic eyeballs, still moving. These horrible foods almost didn't spit out Peter's stomach acid, and he was now completely tasteless. Alan, who was eating with relish, looked at Peter in surprise and asked, "Why don't you eat?" "The taste is quite good, especially the eyeballs in the soup, which are made of tapioca flour and are sticky to chew." Peter listened to Alan's description. His face turned blue, and asked hardly, "Don't you think these foods look horrible and disgusting?" "No, this is all made of magic, it's not disgusting." Alan looked at his roommate puzzled. Well, Peter gave up arguing with him completely, and it's no wonder that wizards look horrible in Muggle movies and novels. Anyone who sees this bloody and dim look in the Great Hall now will probably have nightmares. It is admiring the rough nerves of the wizards. Peter looked around and saw that the students from the Wizarding and Muggle worlds could be clearly distinguished at a glance, and the students who nibbled on the bloody flesh and bit the realistic eyeball soup were probably from the Wizarding world, and those students who have the same expression as Peter, and even have vomited, must be from the Muggle world. This can't be blamed on Peter for not daring to eat. It is really blessed with magical effects. These things are too realistic. The visual impact is too strong. Endure the horror of the scene until all the food is gone, and Peter is relieved. Tonight he had to go to the back kitchen and ask the house elves for some food. The original position of the teacher's seat in the Great Hall was removed and turned into a stage style, and the long tables of the 4 colleges were also moved to both sides, leaving a middle position. Dumbledore walked onto the stage with a smile on his face and announced to the crowd, "Tonight we are honored to have a welcome to the Skeletons, and they will celebrate Halloween with you. Let us welcome them with warm applause." Upon hearing the name of the band, all the Wizarding students burst into cheers, and only the Muggle students waited curiously for the band to appear, wanting to see what kind of band made these people so crazy. Peter sat at the long table, craned his neck in anticipation, and then he looked at the band members who appeared on the stage. Well, you shouldn't be able to call them people, because they are truly skeletons. The skeletons, with their instruments hanging from them, walked very nimbly to the middle of the stage, posed, and as the wizard used his wand to conjure up different colors of lights, the skeletons played the instruments and then came to an opening dance. The skeleton members of the White Sensen, lined up in a row, knocked neatly on the stage boards with the bones on their feet, sounding like tap dancing. Accompanied by dynamic music, the students cheered excitedly around the stage and danced with the skeletons. Peter's eyes widened, looking at these dancing skeletons, wondering if they had wizards behind their backs with magical control. After all, these skeletons only have bare bones left, and it doesn't look like they can move on their own. Alan stood beside Peter, roaring and jumping with excitement, his face full of excitement. After the hot dance, a skeleton wearing sunglasses stepped forward, carrying a guitar on his back, posing coolly, playing music, and cheering from the audience. "Climb in." Then the sunglasses skeleton, holding a microphone, sang directly to the music. The owl flew with white clouds. The letter of green ink came from a mysterious faraway, bricked hidden lively alleys. "Fill all your dreams." The morning light awakened the windows of the castle. Floating flickering candles illuminate the auditorium. Ride and sweep whistling around the pitch. Peter listened to the song and thought it was pretty good, much like a country tune, and it sounded like he was describing Hogwarts. And to Peter's surprise, the lead singer's sunglasses skeleton voice is very magnetic and emotional. The only thing that made Peter a little weird was that this one was sung by a skeleton. And there's a bunch of skeletons behind it, and dancing? Combined with the Halloween atmosphere, it feels like you have arrived in a ghost world. Subsequently, the skeleton band continued to perform a dance, and the accompanying skeleton directly removed his ribs, used them as wooden sticks, and knocked on the drums. The rhythm was cheerful and strange. At the climax of the band's performance, the skeleton orchestra also invited some students and professors to dance together. Peter sat downstage and watched with wide eyes as Dumbledore happily pulled a skeleton lady on the stage and danced a cheerful dance. Professor Flitwick was hoisted over his shoulder by a strong skeleton, dancing dynamically and laughing. On the red face, I don't know if I was drunk or excited. There was also a Gryffindor senior girl who was invited to go up, and after excitedly dancing with the lead singer's skeleton for a period of time, she directly took off the lead singer's skull and kissed it twice. 2 red lip prints were printed on Bisensen's skull. Peter looked around at the students who were caught in the frenzy, and could only sit in his place, looking at the eerie scene very unsuitably. He looked around and found that on his side, there was another girl sitting alone, Angelina Johnson of Gryffindor. Just as she was looking at this side, the two looked at each other, and both showed mutual sympathy. As students in the Muggle world, they are still a little uncomfortable with the Wizarding world. "Peter, why are you still sitting here? Come and dance with us." The twins ran over and excitedly pulled him toward the crowd. Carried by the 2 men, Peter struggled a few times before giving up. Then he asked them, "Funny, why are you willing to talk to me at this point? Aren't you all going to break up with me because of the Quidditch game ahead?" The 2 guys had been hiding from Peter ever since Charlie Weasley had been knocked unconscious by Slytherin's men and knocked unconscious into the infirmary with a stick. Peter thought they were angry with him and were not ready to communicate with him. As a result, he is now running to find himself again. "How could I ignore you? Who said that?" George said with a look that he had never done anything like this. "We're just a little busy during this time, and you've always been in the library, and we don't like to go there, so we can't see each other. Where are the breaks?" Fred rolled his eyes and said with a straight face, "Actually, it's because after the Quidditch game, the gunpowder between Gryffindor and Slytherin is very strong. If we were to go against the wind and play together, people at both colleges would think we were traitors, and that would be miserable. So we can only pretend that the relationship with you is fading. This is for everyone's good." "Yes, that's why." George insisted that was the reason. Peter smiled and shook his head. He didn't care too much. He was a mentally mature person, naturally not counting the words of 2 11-year-old children. And even if they really broke off their friendship with themselves, he wouldn't be too sad. After all, the Tau is different and doesn't conspire with each other. Well, don't think about anything else. Dumbledore had a hard time inviting the skeletons today, and we can't waste our time here. Fred twisted his crotch and said happily, I think the skeleton band is cooler than the weird sister band that Mom likes. After being pulled by the twins to a burlesque dance, Peter finally continued to dance without a cheeky face, and quickly took the opportunity to escape from here and leave the auditorium. Walking down the stairs toward the Hufflepuff dormitory, he was ready to go to the back kitchen to find something to eat. I didn't eat dinner, I was pulled by the twins to dance for a while, and now I'm a little hungry. Only he noticed a sneaky figure in front of him, carrying a leather suitcase, and headed outside. Peter took a closer look and found that it was Professor Green. Peter quickly cast a phantom spell on himself, stuck it in the corner, and followed. Green taught, looking a little wary, watching the movement around him from time to time, the leather suitcase in his hand constantly vibrating, not that there was a roar coming from inside. Damn, be quiet. Professor Green was different from the old-fashioned appearance of the past, and at this time, his expression was a little tyrannical, and he slapped the box viciously to make the contents quiet. Peter was a little speechless at this time. Shouldn't the Halloween curse be triggered until Harry Potter came? How it appears now, especially looking at Green's appearance at this time, it is hard not to believe that he is doing something bad. Peter didn't want to follow Professor Green. After all, Green was an old Auror and had a strong anti-reconnaissance ability. If he is not careful, he will find out, and Peter will not have the confidence to defeat him. But the system suddenly jumped out and gave a task. Ding. The host has discovered the sneaky defense against the dark arts professor. Ask the host to find out Professor Green's intentions, and the task completion will be rewarded with 20 points. After finding out the intention, reporting their behavior to other professors will reward them with 10 points. Catch him and reward him with 30 points. System quests are not required, and as a cautious Peter, he generally doesn't take risks, but the system points reward is too tempting. He only accumulated 15 points through reading and learning in this period of time, but this mission has a total of 60 points. How many books does he have to read to get these points? The reward of the final points encouraged him, and he followed Professor Green from a distance with the phantom charm, first figuring out what the Professor Green was doing. What exactly was in his suitcase? Following Professor Green out of the castle and down the path, Peter realized that he was going to the Forbidden Forest. Perhaps with Hague in mind, Grim bypassed Hagrid's cabin far away and then sank into the Forbidden Forest. Peter thought about it, directly transformed into the form of a phoenix, and then used the skill of the bird snake to directly control and shrink his body. In the blink of an eye, Peter turned into a red bird the size of a thumb. He then went straight after Green. Green's pace was not fast, and Peter quickly caught up, his body at this time small, flying among the trees, difficult to detect. Not long after tracking, Peter in midair found Grim parked in front of a huge tree, and then saw him with his wand on the trunk of the tree rhythmically knocking a few times, and then in the blink of an eye he disappeared in place. Peter, who was hiding in the tree, looked at the scene in amazement, and it was obvious that this giant tree was an entrance. He flew straight down, then changed back into human form, and cautiously summoned a small snake, controlling its position to touch the trunk. But after waiting for a while, the little snake was still lying there, and nothing happened. This time Peter himself came up, and he looked at the giant tree, which was no different from the other trees around him. It's just that the tree is older and almost needs 2 people to surround it. He stretched out his wand and tapped it at the rhythm of Grim just now, and then he felt the magic ripples coming from the trunk. He quickly used the bird snake skill to shrink himself to the size of his little finger, and then touched the trunk, this time as if it didn't exist, and Peter fell straight into it. Then, accompanied by a dizzying teleportation magic, he disappeared into place. During the teleportation, Peter struggled to maintain his shrunken state and avoid being discovered when he arrived. In the blink of an eye, Peter once again had a down-to-earth feeling, and once he returned to God, he found that he was no longer in the Forbidden Forest, but appeared in a large room. The room was a mess, with piles of iron cages and a trail of blood on the floor. In the middle of the house, there was the leather suitcase that Green was carrying, and at this time, the leather suitcase was opened face up, and there was a hissing sound from the entrance of the dark box. Peter directly transformed into a phoenix form the size of an index finger and flew over the box. I saw that there was another space inside the box, obviously casting the traceless stretching spell. Much like Newt Scamander's suitcase. After staying for a while, he heard the anguished roar of the animals inside, and the curse of Green, which made Peter wonder what was going on here. He flew straight down towards the inside of the box, and in a blink of an eye, the box was like another world, and the space here was huge, as big as a football field. Peter flew over Grim with the sound and saw Grim torturing an adult unicorn. The unicorn was trapped by the chain and could not move, and Green used the wand in his hand to conjure up a whip and slammed it on the unicorn's body, causing the unicorn to cry out in pain. In the large iron cage next to the unicorn, a pure golden juvenile unicorn anxiously called out to the adult unicorn. "You goddamn beast actually hurt me. If it weren't for the value of unicorns, I'd kill you sooner." Green cursed as he whipped, his face full of viciousness. Peter looked at the scene in front of him, somewhat incredulous, that Green, as a retired Auror, was supposed to have nothing to do with animal traffickers. But the magical creatures he saw here were not only unicorns, but also horned camels, moon beasts, evil birds, and eight-eyed giant spiders. And these animals are kept in iron cages, thin and hungry. And listen to what he just said, these animals are going to be sold. The fact that a generation of Aurors is actually a magical animal trafficker is hilarious. Peter remembered several times when he had seen Green carrying a suitcase in and out of Hogwarts. Suddenly it became clear that this guy was probably learning Newt Scamander, opening up space in his suitcase with the traceless stretching spell, and then quietly went to the Forbidden Forest, captured the magical animals, packed them into the suitcase, and brought them back to his office. It's just that Newt Scamander opened up the box space to protect magical animals, and this Green is to sell magical animals? Don't these dim goblins owe them 6,000 gold gallons, and urge them to reincarnate in such a hurry? While whipping the unicorn, Green muttered to himself, when I sell this shipment, I will earn 30,000 gold gallons. When the time comes, I will beg you. Peter looked at the situation and turned and flew away. The system has rewarded him with 20 points, indicating that he has completed the system's first task. Flying out of the suitcase, Peter landed on the ground and changed back into human form. He closed the box on the ground and locked it to prevent Grim from coming out. Then directly transform into a phoenix, grab the suitcase and turn it into flames and disappear in place. In the Forbidden Forest, a flash of fire flashed, and Peter appeared with a suitcase. He originally wanted to give the suitcase and Professor Grim inside Dumbledore as soon as possible, so that the task given by the system would be completed, and he didn't have to risk confronting Green. But apparently he underestimated the strength of Grim, who was from the Auror, and he was just about to return to school with the box, but the box in his hand shook violently, accompanied by Grim's roar and curse. In no time, there was a violent explosion and the terrified roar of the animals inside the suitcase. Then the suitcase in Peter's hand was pierced by a spell, and the box directly broke free of Peter's hand, fell to the ground, and opened automatically. The space inside the box was destroyed by the spell, and then, like a stomach aversion, it directly spit out everything inside. Along with the vomit, there was Green, who directly stumbled to the ground, and then he quickly rolled up and stood up, vigilantly holding his wand and patrolling around, angrily shouting, "Who? Come out?" Peter maintained the form of a little phoenix at this time, quietly hiding in the tree and looking at Green below, with a look of chagrin. Experience kills people? Peter only remembers that Newt Scamander couldn't get out after being locked in a box during the Battle of New York, but forgot that if the space where the traceless stretching spell was destroyed, everything inside would be spit out? Damn, if you have the ability to follow me, you don't have the ability to fight me alone. Cowards, cowards? Come out. Green looked around and found no figure, but surely the person who was following him must be hiding somewhere nearby. But after some verbal provocation, no one came out, so he directly attacked the surrounding area in a frenzy, trying to force the hidden people out. Grim was dusted by his spell and the trunks of trees exploded. Under the dense spell, the surrounding ground seemed to be plowed over, and the leaves and trunks were full of traces of being pierced by the spell. Peter looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but be secretly surprised. Worthy of the old Auror, although this magic attack looked like it was disorganized and shooting wildly, if you looked closely, you would find that he almost didn't let go of an inch of the gap around him. If someone is really hiding nearby, it must have been forced out. But Green obviously didn't know the special kind of force, so he didn't find a small red bird the size of his index finger hidden in the tree. After attacking a circle, no one came out, and Green was also puzzled. Could it be that the person who was following him had already left? Thinking that the person who was following him was probably someone from the school, Green prepared to leave the place at once, thinking that Dumbledore would be drawn over. Just turn your head and look around at the magical creatures inside the iron cage that have been spit out and piled up into hills. Grim's face flashed with struggle, and he didn't want to give up these hard-won prey. But now that the suitcase had been destroyed by him, it would take a while to repair it and cast the traceless stretching spell again. He feared that the stalker during this time would report his whereabouts to others. That's 30,000 gallons. Green's eyes flashed with heat, and he immediately fell into a painful choice. Finally, as Auror's calm thinking worked, Green gritted his teeth and decided to abandon the shipment. The cargo is gone. Next time you can think of a way, but if he is discovered, he will have to stay in Azkaban for the rest of his life. Peter hid in the tree and was secretly anxious, watching Green leave. If he did not catch him this time, he would not have such a chance next time. Even if you report to the professors that Green is selling Forbidden Forest animals, I am afraid that there is no way to take Green except to fight grass and snakes. Because Grim is an old Auror and has a lot of connections in the Ministry of Magic, the masters will not believe a child's words and doubt a positive image of an Auror, and he is more anxious about his points. If he misses this opportunity, it will be difficult to have such a big point reward opportunity in the future. That's a full 40 points. After thinking about it, Peter fixed his eyes, and he directly changed back into human form, stretched out his wand from among the dense leaves, aimed at Green under the tree, and a silent coma curse quickly shot at him. The speed of the spell was very fast, and it was about to hit Grim's back, but it was suddenly blocked by an invisible protective shield. Green, who was already eliminating the evidence, suddenly turned back with a strange smile on his face. Catch you. Fragmented. Grim cast a spell directly at the tree behind him, and the giant tree exploded into detritus. Peter, who was hiding in the tree, only had time to cast an ironclad spell to protect himself, and he was exposed. As the sawdust dissipated, Peter's figure appeared in Green's eyes. Green was surprised at first, and then showed a dangerous smile. Ah, look who it is. It turned out to be the little wizard of Slytherin, and your name was Peter York, right? What are you doing here instead of going to the prom? Know that the Forbidden Forest is a very dangerous place. Think about it, a first-year freshman who wants to explore the Forbidden Forest without self-control, and then the bones are gone. Such an ending is really sad. Looking at the murderous intent in Green's eyes, Peter pretended to be naive and angry and asked, Professor Green, are you a professor at the school, or an honored retirement auror? Why do you want to do this kind of business of selling magical creatures? Green looked at the innocent little boy in front of him, his guard relaxed slightly, looked at Peter as if he were looking at an animal in a cage, and then sneered, Auror? Ah, only you little children are naive enough to think that I have worked so hard for the Ministry of Magic. As a result, after retiring, the Ministry of Magic sent me away with 1,000 gold gallons like a beggar, and those greedy goblins, give me a set, let me not only lose the 1,000 gallon bet, also made me owe 10,000 gold gallons. He also threatened me that if I didn't pay back the money as soon as possible, he would shake out all the things I had done before and make me lose my reputation. Grim said with a look of fear and hatred, I pieced together and sold all the treasures to barely get 4,000 gallons. But those goblins are still not satisfied. They like to torture people like dementors, squeeze me again and again. Finally, I remembered an animal trafficker I had caught before, and he had a transnational trading line in his hands. I used to want to keep tracking this line and then pull everyone out, so I didn't report to the ministry in advance. Grim smiled, but his eyes revealed a chill. But before it's done, the Ministry of Magic forced me to retire. I owe the goblin money again, and I have to work with the former animal traffickers? That's ridiculous, right? I was struggling with where to go in search of magical creatures, when I saw the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor recruitment at Hogwarts, which was a godsend. Because the Forbidden Forest is home to the largest unicorn colony in Scotland, and there are many magical animals? What a cornucopia! A unicorn can sell for 2,000 gold gallons, and a small unicorn is even more expensive. Those rich pure-blood wizard ladies abroad like this unicorn the most. There is also the 8-eyed giant spider, whose venom is as high as 100 gallons in 1 pint. And there are at least tens of thousands of 8-eyed giant spiders in the Forbidden Forest. It's all a steady stream of golden gallons. Green was breathing heavily, and his eyes were full of longing for money. Why are you telling me so much? Peter asked with a frown. Why? Green haha smiled and said with a somewhat frantic look, I'm driven crazy by these things, but there's nowhere to tell. Now when I meet you, a little wizard, I will spit it out. Of course, I will not let others know these secrets, and everyone will only remember that I have always been the old and honest old Auror. When this transaction is completed, I will have tens of thousands of gold gallons. Enough for me to live the rest of my life comfortably. I will not allow anyone to sabotage my plans. You're going to kill me. Peter looked frightened, then pleaded, please, I don't want to die. I'm not going to tell anyone else about tonight. Otherwise you can cast a spell on me to forget tonight. I remember there is a magic spell called the Forget All Empty spell. Oh, and you know the Forgotten Curse. No wonder he was called a genius by other professors, Green said in surprise, and then with a look of pity, but I can't leave a little hidden danger. Dumbledore is very powerful, maybe you can remember it. So sorry, kid, you can only go and die. Rest assured, I will mourn for you at your funeral. With that, Grim held out his wand directly at Peter, and the tip of the wand emitted a creepy green light. Professor, your words are a little too much. The look of fear on Peter's face suddenly disappeared and he said sarcastically, Field. Peter shouted. In an instant, Phoenix Field appeared out of thin air, directly grabbed the wand in Green's hand with one claw, and flew away without him noticing. Field grabbed the wand and flew over Peter's head, throwing Grim's wand at him. Taking the dark wand, Peter smiled and looked at Grim in the distance. Professor Grim, it seems that you still can't kill me. Green was a little stunned, and then looked at the phoenix in the air, looking a little annoyed, and then full of envy and greed. How did I forget that you still have a phoenix? If I had a phoenix, I wouldn't have to worry about eating and wearing it for the rest of my life. There was not a hint of panic after being stripped of his wand. Peter looked at Green warily, so fearless, I'm afraid there will be a trick. Sure enough, as he expected, Grim flicked his wrist and a wand catapulted from his wrist into his hand. Spare wand? I didn't expect you to be so cautious. Peter was full of surprise, worthy of the experienced old Auror. Holding the wand in his hand, Green looked at Peter coldly and said, should it be said that he is worthy of being a Slytherin student, but he actually deceived me. If I hadn't been cautious, I would have been in your hands today. Your phoenix may be powerful, but you still have to die here with me. Grim didn't talk nonsense this time. A sharp spell was fired directly. Peter's iron armor spell was directly broken by a blow. Fortunately he went to the side and rolled and dodged the attack. Phoenix Field saw Peter being attacked, and directly leaned over to Green, making a sharp roar, constantly attacking Green with his claws, and also burning flames on his body, trying to burn him to death. But Grim was, after all, an experienced old Auror, who constantly attacked the phoenix with spells to keep it from getting near him. Then from time to time, he also shot a powerful spell at Peter. Grim's strength is strong, but with the phoenix interfering on the side, Peter is slightly relieved. The pressure on his body is suddenly reduced, and he begins to attack Grim with the phoenix. The phoenix's attack left Grim with little time to care for Peter, which made him very angry. Damn beast, give me death. Avadaso. Grim directly hit the phoenix with a death spell. The phoenix directly emitted a terrible sound, and then it directly spontaneously commusted and turned into a ball of ashes. Field. Peter shouted with some concern, although he knew that the curse would not kill the phoenix, but he still couldn't help but worry. Tweet. Peter looked at Field at this moment, angrily threw a series of spells directly at Green, knocked him back, and then took the opportunity to pick up little Field and put it in the pocket of his jacket. Green looked at the phoenix on Peter's body in surprise and greed, and said, "Otherwise you give me your phoenix, and I will let you go. What do you think? Dreaming?" Peter roared angrily, although the phoenix will not really die, but the pain of Nirvana is still no less than death. Field has endured Nirvana twice for him, then you can go and die. Green Lemon said with a smile. Avadaso. The death curse cannot be resisted by the spell, so Peter can only keep dodging, relying on the trees in the jungle to dodge everywhere. The death curse is worthy of being listed as one of the top black magic spells, and every moment it is hit, the trees that are hit are like being sucked out of their vitality and withering rapidly. The dense trees in the Forbidden Forest gave Peter a chance to dodge the death curse, and he hid behind the tree, directly cast a phantom spell on himself, and then quietly circled behind Green, quietly waiting for the opportunity. Don't hide from York. Come out. Green followed unhurriedly, like a cat catching a mouse, playfully playing with his prey. This is the depths of the Forbidden Forest. No one will come here. You can't escape. Come out and die. It's better than waiting for a while than if I were caught and died in pain. Peter looked at Green, who seemed to be relaxed, but his body was tense, and he carefully held his breath, afraid that he would find out. At this moment, there was silence around him, and Peter was hidden less than 5 meters behind Grim, not daring to make a single movement. Otherwise the tip of Grim's wand could issue a death curse at any time. Peter had never experienced such a dangerous situation, and although Grim's strength was not as good as that of the 4 Deans, he was also a relatively good member of the adult wizards. Especially a mad dark wizard who dares to use the death curse. He had no chance of winning head-on. But fortunately, he still has the Phoenix skill, which guarantees that he will not die. There's also a bird snake-sized skill that makes it easy for him to escape. It's just that now Peter doesn't want to leave so badly, whether it's to avenge Field or to reward him with points, he has to catch this person. Green looked around and didn't move, impatient, one by one, falling apart spells, as if he didn't want money. Seeing that he was shrinking behind Green at this time, Peter, who was only 3 meters away, was sweating. This crazy wizard? Peter looked at Grim, who was getting closer and closer. Directly a silent flock of birds, a large flock of birds appeared out of thin air, fluttering around Grim, obscuring his vision. Peter quickly shrunk his body and approached Grim, and then instantly turned into a giant with a height of more than 10 meters. Fly Green straight to the top? Immediately a cutting spell was aimed precisely at Green's right hand in midair. Click. The weightless Grim in midair only felt that his right hand was cold, and his right hand was accompanied, and the wand in his hand landed directly on the ground. Green grabbed the wrist of his severed right hand and screamed in pain. But then he looked at Peter in horror, who was transformed into a giant, and kicked him directly, and Green, who could not avoid it, was kicked and flew away and crashed into a huge tree, and then it falls like a ragbag. Lying on the ground, he was constantly spitting blood. Peter still did not dare to rest assured, and directly made up a coma spell, then added a petrification spell, and finally conjured up a rope to tie up. Finally, after a careful search to make sure that there were no more magic wands and magic items hidden on his body, he was relieved. Looking at Grim as if he were dead, Peter retracted his original height and kicked him hard. The old fellow was so cautious that he kept his shield to fend off all of Peter's attacks. In the end, Peter ventured closer, waiting for himself to enter the range of the shield before launching a surprise attack. Tweet. Field popped his head out of Peter's pocket. Field, look at my revenge for you. Happy? Peter picked up the chick-like Field and asked softly. If there is anyone in this world who can make Peter completely reassured and trusted, it is Phoenix Field. Animals are simple-minded and will never betray once they are loyal. Now Field has saved himself twice. Looking at the mess around him, Peter looked at them with a dark surprise, but he still had some small looks at the strength of the wizards. Such an aura had emptied all the trees within a radius of tens of meters, and the ground was full of deep pits made by the spell. If he was not afraid of making a big move, I am afraid that the power would be more than this. Look at the animals in the iron cage. There is a horned camel beast that was hit by the spell fired by Grim and is dead. The other animals were also terrified, shrinking in the iron cage and not daring to move. Only the unicorn bound by the chain, the white body with the scars of being whipped, still unyieldingly raising its head and hissing. The eyes are always on the small golden unicorn inside the iron cage. Peter looked at the chain on the unicorn and tried to untie it for her, but the unicorn resisted his approach and looked at him warily. I'm not going to hurt you, I just want to remove this chain for you. You see, I've just beaten him, I'm not a bad guy. Peter showed his hand that he was not in danger, showed kindness to her, and then slowly approached. Hearing Peter's words, the unicorn's resistance decreased slightly, and the unicorn had a high intelligence and could understand human speech. Only after being captured and abused by Green, she has no longer trusted the same humans as Green. Peter's wand knocked on the chain on the unicorn's body, and the chain broke in response. Then he stepped back, no longer bothering the vigilant unicorn. Then looking at the animals in the iron cages around him, he considered how to take them out of the Forbidden Forest as physical evidence of Grimm's crimes. Suddenly a horseshoe sound sounded, and Peter instantly took out his wand and pointed it at the sound. Who? Come out? After all, this is the depths of the Forbidden Forest, or it is still very dangerous. We have no malice, little wizard, please put aside hostility. A thick sound came from the depths of the forest, and then 2 centaurs with silver-white hair and reddish-brown hair came out. One of the reddish-brown centaurs, Peter remembered the last time he had seen him, seemed to have called Bane to come. The 2 centaurs looked in shock at the destroyed woods around them, as well as the animals in the iron cage, and Peter, who was standing alone. Bane stepped forward and asked, "You're Peter York, right? Don't know what's going on here. Can you tell us?" Peter's wand pointed to Grimm, who was firmly trapped not far away, and explained, the wizard was an animal trafficker, and after he applied for the position of professor at the school, he took the opportunity to hunt in the Forbidden Forest, hoping to smuggle the animals out and sell them. Then I accidentally bumped into it, so it's like this. When the 2 centaurs heard Peter's words, their faces were full of disbelief, and Bane blurted out, "You mean you defeated the wizard and tied him up?" Peter looked at them in disbelief, and although he didn't want to explain too much, but considering that he still had to get the help of the centaurs, he said, "Don't you guys communicate with unicorns? This dark wizard just caught a unicorn mother and son, you can ask her," he said and pointed to the pair of unicorns where the iron cage was piled up. "Diana, how did you get caught?" When Bane saw the unicorn, he called out her name in surprise. When the unicorn saw the centaurs, their eyes showed joy, and they came to the centaurs affectionately and made a hissing sound. After exchanging for a while, the 2 centaurs had expressions of anger for a moment, surprise at the moment, and then looked in disbelief at Peter at a leisurely pace. "Mr. York, Diana has told us. Thank you for saving them. We haven't seen them in the past few days. We are very worried, but we didn't expect to be caught by the Dark Wizard." Bane said gratefully, "We haven't personally thanked you yet. Thank you for sending a phoenix to save us last time, or we'll all be buried in the mouth of the 8-eyed giant spider. You're welcome. The last time was a coincidence, and it was mainly due to my phoenix, and I didn't do anything." Peter put the credit on Field, who didn't want to know he was the phoenix. "Speaking of phoenix, I don't know if Mr. York will be able to summon your partner out, but we just picked some berries, which are the bird's favorite food, and we want to give them to him to taste as a token of appreciation." Bane pulled some red fruit from the hide bag behind him. "Thank you for your kindness, but Field was hit by the Dark Wizard's death curse just now to save me, and he has already Nirvana, and now he is still too small to eat." Peter took out the chick in his pocket and said helplessly, "Curse. My Karen, how mad this man is to use such black magic on a child?" The 2 centaurs exclaimed, and then saw the phoenix in Peter's hand, and said painfully, "Nirvana is the most painful time for the phoenix. I didn't expect this child to suffer a passive Nirvana at such a young age." Peter was a little weak-hearted and did not dare to tell them that this was Alfield's second Nirvana. The centaurs looked at the animals in the iron cage and said sympathetically, Let's let these poor guys go first, they've endured so much suffering." Peter shook his head and said, "I don't recommend doing this now. These animals are evidence of the Dark Wizard's crime. If we let go of all the evidence, magic wouldn't admit this man's sins. Because this Dark Wizard is not only a professor at Hogwarts, but also a retired Auror. For the prestige of the Ministry of Magic, if there is no ironclad evidence, no one wants to take my word for it. Let this person still get away with it." Then he said to the centaurs, "If you can talk to the unicorns, can you please tell the unicorns about the situation, so that they don't leave first, and then it will be time to prove the crimes of the Dark Wizard." The centaurs thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement, and they also wanted the Dark Wizard to be punished. Eventually Bane asked another centron to run back to the tribe and find some more people to come and help. Finally, Peter was escorted by the horsemen in the direction of Hogwarts, and the remaining centaurs were left to look after the animals in the iron cage and protect the site from destruction. Led by the Arima, Peter soon reached the edge of the Forbidden Forest, and behind him floated in midair a firmly trapped Grimm, led only by a rope. Peter holds his wand in his right hand and Grimm's 2 wands in his left. "Well, Peter, we're sending you here. Hurry up and take this Dark Wizard to find Dumbledore, so as not to cause an accident," Bane said to Peter. "Okay, thank you for sending me back, you go back first." Peter gratefully said that he had spoken to Bane along the way, and that the centaurs, though xenophobic, showed a closeness to the little wizard who had saved them. "You are a friend recognized by our centaurs, and you can blow this flute when you need it later, and we will do our best to complete it. You are also very welcome to visit our centaurs tribe, and our elders are very much looking forward to meeting you." Bane handed Peter a bone flute and smiled. Peter took the flute, solemnly put it in his backpack, and said happily, "I will be a guest when I have time, and I am also very curious about the culture of the Centaurs tribe." Bidding farewell to the horseman, Peter dragged Green to Hogwarts, but as soon as he stepped out of the Forbidden Forest, he bumped into Hagrid, who was returning from the banquet. Hagrid was obviously having a great time at the banquet, his face flushed and humming a skeleton song. Seeing Peter coming out of the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid was stunned at first, and then said very angrily, "Peter, have you gone to the Forbidden Forest? It was already night, and it was dangerous in the Forbidden Forest. I'm going to tell you Dean about it, so that you can remember it for a long time." Then he noticed Grim, who was being led by Peter and was floating in midair and tied up, and he was awakened by the wine, and panicked. Peter York? What the hell are you doing? Why tie up Professor Green? Peter looked at the big man and hurriedly said, Hagrid, you calm down first. I don't have time to explain that much to you, you just need to know that Professor Grim is a dark wizard, and I want to meet Dumbledore now. Do you know where he is? Dumbledore? He had just sent off the skeletons and was supposed to be in the auditorium now? Hagrid replied instinctively, and then turned around and said, You say Professor Grim is a dark wizard. This is impossible, he is an Auror, he has captured a lot of dark wizards, how can he be a dark wizard? You must be mistaken. Put him down. Hearing that Dumbledore was still in the auditorium, Peter dragged Grim straight to the auditorium, leaving Hagrid standing silly. Then Hagrid, who woke up, also hurried back to see what was going on. There were already students in the hallway coming out of the banquet one after another, and then they saw a shocking scene. A student pulled a person floating in midair, not knowing whether it was dead or alive, and ran quickly through the corridor. Take a closer look to see that the person floating is their defense against the dark arts Professor Green, and Professor Green was firmly bound, his right hand was missing, and there was constantly blood dripping. The students looked at this picture in horror and avoided Peter as if he were a tiger beast. Coming outside the auditorium gate, Peter bumped into the Weasley twins, his eyes lit up, and he hurried toward them and shouted, George, Fred, is Dumbledore still inside? As soon as the twins saw Peter and Professor Green behind them, they first froze, then quickly ran over and asked in unison, Peter, what are you doing here? Did you see that Professor Green was not pleasing to the eye, so you killed him? Peter was speechless for an instant. When was this? And he could still joke? Quickly asked, is Dumbledore inside? Professor Green is a dark wizard. I need to see Dumbledore? When they heard Peter say that Grim was a dark wizard, both of them couldn't believe it, but they still nodded and said, it's still inside. Professor Flitwick's joke hasn't finished? Dumbledore is listening to his joke. Without further ado to you, I'll go first. Peter bypassed the two brothers and hurried inside. Leaving the twins looking at each other, the two immediately looked at each other, and the two brothers who were connected in spirit suddenly had an idea. Fred, Peter said Professor Grim was a dark wizard. Is that true? George said. George, anything is possible at Hogwarts. Even if one day Dumbledore was a woman, I wouldn't be surprised. Fred said with a grin. So, we believe in Peter. Twins speak in unison. We're going to see it too, Professor Peter versus Dark Wizard Green, that's cool. With that, the two brothers turned and walked back and rushed into the auditorium. The people in the auditorium were almost gone, except for a few scattered students. Dumbledore was listening to Professor Flitwick's jokes, laughing from time to time. Professor McGonagall was directing several senior students to move the tables and chairs back to their original positions. And then there's the drunken Professor Ketleben, who is whispering with his prosthetic leg in his arms. But as soon as Peter came in, all eyes were on him and Professor Green behind him. Oh Merlin, what the hell is going on here? Professor Green, what's wrong with that? Professor McGonagall exclaimed when he saw Professor Green behind Peter, who was not dead or alive. Then she noticed that Professor Green was firmly bound by a rope, and there was a severed limb of his right hand that was constantly dripping blood, and looked at Peter with a calm face. Peter York, can you tell me why Professor Green is bound by a rope? And what happened to the injuries on his body? Minerva, you calm down first. Dumbledore appeared next to Professor McGonagall at some point, glancing at Professor Green carefully before turning to look at Peter. Peter, can you tell me what's going on? Why are you tying up Professor Green and also casting a coma and petrification spell on him? Professor Green is a dark wizard who secretly hunts magical animals in the Forbidden Forest to sell. Peter spoke in detail about what Grim had done, some of his own details blurred slightly. You said Professor Green was selling magical beasts and attacking you with a death curse. Professor McGonagall exclaimed, her eyes full of disbelief. In her eyes Professor Green, although somewhat stereotypical, was still a respected old Auror. Dumbledore stared at Peter with a serious look and asked, Peter, you must know that if you slander the teacher, you will be severely punished. You need proof that what you say is true. Otherwise, it would be impossible to suspect that an Auror who has worked hard in his job for decades, let alone that he is still a professor at our school. Peter handed out the two wands in his left hand and said, this is Grim's wand, and one of them is a spare wand. I remember there was a flashback spell that could tell us what magic was used before the wand. Professor, you can try these two wands. Good knowledge. Dumbledore praised, and took the wand, looked at it carefully, pointed to one of them, and said, this wand is indeed taught by Grim. Then a flashback spell flashed, and the top of the wand suddenly appeared a creepy green light. Oh Merlin, it's a death curse. Professor McGonagall recognized the black magic in the flashback spell and covered her mouth with a frightened look. Then she turned to Dumbledore and asked, Headmaster, this is a serious matter, and there are professors who use unforgivable spells on students. How to solve it? Dumbledore looked at the wand, looked very serious, and said in a deep voice, that means we need to inform the Minister of Magic. This matter involves international animal trafficking, and the parties are still Auror and professors, and they are doomed to be unstable. Minerva, you need to bother to inform Minister Millicent Barnold and Amelia Burns of the legal division, that we need them to come over. Professor McGonagall nodded, then left the auditorium directly. Dumbledore then waved his wand directly, and a cloud of silver gas shot out of the wand, forming a round silver ball, and Dumbledore said to the silver ball, Severus, please come to my office and bring the truth-spitting agent. Peter watched as Dumbledore finished speaking to a silver ball, and the silver ball disappeared straight through the wall. He said in astonishment, Headmaster Dumbledore, this should be the guardian curse of the gods. But I've never seen this spell have a teleportation function. This is a little trick I made. After all, the old people always have physical inconvenience, and they can call out to other people at any time. Dumbledore said with some pride. Then he looked at Grim, who was hovering in midair, sighed and said, originally, I thought that Grim, the old Auror, would come and teach you defense against the dark arts, but I didn't expect him to have a purpose. Peter looked at Grim coldly. If it weren't for the system points, he would have directly burned a fire directly, daring to use the death curse on him. As long as he obtained the points, he had a way to make it disappear. Following Dumbledore to the door of the headmaster's office, Dumbledore looked at the griffin statue in front of him and muttered, which is the secret language for opening the door. Oh yes, it's jackfruit preserves? Alas, people's memories have dropped when they are old. Peter was still in the principal's office for the first time, and the circular office walls were full of pictures of past principals, and there were many delicate silverware on the slender-legged table, swirling and spraying purple mist. On a shelf behind the table was a sorting hat, and a glass box contained a magnificent silver shining sword. And across the table, there is a tall gilded perch with a phoenix standing on it. As soon as Peter came in, the picture on the wall opened half-squinting eyes, and one of the gray-haired ladies saw Peter and shouted happily, Little fellow, what's your name? What a handsome guy. Hello Principal Darris. I'm Peter York, a first-year Slytherin student, and it's a pleasure to meet you. Peter greeted her, whom he had seen in Hogwarts, a school history, and was a prominent therapist, her portrait hanging in the principal's office and St. Mungo's hospital, and she could move freely between them. What a polite little fellow. What are you doing in the principal's office? Is it a mistake? Delise asked very kindly. You're from Slytherin. How come I've never heard of the York family? You're of mixed race. In the portrait, an old wizard with a smart face and a goatee interjected, and the tone of disgust was very strong. Headmaster Black, I'm a hemp wizard. My parents are muggles. I'm sorry you were disappointed. Peter smiled at the old wizard. The Phineas Black, who claimed to be the most unpopular headmaster in Hogwarts history, was a radical pureblood. Slytherin is getting more and more depraved, and even let the hemp wizards come in. Not as good as when I was headmaster. Phineas Black said with slanted eyes. I remember Headmaster Black, you were the most unpopular headmaster Hogwarts has ever seen. If you come to be the current principal, I am afraid that the school will not be able to continue and dissolve. Peter smiled and squinted directly back. Rude little devil, I'm the headmaster, you have to learn to respect. Principal Blake blew his beard in anger and narrowed his eyes. Haha, Phineas, you've been intimidated by the students. You also had today. Another stocky headmaster laughed. Dumbledore walked in with a gritty hand, holding the other end of Green's robe, and said with a smile, looks like you had a great chat with the headmasters. Peter said to himself, which you saw me having fun talking to them. Dumbledore directly conjured up a golden red chair and invited, sit down first, we still have to wait a while. What do you want to drink? Tea or pumpkin juice? Peter looked at Griffin's various chairs, picked up his eyebrows, took out his wand and nodded at the chair, which instantly turned silver green, and then sat down and said, tea, thank you. Of the first-year students, you're one of the best transfigurations I've ever seen. Dumbledore said approvingly, even I, or Minerva, didn't have the talent you had. Professor, you are so ridiculous. My current transfiguration can only be transformed between dead things, and there are dead things becoming living things becoming living things, and even the most advanced animagus, which I have not yet learned, Peter said modestly, not considering himself a genius at all. The corners of Dumbledore's mouth twitched, only to think that this classmate was too versailles. He was just a first-year student, only a few months into contact with magic. He could have such an ability, and he had already shocked many people's jaws. If he were a little more powerful, wouldn't he have to give up his position as headmaster to him? Dumbledore knocked on the table in front of Peter, and a cup of black tea appeared, then took a box of sugar cubes from a nearby box and asked, how many pieces are needed? I usually need 7 sugar cubes, that makes me feel good. Do I need to try it? 2 pieces, thank you. Peter hastened to reject Dumbledore's kindness. Add so much sugar cubes, I'm afraid I'm not drinking sugar water. Dumbledore, who the hell are you going to interrogate? Deliberately use the patroness charm to remind me to know that I am just making potions, and I can't be distracted. The wooden door to the headmaster's office slammed open, and Snape walked in angrily. Then I saw the 2 people sitting in the office, looked stunned, and then asked, shouldn't you ask my students about the truth-telling agent? Dumbledore laughed and said, Severus, am I such a person in your heart? It's so sad for me? Who said exactly? Snape snorted coldly, then turned to Peter and asked, what serious thing are you talking about? And what does it have to do with my students? Peter discovered the strangely behaved Professor Green tonight, and then followed him and found that Professor Green was selling magical animals. Dumbledore repeated what Peter had said, and then pointed to Green lying on the ground and said, Green used a death curse on Peter to hide this. This piece is very serious. I have asked Professor McGonagall to contact the Minister and the Director of Legal Affairs, and should be coming soon. After listening to Dumbledore's words, Snape was also full of surprise, and then looked at Green on the ground as if he were looking at a dead man. Then he came to Peter, looked at him carefully, and after confirming that he was not injured, he directly taunted, "I never knew that Mr. York, who has Gryffindor blood, is so anxious to find death. Or maybe we Slytherin can't tolerate your curiosity, so anxious to track down an experienced old Auror, not hit by the death curse to count your life. Copy me 100 Slytherin rules when I get back." Peter listened, suddenly bitter face, that Slytherin did not know which kind of ghost made it, with a long drapery written all over the Slytherin code, and Snape, although he did not like to deduct the credits of his own students, but made a mistake, the favorite is to punish the students to copy the stinky and long code. Dumbledore watched the two men with interest, as if he hadn't heard Snape's words on Gryffindor, the first time he'd seen Snape take a student so seriously. Peter was uncomfortable with Professor Snape's stern gaze, and quickly changed the subject. "Headmaster, do we first heal the wound on Professor Green's hand? Otherwise, if we continue to bleed like this, will we die?" Snape snorted at Peter's intention to try to change the subject, then walked over to Professor Green, picked up the severed wrist with his foot in disgust, turned his head and said in a satisfied tone, "Your cutting spell is good," directly cut off his entire hand. "What about his palms? If you don't pick it up, you will be crippled in the future?" I seem to have forgotten in the Forbidden Forest. I was full of fear, so I took only Professor Green and his wand with me when I left, and forgot to take it with me as for the severed palm," Peter said with an innocent face. "In fact, that palm, it is estimated that it has been eaten by the cage, the 8-eyed giant spider." Snape saw through his expression and sneered, "Do you have the courage to follow the professor and defeat and capture him, and actually forget his palm in fear?" Peter, with a look of believe it or not, believed me anyway, sat in his seat and drank tea silently. Minister, they are coming," Dumbledore said suddenly. As soon as the words stopped, 3 people appeared in the fireplace of the principal's office, 2 of whom were women and 1 of whom was a younger man. Dumbledore smiled and welcomed with open hands, "Welcome to the 2 ladies and this man. Because of the urgency of the matter, I can only call you over overnight." The middle-aged lady at the head, wrapped in a purple turban and with a somewhat majestic face, asked, "Dumbledore, I received a message from you one night that I had captured a dark wizard. Where is he now?" Dumbledore didn't say much of a word, but reached out to Grim, who was lying on the ground on the side, and said, "That's the dark wizard. He hunts precious magical animals in the Forbidden Forest and prepares to smuggle them out of Hogwarts for sale. After being spotted by one of our students, attack the student directly with the death curse. The plot is very bad. I need you to come and witness it together." The 3 newcomers looked at the bound people on the ground, and one of the young wizards shouted in surprise, "Salo Green? How could it be him?" Minister Miriam Barnold was not very familiar with Grim and asked the wizard, "Logue, do you know this dark wizard?" The wizard named Rogue said incredulously, "This is impossible, Minister. Green is a retiree of our Auror division. He has captured many dark wizards before. How could it be a dark wizard?" The female minister turned solemnly and asked Dumbledore, "Dumbledore, please explain, what evidence do you have that this old Auror is a dark wizard? Otherwise, even if you are the greatest wizard, we will not allow anyone to slander the reputation of a member of the Ministry of Magic. Peter, come here." Dumbledore called out to Peter before explaining, "It was my student who discovered Grim's secret," and he quietly followed him deep into the Forbidden Forest and discovered Grim's secret base, where Grim had captured magical creatures. After listening to Dumbledore's words, everyone looked at the boy who was only 11 or 12 years old in surprise, and it was this kid who caught Green, an old Auror? This is so crazy. The short-haired witch who had been silent asked, "Salo Green is the old Auror of the Ministry of Magic. He has a pension. Why would he risk doing such a risky thing?" "Madam, Professor Green, when he found me, decided that I could not escape the palm of his hand. Just told me that he owed the goblin 10,000 gold gallons. And he has mastered an international trading line, so he wants to get money by selling magical animals in the Forbidden Forest." Peter began, "And it seems that the goblins have mastered his unknown secrets and threatened him to pay him back as soon as possible. If you still can't believe it, please come and see these 2 wands first. Both wands are Grim's, and you can probe with the flashback spell to make it clear." Dumbledore picked up 2 wands on the table and handed them to Minister Millicent Nord, and the director of the short-haired legal division, Ms. Amelia Burns. The 2 took the wand and used the flashback charm, and suddenly a terrifying green light of the death curse flashed back on both wands. Both ladies almost didn't hold their wands. "Merlin, I thought that since the Dark Devil's head disappeared, this terrible spell would no longer be used. Unexpectedly, someone actually used it again, and it was a child who was also dealing with it. It's maddening." Minister Millicent Barnold exclaimed, and then said with a serious face, "The impact of this matter is very bad, and after finding evidence, it must be severely punished, and it must not be spared." As one of the most powerful ministers of the Ministry of Magic, since becoming Minister of Magic in 1980, she has advocated for the Aurors to gain the power to use unforgivable spells on Death Eaters, and after Voldemort disappeared, she forcefully imprisoned many pure-blood Death Eaters in Azkaban. Over the years, after the Death Eaters should have caught and disappeared, everything in the magical world has been calm. There has not been such a serious incident for a long time, and the protagonist is still an old Auror from the Ministry of Magic, which will have a serious impact on the reputation of the Ministry of Magic. As minister, Millicent Barnold has decided to resign years later, so she will never allow her political career to be tainted. She looked in disgust at Grim lying on the ground, then said to Dumbledore, I need to borrow your office as a temporary interrogation room. Please, ma'am. Dumbledore nodded happily, then said, I've asked Professor Snape to bring the truth killer. Later, when Green wakes up, he can give him a dose, and he should be able to know the complete story. Thank you, Dumbledore. Minister Millicent Barnold greeted Dumbledore, then gave way to Amelia Burns and said, You are the director of the legal division, and this evening's trial will be presided over by Director Burns, with Logue as the recorder. And the others were members of the observation mission? When everyone was ready, Dumbledore lifted the spell from Grim and gave him a quick recovery spell to wake him up. Ah, damn little bastard. You actually hurt me. I'm going to. Oh, Minister, why are you here? Grim, who had been in a coma, roared angrily for the first time after waking up, and then found that he was no longer in the Forbidden Forest, surrounded by people, and in front of him was the Minister of Magic with a serious face, suddenly stunned. As the person in charge of the trial, Amelia Burns saw Green awake and asked directly and seriously, Sorrow Green, Peter York accused you of selling Forbidden Forest wonder beasts and using unforgivable spells on him. Do you agree? What the? Green was momentarily dumbfounded. He had just been in the Forbidden Forest imagining a rich life in the future, and now he became a criminal? As an experienced Auror, he immediately pretended to be innocent, and the righteous looked unjust and said, Director, this is slander. I am an Auror, how could I possibly do that? I just had a personal grudge with Peter York and he slandered me like that? You must not be partial to faith. Minister Millicent Barnold saw that Green was still arguing, and directly took out 2 wands and said, So you mean that these 2 wands are not yours? We've tried it with flashback spells? Grim, you are the Auror and should know what that means? Do you still want to say that you didn't put the death curse on the wand? Green saw his 2 wands, his eyes narrowed, and then continued to argue slyly, I admit that one of the wands is mine, but it doesn't prove that I used the death curse. I was in a coma for so long, it is possible that someone else used my wand to release the death curse, and then planted a bribe to frame me. Minister, you also know that I have caught a lot of dark wizards over the years and offended many people. Professor Green, during your coma, only I and Principal Dumbledore have been in contact with your wand, and I certainly wouldn't have been so advanced in black magic when I was so young. Are you suspecting that Dumbledore was framing you? He is the greatest wizard? Why? Peter interjected, asking Green with an innocent look. Dumbledore, who was quietly watching from the sidelines, the corners of his mouth twitched. This little guy actually pulled his own name in order to convict Green, and he really deserved to be a Slytherin student? Green saw Peter, his eyes flashed with hatred and fear, and then excitedly said, I suspect that Peter York is not human at all, and before I was knocked unconscious, I saw him directly turn into a giant of more than 10 meters. Just like birds and snakes. Check him out. Everyone looked at Green like fools, and Snape directly laughed and said, I don't see any need to convict him, his brain is probably broken, he is already talking nonsense. What else could Peter York be without being human? Trolls? Green, are you sure you want to continue to mess around? Not guilty? The director of the legal department, Amelia Burns, asked again, and then said solemnly, It seems that we can only ask with the truth agent. Director, Green is the old Auror, and the elite of the Auror division have anti-real agent resistance training. Even if you take the real agent, I am afraid I can't ask anything. Young wizard Logue reminded. Everyone was suddenly disappointed, and if he couldn't get him to confess, there was no way to convict Green. The bound Green also flashed a proud look in his eyes at this time, and his mouth shouted I have been wronged. Seeing this, Snape stepped forward, took out a small vial of colorless liquid, and sneered, Don't worry, I just configured a powerful vomiting agent, which is much more potent than your inferior potions. Just 1 drop can make the most determined person tell the secret of his heart. Minister Millicent happily took the potion, then looked at the suspicious Green and said to his assistant Logue, Feed him 2 drops, save 1 drop of medicine is not effective enough, ask. When Snape heard the minister's words, he was a little unhappy that she questioned her potion level, and waited until after feeding 2 drops before he happily reminded, or hurry up and ask, I am a powerful vomiting agent, 1 drop is enough for anyone to tell the truth. If you have 2 drops, you may not be able to bear it and become a fool. The wizard's assistant, Logue, said somewhat angrily, Why didn't you just say that? Remind now? I've already said that 1 drop is enough, but your ministers don't believe it. Snape didn't get used to him and went straight back. Okay, let's ask. Amelia Burns interrupted, If the effect of the true agent is too great, it will make people stupid later. Our time was short. At this time, Green, who had taken the vomiting agent, fell into a special state of calm, and his eyes were confused and he sat still. What's your name? Amelia Burns first asked briefly, wanting to see the effects of the vomiting agent. Sololin. Green replied, Are you hunting magical animals in the Forbidden Forest? And used the death curse on Peter York? Amelia asked solemnly after determining the efficacy of the medicine. Yes, my animal trafficking was discovered by Peter York, so I decided to kill him. Green replied unconsciously. As soon as they heard Green's words, even though they already knew it was him, the crowd was still shocked by Green's behavior of killing his mouth. Director Amelia frowned, and then asked incomprehensibly, Even if you are discovered, just a forgetting spell can make him forget you. Why do you want to kill people and kill people? There's Dumbledore at Hogwarts, and I'm not sure he can restore the forgotten memories. If I were to be discovered, my secrets would be discovered and I would be imprisoned in Azkaban for the rest of my life. So I can only never have any trouble, Green said with a confused look in his eyes and some foolishness. Upon hearing that there was still a hidden affair, Amelia quickly asked, "What are your deepest secrets besides selling animals?" Upon hearing the question, Grimm's face showed a hint of struggle, and then fell into a state of unconsciousness, replying, "My deepest secret is that I was once caught by the Death Eaters, but the Dark Devil let me go. He asked me to continue to hide in the Ministry of Magic and tell the Aurors whereabouts of the Death Eaters. Then the Aurors will always be one step behind the Death Eaters." As soon as the words stopped, the principal's office fell silent, and everyone was shocked by the news. Minister Millicent's wand fell to the ground in shock, and the wizard's assistant's automatic feather notes drew a long ink mark directly on the notebook. "Merlin!" Amelia exclaimed. "I didn't expect that it was just a dark wizard's interrogation, and it actually involved the Death Eaters? And he's also a traitor to the Ministry of Magic by Death Eaters?" As a powerful minister who dared to officially declare war on the Death Eaters during Voldemort's power, Millicent Barnold heard the name of the Death Eaters at this time, as if in another world. Then he said to Amelia Burns with a serious look, "Director Burns, you ask him, when did he do things for the Death Eaters? Why didn't he have a Death Eater mark on his arm? I was caught by an ambush of Death Eaters in 1978. They brought me to the Dark Lord. He is so powerful that any of my thoughts are invisible in front of him." Grimm unconsciously returned to the deo, and then laughed foolishly. "The Dark Lord released me, and promised to give me wealth and status in the future, and after taking control of the Ministry of Magic, he would give me the position of Director of the Auror Division. I have done a lot of credit for the dark arts, but I have never received the honor mark given by the Dark Lord, who thinks that I work in the Ministry of Magic, and the existence of the mark is not conducive to my hiding. But I didn't expect that the mighty Dark Lord would be defeated by a 1-year-old child." Although Grimm was unconscious, the emotions on his face were constantly changing. After the Dark Lord disappeared, the Death Eaters scattered and fled, and many of them were captured in Azkaban. "I also worry all day about being discovered. In particular, many previous Aurors' captures of Death Eaters have been escaped by Death Eaters. Then the Longbottoms, who were also Aurors, suspected me." Grimm had a sly smile on his face, "So I revealed their whereabouts to Lestrange. It's just a pity that the Longbottoms were just tortured and crazy, and they didn't die." Peter was shocked to hear Green's words, not expecting that it was just an animal trafficking case, which actually involved the Death Eaters, and there was also the Longbottons being besieged and tortured by the Death Eaters. "You must know that the Longbottons, originally the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic, were caught by the unwilling Lestranges and other Death Eaters after Voldemort suddenly disappeared, and tortured them crazy with a drill heart curse. Now lying in St. Mungo's hospital, I don't recognize my family." Oh, poor Frank and Alice, they had waited for victory. Amelia Burns, who had a good relationship with the Longbottons, was in deep grief. Now, when he heard that the initiator was Grimm, he said to him bitterly, "It is because of you despicable and shameless guys that they have been tortured and driven crazy. I can't even recognize my favorite child. You're damned." Dumbledore's face, which had always been calm, showed a look of grief that he had never had before, and said bitterly, "I once went to see Frank and Emily, and their child Neville often visited his parents, but they didn't know him anymore. The Longbottons, as the original members of Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix, have always been Dumbledore's right and left arm, and when they hear that it was Green who led to the murder of the Longbottons, the look in Green's eyes reveals a frightening indifference. Dumbledore, and all of you. Nowadays, this matter is no longer a mere dark wizard, hunting animals and using unforgivable curses. Instead, it involves the Death Eaters and the murder of the Longbottoms." Minister Millicent Barnold said very seriously, "We need to bring Grimm back to the Ministry of Magic and be tried publicly. Let this sinner be punished as he deserves." "I agree with your request, Millicent, and indeed it is time to give the Longbottons an account." Dumbledore nodded. "Minister, look, Green, what's going on?" Wizard Assistant Logue panicked, only to see that at this time, Green was convulsing, foaming at the mouth, and looking like he was about to die. "It's just that the vomiting agent is too strong, and his body can't bear it." "Don't worry, he can't die, he just becomes an idiot," Snape said happily. "Become an idiot? We still need a public trial at the Ministry of Magic. What questions can an idiot ask?" Amelia Burns said angrily, and then looked at Snape, who was watching a good show, and pleaded, "Professor Snape, you made the vomiting agent just now, you must have a way to save him, please help." Looking at Snape, Dumbledore sighed and exhorted Snape, "Severus, you better help, for the sake of the Longbottoms who were once your colleagues, they need a result." Hearing Dumbledore's words, Snape listened, took out a vial, and threw it to the wizard's assistant. "Give him a dose, the symptoms will be lighter. Don't be an idiot, but don't want to be completely cured." After taking the antidote, Green's condition was relieved, and the effect of the vomiting agent disappeared. Green regained consciousness again, but this time he looked desperate, and he clearly remembered the process of the interrogation just now, and now that he had been dug up the deepest secret, he was facing the disaster of discredit and imprisonment. "Headmaster Dumbledore, we'll take the prisoners back first, and when the time comes for trial, I'll ask you to come over," Minister Millicent said. Then he turned his head to look at Peter on the side, smiled and said, "Your name is Peter York, right? It is very powerful to be able to catch such a powerful dark wizard at a young age. We will also invite you as a witness at the trial. You have to be mentally prepared. My phoenix helped me a lot, and he was hit by a death curse from Green in order to save me. Now we're all Nirvana." Peter said obediently, and then took out the phoenix in his pocket, handed it to everyone, and said aggrievedly, "Professor Green will be punished, right? He was frantically attacking us at the time, using a lot of evil spells. I almost died." Peter's possession of the phoenix was limited to the spread at Hogwarts, and when the three ministers saw the phoenix they had to get, they were surprised and looked at the little wizard who could catch Grim.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.